Chapter 72. Stay to die? It's ridiculous, it's you who came to die. Qin Yang pointed to the red cloud above his head, and said, "This is your life reminder, come with one and I will kill one, come with two and I will kill a pair." Qin Yang had no guilt in his heart. These people were servants of the Qin family, but they betrayed their masters. Second, these people are here to kill themselves. Murderers, people will always kill them. Such a big tone, I'm really over the top. The old man narrowed his eyes. It seems that the big credit for this day belongs to me. Seeing Qin Yang's calm appearance, the old man sneered, "Don't think that if you design to kill Qin Li, you can really become an enemy of the master realm. Qin Li is only 27 among the elders. I am Qin Jian, who is ranked 19th. Qin cheap? How cheap?" Qin Yang chuckled lightly. Qin Jian was instantly furious. "Boy, court death." Ding. Copying the opponent's method of anger and blood, the higher level copy does not improve the host's cultivation realm. Exercise 8/10. Ding. Copy the opponent's martial arts burst punch, and the martial arts proficiency will automatically increase to the pinnacle. Martial arts 8 out of 10. Blood of Fury? Blast punch? Qin Yang's eyes lit up. This is a good copy. Anger blood tactic. When activated, the whole body is boiling with anger and blood, which can increase the strength of vigor, just like taking explosive medicine. The disadvantage is that there will be dark wounds, and cannot be used for a long time. Explosive punches, infuriating, concentrated at one point, and launched a powerful blast. Fighting with people is like holding a bomb in your hand, sticking it directly on the opponent, and then exploding. Do you need Long Wei? Shen Longjiu said. Having devoured the frost flood dragon before, he has no scruples in using his dragon might. No need. Qin Yang shook his head gently, with endless fighting intent in his eyes. After quenching his body with ice, his physique is as strong as a monster. Now that the angry blood art has been copied, the Qianquan Vientian art also has a powerful explosive ability. However, it will not leave dark wounds like a simple anger blood tactic. Moreover, Qin Yang copied Jin Wanshan's Lianqing tactic before, and others' thick soil tactic, etc. The true energy is extremely strong, and it does not exist for long-term combat. It won't be weak after that. In other words, Qin Yang can fully exert the effect of the angry blood art, but it has no side effects. With the angry blood art, the already powerful physique will be increased again, and the already strong infuriating energy will become stronger. What about the masters in the master realm? I may not be able to fight. Facing Qin Jian's explosive punch, Qin Yang did not fight back with the same martial arts. Now that he is using a blast punch, he can't blast the infuriating energy at all. This is equivalent to a move that Qin Yang may explode on the spot as soon as he casts an explosive punch. The breeze blows the willows. Qin Yang shouted loudly, and he kept urging Yu Longbu on his body to keep up with the speed of the masters in the master realm. At the same time, Qin Feng fully emerged the true meaning of the martial arts of the tablet thrower, and all the power was concentrated. Thump. With a muffled sound, with various bonuses, Qin Yang really attracted Qin Jian's explosive punch. Then, a huge explosion came from behind, and Qin Jian detonated his infuriating energy. Huh? Qin Jian was surprised. How could this kid be so weird? Can you pull your own attack? When the blow failed, Qin Jian began to pay attention. The Sea of Qi is only complete, but it was an existence that was instantly killed by me. With my strength and simple contact with martial arts, it is enough to seriously injure him, but now Qin Yang is unscathed. Qin Jian was puzzled and did not understand. Qin Yang is determined in his heart. After the success just now, he can no longer be afraid of the master. As long as you find an opportunity to counterattack while diverting the opponent's attack, you may not be able to win. Boy, just now I was afraid that I would explode your whole body into meat sauce, and I couldn't get your head in exchange for a reward, so I deliberately kept my hand, and only used 8% of your strength. Don't get carried away. Qin Yang shouted, blast punch. The breeze blows the willows. Qin Yang raised his hands together. This time, although he successfully defused the attack again, his body recoiled with a powerful force and moved out. A serious master realm is really not to be underestimated. Qin Yang was still unscathed, but he had no chance to fight back. How is this possible? Once again. Qin Yan's heart tightened, this kid is too evil. Cough cough. Qin Yan coughed violently, his face flushed. Damn, why is the dark injury breaking out now? Whether it is the blood rage technique or the burst punch, there are great demands on the body, and it is easy to exceed the physical load. Over the years, Qin Yan has ranked 19th among the elders, by virtue of his blood rage tactics and explosive punches. But it can only stop here, and can't go any further. His body has accumulated too many dark wounds, and every shot will make the injury worse. Humph. I'll take your head when I'm ready. Qin Yan's eyes flashed, he turned around and left, leaving without using his martial arts skills. Qin Yang was overjoyed, this is a good opportunity, and immediately shouted, old thief, where to escape? Using the dragon step, he easily chased after him. Ben lay fist. As fierce as thunder, he punched Qin Yan's back. Suddenly, Qin Yang's heart tightened, and a violent sense of crisis swept over. Haha, you've been fooled. Qin Yan laughed and turned around. It's a blast punch. Oops, this old thief. Qin Yang hurriedly changed his tactics, but it was too late. Break! Qin Yan yelled. The infuriating energy exploded in Qin Yang's chest, the shock wave stirred, the leaves and flowers danced wildly, and a circle of dust spread. Qin Yang's body flew out like an arrow. Boom! With a loud noise, Qin Yang hit a tree and stopped. The trunk of the two people's embrace was smashed into a terrifying dent, and the entire giant tree was constantly shaking. After the momentum subsided, Qin Yang's body fell to the ground along the trunk. Huh? What a powerful physique. Qin Yan frowned, this punch should have shattered Qin Yang's body, leaving only a head. But why is Qin Yang's body intact? And the touch from the fist is also a bit wrong. It doesn't look like it hit the Qihai realm cultivator, but it looks like it hit a monster. Never mind, cut off your head and go back to receive the reward. Qin Yan shook his head, his face sank, and with a poof, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The outbreak of the dark injury is not a camouflage, but a real one. However, Qin Yan took this opportunity to pretend to retreat, which attracted Qin Yang to be fooled. Fortunately, he succeeded. Qin Yan was a little fortunate in his heart, but he completely forgot that he would use such a method to deal with a monk with a perfect Qi realm when he was a dignified master in the middle stage of the Grand Master realm. Slowly walking towards Qin Yang, reaching out to grab Qin Yang's head and twisting it down. Just as he stretched out his hand, he suddenly widened his eyes and felt a pain in his chest. Jinghong sword finger. Qin Yang pointed like a sword, and stabbed Qin Yan's heart with one finger. With a vigorous stirring, Qin Yan's heart was directly crushed. This is impossible. Qin Yan felt the loss of his life, which was about to end, and his face was full of fear and shock. Playing Yin with me, don't blame me for returning to him in his own way. Chapter 73 Accidental Encounter. Puff. Qin Yang spat out a mouthful of blood, and he finally couldn't suppress the injury in his body. Previously, Qin Yan's explosive punch directly hit Shen Longjiu, and the most deadly point was buffered. But even so, Qin Yang was still seriously injured and felt pain in every cell of his body. After all, the opponent is a master in the master realm. You can fight, but you can't get hit. Qin Yang crossed his knees to adjust his breath. If it wasn't for the ice to quench his body, this punch would be enough to shatter his body. Fortunately, the exercises are solid, the physique is strong, and the advantages of having experienced ice quenching are revealed. Qin Yang's body is recovering quickly, far exceeding ordinary people. If you want to fully recover, it will take at least a few days. Such a heaven-defying recovery ability was far from enough for Qin Yang at this time. There's no time, we must recover quickly. Qin Yang let out a long breath and stood up. Looking coldly at Qin Jian, who couldn't rest, he snorted softly and walked away. Not long after he left, a monster slowly walked out of the shadows. The eyes radiated a faint green penetrating light, like two dangerous rays scanning everything. The entire figure appeared, and it was a mantis, tall, a jade mantis, with blood. The whole body is like an emerald, and the two terrifying front feet are like a broad axe, so sharp that people seem to be cut at a glance. It was like an assassin, lurking in the dark all the time, with an astonishing scratch on its back, as if it had been attacked by a bird monster. The two tentacles trembled slightly, and the green compound eyes looked in the direction Qin Yang left. Squeak! A creepy voice sounded, and the jade mantis began to feast on the corpses all over the ground. All the corpses were devoured in no time. Chirp! A loud bird call sounded high in the sky, and the silver-backed dapeng bird swooped down. The white cyan wind blade fluttered and swept over. The jade mantis raised its forefoot, and the phantoms of its green forefoot shot into the sky. Like a large green sword, the power is not weak. The silver-backed dapeng bird circled up and stopped its dive. The semi-transparent wings of the jade mantis fluttered, unexpectedly taking the opportunity to escape. The silver-backed dapeng bird roared angrily and could only continue to track. Not long after, the children of the Qin family came one after another. Why did the owner's silver-backed dapeng bird appear here? Could it have found its prey? Fourth Elder, the distress signal is sent here. A young disciple looked at the red clouds in the sky that were scattered by the silver-backed dapeng bird, and said. The white-haired middle-aged man frowned, looking at the four traces, and the remains of the corpse that had been eaten by the jade mantis were in sight. It turns out that I didn't find Qin Yang, but encountered a monster? Humph. A bunch of trash. That signal flare is actually used to ask for help. The fourth elder snorted and led the crowd away. No. The four elders froze and turned back suddenly. These corpses are in the wrong place. The monsters hunted by the silver-backed dapeng birds in the secret realm must not be low-level, and they are likely to be master-level monsters. In the face of the master-level monsters, Qin Jian and others will definitely flee in all directions, and they will never get together and die together as they are now. After carefully examining the remains of the corpse, the fourth elder's pupils shrank. This is being killed first, and then eaten by monsters, the fourth elder said. The people around were startled. Could it be that Qin Yang did it? He is so strong? One person was horrified. Forget about the others, but Qin Jian is the 19th elder of the family. The fourth elder chuckled, a strange light flashed in his eyes. That's good. Let's continue to track Qin Yang. If it takes a long time, the family will suffer heavy losses. Moreover, the news of Qin Yang's extraordinary strength must spread. Why do you want to spread it out? Do you want to cause panic in the clan? The fourth elder said quietly, the pursuit must not be rushed, it must be taken slowly. There are many free monsters wandering around in this secret realm, don't you think meet them? Everyone shook their heads. The fourth elder is the most powerful elder in the clan, and his strength is not weaker than that of the head of the family. We will listen to you in everything. What to do, please ask the fourth elder to order. The fourth elder nodded with satisfaction, stretched out his hand and stroked his white hair, and said, everything here is said to be done by monsters, and let the people in the clan be careful of monsters. Identify the traces on the ground and find the direction where Qin Yang left. The fourth elder walked directly in the other direction and said, "Let the patriarch send more people to follow in the direction of the demon hunting ground. Qin Yang may have gone there." One person asked suspiciously, "Demon hunting ground is not far from here, why don't we go?" Another person whispered, "You are stupid. In the entire secret realm, most of those free monsters come from the hunting grounds of the monsters. But we just want to hunt down Qin Yang." "You idiot." On the other side, Nangong Ling and Wei Yu took their younger brothers and acted separately from Gong Sun Ming and Lu Mingyu. The entire Qin family is chasing Qin Yang, and their main purpose is to hunt for treasures. With such a big movement, the monster will. Of course, we will be attracted to them, and we will be much safer. Nangong Ling laughed. Wei Yu looked at the red clouds scattered in the sky, and said, "Let them do their jobs. It's better for Qin Yang to live a little longer to buy us more time." The younger brothers also laughed, each looking forward to what kind of treasure they would find. "Wait." Wei Yu recognized the direction and said, "This direction seems to be the place where Qin Wui warned us not to approach." "What is it called?" "Monster hunting ground? There is a terrifying swamp next to it." Nangong Ling snorted and said, "In the secret realm, there are still few dangerous places? Why are you only warning about this place?" Wei Yu's eyes lit up and said, "I see, he is afraid that we will find treasures. After all, we offered to hunt for treasures as gifts, and he felt as if he was robbed by us." The group went straight to the road, and the target went straight to the demon hunting ground. In the forest, not far ahead, Qin Yang moved forward cautiously and slowly. The injury was stabilized by the power of ice, and it seemed that he was not injured, but only Qin Yang knew that he could not fight people now. "I don't know if Panda and Fire Dog have finished fighting. I'll rely on Longwei to find the elixir first." Qin Yang frowned and looked at the treasure-hunting mouse leading the way. Qin Yang's head is full of black lines, and he actually felt the disgust of this treasure hunter for him from the induction of the contract. "What's the matter with you? Believe it or not, I peeled your skin." Qin Yang scolded. The treasure mouse really stopped. Qin Yang looked at the direction and looked to the left. "Isn't that the direction of the no-return swamp?" He looked at the direction the treasure rat led the way, and breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, not to the swamp of no return. Although I'm moving slowly, the secret realm is so big that it shouldn't be found by chance." Qin Yang whispered to himself. "I always felt a little uneasy in my heart." For some reason, Lu Mingyu said that he was a crow's mouth. "Hee, crow mouth? I don't believe it, it's such a coincidence." Qin Yang laughed. Suddenly, my heart tightened, and a sense of crisis was on my back. Qin Yang's figure suddenly crooked to avoid danger, and his arm suddenly hurt. Then, the sound of breaking wind and arrows piercing into wood was heard. "Am I really a crow's mouth?" Qin Yang looked at his bruised and shredded shoulder, feeling incredible. Looking back at the person who attacked him, it turned out to be Nangong Ling. Chapter 74: Nangong Ling's Pursuit. "The secret realm is so big, but I didn't expect it to let us meet you." Nangong Ling narrowed her eyes and looked at Qin Yang, while Wei Yu and many of the younger brothers on the side also looked bad. "What? You want to hunt me down too?" Qin Yang's eyes became colder. "If the arrow just now hadn't been avoided in time, I'm afraid it would have hit the heart directly. Faced with my archery skills, you turned out to be only scratched. Amazing." Nangong Ling said quietly. The two sides were about 30 paces apart, and Nangong Ling had no intention of continuing to approach. Obviously did not forget what Qin Yang said, within 10 steps, the fist is faster. The lore order of the 8 Shinto clans, do you think it's a joke? Shouldn't we, as children of the 8 Shinto clans, chase and kill you? Wei Yu looked at Qin Yang vigilantly. More dangerous. Qin Yang, you should die obediently. That's right, why do you hide? Wouldn't it be nice to be shot to death by an arrow just now? The brothers laughed. It's better to treat your head as a wedding gift for Qin Wui and Lu Mingyu. I'm afraid that among all the gifts, no one is more valuable than the gifts we give. Qin Yang glanced at everyone coldly, laughed, and said, Want to take my head? You have to have this ability too. If you don't do a good hunting test in Xuanhuan forest, you have to come to Qinling, come to die in this secret realm. This is the so-called gift of 1,000 miles? Speaking of the assessment, Nangongling looked angry and said, I was just wondering about your cheating methods. You dare to cheat in the entrance examination of Songqiong College, and killing you is just to avoid you being a mouse and ruining a pot of porridge in Songqiong College. A pot of porridge? If you want to let you enter the Sky Academy, I'm afraid that the Sky College will become a pot of paste. Because your brain is full of paste. Only by hunting monsters, the Sky Order will record points, don't you think? Can I still have a fake when I hunt monsters? Qin Yang was amused. Why does everyone think he is cheating? The speed of hunting monsters is faster than that of my Nangong family? Do you think I am a vegetarian? Nangongling said disdainfully, It's just you. Even if the monsters line up for you to kill, you will kill them. So fast? Qin Yang secretly thought in his heart that it was the previous surge in points that caused such doubts. But the Academy does not stipulate that the use of passion flowers is not allowed. What's more, that Bai Xiangyin was not Qin Yang's, it was Qin Lai who wanted to kill him. In the face of so many monsters, if you don't kill them, can you still play together? Jing Yu's 9 arrows? It's ridiculous. Your family's unique technique is the Jing Yu 10 arrows. You don't even know about it. How dare you brag about your archery skills? Qin Yang said contemptuously. Wei Yu and the others were puzzled for a while, but Nangongling was shocked. How do you know that there is still a 10th arrow in Jing Yu's arrow skill? Nangongling's eyes widened, and he quickly changed his words. Fart, Jing Yu's arrow skill only has 9 arrows. Wei Yu looked at Nangongling in disbelief. Is what this guy said true? The younger brothers were also dumbfounded. They have been following Nangongling. How did Qin Yang know what they didn't even know? Don't ask me why I know, I will. Qin Yang laughed. Whoosh. Nangongling's heart filled with killing intent, and he shot an arrow at it. Qin Yang picked up his fingers and said, Jinghong sword finger. He clipped Nangongling's arrow directly in his hand. Oops. Qin Yang's face darkened. He just wanted to be handsome, but he forgot that he was seriously injured at this time. Although the arrow was caught, but the strength burst, the originally suppressed injury suddenly burst like a flood, and his face flushed. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Qin Yang quickly stretched out his tongue and licked it. And this action was mistaken for provocation. Cheegwig was provocation. He's despising Nangongling. Holding arrows with his fingers and licking his tongue? Does he think it's funny? It's like a joke, it's just too hateful. Nangongling's pupils trembled, and the killing intent in her heart was even stronger. Is this Qin Yang so strong? How could the fingers be caught in his arrows? As the 10th arrow of Jing Yu's arrow technique, as a fact that the Nangong family tried to hide, very few people knew about it. If it is known by other 8 Shinto clans or powerful forces on the continent, his Nangong family's incomplete knowledge will inevitably become the laughingstock of the entire Sky Continent. You shoot me 2 arrows, then I'll pay you back first. Qin Yang took out the longing bow and put the arrows between his fingers on the bow. With a high-pitched dragon roar, the arrow shot out directly. Time seems to have been tampered with, giving people a sense of confusion. Nangongling was extremely horrified, and whispered in her mouth, the 3rd arrow of Jing Yu's archery skill. It turned out to be the archery skill of my Nangong family. Specializing in the path of arrows, he could not see the trajectory of Qin Yang's arrows. There's something wrong with his bow. Between the lights and flints, Nangong Ling relied on her knowledge of Jing Yu's arrow skills to avoid it. At such a distance, he has the confidence to escape. Ah! Nangong Ling cried out in pain. A terrible wound was exposed on his arm, and Sanbai's bones were clearly visible. Everyone, including Wei Yu, failed to react. Qin Yang's archery skills are actually stronger than Nangong Ling? Since everyone has a destiny, I won't kill you this time. See you next time, but don't blame me for being rude. Qin Yang said indifferently, turned around and left. Before taking a few steps, he quickly covered his mouth, blood flowing from his mouth. The power of the blast punch is really extraordinary. If it weren't for the power of ice, even if my body hadn't been smashed into pieces, I would definitely not have survived. Qin Yang felt that his body was like a broken porcelain doll glued together, and it might break again at any time. Previously, he took an arrow with the Jinghong sword, and then shot another arrow, which had already exceeded Qin Yang's limit. But this arrow must be shot. Nangong Ling and others must be deterred. Otherwise, they will definitely not give up. Qin Yangqiang endured and accelerated his pace and left quickly. I think everyone has a fate? What kind of bullshit is this? Wei Yu couldn't figure it out. In such a situation, whoever it is, a fierce and deadly battle is inevitable. But Qin Yang just left? If the power of the previous arrow hit other people, including Wei Yu himself, this battle would be unavoidable. But this arrow hit Nangong Ling, so the meaning is different. How are you? Wei Yu investigated Nangong Ling's injury. Nangong Ling was silent. He seemed to understand at this moment why Gong Sun Ming and Lu Mingyu agreed to the killing order of the Qin family's patriarch on the spot. Gong Sun Ming and Lu Mingyu had long been in contact with Qin Yang and knew that Qin Yang was such a threat. He must die. Nangong Ling said quietly. Boss, there is blood here. A younger brother pointed to where Qin Yang had just stood. When everyone went to investigate, Wei Yu's eyes lit up and said, I see, he didn't let us go, but he himself was seriously injured and could no longer fight. Looking at the traces, the blood was not caused by Nangong Ling's previous arrow. The arrow just scratched a layer of skin on Qin Yang's arm, and there was no blood at all. Chase. Don't let him go. Nangong Ling wanted to inform the Qin family of Qin Yang's whereabouts, because he was indeed shocked by Qin Yang's arrow skills. With such archery skills, in this forest, he knew what it meant. But now that Qin Yang was seriously injured, how could he miss this golden opportunity? The crowd gradually left, and the figure of the jade mantis reappeared. He stared at the blood on the ground, seemingly dissatisfied. Damn human, why don't you kill it? I want to recuperate as soon as possible and escape from the secret realm. The Jasper jade mantis was unwilling. In the secret realm, the treasures of heaven and earth are guarded by powerful monsters. If it wants to heal as soon as possible, it can only devour humans. But the contracted monsters of the Qin family are chasing it, and rashly attacking the Qin family will attract the silver-backed Duping bird. This secret realm is coming soon, time is running out. Chapter 75 Demon Hunting Ground. All the way to hurry, trying to hide the traces. Crossing the mountains and through the jungle, Qin Yang knew that he didn't have much time, and he was afraid that he would be caught up by Nangong Ling soon. How can there be a building here? Qin Yang gasped, while leaning on a tree. Fortunately, the power of ice is not an attribute changed by the cultivation technique, and it needs to be operated in order to exert it. This is his own strength, which is probably the only thing that is beneficial to Qin Yang so far. There was a vaguely tall wall ahead. Qin Yang walked over. After passing through a tree, the eyes suddenly opened up. The 10-zhang-high wall stretched so far that there was no end in sight. The walls are full of mottled time and terrifying traces left by monsters. Where is this wall? Qin Yang frowned and continued to be caught up in the forest sooner or later, why not? The treasure hunter led the way and seemed to be going here too. Qin Yang followed, walked a long way along the wall, and found a small door. The wicket had long since fallen into disrepair. It was made of some kind of metal, and it was broken in half. With one kick, the door was kicked open effortlessly. The dark and dull passage seemed to devour everything, and the treasure hunter rushed in fearlessly. Qin Yang couldn't care less, and his figure disappeared into the darkness. Are there any monsters here? Qin Yang walked forward cautiously in the dark, asking in his heart. Yes, a lot, a lot. Shenlongji replied, I can feel the breath of countless monsters here. Qin Yang has walked a long way, and he can't see his fingers before and after, and he can't even see the light at the entrance. Hearing this, his body suddenly stiffened. This is simply escaping from the dog's mouth and entering the wolf's den. But Shenlongji wondered, most of them are dead. Qin Yang didn't feel relieved at all. With so many monsters, more than half of them died. Are the monsters fighting each other? It doesn't matter, you should be able to find a place to hide here, but if you go back, I'm afraid you will just meet Nangongling and the others. Qin Yang gritted his teeth and could only bite the bullet and move on. Nangongling. Weiyu, Shinto 8 clan killing order. Qin Yang took a deep breath and wrote down the small notebook in his heart. He never causes trouble, and is never afraid of trouble. I'll let you know that I'm a hard bone, not a soft persimmon. Want to gnaw on me? I'll break your teeth and kill you. Huh? Could it be? Qin Yang walked not far and found a crescent-shaped light in front of him. Extremely sensitive to light in the dark. Those crescent-shaped lights that are formed into pieces are beautiful. At the same time, it also illuminates the passage ahead. Black moonflower. At this time, the light of those black moonflowers gradually dimmed, needless to say, they all knew what happened. Stop gnawing. It's finally a little bright, and it's like being blind again. Qin Yang scolded angrily. The treasure hunter stopped aggrievedly, holding a black moonflower in two small hands. He wanted to eat it but dared not eat it, so he could only lick it. Qin Yang was amused. Okay, the last one, I can't eat more. The treasure rat screamed excitedly and devoured it. The little cheeks are bulging, like a hamster. Qin Yang passed through this black moonflower, and the passage came to an end. This is... Qin Yang looked around by the light of the black moonflower, and found that there were many stoves and chopping boards around. Rusted iron pots, kitchen knives, with only knife handles. The smell of decay is everywhere. It's a kitchen, such a big kitchen. Qin Yang was speechless, found a lamp-shaped magic weapon, took out a low-grade spirit stone and inserted it into the groove. The white light suddenly lit up the surroundings. There are hundreds of stoves in this kitchen alone. Searching around, on the wall of a doorway, I found a line of small characters, the kitchen of number 3 monster hunting ground. Hey! This is just one of the kitchens. Qin Yang couldn't help but stunned. Demon hunting ground? What do you mean? On the vegetable rack, in the vegetable basket, the ingredients were so rotten that it was impossible to tell what they were originally. After finding the exit, Qin Yang did not leave here, but returned to the small door leading to the outside. These black moonflowers are all yours. Qin Yang waved his hand. The treasure rat's eyes lit up with excitement, and he scurried over, feasting and fragrantly eating. He listened carefully, and there were faint footsteps in the passage. Nangongling and others really followed up. Just wanted to urge the treasure hunter to eat faster, but found that the treasure hunter didn't need to rush at all. Although the black moonflower no longer glows under the light of the magic lamp, But there is only the black moon flower in this passage, there is nothing to hide, and it can be seen clearly. At this time, the black moonflowers were almost eaten up by the treasure hunters. The black moonflower is only a second-order elixir. Even if there are a lot of them, eating all of them still does not change the breath of the treasure hunter. Qin Yang raised his brows. I forgot, you are a high-level monster now. Qin Yang clicked his tongue. The high-level monsters were only one rank lower than the master-level monsters, which was equivalent to the human race. In other words, this little thing is on the same level as Qin Yang. Squeak. Treasure mouse. The food was delicious, and he turned back and responded. There was no change in the little belly either. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful the treasure hunter is, it can only hunt for treasures and has no combat power. It just increases the range of perception with strength. I want to arrange a task for you, Qin Yang said. Squeak. Treasure hunter expressed his desire to just sleep at this time. Don't sleep. Otherwise, I won't give you anything to eat in the future, Qin Yang threatened. Treasure rat compromised on the spot. The treasure hunter was arranged by Qin Yang to stay in the kitchen, waiting for Nangong Ling and others to come in and make fun of them. It is first to go out to find out the environment. After leaving the kitchen of number 3, there is still no light outside, but fortunately, Qin Yang has a magic lamp in his hand, which can illuminate the surroundings. Qin Yang circled around. The building was completely dark, but it was a good place to hide. There are also stairs that lead to the top. Qin Yang did not continue to fumble, and soon returned again, turned off the magic lamp, and stood at the gate of the kitchen on the 3rd. Not long after, the kitchen of number 3 was full of chickens and dogs. Nangong Ling and others have been carefully guarding against Qin Yang's sneak attack, and the treasure hunter ran past their feet according to Qin Yang's instructions. The group was frightened a lot, all kinds of martial arts were used, and even their own people fought with their own people. The scene was very chaotic. It's just a mouse, look how scared you are. Stop it for me. Everyone was like a blind man, and stopped when they heard Nangong Ling's roar. It seems that Qin Yang is not here, he must have left, Wei Yu said. The group continued to explore, followed the movement made by the treasure hunter, and found the gate. The door opened, and Qin Yang turned on the magic lamp at the same time. Everyone stared at it with wide eyes. At this time, the light that suddenly appeared was in front of them, and it was extremely dazzling. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes. Only Nangong Ling narrowed her eyes into slits, and vaguely saw a figure. My heart skipped a beat. Figure? It can only be Qin Yang. Heaven has a way, you don't go, hell has no way to break in, die. Qin Yang shouted, and then turned off the magic lamp. Everyone was instantly tense. Qin Yang took a leap and kicked Nangong Ling out according to the position he had seen before. Nangong Ling was caught by a group of younger brothers behind him, and everyone retreated in unison. Immediately afterwards, everyone heard a shout, "Today, I want all of you to die here." Then, the door closed with a bang, and there was a sound of locking. Everything happened between lightning and flint. For a time, needles could be heard in the kitchen of number 3, and Nangong Ling and the others didn't even dare to breathe hard. Qin Yang came before us, and is more familiar with the environment here than we are, so be careful of his sneak attack, Wei Yu said. Everyone thought that Qin Yang was hiding in the dark, ready to hunt them, and everyone was worried. Can't see anything here, how to beware? Don't talk, if he wants to sneak attack, he will definitely make a movement. As soon as there is movement, I will shoot him immediately. All of you, don't act rashly, Nangong Ling whispered. Touching his chest, Nangong Ling sneered. This kick didn't have much force, it seems that Qin Yang's injury is not light. Everyone held their breaths, and all of them pricked up their ears. Not far away, the vegetable basket was flipped. Nangong Ling shot an arrow, directly, but there was no scream from Qin Yang. Everything was calm again, and the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Outside the kitchen door, Qin Yang was suddenly stunned. He arranged for the treasure-hunting mouse to tease everyone inside and delay the time. But without the treasure hunter, where did he go to find the elixir? Miscalculation. Qin Yang sighed in his heart. It seems that the huge building can only be found slowly by himself. Hearing the sound of archery coming from the kitchen from time to time, Qin Yang smiled and tiptoed away. After walking far away, turn on the magic lamp again. Chapter 76. I think I can save it. 2 hours later, Qin Yang found nothing. The first floor has been visited by Qin Yang for most of the time. Apart from knowing that there are 6 kitchens, 3 slaughterhouses, and 2 collective dormitories in Deitongpu, there is nothing else. Everywhere is empty, and there is nothing of value. Passing through a strange little door, Qin Yang appeared in a huge passage. The passage is 5 feet wide and 4 feet high, with bright lights on the left, leading to the inside of the entire building. On the right is pitch black like an abyss. Qin Yang instinctively walked towards the light, and it didn't take long before he walked out of the passage. Qin Yang was stunned by the scene in front of him. This was actually an incomparably huge ring-shaped dueling arena. The hard ground, the potholes, and the scars of terror are everywhere. It is obvious that countless vicious battles have been experienced here. On the ring-shaped wall, dark passages are neatly arranged, some passages are open, and some passages are locked with prison doors. Continuing to observe, Qin Yang found that there seemed to be something in a corner of the dueling arena. Wanting to investigate, Qin Yang froze just after taking a few steps forward. The thing moved, and the body stretched out. It is a Tyrannosaurus monster. The huge head was raised, the long tail fluttered gently, a cluster of golden flames lit up on the tip of the tail, and his scarlet eyes caught sight of Qin Yang. The picture seemed to freeze, and then, the monster roared in the sky and charged towards Qin Yang. Golden flame exploding fire dragon. Boy, run! Shenlongjie roared. Nonsense, do you want to remind me? Qin Yang had already run back. In the entire dueling arena, the nearest exit is the passage from which you came out. As soon as he ran to the front of the passage, Qin Yang felt a sense of crisis in his heart. His legs kicked violently, dragging long traces on the ground, and he stopped half a foot in front of the passage. Bang bang bang. A series of metal pillars slammed into the ground from the top of the passage, instantly sealing the entrance of the passage, like a prison door. This. Qin Yang's face was complicated. It should have been a mortal situation, but the gap between each metal column is huge. Qin Yang turned sideways, just enough to get in. This is a cage that restricts monsters. Qin Yang suddenly felt funny, but then he couldn't laugh anymore. Touch. With a loud noise, the golden flame fire dragon had already rushed to the door, like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, its huge head slammed against the prison door. The giant teeth gnawed, leaving scratches on the metal pillar. Golden light flashed in his eyes, and golden flames suddenly erupted all over his body. The scorching fire made Qin Yang feel like he was about to melt, so he quickly stepped back. After retreating to a safe enough distance, Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Isn't it just a monster, just use Long Wei directly? Qin Yang looked at the distant prison door filled with golden flames, and said, by the way, you can swallow it directly, and then give me a fiery quenching body. How about it? Shenlongjie said speechlessly, your current body is completely supported by the power of ice. If you didn't have the power of ice, I'm afraid it would have been shattered. Not to mention the power of this golden flame and fire dragon, you are just staying by its side. After a while, the flame temperature on it will be enough to disintegrate the ice power you use to save your life. Qin Yang smacked his lips regretfully. This was a great opportunity. It seems to be trapped here. Don't worry, we still have a chance. Qin Yang smiled, turned and walked towards the depths of the passage. Shen Longjiu was speechless. Chance? Look for a chance to die. Even if Qin Yang is not injured, he will temper his body again. Shen Longjiu has a headache, how can he stop Qin Yang from this terrible thought? Da-da-da. Qin Yang's footsteps sounded in the passage. Instead of going back through the small door that entered the passage, he continued to walk along the passage. Every step is going down, and this passage actually leads directly to the ground. Before long, the passage came to an end. In addition to the walls, there are also skylights made of the same metal as the prison door. According to the memory in his mind and the reasoning about the space, Qin Yang felt that it seemed to be the number 6 kitchen. It turned out to be a waste of time. Qin Yang sighed. This is the cage of monsters, and you can enter the duel arena from the passage. And this skylight should be used to feed the monsters. Just as Qin Yang was about to leave, a bloody smell suddenly entered his nose. Vigilantly using the magic lamp, there was a small cluster of elixir growing on the ground facing the skylight. Red leaves, red fruits, and that bloody smell actually emanated from this fruit. Qin Yang swallowed and spit. This strange elixir is probably not poisonous, right? This is a demon spirit fruit, and its effect on demon beasts is equivalent to the effect of medicinal pills on humans. Shen Longjiu knew the origin of this fruit and continued, it can not only improve the strength of demon beasts, but also a holy medicine for healing. The demon spirit fruit is far more attractive to demon beasts than any elixir. Healing holy medicine? Qin Yang's eyes lit up, and he instantly caught the sensitive word. He directly picked a red fruit, endured the bloody and disgusting smell, and swallowed it with a grunt. Don't. It was too late for Shen Longjiu to stop, Qin Yang's speed was too fast, and he didn't wait for anyone to finish. What's wrong? Qin Yang asked. This is the demon spirit fruit. Yes, you said it just now. Qin Yang nodded. This is the elixir for monsters. Monsters. Shen Longjiu roared, the human body can't bear the power of the medicine at all, and it can explode and die without being injured. Qin Yang's face suddenly turned green, and he stretched out his fingers and clasped it in his mouth, but he couldn't spit it out at all. The demon spirit fruit has long since turned into a surging medicinal power, wandering around Qin Yang's limbs. The violent power instantly swept through every inch of Qin Yang's flesh and blood, and the originally dilapidated body could no longer be supported by the power of ice. Qin Yang's skin began to crack, and terrifying cracks appeared. The meridians began to be damaged, like a funnel. Not to mention, the infuriating energy could not function normally, and it was still leaking frantically. Together, with the medicinal power of the demon spirit fruit, it destroyed Qin Yang's body, which made it worse. Crack! There was a slight rattling sound, the sound of bones cracking. Everything seemed to declare that Qin Yang was going to die, and he would die tragically. Severe pain swept Qin Yang's brain. It felt like he was smashed to pieces, but still could clearly perceive everything. The ancestors of the Qin family, I'm sorry for you, your blood is cut off. Shen Longjiu mourned loudly. Qin Yang's head was covered with black lines. At this moment, although he felt severe pain, his consciousness was extremely clear. This is the effect of Bingxin art. Qin Yang's mood is complicated. If there is no Bingxin art, he is afraid that he will faint from the pain in an instant, but now, it is better to pass out. No, my body is still recovering. Qin Yang was suddenly pleasantly surprised to find that the damaged body was healed quickly under the medicinal power of the demon spirit fruit. But the good times did not last long, and the wound that had just healed collapsed again because the flesh and blood could not bear the violent medicinal power. What the hell did I do to endure such pain? Qin Yang felt that his body was constantly broken and healed and broken, and he wanted to scold something, but didn't know what to scold. Isn't it dead yet? Shenlongjiu asked in surprise. Qin Yang was silent. The ancestors of the Qin family. Shenlongjiu began a new round of mourning. Qin Yang was speechless and didn't have time to pay attention to him. He quickly checked the changes in his body. Under the influence of the Bingxin art, his sober consciousness began to analyze whether he still had a chance to live. If I were an ordinary person, I would have exploded and died, but I have been suffering. It's because of the experience of ice quenching. Even if the body is seriously injured, the foundation of the body is as strong as a monster. The medicinal power of the demon spirit fruit can be tolerated to some extent. Although the body is as strong as a monster, it is not a monster after all. Isn't it dead yet? Shenlongjiu was stunned. This kid's vitality is too tenacious, right? Would you like me to give you a good time and make you suffer less? Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said angrily, shut up. I think I can save you. Chapter 77 Live Broadcast. Rescue? Shenlongjiu sighed and said, you should die in peace. I have sex with you. Qin Yang was in a mess. Is this a magic weapon that believes that he is the master? There is a golden flame explosion dragon outside, devour it and quench my body. As long as my body foundation is improved again, I can completely absorb the medicinal power of this demon spirit fruit. Qin Yang shouted loudly. Shenlongjiu said in a weak voice, Leer is so reasonable, but... In Shenlongjiu's view, the fiery quenching body itself is extremely dangerous. The ice-quenching body is a coincidence. Can there be another coincidence? Eating the demon spirit fruit will definitely kill you, and quenching your body is no different from courting death. Together, the two will only die more thoroughly. The worst is death, why not try it? Qin Yang said. Okay. Shenlongjiu agreed. If the blood of the Qin family is cut off, it will sleep forever. This is Qin Yang's hope, and in fact it is also his hope. Walking along the passage with difficulty, it took several times more time than when I came. The gate of the dueling arena is in front of you, and the figure of the golden flame and fire dragon is no longer there. Qin Yang was gasping for breath. Every step he took was excruciatingly painful and extremely laborious. Pfft. Qin Yang got through the cell door and fell to the ground. The heavy roar was in the ear. The golden flame explosion dragon did not leave, but guarded the door. The flames all over his body have long since been put away, and it looks like a rockery. Seeing Qin Yang's figure, the golden flame flashed on the tip of the golden flame explosive dragon's tail. It looked at Qin Yang suspiciously. Curious eyes looked at Qin Yang, but Qin Yang tilted his head and smiled. The other party thought that he was not a threat and did not release the flames, and this just gave Qin Yang a chance. Long way. The golden flame burst fire dragon fell to the ground instantly. Qin Yang pointed like a sword, and while the other party's eyes were not closed, he directly inserted it. There is no way, except for the eyes. Qin Yang can't hurt the other party at all now. Shenlongjiu immediately began to devour, and the violent magma-like power poured into Qin Yang's body. What? Qin Yang, whose body was already suffering from tearing pain, was indescribably painful at this time. The magma-like power poured into the damaged meridians, and Qin Yang felt that he was familiar with it almost in an instant. Shenlongjiu controls this power and walks along Qin Yang's meridians. Even if the previous meridians have been torn apart, the power will run according to the original route. The power of ice, the power of fire, and the medicinal power of the demon spirit fruit were pulling and colliding with each other in Qin Yang's body. The power of ice is trying to stabilize Qin Yang's physique, and the demon spirit fruit is frantically destroying and healing. The newly added power of fire was like a forging hammer, constantly beating Qin Yang's body. It seemed that a strange reaction occurred. The medicinal power of the demon spirit fruit was smashed into Qin Yang's flesh and blood. The power of ice has also been refined to be more refined and more effective. Qin Yang's body finally changed for the better, although the change was very slow. It seems that I really don't need to die. Qin Yang didn't know how to describe his mood. At this speed, at most 1 hour, he would be alive again. You are really lucky, this can make you survive. Shenlongjiu sighed, unable to understand why Qin Yang couldn't die. Hey, have you ever heard of negative and positive? Qin Yang grinned, in a good mood. While talking nonsense, he took out the medicine pill. The qi-gathering pill, the returning qi pill, and the concentrating pill were all stuffed into the mouth. Although it is only a second-order medicinal pill, the top-grade quality slightly makes up for the shortcomings of the second order. The true qi with the power of ice surged up, and Qin Yang's body's recovery speed also became a little faster. Qin Yang just lay quietly in front of the golden flame explosion dragon. Under the huge body of the golden flame explosion dragon, his figure was insignificant. Suddenly, a fist-sized sphere-shaped magic weapon appeared in front of Qin Yang's eyes. It was suspended in the air quietly, circled around his body, and circled around the body of the golden flame fire dragon. What kind of bird thing is this? Qin Yang was full of question marks. He has a feeling of being watched. On the walls around the duel arena, a huge screen of light suddenly appeared. And the image on the light screen turned out to be Qin Yang. Live broadcast. Live? Qin Yang opened his mouth wide. That spherical magic weapon, could it be a camera? Could it be that this dueling field is still operating under the maintenance of the formation? Just as the thought flashed by, a heavy voice came from his ear. It seems that the pillars of the prison door are opening one by one. Could it be? Qin Yang had an extremely bad feeling. After a long time, Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this is empty. In case another monster pops out from it. Before he finished speaking, a gust of wind howled and poured out from the passageway that the prison door opened. For a time, a powerful storm formed in the entire dueling arena, spinning. The huge wind vortex swept up the dust, and there were no fingers in the entire dueling arena. Crack! Qin Yang slapped himself. This crow's mouth. He leaned his body against the body of Qin Yang explosive fire dragon, hoping not to be discovered. A monster cry sounded, and the voice was full of suppressed joy. The gale sculpture spread its wings and waved its wings again and again, and the storm in the field gradually subsided. When the dust dissipated, Qin Yang could see through the huge light screen on the wall. The gust of wind sculpted straight into the sky and flew out. The picture on the light screen suddenly bloomed, distorted a few times, and disappeared. Qin Yang was finally able to settle down, and while his body was gradually recovering, it seemed that he had been reshaped and became stronger. If he was as strong as a monster before, then now, he is really a humanoid monster. After more than half an hour passed, Qin Yang took a long breath and stood up. He stretched out, his body crackling like a popping bean. Jinghong sword finger. Qin Yang pointed like a sword and pointed directly at the teeth of the golden flame exploding fire dragon. This is the hardest part of the master-level monster. Well, not moving. But Qin Yang's fingers didn't hurt either. Running true qi, the power of ice and the power of fire are indistinguishable from each other in the body. Under the urging of the Qianku and Wangxiangju, the two diametrically opposed forces do not conflict. He reached out and patted the wall. With Qin Yang's thoughts, the wall was sometimes hot and sometimes cold. Power conversion can be done at will, even at the same time. Your current physique is stronger than your realm. You are simply a monster. Shenlongjiu repeatedly praised, this is really incredible, Qin Yang now is like a monster. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said, don't worry, I won't forget that you didn't save your life before, and even wanted to murder your lord. Shenlongjiu. Since the injury has recovered, then. Nangong Ling, Wei Yu, let's have fun. Qin Yang's eyes flashed coldly. I also thought of the treasure hunter in my heart, and I immediately hated and loved it. What I hate is that this treasure-hunting mouse is looking for a demon fruit, which is only useful to demon beasts. What I love is that without this thrill, he would not be able to have such a chance. Returning to the passage again, this time, Qin Yang returned to the first floor of the building from the small door. Behind Qin Yang's attention, the spherical magic weapon followed, and a burst of blue light distorted on the inner wall of the dueling arena, reforming the picture. Even on the outer walls of the duel arena, a huge screen of light appeared. Not only that, light screens also appeared in many places in the first, second, and third floors of the entire demon hunting ground. Among them, the number 3 kitchen in the demon hunting ground. On all screens, the images are exactly the same. Qin Yang's back carried the magic lamp and walked quietly along the aisle. Chapter 78 Massacre. In the kitchen of number 3, if anyone could see Nangong Ling's face, they would definitely find that his forehead was blue and gloomy. The younger brothers around him wailed from time to time and tried their best to endure it. Wei Yu whispered, "It's not the way to go on like this. You have accidentally injured too many people, and some people may even die." Nangong Ling argued, "This is Qin Yang's trick. He deliberately shot arrows while I was attacking, which made you mistakenly think I did it." Wei Yu was silent. Even if the younger brothers couldn't tell the difference, he and Nangong Ling were in the same realm as Qin Yang. If Qin Yang attacked, how could they not know? "It's been 3 hours, Qin Yang, when are you going to hide?" Nangong Ling shouted loudly. Suddenly, on the wall, not far away, a light screen lit up. On the light screen, Qin Yang was walking slowly along the aisle, talking to himself. Taking into account the 2 hours wasted in the search for treasures and elixir on this floor, and another half an hour was spent on healing, it's still 3 hours now. Qin Yang muttered, "I don't know how the treasure hunter and Nangongling are playing. Did Nangongling and the others realize that I actually left at the beginning?" In the kitchen of number 3, there was a dead silence. With the light of the light screen, Wei Yu found a magic lamp, and after buttoning the spirit stone, the light was bright. Not far away, there was the sound of the hilt of the kitchen knife falling to the ground. Nangong Ling, Wei Yu, and everyone else looked over nervously. Nangong Ling even bent a bow and took an arrow, and instinctively wanted to shoot there. For a while, everyone was stunned. At the same time, the treasure-hunting mouse on the chopping board was also stunned. It was doing the action of reaching out and throwing the knife handle. At this time, its body was stiff and motionless. Time seemed to stop at this moment. A group of people and a mouse looked at each other. Squeak. Treasure mouse. In these 3 hours, we are actually playing with a mouse. Wei Yu's face darkened. This is simply a great shame. Nangong Ling's face was even more ugly. He was still defending himself before, but now the truth is revealed. The younger brothers looked at their wounds, and there was even a corpse of their companion not far away. Without exception, they were all injured by arrow skills, and the arrow with the unique logo of Nangong Ling stuck on the corpse of their companion. Damn! Nangong Ling became furious and shot an arrow at the treasure-hunting mouse. Squeak! The treasure hunter jumped up in fright, and unexpectedly escaped the arrow. With 2 small paws covering his lower body, the treasure rat's eyes widened. The arrow failed, and Nangong Ling was even more ashamed. This mouse has been playing with him for 3 hours, and now he is still. How dare you mock me? Squeak! Squeak! Treasure-hunting rat called out innocently, where is it mocking? Obviously it's afraid, okay. Although I wasn't injured, it felt chilly. Whoosh whoosh. Arrow after arrow shot at the treasure-hunting mouse, and the treasure-hunting mouse ran around in fright. Bang bang bang. The huge power of the arrow skill made the escape path of the treasure hunter in a mess. The cooktop cracked and the chopping board shattered. Wei Yu's face became serious on the side. This treasure-hunting mouse is not easy. Being able to tease them, at this time, he was able to evade freely under Nangong Ling's arrow skills. This treasure mouse is a high-level monster. Wei Yu reminded. So what? It will die. Nangong Ling's eyes showed endless killing intent. Wei Yu was shocked, and there seemed to be other meanings in this killing intent. The treasure hunter is so smart, he knows that he will simply avoid being shot on the wall sooner or later, and he will not be able to pull it off. He began to dive into the crowd. Wei Yu narrowed his eyes, looked at Nangong Ling, and saw a hint of madness in Nangong Ling's expression. Wei Yu's heart tightened, and he looked at the younger brothers around him. Their faces were full of complaints. Could it be? Wei Yu whispered, "Are you crazy?" Nangong Ling snorted coldly and said, "This is all caused by Qin Yang." Having said that, he is ready to put all the sins on Qin Yang. Nangong Ling took a deep look at Wei Yu. Wei Yu took a deep breath and nodded lightly. If these little brothers are allowed to go out, everything that happened here will definitely not be concealed. This is not a good thing for Nangong Ling and the Nangong family. These people will be killed sooner or later. It's better before they have a chance to say everything. Whoosh! An arrow shot out, and a younger brother's eyes widened, looking at his chest in disbelief. Nangong Ling said loudly, "Get out of the way. Don't hinder me from killing monsters." When the other little brothers heard it, they hurriedly fled, but how could their speed be comparable to that of a treasure hunter? For a time, the kitchen of number 3 was a mess. From time to time, a younger brother screamed. Huh? It's so lively? It seems to be having fun. Qin Yang came to the door of the kitchen on the third and listened to the movement inside. Quietly turned off the magic lamp, opened the locked door, and looked inside carefully. It was very lively inside, and no one noticed this movement. What Qin Yang didn't know was that on top of his head, the surveillance magic weapon that had been tracking and secretly photographing him was also crowded by the crack of the door. They have lights? Then why? Qin Yang looked confused. Is this Nangong Ling crazy? Why are you killing your own little brother? Nangong Ling's younger brothers suffered heavy casualties for a while, but at this time they finally realized that this Nangong Ling was trying to kill the treasure-hunting mice. It was completely using the treasure-hunting mice as a guise to kill them. But it was too late to react, and they died one by one under Nangong Ling's arrow skills. Soon, only Nangong Ling and Wei Yu were left in the kitchen of number 3. You know what to say about everything that happened today. Nangong Ling calmed down the violent killing intent and said quietly. Wei Yu smiled forcefully and said, "Of course, Qin Yang killed all of them. Moreover, Qin Yang also showed his archery skills, which are not weaker than you. No one will doubt if you push all this down on him." Not weaker than me? Nangong Ling narrowed her eyes. Nangong's archery skills are the best in the world, and Qin Yang is only better at the magic bow. Wei Yu pouted. At this time, Nangong Ling was a god of killing, so it would be better to provoke less. Wei Yu even guessed in his heart that if his strength was not inferior to Nangong Ling, and the distance between the two was so close, would Nangong Ling also take action against him? Strange? This light screen. Wei Yu frowned. Why is the image on this light screen of himself and Nangong Ling? And the corpses all over the place? Nangong Ling looked over and was shocked. Qin Yang, who was at the crack of the door, also turned his eyes to the light screen curiously, and was puzzled for a while. Sudden. A beam of light shot out, like a spotlight, completely exposing Qin Yang's figure. And the source of this spotlight turned out to be the surveillance magic weapon that has been secretly photographing above Qin Yang's head. When Qin Yang was taken aback, why do you still have this function? Qin Yang shrank his neck, and on the light screen, the image became Qin Yang. Qin Yang? Nangong Ling's eyes narrowed. Wei Yu also clenched his fists suddenly. I didn't see anything. Qin Yang shouted, and quickly ran away from the spotlight. But the monitoring magic weapon has been shining on Qin Yang, brighter than the light of the magic weapon lamp. That's not right. Qin Yang ran a few steps, then stopped suddenly and scratched his head. It seems that they should be running. Outside the demon doe hunting ground, several elders of the Qin family, together with dozens of elites from the clan, stood by the fence. Gongsun Ming, Lu Mingyu, and Jin Wanshan are also here. Except for Jin Wanshan, everyone else came to besiege Qin Yang after receiving news. And Jin Wanshan, worried about Qin Yang's safety, came here specially. At this moment, everyone was staring at the formation light screen on the wall, the figure who had run a few steps and stopped. Chapter 79 Explosives. Qin Yang, you really are here. Jin Wanshan looked around, worried. The lineup of this siege is not without luxury. He originally wanted to find Qin Yang back, but now, he just wanted to inform Qin Yang and let him escape quickly. Gongsun Ming and Lu Mingyu looked at each other and said nothing. They had been here for a while, but the light screen that suddenly appeared on the wall stopped them. That's right, they all saw clearly the scene where Nangong Ling hunted down his younger brother. I didn't expect Nangong Ling to be such a person. I thought he was the leader of the younger generation earlier. Bah! This kind of person kills even his own people for the sake of fame. It's just a beast in clothes. No, it's not as good as a beast. And that Wei Yu, who is second only to Nangong Ling in fame and strength, but is also in the same boat as Nangong Ling. We treated them so well before. The Qin family's children whispered and scorned Nangong Ling and Wei Yu. The elders of the Qin family are smiling, and they don't care about the rest, they just kill Qin Yang. The formation in this monster hunting ground is broken and broken. Many monsters have escaped, but there are still many monsters trapped. This monster hunting ground also has some functions. An elder said, this light screen, it is the image generated by the surveillance magic array, connected to the surveillance magic weapon. Another elder added, this monitoring magic weapon is supposed to be in the central dueling arena, to monitor the battle of monsters. It can also be played anywhere in the monster hunting ground with the host. This is Qin Yang Ding. I went to the duel arena, and I was thought to be the host by this surveillance magic weapon, so I kept following. The formation is broken and broken. This monitoring magic weapon will run on its own without control. I'm afraid it will always follow Qin Yang. This time I want to see how this kid escapes. With this monitoring magic weapon, all the elders of the Qin family are confident. In the picture, Qin Yang turned back. Hee, if you don't run for your life quickly, you still dare to come back to find death? Nangong Ling laughed as she looked at Qin Yang, who had left and returned. Wei Yu looked alert and reminded in a low voice, since he dares to come back, he must have. What are you afraid of? He has already been seriously injured. Do you think that on the screen of the formation, he said that it took an hour to heal the injury, and then the injury really healed? This is what he did on purpose. Nangong Ling looked at Qin Yang coldly and said, as long as you kill him, everything will be fine. After attending the wedding of Qin Wui and Lu Mingyu, and returning to the Sky Continent, I am still number 1 on the monster hunting list. Whoosh! Nangong Ling bent a bow and shot an arrow. Without any sound, Qin Yang stretched out his hand and grabbed the arrow directly. Nangong Ling, your archery skills are useless to me. Qin Yang laughed, you seem to have forgotten something? Nangong Ling's face changed greatly, and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. Within 10 steps, fists are faster. This has become a shadow in Nangong Ling's heart. Wei Yu's face was stiff, and he didn't know how to shoot arrows, but at this time he couldn't retreat with Nangong Ling. As a result, most of the huge pressure on Qin Yang's body was placed on him. Seeing Ling keep retreating, Qin Yang shook his head gently and said, "It seems that you have forgotten something." Ling's expression is uncertain. Qin Yang has the ability to catch arrows with his bare hands. Distance is useless to Qin Yang. "It's just that I kept my hand. Do you really think you can catch my arrow?" Ling's eyes narrowed. She reached out and turned it over, and a porcelain bottle appeared in her hand. Wei Yu was holding a magic lamp in his hand, but the light failed to reach Ling. Qin Yang did not activate the magic lamp, but the monitoring magic weapon cast the brightest light on Ling. Originally, no one noticed Ling's movements, but at this time, the spotlight effect of the monitoring magic weapon hit Ling directly. Ling maintained the action of swallowing the medicine pill, but suddenly became stiff. After a few breaths, she swallowed the medicine pill with a grunt, and put away the porcelain bottle expressionlessly. Wei Yu had a suspicious look on his face. "Did you just eat?" Ling trembled, and her skin became a little flushed. "Fix Qin Yang first and then talk about it." Ling's eyes were full of rage, and he bent his bow and arrows again, and the whole kitchen of number 3 was violently violent. The aura seemed to be forcibly ingested, pouring into the arrow, and the tip of the arrow radiated a bluish-white light. The color of the spotlight cast by the monitoring magic weapon changed, and then returned to normal. But on the screen, the image has changed. The invisible and intangible spiritual energy was specially marked at this time, and people could see at a glance that the spiritual energy was spinning and swallowed by arrows. And the wind is also caused by this. The fourth arrow of Jinyu's arrow technique? Qin Yang frowned. After the 4 arrows, it is the power that can only be exerted in the master state. This 4th arrow combines all the true meanings of the first 3 arrows, and its power is extremely violent. It just takes a period of time to accumulate. Force. He is not at the sea level. How can he shoot the 4th arrow of Jinyu's arrows? Qin Yang knows Jinyu's arrows well. Could it be that he just swallowed explosives? Qin Yang let out a sigh. If he were an ordinary monk with a perfect Qi realm, he would definitely die under this arrow. Unfortunately, the opponent is him. Not only experienced ice quenching, fiery quenching, physical and demon. Beasts are no different, and more importantly, Qin Yang also masters the angry blood art. There was no eruption before the angry blood art, so your explosive medicine is considered a waste. Qin Yang stood in the same place calmly, and the Qiankuan Vientian art was running, and the breath on his body suddenly rose, which was even more violent than Ling. It's obvious that there are no side effects, but it has to be actively urged. Qin Yang even secretly complained about the system. After activating the anger blood tactic, Qin Yang's emotions also became violent, and his fighting spirit was infinite. Could it be because of activating the angry blood art that will change your mood? Qin Yang was still thinking wildly in his mind. "Humph, in the face of this arrow from me, don't run away, how dare you lose your mind?" Ling finished charging up and roared, "So underestimating the enemy, who will die if you don't die." Shocking feather arrow technique, the 4th arrow. Whoosh! An arrow was fired, and the surrounding space immediately gave people a sense of urgency, as if there was an invisible pressure squeezing everything. Qin Yang ran the dragon step, and his figure moved a step in an instant. This arrow, he had already avoided it. However, Qin Yang didn't want to just hide away. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it suddenly, grabbing the arrow directly. The violent aura on the arrow was dissipated by Qin Yang's iron hand, and it exploded, and the arrow instantly turned into annihilation. How is this possible? Wei Yu's pupils shrank, and it was himself, not to mention grabbing the arrow, he couldn't even hide. Has Qin Yang been so strong? Qin Yang smiled slightly. Except for the pain in the palm of his hand, he didn't do anything at all. "Come again!" Qin Yang shouted loudly. Turning his eyes to Wei Yu, the frenzied and frightening expression on his face suddenly disappeared. This can't be done. I haven't copied Wei Yu's martial arts and martial arts. What if he is scared and doesn't dare to shoot? Qin Yang rolled his eyes, and gently took the hand that burst the arrow just now behind his back. Nangong Ling was terrified in his heart. He was ready to escape, but when he saw Qin Yang's small movements, his eyes suddenly lit up. Ha ha ha, I just tried to test you with the arrow just now. Since you want to die so much, then I will fulfill you. Nangong Ling bent the bow and arrow again, aiming at Qin Yang. Qin Yang still stood where he was, but he took a half step back. This scene made Nangong Ling's confidence surge again, and he bent his bow and arrow, and once again gathered his strength. Chapter 80 Overlord Wuxuang. Such archery skills are unbelievable. Nangong Ling deserves to be the #1 of the younger generation. Outside the fence of the demon hunting ground, an elder praised him repeatedly. Another elder also nodded and said, yes, although it is taking medicine, this arrow is enough to compete with the master. How many geniuses, even taking medicine, may not be able to launch such an attack? A group of elders commented while watching the play, and they didn't care about Qin Yang's next arrow. All of them are grandmasters. Although this arrow is very powerful, it is far worse than the power of a real grandmaster. The elders have different visions, because their strengths differ by a large level, but this scene caused a storm in the hearts of other Qin family disciples around them. This Qin Yang is too terrifying. To pick up an arrow with his bare hands, or pick up Nangong Ling's arrow, among his peers, I am afraid that no one can do it except him. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't even believe anyone could do this. If we are enemies with him, we are not opponents. The Qin family's children beat drums in their hearts and made up their minds. This time, they must follow the elders when participating in the siege. Look at how useless you all look. An elder frowned and scolded, Qin Yang is even younger than you, he can do this, can't you do it? Everyone in the Qin family shook their heads neatly. Another elder blew his beard and stared, a bunch of trash, just work hard if you can't do it. The disciples of the Qin family murmured in their hearts, you just know us, aren't all of you elders in the Grandmaster realm only cultivated in middle age? Not to mention comparing with Qin Yang, if it is really based on age and strength, I am afraid that even we are not as good as. But such words can only be said in my heart. Everyone stared intently at the array light screen. In the light screen, Nangong Ling was still accumulating energy. Unfortunately, the power is good, but it took too long. Even if you take medicine, it won't help. An elder tooted his head and looked contemptuous. Another elder stroked his beard and said with a smile, don't be too picky about young people. Isn't there Wei Yu next to Nangong Ling? The combination of the two of them can completely make Nangong Ling show his strongest strength. It's too slow. Qin Yang frowned, the fourth arrow of Jing Yu's 10 arrows, if he were to shoot now, it wouldn't take so long. The emotion of acting that was brewing in my heart is about to wear off. There are still people who think they live too long. Well, I'll do it for you. Nangong Ling finished charging and fired an arrow. This arrow is stronger and faster than before. Qin Yang followed the script in his heart, dodged again, and deliberately calculated the distance. Thorn. With a sound, the sleeve was torn, and the violent aura even shattered the entire sleeve, revealing a strong arm. Boom. With repeated explosions, this arrow shot through many walls, and a horrified big hole went straight to the duel arena. In the demon hunting ground, the formation was damaged, and the defensive formation on the inner wall of the duel was distorted, destroyed from the inside, and completely ineffective. The monitoring magic weapon is obviously very professional, and he flew directly over to give a close-up of the big hole. Qin Yang raised his brows, thanks to the golden flame explosion dragon being swallowed by the dragon jade, otherwise everyone would have to plant this arrow. The surveillance magic weapon circled around and flew back again, giving Qin Yang another close-up of his arm. If there is a host present, I am afraid that there will be another wonderful commentary. Go away. Qin Yang waved away. On his arm, not even a layer of skin was broken, only a shallow trace disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wei Yu didn't have any expectations for this arrow. He even looked at Nangong Ling in astonishment. His expression seemed to say, "Where do you get your confidence?" Nangong Ling laughed loudly and said, "See it. See it." Wei Yu looked embarrassed and nodded, "I see, Qin Yang is unhurt." Nangong Ling's face froze, and she said, "That's not what I said. He used to be able to hold my arrow with one hand, but now he can only dodge, but he doesn't dare to take it hard." "What does this mean?" Wei Yu asked. Nangong Ling explained, "Even though he blew the arrow I shot earlier, his hand must have been injured. He made two small movements just now. He put his hand behind his back first, and when I shot the arrow again, he felt self-conscious in his heart. Knowing that you are invincible, I took a half step back in fright." "Oh?" Wei Yu was overjoyed. "If this is the case, doesn't it mean that Qin Yang's injury is not good?" Qin Yang nodded again and smiled slightly. Yes, really keen observation. It's not that I can't catch it, it's just that I don't want to." Qin Yang shrugged and said the truth. But now, not only did no one believe it, but it was confirmed that Qin Yang was the last resort. The huge hole in the back gave Wei Yu a little confidence. He was gearing up to try Qin Yang himself. "He's very skilled, you help me contain him." Nangong Ling said, "As long as he has no time to dodge with all his strength, I will kill him." This was exactly what Wei Yu wanted, but there was something wrong with him. Without thinking about it, he rushed directly to Qin Yang. "It's finally here." Qin Yang was happy. Ding. Copy the exercises of the Overlord. Exercise 9/10. Ding. Copy Martial Arts Overlord Wu Shuangyi. The proficiency has been raised to the pinnacle, and the martial skill is 9 out of 10. Huh? Qin Yang's brows tightened, and Wei Yu really took out a majestic Feng Tian Huaji from Qianquan ring. Bright silver tip, crescent blade, revealing a peerless invincibility. Ding ding ding. Qin Yang was unarmed, but he had Jinghong sword fingers that were stronger than magic weapons. With his powerful body and strong infuriating energy, he directly confronted Wei Yu's Feng Tian Huaji. The Overlord Ju and the Overlord Wu Shuangji are a perfect match. It can fully exert all the power of the monk, and there is no limit to the realm. What does it mean? This means that no matter what realm you are in, your combat power can be fully exerted. Although there are shortcomings, they are smoothed out by advantages. If the strength is equal, forcibly attacking the opponent's flaws, at most, they can only fight to lose both. Qin Yang has never seen such tricky martial arts skills, and even doubted in his heart that those loopholes were deliberately revealed to attract the enemy to take the bait. Thinking about it like this practice method coupled with this martial art is simply too terrifying. This is the power that the 8 Shinto clans should have. Yes, you are very strong. Qin Yang felt a sense of sympathy for each other, perhaps because of the effect of the angry blood art. Qin Yang even looked forward to fighting against the stronger Wei Yu. Ding. With a pointing to the crescent blade, the huge force directly pressed down Wei Yu's Feng Tianhua halberd and smashed it onto the floor. The floor shattered, and a big hole was blown directly. Qin Yang also used the power of the anti-shock to jump up high. Wei Yu looked at Qin Yang above his head, and he couldn't calm down. He had already tried his best, but Qin Yang was still so calm. Good opportunity. Nangong Ling, who was waiting for the opportunity, had already finished charging up and was about to shoot the arrow, but was horrified to find that Qin Yang Chao smiled to himself. Nangong Ling quickly put aside the idea of shooting this arrow. The pill he swallowed before could support him to shoot 3 arrows at most, and this is already the 3rd arrow. Once the third arrow is shot, it will make him fall into a weak state, and he will not be able to resist any body-refining cultivator. The fourth arrow of Jing Yu's arrow skills, the movement is so big, how could Qin Yang ignore it? In midair, he twisted his waist, slammed his feet on the ceiling, head and feet, and rushed towards Wei Yu. Nangong Ling was fortunate that he had held back his hand, otherwise, if this arrow could not kill Qin Yang, then he would no longer be able to fight and could only escape. Even if he swallowed the medicinal pill again, the power would be greatly reduced. Jinghong sword finger. Qin Yang pointed out. Wei Yu's heart sank. The Overlord is unparalleled. God blocks kill God, Buddha blocks kill Buddha. In his heart, there is only fighting intent at this time. Unparalleled halberd. Wei Yu pulled out Fang Tianhua's halberd, and when he turned around, the shadow of the halberd filled the sky. A burst of drum-like sound was extremely dense, and the two fought fiercely. Chapter 81, Swallowing the Heavenly Beast number 1 in the world. Wei Yu became more and more brave, but he knew one thing in his heart: he actually lost a long time ago. Relying on the prestige of Fang Tianhuaji, who is at the top of the Xuanjia, he can be blocked by Qin Yang with a pair of fleshy fingers with all his strength, and he will not fall behind at all. The most important thing is that Qin Yang didn't use all his strength at all. Haha. Have fun. Wei Yu fought heartily, and if he hadn't already become an enemy, he even thought he could become friends with Qin Yang. Qin Yang also laughed. Is this the so-called do not know each other? Qin Yang had already decided in his heart not to kill Wei Yu. There was no deep hatred between him and Wei Yu. Nangong Ling was waiting for the opportunity. Qin Yang and Wei Yu's battle entered a fierce battle, and the figures were intertwined, and he couldn't lock Qin Yang at all. Qin Yang's movement was more flexible, but Wei Yu was forced to stay where he was, unable to move. If you forcibly shoot an arrow at this time, you may not be able to kill Qin Yang, but may injure Wei Yu by mistake. Nangong Ling secretly said in his heart, and a strange color gradually appeared in his eyes. Besides Qin Yang, Wei Yu is the only one who knows that I shot my younger brother. Qin Yang has been hunted down by the Qin family. In this secret realm, he has absolutely no way out. What's more, there are 8 Shinto clan lore orders. Even if Qin Yang is lucky enough to escape, there is no way out. In Nangong Ling's heart, there seemed to be a demon bewitching him. As the first person of the younger generation, he was highly expected by the family. Wherever he is, he always responds, and if it is known that he shot and killed his younger brother, the family will never forgive him lightly. Gradually, Nangong Ling's eyes showed madness, and the tip of the arrow shifted slightly, aiming at Wei Yu. This? Qin Yang was always paying attention to Nangong Ling, and his heart tightened when he saw Nangong Ling's weak movements. Could it be the 5th arrow of Jingyu archery? After the 5th arrow, Jingyu archery can't predict the trajectory at all. No, with his current strength, even if he takes medicine and dies, he can't shoot the 5th arrow of Jingyu arrows. Then the direction of this arrow is... Qin Yang glared fiercely, thoughts flashed in his heart, and he immediately guessed what Nangong Ling was thinking. This Nangong Ling is indeed ruthless and poisonous. He actually wanted to kill Wei Yu? Needless to say, after killing Wei Yu, Nangong Ling would definitely escape, and the blame for Wei Yu's death would definitely be on his head. Although Qin Yang is not afraid of things, he also hates such behavior very much. If Nangong Ling succeeds, he will definitely not feel comfortable. Fight against me, your strength is still too far behind. Cultivation for a few more years. Qin Yang laughed and said to Wei Yu. Just after he finished speaking, Qin Yang suddenly froze. No, you can stop after cultivating for a few years. I am afraid that I am far worse than me. Don't look down on people. Wei Yu roared, throwing a halberd like a dragon. Qin Yang laughed and directly predicted Wei Yu's attack trajectory. With a twist of his waist, he slammed a roundabout kick and kicked his leg. It's just an ordinary leg technique, but it incorporates the true meaning of the tablet smasher's martial skills. It is used by the legs, and its power is stronger than that of the tablet smasher. Boom! With a loud noise, Feng Tianhuaji was pushed into the ground with one foot, several times deeper than before, until it reached the handle. This time I want to pull it out from the ground. I am afraid it will take a lot of effort. Wei Yu couldn't hold the violent anti-shock force, his hands were numb from the shock, the tiger's mouth split open, and blood flowed out. The weapon was released, and the empty door was exposed. Qin Yang switched legs and kicked out, kicking Wei Yu out. Everything happened between lightning and flint, and this was exactly the opportunity that Nangongling found to shoot Wei Yu. Nangongling never imagined that Qin Yang's combat power was so strong and his speed was so fast. He thought that Wei Yu was frozen, unable to resist, let alone dodge, and it was a perfect opportunity for him to shoot, but he didn't expect Qin Yang to kick Wei Yu out in a blink of an eye. An arrow was shot, the target was Wei Yu, but at this time it was going to hit Qin Yang. Qin Yang snorted coldly and looked at Nangongling in disgust. He first kicked the Zhongfeng Tianhua halberd, his figure stopped in midair, and then forcefully kicked Wei Yu away. The kick of Wei Yu was no longer strong enough, and now he had to face the arrow again. He still stopped in the air. The body in the air was too late to urge Yu Longbu to dodge. Put your palms together and squeeze hard. The half-breath that has been hanging all the time is used. But after all, this is the fourth arrow of Jing Yu's arrow skills. The powerful and violent force directly shot Qin Yang out. The arrow didn't hurt Qin Yang, but his feet didn't touch the ground, so he had nowhere to do anything. Qin Yang's body was shot straight into the dueling field along the previous hole, and the figure flew to the center of the dueling field, and his strength gradually became lighter. The arrow drooped, so that Qin Yang's toes could touch the ground, and when he stepped on it hard, Qin Yang's figure stopped steadily. Boy, are you so good? You were shot by someone with an arrow? The familiar and puzzling voice sounded, and the figure of the swallowing beast was not far away. Huh? You're done fighting, Huigo? Who won? Qin Yang asked, curiously. The swallowing beast looked at Qin Yang unscathed and was amazed. Since he was not injured, how could he be shot so far? Panda put his hand on his eyes, looking at the big hole where Qin Yang was shot at the edge of the dueling arena. Wrong, unreasonable. Looking at the panda's ill-fated appearance, Qin Yang suddenly realized that this guy and the treasure hunter were the same thing. Of course I won, but the fire dog refused to accept it and said that if the flame Zhu Jing was stolen by a bastard, he couldn't replenish his strength and was already weak. I let it go, and let it go to heaven and earth. Treasure, recover, and fight me again. Qin Yang's face sank. Isn't that what he is talking about? Panda continued, by the way, the fire dog also said that I can only bully it. If there are other spirit medicines and spirit materials around, the monsters with intact strength are definitely not opponents. Then what? Qin Yang asked. Then I beat the monsters one after another, and beat more than a dozen. You don't know, they have been trapped for too long, they have no temper at all, and they just don't want to beat me. Panda said proudly, I'll let them fight with me on the grounds of helping them get out of trouble. Qin Yang sighed in his heart, well, and then what? Panda patted his chest, what else? Of course I beat them all violently, they are not my opponents at all. I beat him repeatedly and begged for mercy, and promised me that as long as he saw the fire dog, he would say it to his face. I'm the #1 swallowing beast in the world. I'll give them freedom. Qin Yang was stunned and said angrily, you stupid. The world's #1 fart, you were tricked by them. The panda looked arrogant to the sky, but after listening to it, he was immediately displeased and threatened, don't think that you are my master, I can't beat you. Qin Yang was instantly messy, what the hell is this? His magic weapon, the dragon jade, wants to give him a good time, and his contracted monster still wants to beat him up. Qin Yang could only take a deep breath, patiently, and said, "You know their strength. How long did it take you to beat up a dozen? The time spent fighting these dozen monsters adds up. I'm afraid you haven't fought with the fire dog for a long time, right?" Qin Yang looked at Panda's stunned look, and continued, "They know you want to fight, and they know that in this secret realm, only you can help them get out of trouble. That's why I deliberately let you take the bait, but I didn't expect you to be fooled 10 times. Several times. These bastards, the uncle will settle the account with them. Uncle will completely beat them down. The swallowing beast is the #1 in the world. There is no fake." The panda was furious, and ran away in the blink of an eye. This. Qin Yang let out a long sigh, his face full of helplessness. The monitoring magic weapon flew over slowly at this time. Qin Yang looked at it and raised his brows. Judging from the previous behavior of this monitoring magic weapon, if he was shot, he should have followed the live broadcast as soon as possible, but why did it take so long to fly over? Could it be? Oops, Wei Yu. Qin Yang hurried to the #3 kitchen. Chapter 82 Burial of Wei Yu. Qin Yang was shot out by an arrow, and Namgong Ling burst out laughing. "I didn't expect it to hit right." Wei Yu was kicked into a pile of stoves. Although his strength was not strong, he also knocked down several stoves. Disgraced for a while, Wei Yu looked at Namgong Ling's appearance and was stunned. Success? Namgong Ling looked at Wei Yu, feeling guilty for a while, nodded, and said, "Well, it worked. He hits me with an arrow, and he will surely die." Wei Yu took a deep breath and looked a little regretful. To defeat Qin Yang in this way, it is impossible to win by force. What Wei Yu thought more about was to use his own strength to defeat Qin Yang head-on one-on-one. Even if the battle is invincible, he will continue to practice hard. Now that Qin Yang is dead, his heart is empty. What? You still have feelings for him? Namgong Ling looked at Wei Yu coldly. Wei Yu smiled wryly and said, "The will of man does not lie. From the short time I have fought with him, I can already feel that he is not bad." Oh? Namgong Ling took a deep look at Wei Yu and said, "The Wei family's martial arts are the most important fighting spirit, and he has a keen sense of this aspect. Among them, the mystery is no less than the secret technique of Tianjin." Wei Yu shook his head gently. How can it be compared with Tianjin? In fact, this person's will is not mysterious, it will be integrated into people's words and deeds. Every move and every style reveals this person's will. Then what do you think of my will? Namgong Ling's eyes became colder. Wei Yu laughed and said nothing. I didn't even look at the light screen. At this time, the monitoring magic weapon reflected Namgong Ling's every move on the array light screen. The previous porcelain bottle appeared silently in Namgong Ling's hand, poured out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. Wei Yu looked at the duel arena through the hole, and found that Qin Yang didn't seem to be dead, and there was an incomparably huge monster standing beside him. Wei Yu frowned for a while. The distance was too far, he couldn't see it clearly, but he could vaguely judge that Qin Yang didn't fall down, he was standing. Just wanting to remind Namgong Ling that there are monsters in this duel arena, before turning around, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. Wei Yu lowered his head in horror, a huge hole in his chest dripping with blood. You. Wei Yu gushed blood, his face full of sadness. I should have thought of it earlier, I should have raised precaution. In the gradually scattered eyes, the figures of Qin Yang and the monster began to blur, and the last thought flashed in Wei Yu's mind. He was not reconciled, he hoped that Qin Yang would not die and could avenge him. I hope I can make it in time. Then Namgong Ling wanted to shoot Wei Yu. Qin Yang kept running, and finally came to the wall and walked in through the hole. On the ground, there was only Wei Yu's body that had gradually lost its temperature, and his wide eyes. Although he was an enemy, Qin Yang couldn't help but sigh. He put his hand on Wei Yu's face and flicked it lightly. I will let the world know how you died, and in the same way, you will be the only opponent in my life who has not won or lost. Qin Yang gave Wei Yu the respect he deserved. Ling. Qin Yang looked at the small door leading to the outside world in the kitchen of number 3, and his killing intent was overwhelming. Such despicable and vicious people can kill even their comrades and close friends, just for their own reputation. Such a person, what else can't do? It must be a huge hidden danger to keep him alive. Even if he is not afraid, it is hard to guarantee that he will not attack the people around Qin Yang. Ling, I will kill you. Qin Yang stood up and wanted to chase after him, but the treasure hunter jumped out of nowhere and jumped up and down. I don't have time to accompany you on a treasure hunt now. Qin Yang frowned. The treasure-hunting mouse glanced left and right with its black onyx-like eyes, got up and pointed at Wei Yu with a small paw. That's right, he can't be left here like this. Qin Yang looked at the small door leading to the outside world. Anyway, Ling couldn't escape. He picked up Wei Yu's body and walked towards the center of the dueling arena. Standing in the center of the dueling arena and looking around, this place must have been brilliant once, and the voices were full of people. Standing here is like standing in the center of the world. I can only bury you here, I hope you can rest in peace. Such a good opponent died so aggrieved, Qin Yang was filled with emotion. On the other side, on the outer wall of the demon doe hunting ground, everyone looked at the screen and was speechless. They were shocked by Ling's ruthless means, and even more shocked by the strength Qin Yang possessed. Even after being shot so far away, he was still unscathed. This Ling has a limitless future, is drug-free and not a husband, and is a heroic talent. The elders of the Qin family gave the highest evaluation. One day, he will definitely be the most powerful, you can befriend him. Another elder instructed the Qin family. The children of the Qin family have complex expressions, such a vicious person. Everyone has seen the end of following him, and they let themselves befriend him? On the contrary, it was Qin Yang, whose status in the hearts of the Qin family's children gradually changed. The monitoring magic weapon gave enough close-ups to magnify all Qin Yang's slight movements. Qin Yang had been on guard against Ling, and only after he found out that Ling had the intention to shoot Wei Yu, did he kick it out. Qin Yang's kick saved Wei Yu, but he was shot flying because of it. As bystanders, they could see clearly. Afterwards, he hurried back, and although it was late, he buried Wei Yu. Such an opponent is even more respectable and formidable. Qin Yang is not dead, it seems that we can only take action. The Qin family elder ordered, everyone immediately enters the hunting field of the demon fighting and surrounds and kills Qin Yang. Following the small door, everyone poured into the passage. Where's Xuanhuan? Why is he gone? Someone asked curiously. I saw him leave earlier, so I should have found another door to enter the demon hunting ground. He and Qin Yang are good friends, so he must go to tip off the news, we have to get ahead of him. Don't be afraid, this monitoring magic weapon has been staring at Qin Yang, and we can fully grasp his actions. A group of people talked and walked along the dark passage. Someone took out a magic lamp to illuminate the road ahead. The rapid footsteps sounded, and everyone in the Qin family stopped. Ling's figure ran over in a hurry, and under the illumination of the magic lamp, his face became even paler. He was wearing rough clothes, pointed at the other end of the passage, and said, "This Qin Yang is inside. He killed all my little brothers, and even killed Wei Yu. You hurry up and smash him to pieces." The elders of the Qin family and the children of the Qin family all looked strange. The old man of the Qin family, stroking his beard, smiled and said, "Don't worry, we will. Let's go." The group continued on the road, but Ling frowned. The people's strange expressions and meaningful eyes made Ling puzzled. He shook his head, no longer thinking about it. The priority now is to heal. Walking out of the passage, Ling looked back at the building. He would never forget the memory here, and he hated Qin Yang even more. Most of this hatred comes from his jealousy of Qin Yang's strength. If I were so strong. Ling was suddenly stunned, because he saw that on the outer wall of the Doyao hunting ground, there was even a light screen, and it was extremely huge. In the picture, Qin Yang is burying Wei Yu. So everyone in the Qin family knows. Ling's face was gloomy and water-dripped, but they still act like they're nothing. Strength. I want strength. Ling gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent that was not equal to his strength. The chirping sound resounded through the sky, and the goofing sculpture, who had previously regained freedom, stretched out his body and enjoyed the free sky. Another loud cry came, and the silver-backed Dupeng bird flew from a distance like lightning. The two bird monsters immediately took each other as their target, and the battle started directly in the sky. Ling narrowed his eyes. He knew that this silver-backed Dupeng bird was the contracted monster of the Qin family's patriarch. If you want to improve your strength, you will not be able to do it in the short term, then. Ling focused his gaze on Goofing Eagle. In the distance of the demon hunting ground, behind a few giant trees, the jade-blood jade mantis stared at Ling with its sinister compound eyes. It had long coveted the two knives on its front feet, but the battle staged in the sky made it wince. The compound eyes turned to stare at the light screen, and the figure flashed away. Chapter 83 Destruction of the Core of the Formation. Playing against Wei Yu, the copying of martial arts and martial arts has reached September 10th. As long as another cultivator above the Sea of Qi fights with me, I will be able to. Promoted to Grandmaster Realm. The light in Qin Yang's eyes flashed. As long as he was promoted to the Master Realm, he would be an invincible existence in this secret realm. Why should he be afraid of the mere Qin family's old slave? Just one step away, he can go to Qin's house now. The treasure rat tugged at Qin Yang's trouser legs, begging all over his face. Here, there is the elixir that it wants most, the demon spirit fruit. Squeak. Squeak. Treasure hunting mice are like children who want gifts, the kind that cry if they don't give them, and are even about to cry. Qin Yang frowned and pondered. That stupid panda has no idea how many monsters have been released. If those monsters find the Qin family, Lu Mingyu and Jin Wanshan will be in danger. Monster beasts are no better than humans. They are bloodthirsty and brutal, and they will inevitably kill. In their eyes, humans are only food at most. This will mean that this secret realm has been in crisis since the moment the panda did something stupid. As for the elders of the Qin family, it was not that Qin Yang looked down on them, but that they were too weak. The upper limit is the secret realm of the master, and it is conceivable that they are tired of cultivation and low-minded. The combat power is far worse than that of the grandmasters of the Sky Continent, so how can they compete with these monsters who did not know how powerful they were before? I really have something important to do now. Qin Yang kicked his legs, but couldn't get rid of the treasure-hunting mouse. The treasure rat seemed to be stuck to its own leg. I'll take your skin off again. Qin Yang was angry. The treasure hunter pitifully loosened Qin Yang's trousers, took a few steps lightly, and jumped suddenly, as if he had found a treasure. Qin Yang's head is full of black lines. What does it mean? The treasure rat repeated the action again and again, took a few steps, and then jumped. Qin Yang understood. Are you saying that the treasure is close at hand, just 2 steps away? Treasure rat nodded again and again. That doesn't work either. Qin Yang sternly refused. The treasure rat stopped in front of Qin Yang, gestured with its stomach outstretched, stretched out its 2 front paws into a small fist, and waved it a few times. You mean, the panda will beat those monsters? Qin Yang asked. Treasure hunter nodded. Qin Yang thought for a while and said, come back when it's a big deal. The treasure rat shook his head again and again, his little paws kept gesturing, and Qin Yang was bewildered by the messy gestures. What's the matter? Explosion? No more? What's gone? Qin Yang guessed, you mean if you don't take it now, it will be gone soon? The treasure rat breathed a sigh of relief, staring at Qin Yang with a humanized expression, as if to say, this idiot master can be considered understandable. Okay, I only give you 1 hour. No more. This is Qin Yang's bottom line. Lu Mingyu must be very worried about himself at this time, he doesn't want Lu Mingyu to wait longer. Hearing Qin Yang's words, the treasure-hunting rat disappeared with a whimper. Qin Yang reacted, and could only step on the dragon step to catch up. Going directly to the eaves and walls, jumped to the second floor along the inner wall of the duel arena. The formation on the inner wall of the dueling arena has failed, otherwise Qin Yang would not be able to come up like this. What surprised Qin Yang was that this treasure-hunting rat could even climb walls. A high-level monster is a high-level monster. The monitoring magic weapon has become the best lighting lamp at this time, and it is fully automatic. Wherever the treasure-hunting mouse runs, it will shine wherever it goes, saving Qin Yang a lot of effort. The second floor is a private room, running along the corridor, and soon stopped in front of a special room. Squeak. The door was heavy, and Qin Yang pushed it open. There was only a rotten smell in the room, nothing else. There are strange lines on the ground, it seems to be a magic circle, so Qin Yang dare not step on it. But the treasure hunter was not afraid of anything, jumped directly into the middle of the magic circle, and slammed a disc on the ground. What is this? Is it a magic weapon? Qin Yang fully demonstrated his ignorance. The treasure rat was tired and panting heavily. Qin Yang rolled up his sleeves and said, "Leave me alone." The monitoring magic weapon suddenly flew over and hit Qin Yang's arm, as if he didn't want Qin Yang to take out the disc. Hey! You bastard, what are you stopping me from doing? Qin Yang was very unhappy. He still doesn't know what the magic weapon of surveillance is all about. Now it seems that it has its own intelligence? Having a magic weapon of his own intellect, the rank is not low. Go away, bother me again, believe it or not, I'll pat you on the wall, so you can't fly again? Qin Yang waved his hand like chasing flies. The monitoring magic weapon circled around Qin Yang, and really stopped. Qin Yang came to the disc, clasped the edge, and gritted his teeth. Hey, it's pretty solid. Is that the thing? Qin Yang asked. Treasure Mouse nodded. Get up. Qin Yang shouted, exerting all his strength. The disc was torn out, and even the surrounding ground shattered. Strange rays of light lit up along those weird lines and extended far away. Not knowing whether it was made of stone or metal, Qin Yang weighed it and became puzzled. What is this? As soon as the words fell, the entire demon doe hunting ground trembled violently. Ashes fell from the roof, and there was a smog. Almost at the same time, there was a loud explosion in the distance, followed by a joyful roar of a monster. After this monster's roar, it seemed to cause a chain reaction, one after another. The monster's roar rose and fell one after another. Fuck you XX. Treasure hunter, what the hell did you ask me to do? Qin Yang gritted his teeth angrily, the ground kept shaking, and the distant explosions and the roars of monsters kept coming. One after another, the monsters regained their freedom, broke through the cage directly, and rushed out of the monster hunting ground. Qin Yang ran to the edge of the room and saw the scene in the dueling field through the window. At this time, on the central dueling arena, one monster after another directly broke through the wall and rushed out. They held each other, did not fight, and soon each left. What I'm most afraid of is this. Qin Yang suddenly became mad, and the disc-shaped magic weapon in his hand seemed extremely heavy. The crux of the problem is that Qin Yang still doesn't know what the disc is. Judging from this change, it seems to be related to the formation. What Qin Yang didn't even know was that all the formations in the demon hunting ground were completely invalidated by Qin Yang's actions. Squeaky. Treasure Hunter got excited, and there seemed to be a sense of urgency in his voice to race against time. What are you? Qin Yang had no choice but to keep up. Next, it was a scene that made Qin Yang's teeth itch even more. The treasure hunter led Qin Yang into the underground demon beast cage, targeting the demon spirit fruit. It didn't swallow it directly, but gave Qin Yang the demon spirit fruit. Qin Yang was still frightened when he saw the fruit, so he put it away. It turned out that the treasure hunter found the core of the formation, let Qin Yang destroy it, released the monster, and then it came to steal the magic fruit. Qin Yang finally understood everything. This treasure hunter is really a clever ghost. He even asked himself to help store. Who is the master of this? If he hadn't found a lot of high-level elixir, he would never have spared this stinky mouse. Soon, the Xuanhuan ring was filled with high-level elixir. There were 4th order, 5th order, and even a 6th order. I've made a fortune. Qin Yang was about to salivate. Damn, this Qin Yang actually let go of the monster. The elders of the Qin family were angry and startled, and the monsters would bring disaster to the Qin family. Quickly find Qin Yang and kill him. At this time, the Qin family is not guarded by us. He was still on the 2nd floor before the light screen disappeared. Look for the stairs, hurry up. Chapter 84 Mystery Collapse. Everyone in the Qin family rushed to the 2nd floor, searching while being vigilant. But I don't know, Qin Yang is now frantically searching for elixir in the underground with the treasure hunter, and the Xuanhuan ring is almost full. If it weren't for the aura of these elixir, those monsters would have starved to death here long ago. Qin Yang carefully held another 6th order elixir and put it away. Looking up at the skylight, this elixir seems to have been deliberately dropped after the people here left and couldn't bear to starve these monsters to death. The monster's vitality is extremely tenacious, and it can fall asleep again. With this elixir, they really waited for the day when they regained their freedom. But they are free again. Qin Yang is not happy. What if Lu Mingyu is in danger? Apart from these elixir, are there any other treasures? Qin Yang asked. Treasure Rat squinted his eyes and shook his head. How many more? This building is really too big. When can I finish the search? Qin Yang asked. The treasure-hunting rat stretched out its small paw, revealing 3 fingers. It sensed for a while, and then retracted 1. 3? 2? Qin Yang asked. Before the question was over, the treasure rat became anxious and took back another 1. How many are there? Qin Yang frowned. The treasure rat did not continue to gesture, and rushed to the next monster cage. Qin Yang also rushed over, walked into the passage from the small door, and turned around, his scalp numb and his whole body tightened. A huge giant elephant monster lay quietly in the passage, and the whole passage was about to be blocked. Shenlongjiu, prepare for dragon might. Qin Yang shouted in his heart. There is bad news and good news. Which one do you want to hear first? Shenlongjiu was still in the mood to play. Could it be that it can't be used again? Qin Yang glared and said angrily. No no no, of course Longwei can use it, it has nothing to do with this. Shenlongjiu said. What's the bad news? Qin Yang asked. The bad news is that this monster is a sky-splitting mammoth. Among all monsters, it is a top-level existence. Its bloodline is strong, and few monsters in the world can match it. Then what are you still doing? Prepare for Longwei. Qin Yang said. You haven't heard the good news yet. Shenlongjiu said. Qin Yang was instantly annoyed, and found that the sky-shattering mammoth had his eyes closed, and he didn't seem to notice himself, so he quickly said, What is the good news? Hurry up. The good news is that it is dead. Shenlongjiu spoke slowly. The atmosphere suddenly fell into an awkward silence. Ah. I'm going to break you. Qin Yang tugged at the dragon jade hanging around his neck, but he couldn't pull it off, because of the pain in his neck. Who told you not to listen to the good news first? Blame me. Xuanhuan laughed. Qin Yang took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and looked at the corpse of this sky-shattering mammoth. The weird black ivory made Qin Yang think. Splintered mammoth, this ivory. Qin Yang smacked his lips. This is a treasure. Don't think about it, its ivory can directly break the magic weapon chain. Xuanhuan said. Having said that, Qin Yang's heart became even hotter. With his Jinghong sword finger, he poked at the root. The Jinghong sword finger, which was able to sway with Wei Yu's overlord Wu Shuang halberd, really failed to leave a trace on it, and even the finger that was shocked by the shock went numb. His physique is already as powerful as a monster beast. If he changed it before, wouldn't he have broken his fingers directly? The treasure hunter squeezed back from the edge of the passage and brought back a fifth-order elixir. His expression was not happy, but rather frightened. Qin Yang put away the elixir decisively, and said curiously, Strange, when you saw these elixir before, you stole it for the first time, why didn't you touch it this time? The treasure rat screamed, as if urging Qin Yang to leave. The black ivory Qin Yang was still holding suddenly moved. Qin Yang was startled. Did you cheat the corpse? But then, the incomparably huge ivory sank suddenly, and Qin Yang hugged it. There were ivory as thick as a bucket, and it was extremely heavy. Qin Yang could only push it away with all his strength, or else it would hit his feet and his feet would not be able to come out. What's the matter? Qin Yang frowned and found that the body of the mammoth was a little distorted. No, it's not that the body of the mammoth is twisted, but this space is twisted. The body of the mammoth of the splitting sky disappeared little by little, until the extremely hard black ivory also disappeared inch by inch. The twisted space continues to spread, although the speed is slow, but unstoppable. What happened? Could it be because of the disc before? Qin Yang asked. It's true, it's not true, let's go, get out of here. Xuanhuan said. Qin Yang stepped back again and again. The speed of the distorted space spreading was not fast, but it gave people a strong sense of crisis. At a glance, they are all cold. My black ivory. Qin Yang reacted. The space was distorted and swallowed continuously, and the black ivory was getting shorter and shorter. It's almost 2 meters long. It's such a length that it can fit into the universe ring. Although it's shorter than before, at least it's thick enough. Qin Yang. With a touch of his hand, the black ivory has been put away. Wanting to put away the other one, the monitoring magic weapon suddenly appeared in Qin Yang's chest and slammed into it. Unprepared, Qin Yang was sent flying out. I wipe. Qin Yang scolded directly, but then he broke out in a cold sweat. Where he was just now, a crack suddenly spread out in the space. If it wasn't for the monitoring magic weapon to fly him, he would have been directly torn in half by the space crack. Huh? This monitoring magic weapon. Xuanhuan snorted lightly, and he was also quite frightened. After experiencing many hardships, the only seedling of the Qin family almost died once again. What makes Xuanhuan puzzled is that the space crack that he did not find, this monitoring magic weapon actually detected it. He even saved Qin Yang. The quality of this magic weapon is not low, and it has its own wisdom. If you have a chance, you should find a master craftsman to repair it. Xuanhuan said. The trembling Qin Yang nodded again and again. Although this monitoring magic weapon is as annoying as a fly, it has saved his life. It seemed to be a good intention to stop himself in the room on the second floor earlier. You can't stay in this place, hurry up. Qin Yang turned and ran towards the passage. The treasure mouse took 3 steps and 2 steps, climbed directly onto Qin Yang's body, drilled into Qin Yang's pocket and moved, exposing its small head, with its two small front paws on the side of the pocket. On the second floor, the elders of the Qin family were all irritable. After searching for so long, they didn't even see the shadow of Qin Yang. The disciples of the Qin family around him were inseparable from him. An elder roared angrily, "Looking at how cowardly you all look, don't you know how fast you can find it? Even if you lose, can you still escape?" The disciples of the Qin family did not dare to refute, but the same sentence sounded in their hearts at the same time. "Qin Yang wants to kill us, I'm afraid we really can't escape." "Huh? Qin Yang is there." A Qin family disciple was by the window, pointing to the duel field below. Everyone squeezed over, only to find that Qin Yang just ran out from the lower floor. When did he go down? The elders of the Qin family were suddenly furious. After such a long time, they were actually tricked by Qin Yang. Qin Yang is not on the second floor at all. Ah! Suddenly, several Qin disciples exclaimed. Is there still an enemy? The Qin family elder swept away his thoughts, and his face suddenly turned pale. The others looked over one after another, and the frightened children of the Qin family looked in one direction at the same time. There, a person's body was directly split in two. A crack in space extended like a broken mirror, and in an instant, a more terrifying scene happened to another person. His lower body was still retreating in horror, but his upper body suddenly disappeared. The lower body was still retreating, and after a few steps, he collapsed, and the scene was extremely bloody. Good guy, there are so many people. You are the funny guy invited by Nangong Ling. No, are you helping the soldiers? Qin Yang's voice shouted from a distance. He also found the Qin family crowded with the windows on the second floor. Chapter 85 System Upgrade. Humph, when you see us, you still haven't run away? You're quite a daring kid. The Qin family elder appeared in midair in a flash, stepping on a magic weapon under his feet, and stood directly in the void. Looking at Qin Yang condescendingly, his indifferent face seemed to declare Qin Yang's death. Whoosh whoosh. Figures rushed out one after another, and there were actually 4 elders, each holding a magic weapon and standing side by side. The other Qin family disciples did not dare to stay beside the space crack, and they jumped out of the window one by one. There were dozens of people in the mighty crowd. Such a mobilization and a great momentum. Those who didn't know thought they were going to besiege powerful monsters. Qin Yang looked at the crowd quietly, and said, "You are all here, what about the old nest? Are you not afraid of being eaten by monsters?" The old Qin family was angry. "Damn bastard, you know you will die, so you deliberately let those monsters go, and you want to kill us and break the net, right?" Another elder looked at Qin Yang with a sneer, and said, "Do you think those monsters are a threat to our Qin family?" No, 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 you are wrong, they will even help our Qin family." Qin Yang was puzzled for a while. Why? The Qin family elder stretched out his finger and pointed to the second floor behind, where the space was slowly collapsing. "This secret realm is collapsing, and it cannot be delayed. Only my Qin family knows where the gate of the secret realm is. Do you think those monsters will surrender to us in order to survive? Submit? It's a joke." Qin Yang didn't believe it. "Don't laugh too early." The elder Qin family took out a ring and said, "Did you see it? This is the monster ring, which can be used to store the contracted monsters in the space of the monster ring. Those monsters, even if the beast knows where the door to the secret realm is, it can't get out at all, and can only surrender to us." The ring of the demons? Qin Yang raised his brows. When he rescued the panda recognized the master, and he mentioned the ring of the demons. It turned out that this was the function of the ring. Since they can find the door to the secret realm, why can't they get out? Qin Yang asked again. Because the door to the secret realm is not big enough. The Qin family elder laughed. Qin Yang was speechless for a while, Why is it so strange? In this way, those monsters who want to leave this secret realm really have to pass the demon ring. Especially the monsters that escaped from here. I am afraid they all know that this secret realm has come to an end. Not only that, other trapped monsters can actually recognize their masters and put them into the ring of monsters. The magic weapon chains imprison them, but it does not restrict them from recognizing their masters and leaving. Now the choice is in front of them: either surrender or surrender. Die. This secret realm was originally used as a trial, and the locked monster was not only to protect the treasures of heaven and earth, but the monster itself was also a great opportunity. The magic weapon chain was already set at the beginning of refining. My Qin family has been in business for thousands of years. In fact, I have been spending with those rebellious monsters. Just wait for this day. The collapse of the secret realm coincides with my Qin family returning to the Sky Continent. Everything is just the right time. The Qin family elder looked at Qin Yang contemptuously, and said, "You think my Qin family only has the master-level cultivator? How come you have the courage to return to the mainland?" Those monsters? Qin Yang raised his brows. It turns out that those monsters gave you confidence, and you feel honored to conquer monsters by this means? No wonder you dare to pretend to be the Qin family and think about the servants turning over. Lord. The expressions of all the Qin family members changed drastically, and the 5 elders frowned. The disciples of the Qin family were filled with righteous indignation and cursed loudly. "We are the real descendants of the Qin family. How dare you question our identity? Nangong Ling and the others are the 8 Shinto clans with us, and they all recognize our identity. Why do you question us?" The Qin family's children glared at Qin Yang. Why? Qin Yang laughed and pointed to the sky. "Ask your elders of the Qin family, why should I?" Elder Qin's eyes narrowed and he snorted coldly. "I wanted you to live a little longer, but I didn't expect you to be so eager to die." Haha. Qin Yang was not afraid of danger, looked at the angry faces of the Qin family's children, and said, "Do you know why the Qin family insisted on killing me? They even issued a law order for the 8 Shinto clans?" The Qin family's children were speechless for a while. This was indeed a bit too exciting. Most of them didn't even know what Qin Yang had done, so they insisted on killing him. "Because I am the real descendant of the Qin family, and you are just servants of the Qin family thousands of years ago. When the disaster of the Qin family came, your ancestors took you to escape into this secret realm, and it has continued to this day." What? The Qin family's children widened their eyes. It's impossible. It's definitely not true. There are also things that the Qin family's children are quick-witted, which sounds absurd, but compared with the lore orders of the 8 Shinto clans, they are somewhat credible. Especially the 5 elders were all furious, but no one refuted it. "If that's the case, Qin Yang really must die," a Qin family disciple whispered. Others also agreed, so they understood why the family had to kill Qin Yang, and they were so excited. As long as Qin Yang is dead, they are the real Qin family. Qin Yang frowned, looked at the murderous intent on those people's faces, and took a deep breath. "I want to give you a chance, but you don't cherish it. I'm not a murderous person, but..." Qin Yang's eyes were icy cold. "I will never be soft-hearted." Ha ha ha. Death is imminent, but your aura is quite strong. Don't think you can compete with Wei Yu. Nangong Ling's arrow skills can't kill you. You really have the capital and arrogance. I will let you see it now. What is the true master power? The Qin family elder gave a low voice. "Let me slap you to death." Fire Madra. Qin Yang stood quietly, without blinking his eyes. The corners of his mouth curved slightly, and finally the moment has come. Ding. Copy the opponent's method, Spark Art. The power method is 10 out of 10, which meets the promotion conditions. Ding. Copy the opponent's martial arts, Fire Madra, and the proficiency will automatically increase to the pinnacle. Martial skill 10 out of 10, meeting promotion conditions. Ding. The host is promoted to the Master Realm. Ding. System upgrades to gain new abilities. Qi Hai Jing, true Qi is like the sea. In the Master Realm, spiritual thoughts transform into spiritual thoughts, and when the spiritual thoughts are released, they can perceive the size of everything around them. At the same time, the infuriating energy can also be released, and the martial arts have the power to overturn mountains and seas. Only the advanced Master Realm can be regarded as truly stepping on the stage of the Sky Continent. The huge fire handprint was 10 feet in size, and the fire wave burned the air, red light flashed in everyone's eyes, and the fire wave was overwhelming. Qin Yang had planned to fight back, but was stunned. System upgrade? What do you mean? Qin Yang was confused. At this time, the big Madra of fire has already been chopped down. The surrounding area of Qin Yang was 10 feet, and it suddenly turned into a sea of fire. Chapter 86, The Ice Big Handprint. Humph, so vulnerable. The Qin family scoffed, is this a genius? Nothing more than that. The elders are mighty. The elders are mighty. The Qin family's children were excited and cheered happily. As soon as Qin Yang died, they felt relieved. Qin Yang, who is like a monster, just standing here makes them breathless. Moreover, this Qin Yang is the real descendant of the Qin family. Now that Qin Yang has turned to ashes, everything is so beautiful. Did you see it just now? Facing the elder's fiery big handprint, Qin Yang was so stupid that he didn't dare to move. Haha, I really laughed at me. No matter how strong he is, isn't killing him as easy as crushing an ant? I think that Nangong Ling and Wei Yu are the real ones. They can't even beat Qin Yang like this. The disciples of the Qin family whispered and wondered if they had misestimated Qin Yang earlier. The sea of fire gradually dissipated, and the blurred figure gradually became clear. The voice of the conversation subsided, and it gradually became a dead silence. What kind of Qin Yang? Qin Yang's advanced master state, his transformed spiritual sense, can even see everyone's expressions clearly. Not dead? How is it possible? The elder Qin's eyes widened. Several other elders frowned. You still keep your hands? The Qin family elder said in surprise, No, I just shot in a rage, and I already used all my strength. Several other elders suddenly became afraid, looking at Qin Yang's figure, full of inconceivable. Qin Yang patted his body. The fire handprint was indeed extraordinary, but it couldn't hurt him. If he hadn't been fooled by the system upgrade, and he slapped it back with a palm, who would turn into ashes. He was completely unscathed, and even his hair was completely intact. It's just that in a hurry, I haven't had time to adapt to the advanced power, and I haven't been able to protect the clothes on my body with infuriating energy in the first time. The clothes were burned to tatters, like a beggar, and the strong and explosive muscles leaked out. Fortunately, the pants retain the style of the shorts, so they are not embarrassing. Qin Yang looked at the elder who was using the fire madra, stretched out a finger and shook it gently. You can't do it, change someone else. If it hurts me, I'll kill it on the spot. After advancing, the physical body is stronger, even if he does not stimulate his true energy. With his current physical strength, these garbage elders can't be hurt. Such an arrogant tone made the Qin parent feel ashamed and angry. Another elder roared, Boy, let's see how long you can be proud. Ding. Copy the opponent's practice method, ice crystal art, and the host's strength has been improved to the perfect master realm. Exercise 1/10. Ding. Copy the opponent's martial arts, Frost Death Thorn, and the proficiency will automatically increase to the pinnacle. Martial arts 1 out of 10. Qin Yang looked at the elder like an idiot, and sighed leisurely, if only my opponents were as stupid as you guys. You don't know how to live or die. If you get hit by my ice-killing thorn, your true qi and blood will stagnate. Even if you can't turn into an ice sculpture and explode, your cultivation will keep going backwards and become a waste. The elder shouted, an ice thorn exuding murderous intent, stabbed at Qin Yang. The temperature that was originally ignited by the big madra of fire suddenly dropped in a straight line. This ice-killing thorn seems to be even more powerful. Didn't you learn the fur of my Qin family's martial arts? Why are you still using such a rubbish martial arts? Even the fur of my Qin family's martial arts is several times stronger than this. Qin Yang shook his head and stretched out his hand. Jinghong sword finger. A sort of infuriating energy suddenly condensed, and it was as colorful as a divine sword. As Qin Yang stretched his hand forward a little, the divine sword instantly shot at the ice-killing thorn. In mid-air, the ice-killing thorn shattered directly, and the divine sword was castrated, rushing towards the elder. What? It turned out to be a complete Jinghong sword? The elder's eyes widened in horror. The other elders are also standing with sweat and hair, their true chi condensing their swords. This is the master. When did this kid Qin Yang get promoted to the master realm? Puff. With a muffled sound, the divine sword passed directly through the elder's chest. Qin Yang turned his fingers and controlled the divine sword freely. With a bright light in his eyes, this shocking sword finger finally exerted its due power. And with his current strength, he can not only condense this divine sword. One move to kill the elder, this Qin Yang. It's the devil. The children of the Qin family became flustered, and the other elders of the Qin family were even paler. This kid has got a lot of opportunities, and it makes sense to improve his strength. Everyone will follow me and kill him. The Qin patriarch roared and slapped his palm again, fire madra. Qin Yang laughed and broke the connection with the divine sword, and the divine sword immediately disintegrated and dissipated. After that, Qin Yang also shot it with one palm. Ice big handprint. The body has both the power of ice and the power of fire, and after mastering the true meaning of the martial art of the fire madra, it is directly motivated by the power of ice. The 100-foot-long ice big madra shot to the sky, directly facing the fire big madra. The two handprints are like the palms of giants, one is ice and the other is fire, and their attributes are diametrically opposite. This. The elder Qin family was stunned. How could there be a cold ice big handprint? There is no such martial arts. Looking at the posture, it is exactly the same as the big madra of fire. No, this big madra of ice is more powerful and stronger. There was no violent explosion, only the sour zalotzi. The sound of freezing ice. The big handprint of fire was actually frozen directly. Immediately afterwards, the big handprint of fire that was sealed by the ice shattered, turning into the most primitive aura and dissipating in the air. For a time, sparks lit up, and ice flowers filled the sky. The gorgeous scene cast a huge shadow on the hearts of everyone in the Qin family. Under the traction of the Qi machine, the Qin family elder suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, but it's not over yet. Under the urging of Qin Yang, the big handprint of the ice suddenly accelerated, and directly held the elder of the Qin family. Before the elder Qin was frozen into an ice sculpture, he struggled and said, "The big handprint can only be photographed, why can you make it like a real palm?" The ice also condensed his head. Qin Yang made a gesture of holding, and squeezed hard again. The elders of the Qin family were directly crushed to pieces. As I said, I won't be soft-hearted. Qin Yang was expressionless. Escape. Don't fight. We are not opponents at all. An elder urged the magic weapon to fly away. Several other elders quickly followed. The Qin family's children on the ground fled like birds and beasts. I gave you a chance, now you want to escape? It's too late. Qin Yang spoke lightly, holding his sword fingers with his left hand, and slowly raising his right hand to his side. Pong! Behind Qin Yang, a flame sword suddenly appeared. Z. Immediately following, a frozen divine sword also condensed. Shoo. 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 One after another infuriating sword, blooming gorgeous divine light, full of 10 divine swords. Jinghong sword finger. Qin Yang waved his right hand forward. In an instant, the divine sword flew over in the dueling arena. Before the elders could fly far, they were killed in midair by Qin Yang's divine sword. The magic treasure lost its owner and fell to the ground. Those Qin family disciples fell one by one, like reaping wheat. In an instant, everyone was killed in seconds. Huh. Qin Yang let out a long sigh. With this shocking sword finger, coupled with the true meaning of various martial arts he has comprehended, as well as the power of ice, the power of fire, the realm of the master, who else can be the enemy? This kind of stimulation consumes a lot of infuriating energy. Qin Yang touched the sweat droplets on his forehead. He actually has a more labor-saving way, but doing so, handsome. Qin Yang laughed. Qin Yang, be careful. Jin Wanshan's voice came from a distance. Jin Wanshan shouted at Qin Yang from a window on the second floor. He hadn't seen the previous scene, because he had been avoiding a terrifying monster and didn't dare to move. Aware of the strange and powerful movement here, I came to the window, but happened to see that terrifying monster not far behind Qin Yang. Hey, why are you here? Qin Yang became curious and extended his hand to say hello. As for being careful? The elders of the Qin family and the children of the Qin family are all dead, so what should you be careful about? Could it be that there are monsters dormant? The thought just flashed in my mind, and my heart was tense, even skipping half a beat. Yu Longbu. Qin Yang's figure disappeared and reappeared 3 feet away. Where he used to stand, the 2 front feet of the jade mantis suddenly swung down like a beheading knife. The slowly collapsing Grandmaster-level secret realm, the space is unstable. This time, 2 space cracks are directly cut. Chapter 87 Mantis Catching Cicadas. I'm sorry, I used too much strength. The jade mantis's gloomy voice sounded, and it jumped to the side. Obviously, the 2 space cracks it cut were not what it wanted, and it was also very afraid of it. Qin Yang's expression became strange, staring at the jade mantis. The jade mantis smiled strangely. It's so delicious, I can't help but want to eat you. I've never seen such delicious food in so many years. The jade mantis waved its 2 front-footed big knives and chatted endlessly. You have the aura of an ice dragon and a golden flame, and eating you is equivalent to eating those 2 monsters. In this way, what's there to fear about that damn silverback duping bird? Finally, it's my turn to hunt it down. On the back of the jade mantis, most of the previously terrifying wounds have disappeared, and if Qin Yang is swallowed again, it will not only fully recover, but also greatly increase its strength. Although, its explosive power has reached the peak of this secret realm. Could this be the mantis catching the cicadas? But unfortunately, you treat me as a cicada? Qin Yang chuckled lightly. The compound eyes of the jade mantis stared at Qin Yang, and it saw all of Qin Yang's shots before. That heaven-shaking divine sword, even it was trembling with fear. If you want to have a good time, close your eyes. Otherwise. How about otherwise? Qin Yang grinned, his smile even more intense. Then have a good taste of being hunted. Before the voice of the jade mantis joking, the figure suddenly disappeared. I thought that the ability given by the system after the upgrade was very strange. It didn't seem to be useful. It seems I was wrong. Qin Yang shook his head gently and took a step forward. And at this step, his figure also disappeared without a trace. Just like the jade mantis, there is no more appearance. It turned out that the previous system upgrade had given Qin Yang new abilities. There are 2 main new abilities. The first one is, except for exercises and martial arts, everything can be copied actively, including alchemy, system, refiner, formation. Qin Yang didn't know much about these things, and didn't care much. The second is, it can replicate the ability of monsters and display them in the form of martial arts. Of course, this still cannot be actively replicated. It was originally a very powerful function, but it was not included in the upgrade requirements. In other words, this did not help Qin Yang to improve his realm. Therefore, Qin Yang felt that the ability given by the system upgrade was useless. But in the face of this jade mantis, Qin Yang copied 2 of its abilities on the spot. Hunting stance. It was the reason why Qin Yang's figure disappeared. True Qi is linked with the heaven and the earth, and it seems to be integrated into the heaven and the earth. Just like being invisible, those who are higher than a big realm will not be aware of it at all. Where's this kid? The jade mantis was startled. What kind of movement technique is this, who was standing here before? With keen perception, it found that Qin Yang also seemed to be invisible, and he was still in place. Qin Yang, who also entered the hunting stance, naturally sensed the location of the jade mantis, but he didn't care at this time, but was thinking. If the hunting posture is integrated into the dragon walk will become truly invisible and invisible. The exercises are running, and the martial skills are changing. At this time, Qin Yang did not show his appearance, but he was using the dragon walking step that was integrated into the hunting posture. For a time, Qin Yang's figure drifted up, and the jade mantis couldn't perceive Qin Yang's position. It can't perceive Qin Yang, but Qin Yang can still perceive it. Blood swords. Sword. Beheading. Qin Yang gave a light drink, and 2 divine swords appeared in his hands. Just like the jade mantis attacked him before, he came directly behind the opponent and beheaded the jade mantis head. The strength is at the top of the secret realm, and the jade mantis has been on the verge of crisis all the year round, and naturally hurried away. It revealed its figure and looked behind him in shock. The aura that just burst out and the shadow of death are so real, but now there is nothing left. Except for the 2 space cracks, it was as if everything was illusory just now. There is a kind of one-on-one fight. What's the ability to sneak attack from behind? Jade mantis roared. It has always been the only one that attacked others, but I didn't expect to taste it today. Interesting, it's just for fun, why get angry? Qin Yang showed his appearance, and he was actually within 10 feet of the jade mantis. The jade mantis frightened to the side and looked at Qin Yang vigilantly. Saving my flesh? Come and eat it. Qin Yang stretched out his finger and tickled lightly. The jade mantis was immediately furious, and rushed over. The 2 big green knives on its front feet threw out countless phantoms. Blood-blooded double swords, a chain. Qin Yang's eyes narrowed, and he swung his sword fingers left and right, and the sword energy directly hit the countless phantoms. The space was torn apart, the edge of the collapsed secret realm, and the space was extremely fragile. Seeing that the attack failed, the jade mantis directly fought close quarters. With the powerful body of the monster and its fierce offensive, it was confident that it would tear Qin Yang to pieces. Even imagining the scene of swallowing each other's flesh and blood, saliva flowed from his mouth. Clang clang. 1 man and 1 mantis fought fiercely. Qin Yang relied on a pair of fleshy fingers to condense the true energy, and smashed the mantis with 2 swords, and the space was broken. Both sides fought and moved. In the duel arena, terrifying space cracks are everywhere in the blink of an eye. The cracks in the space melted together, and the entire space collapsed together. The battle between the 2 sides even intensified the speed of the collapse of the rift. An extremely crazy scene, enough to stare all the grandmasters out of their eyes. On the second floor, Jin Wanshan almost glared his eyes out. Damn it, when did Qin Yang become so strong? Or is that mantis actually not a master-level monster, but a high-level monster? Was it because I was too scared before? Jin Wanshan's face was full of weirdness. Boy, you completely angered me. The jade mantis roared, its unfavorable offensive was repeatedly frustrated, and it was easily blocked by a human race. The silver-backed Dapeng bird can't make it so frustrated. Even the silver-backed Dapeng bird dare not fight it in close quarters. What's the matter, didn't you get angry just now? Are you playing? Qin Yang rolled his eyes. If you have one, don't learn my attack. Jade Mantis found that the opponent seemed to be a sword-like martial arts, and it was very similar to his own attack. If it was a knife, it would even be exactly the same. Oh? Qin Yang attacked, you will regret it. I regret you. The Jade Mantis scolded loudly, but before he could utter the key words, his jaw suddenly hurt, and his head seemed to be kicked off his body. Kick the sky. Qin Yang raised his feet and kicked the sky with a single word. The ordinary kick is integrated into the true meaning of the tablet thrower's martial arts, and it is no longer ordinary. The mantis was directly kicked into the sky, and its entire brain was covered. Qin Yang dodged, soared into the sky, caught up with the figure of the jade mantis, and shouted, "Explosive kick." It was originally a burst punch, but he used his footwork to cast it. The body turned and kicked the belly of the jade praying mantis. The violent infuriating energy poured out and exploded, directly collapsing a space, powerful shock waves scattered, and terrifying ripples appeared in the space, spreading out. The figure of the jade mantis was kicked and flew faster than the shock wave. It smashed directly into the wall of the demon hunting ground, and the entire building was smashed open, leading directly to the outside. I said you will regret it. Qin Yang shrugged and walked towards Jin Wanshan. With a frown, he sensed the jade mantis rushing back again. No, it was rushing towards Jin Wanshan. Qin Yang's expression changed, and he roared, "You are courting death." The figure suddenly disappeared and came directly to Jin Wanshan. Your movement is so. Jin Wanshan sighed before he had time. In a scene like the sky and the earth, the jade mantis directly broke through the layers of walls and appeared in front of their faces. Jin Wanshan sucked in a breath of cold air, his scalp was numb, and before he had time to be afraid, Qin Yang kicked out. The jade mantis was kicked away again, and this time, Qin Yang directly chased after him. Monster beasts are strong and powerful. If they were human races, they would have been blown out by my kick. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. The jade mantis had a scary scar on its chest, and the whole body was covered with green blood. No matter how tough you are, watch me smash you into meat sauce. Mantis catching cicadas? Humph. Earth-shaking fist. Qin Yang clenched his fists tightly, raised them abruptly, and then slammed them down. The huge infuriating fist shadow is condensed, as if a giant has swung countless fists. This is exactly the ground-level martial skill that was copied in the Qianyuan level. Just like a bomber, it directly hit the position of the Jasper Jade Mantis with a carpet bombing. Boom boom boom. The ground shook and the whole building began to collapse. Jin Wanshan opened his mouth wide. Is this Qin Yang, who is as graceful as a god, still the same Qin Yang? Chapter 88 Beheading. With dozens of punches in a row, half of the monster hunting ground was turned into ruins. A terrifying black hole suddenly appeared, devouring all the surrounding ones. Oops, it's too much. Qin Yang's face darkened, he quickly stopped and returned to Jin Wanshan. As for the Jasper Mantis, it was swallowed by the black hole, and it was afraid that it would no longer be able to die. Qin Yang, you? Jin Wanshan looked at Qin Yang in surprise, speechless. How is it? Handsome or not? Qin Yang laughed. How many chances did you get? Xuanhuan glanced at the treasure hunter and sighed bitterly. Don't worry about being handsome, you have the strength now, just right. Xuanhuan said. What's wrong? Qin Yang asked. Xuanhuan said, Lu Qianru used Lu Mingyu's parents as a threat to make Lu Mingyu compromise. She had no choice but to agree to marry Qin Wui. The smile on Qin Yang's face condensed, and his eyes were cold. Don't worry, it won't. Qin Yang said quietly, looking very calm. What are you going to do? Xuanhuan asked. In my name, clear the door. Qin Yang said slowly. Xuanhuan was taken aback. What do you mean? I don't understand. Qin Yang glanced at Xuanhuan and said, if they are still obsessed, they will continue to pretend to be the Qin family. Then? Huh? Xuanhuan was very curious. Then they all have to die. Qin Yang seemed to be talking about a trivial matter. Xuanhuan sucked in a breath of cold air. The sudden pressure on Qin Yang's body made him tense. Suddenly, two loud cries came from the air. Qin Yang and Xuanhuan looked up and saw the silver-backed dumping bird and the goofing eagle hovering in the sky. There is someone on the back of the goofing eagle. Xuanhuan pointed at the vague figure. Qin Yang squinted his eyes and saw that the two monsters were hovering in the sky without fighting. Could it be that they also came to find him? As for the back of the goofing eagle, there is indeed someone, and it is not someone else, it is Ling. Qin Yang, I didn't expect it, I'm back. Ling ordered the goofing eagle to lower its height. The goofing eagle stretched its wings, and suddenly the wind blew up, stirring up dust in the sky. Looking at the terrifying and dense space cracks in the dueling arena, Ling took a deep look at Qin Yang and said with a smile, your life is quite big, and those Qin family members were swallowed by the collapsed cracks. Qin Yang laughed and didn't explain. Ling said fiercely, kill me? It's not certain who will kill who. Qin Yang looked at the monster under Ling's seat and said, who gave you confidence? This stray hair? Good boy, how dare you ignore this uncle? Goofing eagle roared, such a small human being so contemptuous of himself. Goofing Diao screamed and was about to rush over, so Ling hurried to comfort him. Ling played the taste, it's too cheap to kill him like this. Why don't we play with him? Qin Yang frowned as he looked at the silver-backed dumping bird beside him. This silver-backed dumping bird has a powerful bloodline and is far from comparable to the goofing eagle. This Ling used the power of the silver-backed dumping bird to subdue the goofing eagle. Have fun? I'm sorry, I don't have time to play with you. Qin Yang shrugged and said to the silver-backed dumping bird, I never thought that you would help Ling conquer the monster. What does this mean to you? Benefit? The silver-backed dumping bird didn't take Qin Yang seriously at all, but was just observing the collapse here so that it could report to the Qin family's owner, its owner. Hearing this, the silver-backed dumping bird replied, the Nangong family is on good terms with my Qin family, and helping him means helping my master. Another, my Qin family, Qin Yang angered in his chest, well, you are only stray, even a mere bird dares to peep at the name of my Qin family. It seems that this time I clean up the door is not only to destroy the old servants of the Qin family. The silver-backed dumping bird widened its eyes angrily, noisy, go to hell. Don't kill him. Ling still wanted to tease Qin Yang, but where would the silver-backed dumping bird listen to his orders? Helping him subdue the goofing eagle is already the limit. Countless wind blades swept in, overwhelming the sky. Xuanhuan's face was pale with fright. Thinking of the previous scene of Qin Yang's great power, he quickly hid behind Qin Yang. Still uneasy in my heart, I stepped back again. Blood-blooded double swords, cereal. Qin Yang let out a low drink, waving his hands constantly. One after another sword chi greeted him. It collided with the wind blade and made a continuous explosion sound. The silver-backed dup-hang bird swooped down, and when it saw this move, it immediately circled and flew back. It's ridiculous, don't kill me? Can you kill me with just this broken bird? Qin Yang said disdainfully. This? The silver-backed dup-hang bird was shocked. How could this seem to be the trick of the jade-blood jade mantis? The silver-backed dup-hang bird is famous for its speed, its iron bones, and its wind blade are not its strongest attacks. Its strongest attack is speed and iron wings. Across the secret realm, the only thing it fears apart from the thick-skinned and thick-skinned swallowing beast is the abominable jasper mantis. The hunting stance of the jade-blood jade mantis and the beheading sword exploded in an instant, and the speed was no less than it. This is also the reason why it keeps chasing and killing the jade-blood jade mantis, but it never fails. Just a person. It's just like that sword chi is probably a coincidence. The silver-backed dup-hang bird stared at Qin Yang. Since the wind blade is ineffective, in the face of such ants, there is no need to continue to test, just kill it. Die. The silver-backed dup-hang bird rushed over and turned into a silver lightning bolt. Ling, who was on the side, opened her mouth in shock. Was the sword energy just sent out by Qin Yang? Qin Yang is already a master? Qin Yang frowned, facing the silver-backed dup-hang bird. He was not afraid, but there was Xuanhuan by his side. What about Xuanhuan? Qin Yang's divine sense swept away, and Xuanhuan ran away early. You fight slowly, and I won't stay behind to drag you down. I'll go back first and tell Lu Mingyu that you are strong enough. The voice was getting farther and farther away. Qin Yang's head is full of black lines. What teammate is this? If it wasn't for the improvement of his own strength, wouldn't he have sold himself on the spot? But that's fine, so Qin Yang doesn't need to worry. Long walk. Combining the dragon walking with hunting stance, Qin Yang's figure disappeared directly into the invisible. The speed of the silver-backed dup-hang bird is extremely fast, and it has already rushed over. The silver wings are swept away, like a half-moon slash, and the entire building is directly flattened. However, it has set off a monstrous wave in its heart. How can this kid know the tricks of the jade mantis that it is afraid of? A violent sense of crisis struck, and it fluttered its wings and wanted to leave quickly. But I heard a cold voice that sounded like hell. Double blood swords, beheading. Qin Yang's figure suddenly appeared on the back of the silver-backed dup-hang bird. His arms were crossed, and his fingertips were condensed with the true Qi divine sword. The arms slammed down, with 2 space cracks, and directly cut off the head of the silver-backed dup-hang bird. The big eyes of the silver-backed dup-hang bird were full of unwillingness. This trick of the jade-blood jade mantis had been on guard for countless years, but it did not expect to use it on a human kid. 2 space cracks began to spread, extending into the black hole in the distance, and the space collapse accelerated rapidly. Qin Yang stepped on it hard and stepped the body of the silver-backed dup-hang bird into the space crack, and he jumped high. Ling was thinking of going after Xuanhuan, but now that he knew what happened in the kitchen of number 3, apart from Qin Yang, only Xuanhuan was left. Before he gave the order to Goofing Eagle, the situation below had the opposite ending that he absolutely never expected. Originally thought that Qin Yang would definitely die, but now. It seems that fate has really favored you, Goofing Eagle, kill him for me. Ling's eyes flashed fiercely. Qin Yang, who has been promoted to Grandmaster, knows that he is not an opponent at all. With a cry, the Goofing Eagle not only did not attack Qin Yang, but turned its head and flew towards the sky. Qin Yang was stunned. The 2 swords of blue blood, decapitation, are very comfortable to use. He was thinking of doing the same, but he didn't expect that the Goofing Eagle would escape. Ling was also stunned, and shouted, "What are you running for? I want you to kill him." After thinking about it, he said, could it be that the space crack has? What space crack? What kind of evildoer are you provoking? Gu Fengdiao was so furious that he flew out at a record-breaking speed as if his tail was on fire. Chapter 89, Too much nonsense is really bad. Nan Gongling didn't know what happened below, but Gu Feng was clearly carved. Where did the silver-backed Dapeng bird die in the space crack? It was completely strangled and beheaded by that kid named Qin Yang. Its strength is not as good as that of the silver-backed Dapeng bird. How can it dare to fight Qin Yang? Escape? Can you escape? Qin Yang laughed. Dapeng spread his wings. With a pair of hands, originally in mid-air, the infuriating wings were extended directly from both arms, and they flew out with a swish. In the master state, you can fly in the sky by controlling the magic weapon. But Qin Yang copied the ability of the Dapeng bird, and with his own strength, it is enough to do it, and he can fly faster. Open your wings and fly. What do you do with an attack? Qin Yang felt the speed of the galloping speed, and at the same time he was very happy, and also wanted to incorporate this move into the dragon step. Dapeng's wings are displayed in the form of martial arts, which can also be regarded as martial arts. The true meaning of his martial arts is not to flap his wings and fly, but to urge his true qi to mobilize the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, like a fish entering the sea, swimming freely. I have already implemented the true meaning of martial arts, so why should I stick to it? Qin Yang smiled lightly and retracted his arms. The infuriating wings disappeared, and his speed was even faster. A phantom of a true dragon appeared around Qin Yang, shrouding Qin Yang in and breaking through the wind. Flying up and down, like a dragon. Why are you like this, uncle? Shen Longjiu suddenly underestimated. Same as you? Aren't you Kuai-yu? Can you still fly? Qin Yang rolled his eyes, his mind moved, and the Shenlong phantom disappeared with his body. Already in hunting stance. Appeared again, already dozens of feet away. Then disappeared again. Hey, you will know sooner or later. Shen Longjiu's voice weakened. On the other side, Gu Fengdiao flew at full speed without turning his head. At first, Qin Yang chased him and flew over, so scared that half of its soul was scattered. When he saw the phantom of the dragon, the remaining half was also scared away. Are you still a master-level monster? Look at your success. Nan Gongling was extremely angry in his heart. He thought that he could use the power of the silver-backed Dapeng bird to subdue the goofing eagle and play Qin Yang to death. But this gallant eagle's action made him lose face. Gu Fengdiao came back to his senses and carefully looked behind him, but there was no trace of Qin Yang behind him. It's a human after all. Goofing Eagle heaved a sigh of relief. Angrily scolded Nan Gongling and said, "What do you know? That kid directly decapitated the silver-backed Dapeng bird, how could he fight him? You can also control the power of the wind, you are attacking from a distance. Although I am weak, after swallowing the medicinal pill, I can also use arrow skills to cooperate with you," Nan Gongling said with a pale face. Haha. Gu Fengdiao laughed dryly. Silverback Dapeng bird has a far better understanding of the power of the wind than I am. It is not an opponent, how can I fight? As for your archery skills, you can stabilize it now. Sit firmly on my back, I'm helping you. Still thinking about archery? You. Nan Gongling took a deep breath and said coldly, "Dare to disobey your master's orders, believe me or not, a single thought will make your soul shatter." Goofing Eagle really wilted, and he murmured in his heart, "In this high sky, you can't live even if I die, let alone kill me and you will be backlashed." Gu Fengdiao fell silent, but Nan Gongling still refused to give up. "Where are you flying? Even if you are flying to Qin's house, it's not in this direction. The secret realm is very big, why do you want to go to the Qin family?" Gu Fengdiao snorted coldly. Nan Gongling became angry for a while. How could he find helpers to kill Qin Yang if he didn't go to Qin's house? What's more, even if you don't kill Qin Yang, it would be easy to kill Xuanhuan, right? I order you, go back. Go back to Qin's house. Ling shouted loudly. Fengdio was reluctant in his heart, but he could only circle and fly back, praying constantly in his heart not to run into Qin Yang. What? Still want to go back? Go back to Qin's house and ask for some rescue soldiers? Qin Yang's figure suddenly appeared behind Ling and stepped on Goofing Eagle's back. Ling was like falling into an ice cave, and his body was too stiff to look back. The Goofing Eagle trembled even more and almost fell headfirst. Fly steady! Qin Yang shouted angrily. The Goofing Eagle could only stabilize his figure, and his speed also slowed down. Qin Yang? Impossible, how could you catch up? Ling's voice trembled. At this moment, he finally felt the distance between death and him, and it was so close. Just the 3 words impossible, my ears are full of calluses. Qin Yang said with a smile. You can't kill me. You don't dare to kill me either. Ling said firmly. Oh? Why can't I kill you? Why don't I dare? Qin Yang looked down at Ling and said sarcastically, you don't even dare to look back at me, and you have the face to say such things? I'm from the Nangong family of the 8 Shinto clans. Ling shouted. Well, I know. I'm still a member of the Qin family of the 8 Shinto clans. Qin Yang smacked his lips. My grandmother is from the Temple of Heaven. Ling shouted again. Be quiet, I can hear you. Qin Yang frowned. Secretly in my heart, the Temple of Heaven? What is the Temple of Heaven? Anything else? Qin Yang asked. If you kill me, it's not just the Nangong family, the gods. The temple will not let you go. Ling said struggling. Ling could never have imagined that Qin Yang had no idea what the Temple of Heaven was. Even if he knew, how could Qin Yang let him go? Is this all your last words? Qin Yang said quietly. It was as if the time of death was approaching. I have no grievances with you, why did you have to kill me? Ling had collapsed. Qin Yang burst into laughter, no injustice? Qin Yang said angrily, I just made a bet with you, and you followed to the Qinling Mountains. After that, the old servant of the Qin family issued a lore order for the 8 Shinto clans, and he wanted to kill me again and again. Now you follow, did I say there is no injustice? Fly to the dueling arena. Qin Yang ordered. Although it was Ling's demon beast, he didn't dare to disobey Qin Yang's orders at this time. A chase, a few hours. In the previous battle with the Jade Mantis, he deliberately avoided Wei Yu's tomb. Qin Yang kicked Ling directly, pointed at the tomb and said, Now tell me, do you have any grievances with Wei Yu? Ling shivered, knelt in front of Wei Yu's grave and kowtowed repeatedly, constantly apologizing. Qin Yang took a deep breath, I'm not trying to judge you, I just feel sad for Wei Yu. It was you who killed Wei Yu, let me know that having an enemy like you alive will make me sleepless. No, I won't dare to be your enemy again. Ling hurriedly swore. Qin Yang ignored it at all, and pointed at it like a sword of true qi instantly condensed. When the sword fell in his hand, Ling's head did not fly, but instead, a clang sounded. Which elder of the Qin family are you again? Qin Yang raised his brows. A middle-aged man held a long sword and directly blocked his Jinghong sword. The middle-aged man had a surprised look on his face, and when he saw Qin Yang's face and learned that this kid was so young, his face was shocked. You are the one who participated in the assessment of Songqiong Academy? The middle-aged man was almost unable to straighten his tongue. Nima, are the younger generation so arrogant now? Qin Yang frowned. Judging from the tone of these words, this person is not from the Qin family? Since you're not from the Qin family, you don't have to die. Get out of the way. Qin Yang said coldly. The middle-aged man was amazed and looked at Qin Yang like he was looking at a monster. He was not angry at Qin Yang's tone, and said with a smile, "You can't kill him." "Why?" Qin Yang asked. The middle-aged man spread his hands and said, "No way, as an elder of a small sect, I must give the face of the Sky Academy. I didn't mean to oppose you. If you were to be killed, I would also will save you." "What do you mean?" Qin Yang asked again. The middle-aged man said, "Wu Heitian, the teacher of Tsangqiang College, called on all the cultivators in the Grand Master realm to find the secret realm, and be sure to rescue all the appraised disciples. He specially ordered, at all costs." The last bit of accent, "at all costs." What if you can't save it? Qin Yang chuckled lightly. It's amazing, it's amazing. The middle-aged man praised again and again, took out a token from his arms, like touching a beauty. His expression was intoxicated. "If I could be a few decades younger." Cough. The middle-aged man said sternly, "I can't save it, then Senior Wu Heitian must be able to save it." Qin Yang took a deep breath. Too much nonsense is really not good. If Nangong Ling was killed early, where would it be? Chapter 90, The Appearance of Wu Heitian. Looking at the token that the middle-aged man took out, Qin Yang was stunned. It turned out to be the Order of the Sky. Could it be that teacher Wu Heitian is also a cultivator of the Grand Master realm? Qin Yang asked. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "How is that possible? Senior is a Star Realm powerhouse." Zhao Qinyang blinked and said, "You must be wondering why he was able to save the person under your sword? Just promise me to let him go, and I'll tell you. How about it?" Qin Yang's head is full of black lines. This guy is simply a chatter. Seeing that Qin Yang was about to start again, the middle-aged man shouted, Don't, you'll regret it." Qin Yang took a deep breath and calmed himself down. As the saying goes, stretch out your hand and don't hit the smiling face. This middle-aged man who jumped out from nowhere really made Qin Yang unable to kill. "I won't regret it." Qin Yang gritted his teeth. "No, you will." The middle-aged man looked serious. "I do not know." "You can." "I don't." "Bah. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. If you don't dodge, don't blame me for being rude." Qin Yang has endured to the limit. The middle-aged man said with a helpless expression, "Okay, then I'll tell you why Wu Heitian was able to save him, because he also came in." Qin Yang was taken aback. "Didn't you say that he is a strong star in the Star Realm? In the Master-level secret realm, the monks in the Star Realm can't enter at all. Once inside, the secret realm is afraid that it will collapse directly. Because the secret realm can't bear the power of the monks in the Star Realm. Moreover, this secret realm that is collapsing, even the power of the Master Realm's perfection, can't bear it." The middle-aged man explained, "That's because of Elder Wu of the Wanshan Chamber of Commerce, that fourth-order alchemist." "Old Wu?" Qin Yang became curious. The middle-aged man said, "Although he is a fourth-order alchemist, he is a fourth-order alchemist of the Wanshan Chamber of Commerce. He has a lot of high-level medicinal pills, and he happens to have a fifth-order alchemy pill." "The fifth-order convergence pill?" "Yes, you can restrain your breath and suppress the cultivation of a large realm. After an hour, or take the initiative to break it, the effect of the medicine will end." The middle-aged man looked at Qin Yang and said, "I have to say, the teacher of your Tsangqiang Academy is a protector, and he really wants to protect you at all costs." He raised the Sky Order in his hand and continued, "All the monks who came to rescue have issued a Sky Order. As long as you are found, if you encounter problems that cannot be solved." In other words, it couldn't be clearer. Qin Yang suddenly laughed. The middle-aged man was stunned. "What are you laughing at?" Qin Yang pointed to the dense space cracks around him, which spread more and more terrifyingly, and said, "Do you think that in this situation, if you can't solve the problem, he will be able to solve it?" The middle-aged man took a deep breath. "Good boy. Crazy enough. He is your future teacher. No one will do it. I must kill this Nangong Ling." Qin Yang's eyes narrowed, and he held the sword in his hand. Several divine swords condensed directly behind him. "Hey!" The middle-aged man was startled, and he kept repeating, "The students of the Tsangqiang Academy are too fierce, and they are indeed the top forces in the mainland." "Wait, who? Who do you think he is?" The middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed. He swallowed, and said, "Nangong Ling. This is the person on the list." The middle-aged man's face was very ugly, as if he had eaten a fly. The possibility of opening one eye and closing one eye is completely eliminated, but this kid in front of him is very strange, just like a monster. He doesn't seem to be an opponent. "Is it important?" Qin Yang asked. "Is there Wei Yu who has made a point?" The middle-aged man frowned, stretched out his hand, and actually took out a list. "I'm looking for it, don't worry. Gong Sun Ming, Lu Mingyu, Lu Chanru, Wei Yu. There is Wei Yu." The middle-aged man nodded and asked, "Do you know where he is?" Qin Yang pointed to the tomb. "It's lying there." The middle-aged man was suddenly shocked. "You actually killed Wei Yu?" Qin Yang was speechless, and was about to explain, but Nangong Ling already knew that he had a chance. He jumped up abruptly, ran behind the middle-aged man, pointed at Qin Yang and said, "That's right, it's him, he killed Wei Yu." Killing intent burst out in Qin Yang's eyes. "Nangong Ling, do you really think you are saved?" The middle-aged man stood with a sword, alert. "I advise you not to act rashly. Although I may not be your opponent, unfortunately, I just happened to break through to the Grand Master realm." "Ice big handprint." Qin Yang snorted, stretched out his hand, and grabbed it forward. The Tenjiang Big Madra shrouded the sky and the earth, and the temperature plummeted. "I'll drop a mother." The middle-aged man's scalp was numb. He turned around, picked up Nangong Ling, and rushed out. After escaping from the range of Mahamudra, he found that his back was soaked with cold sweat, and it was freezing cold. He quickly sent Wu Heitian a message with the order of the sky. Looking back at Qin Yang, he found that Qin Yang had stepped back. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the big handprint of ice was swallowed up by the crack in the space, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat, and Qin Yang's figure disappeared. Middle-aged. The man ran again and kept swinging his sword all over his body. The power of the Grand Master Realm's perfection directly opened up the unstable space, and the cracks in the space really forced Qin Yang to stop. "You are setting fire to kill yourself." Qin Yang revealed his figure. The middle-aged man also had a look of fear, and forced a smile. "No way, you are too tiger, I can't beat you." Watching those space cracks gradually spread and connect together, piece after piece of space as a whole collapsed. Qin Yang no longer dared to make a move, and even felt that if he moved his body technique, he might escape directly into the void. If that was the case, Qin Yang would be dead. Nangong Ling is sure to kill, but he can't take his own life and die with him, right? Qin Yang? Nangong Ling? Wu Heitian's figure suddenly appeared, standing directly in the sky. The space around him rippled. Wu Heitian frowned. Even if he swallowed the Lianshan Dan, could this secret realm not be able to bear it? Looking at Qin Yang's eyes, full of complexity, Wu Heitian said, "I know everything, let's leave this secret realm first and talk about it." "You know it? What do you know?" Qin Yang asked. "No one will care about you pretending to be a descendant of the Qin family," Wu Heitian said. Qin Yang thought to himself, sure enough. Impersonating? Qin Yang shook his head and said, "What else?" Wu Heitian said in surprise, you have already been promoted to the Master Realm. This is simply a miracle. The treasure-hunting mouse just got out of its head, looked left and right, and jumped straight down, not knowing where it went. Treasure-hunting mouse, so it is. Wu Heitian nodded secretly, you have a good chance. After a pause, Wu Heitian said again, don't worry, join the Sky Academy, even if there is a lore of the 8 Shinto clans, my Sky Academy can save your life. I have hands and feet, why do I need the protection of Songqiong Academy? Who wants to kill me, but let him come and see who can survive to the end. Qin Yang was firm and unyielding. Wu Heitian frowned and looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man hesitated, but Nangong Ling, who was beside him, quickly looked for another protective umbrella. Mr. Wu, he killed Wei Yu. Don't let him enter Songqiong Academy. Nangong Ling burst into tears, shouting a miserable one. What? Wei Yu is dead? Wu Heitian's pupils shrank. What he was most worried about still happened, the death of the children of the 8 Shinto clans. It's just that Wei Yu was killed by Qin Yang? Chapter 91. Wu Heitian said with an expression of hating iron but not steel, I said long ago that your strength is too strong, your advancement is too fast, and your temperament. Stop talking nonsense. I will kill Nangong Ling today. Qin Yang said loudly. Wu Heitian squinted at Qin Yang, in front of me, you dare to be so confident? Wu Heilian, you're getting old. I don't know what the back waves of the Yangtze River beat the front waves. Did the front waves get beaten to death on the beach? Qin Yang snorted coldly, what do you believe in what others say, have you heard me say it? Oh? Then I want to listen, what are you going to say? Wu Heitian suppressed the anger in his heart. No one has ever dared to speak to him like that. He is still a student who has not officially joined the Sky Academy. If this spread to the academy, the whole academy would be boiling. I am the descendant of the Qin family. The Qin family in this secret realm are all servants of the Qin family. Qin Yang said coldly. Wei Yu was not killed by me, but by this Nangong Ling. Before he finished speaking, Nangong Ling immediately quibbled, he is slandering me. Wei Yu and I are best friends, how could I kill Wei Yu? Qin Yang stared at Nangong Ling, his tone was as cold as ice, in front of Wei Yu's grave, how dare you say that? Nangong Ling's eyes dodged, but she still bit her to death. Jin Wanshan can testify for me. Jin Wanshan is Qin Yang's friend, so he will naturally favor Qin Yang. Wu Heitian frowned and said, okay, let's put this matter aside for the time being, and we'll talk about it when we return to Sky Academy. No, this Nangong Ling doesn't want to leave this secret realm alive. Qin Yang said firmly. With Wu Heitian's support, Nangong Ling gradually stopped being afraid. As long as he could leave with Wu Heitian, he would no longer have to be afraid of Qin Yang. Nangong Ling shouted, Qin Yang has already killed his madness. He also killed all my younger brothers before. He even killed several elders and dozens of elites of the Qin family. He has a lot of blood debts on his hands. Teacher Wu, you better kill him directly and avenge everyone's unjust death. Enough. Wu Heitian suddenly felt a big head, he couldn't stay in this secret realm, not only him, everyone in this secret realm must evacuate as soon as possible. Wu Heitian said, I'm still saying that, what's the matter? Leave this secret realm and go back to the Songqiong Academy. The dean will personally preside over justice. The matter involved the 8 Shinto clans, and apart from the dean, he, a teacher, really couldn't decide. Besides, the Qin family and the Liu family are married, and I have already offered a congratulatory gift. The Qin family insists on getting married in this secret realm, and the wedding banquet has already begun. If you stop, you can still participate in the marriage between the two races. As Liu Mengyu's teacher, I have to host for him. Wu Heitian was anxious, but the head of the Qin family and Qin Wui said that getting married in this secret realm has a special meaning, and if they go out and do it again, he can't say anything. This sentence directly stimulated Qin Yang. Whoosh! A divine sword stabbed Wu Heitian directly. Wu Heitian stared, looking at the true Qi divine sword in his hand, and said incredulously, Jinghong sword finger? Immediately afterwards, he was furious, you actually attacked me? As a teacher, you don't uphold justice, you just act according to your own ideas, let others fool you, and follow others' opinions. What kind of teacher are you? Why are you a teacher? Qin Yang shouted angrily. Wu Heitian's face was gloomy, and his already dark face was more like coke. You are, teaching me? Wu Heitian said through gritted teeth. Nangong Ling was overjoyed in her heart and backed away from the middle-aged man. Tiger, too tiger. The middle-aged man exclaimed again and again. Before entering school, you will offend the teacher to death, is it really so fierce? The lesson is not worth it, I'm just telling the truth. Qin Yang looked around and said, Wu Haimian, I advise you to get out of the way quickly, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Oh? How could you be so rude? Wu Heitian also became angry, and dared to call him Wu Heilian? In the entire Sky Academy, no one dared to say that in person. Ice and fire big handprint. Qin Yang's eyes narrowed, and he patted his palms in front of him. Running the power of ice and fire at the same time, the big handprint of ice and big fire appeared at the same time, each with a size of 10 feet, like the hands of ancient giants, to smash the entire space. Wu Heitian's eyes narrowed, he hasn't seen him for a few days, how could this kid have grown to such a degree? Realm advancement can rely on chance, but this martial skill. Boy, you are still too tender. Wu Heitian snorted, but he didn't see any martial arts from him, he just stepped forward lightly. In an instant, pieces of space collapsed, forming an insurmountable galaxy, and the big handprints of ice and fire were sucked into the cracks in the space. I see your age, and you are a teacher. I didn't expect you to be so naive. Qin Yang sneered. Previously, he couldn't take out a big handprint of ice and fire as usual. How could he succeed when he directly used the big handprint of ice and fire? Even if Wu Heitian didn't step on that foot and smashed the space, forming a cracked galaxy, Qin Yang's trick would inevitably tear the space and thus be ineffective. The big madra of ice and fire is just a trick. A sword of true qi suddenly appeared beside Wu Heitian. Wu Heitian raised his brows and snorted disdainfully, oh? Is that all you need? Are you too naive? Qin Yang pinch. Jianju smiled and said, if this is really the only means, I'm afraid it will disappoint you. Don't worry, you won't be disappointed. Break! Qin Yang shouted loudly. The true Qi divine sword was integrated into the true meaning of the martial arts of the blasting punch, like a blasting sword suddenly exploded, and a black hole burst out in the space, tearing everything around frantically. Wu Heitian's heart suddenly jumped out of the way. The efficacy of the fifth-order convergence pill was almost eliminated by him. Good boy, I underestimated you. Wu Heitian's face froze, if it were the middle-aged man, the sword would be dead. I didn't expect you to take action so ruthlessly. Wu Heitian was a little disgusted with Qin Yang at first, and he killed Qin Yang without taking action, which was already unselfish. In fact, he had already recognized in his heart the sin that Qin Yang had committed. If you can't escape even this, why would you be a teacher of Sky Academy? Qin Yang laughed, but he was full of fear in his heart. He knew that Wu Heitian could dodge, but he didn't know that Wu Heitian could dodge so easily. If that's the case, then add more. Hand-pinch sword art, one after another divine sword condensed, with 5 handles. These 5 divine swords are enough to block most of Wu Heitian's body, and if he tries to escape, it won't be so easy. Qin Yang didn't know, but Wu Heitian had already been up and down in his heart. His perception of space far surpassed that of a cultivator in the master realm, and this secret realm gave him a lot of pressure all the time. In addition, Qin Yang's attack can explode the space anytime and anywhere. For Wu Heitian, it is like a sharp blade hanging over his head. Under such circumstances, Wu Heitian mistakenly thought that Qin Yang was going to kill him. Since you don't know how to repent, then just leave it to your fate. If you can escape this catastrophe, follow me back to the Sky Academy to be dealt with. If you can't escape, that's your life. Wu Heitian's eyes flashed like a nebula. The two palms patted forward gently, as if they had drawn a chasm directly. The moat formed by the space cracks extends far away, and it seems to directly divide this secret realm. Not only that, Qin Yang's whole body was gradually surrounded by that terrifying space crack. Exploding sword. Qin Yang shouted, how could he sit still? A divine sword shot out, directly blocking the spreading crack in space. As soon as Wu Heitian made his move, he already regretted it, because he was too sensitive in his heart. Fortunately, Qin Yang was fine. Cause and reason, Songqiang Academy will give you justice. I'm going to officiate the wedding, so please calm down. Wu Heitian said. The cracks in the space spread far and wide, and the speed was extremely fast. This is like a division of space, and he expects that Qin Yang will not chase after him soon. And doing this can also delay the collapse of the space to the time when the Qin family is located. After all the threatening cracks are being pulled and spread elsewhere. Ha ha ha, Qin Yang, aren't you going to kill me? Come on. Nan Gongling laughed, mocking Qin Yang across the galaxy. Unfortunately, the sound cannot be transmitted. Qin Yang clenched his fists tightly, stared at the direction where Wu Heitian and the three were leaving, and said solemnly, Wu Heitian, I don't believe you can really stop me. The surroundings were shattered, and Qin Yang's figure flashed and disappeared. Chapter 92. It flew along the space crack for a long time, but was unable to get around it. Qin Yang's heart became more and more anxious. Wu Heitian swallowed the Lianshan pill to enter the secret realm, and the effect was an hour. And he was going to officiate Lu Mingyu's wedding. Time passed slowly. Wu Heitian would definitely leave before the drug's effect was over, and at that time, the wedding had already been officiated. There is not much time left for Qin Yang. There is a gap. Qin Yang stopped abruptly, standing in the air, the dragon phantom constantly hovering around him, wrapping him around. This gap is shrinking, can I pass through here? Qin Yang's heart was ruthless. Wu Heitian's hand was so amazing, it seemed to directly divide this secret realm into two. It doesn't matter, let's fight. Qin Yang's eyes narrowed and he rushed over suddenly. His body suddenly disappeared with the phantom of the dragon, the space gap was twisted, and the dense small cracks merged to form an absolute barrier. The gaps are merged. Qin Yang's figure suddenly reappeared and has successfully crossed over. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his body rotated a few times irregularly before finally stabilizing. When passing through the gap, the dragon phantom condensed by infuriating energy was swallowed up by the crack, making him almost unable to continue flying. Forcibly activating true qi directly caused the cracks to aggravate and collapse. Fortunately, everything was safe. Huh? Who's calling me? Qin Yang was about to fly to Qin's house when suddenly his heart moved. Treasure mouse? Qin Yang frowned and said angrily in a low voice, you knew you would cause trouble for me. It turned out that the treasure-hunting mouse jumped away from him before, but at this time, he was afraid that he was trapped in the demon-hunting ground. Qin Yang still couldn't leave the treasure mouse behind and flew directly towards the demon-fighting ground. When I came to the demon-hunting ground, the original huge building had disappeared, leaving only the broken walls. Like a mirage, it is illusory and may disappear like a bubble at any time. With the feeling in his heart, Qin Yang finally found the treasure mouse. The treasure hunter also saw Qin Yang, and ran over excitedly, carrying a bunch of things in his hands. You. Qin Yang just wanted to scold, but found that the treasure rat handed over a bunch of things in his hand like a treasure. Wu Liuliu's small eyes looked at Qin Yang expectantly. It turned out that this was actually the Quanquan ring worn by the treasure hunter and the weeds. There are actually 7. Qin Yang looked at the demon doe hunting ground and then at the treasure rat, with mixed feelings in his heart. Those Qin family elders and Qin family children have long been swallowed up, and the scattered space rings must be left on the edge of the crack with their broken arms. If you want to get these rings, the danger is no less than the crack that Qin Yang just passed through. And these rings are useless to the treasure mouse, and there may not be anything it needs in it. It took such a big risk entirely for Qin Yang. Nice job. Qin Yang praised. The treasure rat jumped up happily immediately. Qin Yang's face froze, and he said, "Don't make up your own mind in the future." Treasure rat nodded again and again. The Quanquan ring cannot be put into the Quanquan ring, it can only be put on the body. All the clothes were burned into shorts, and before it was time to change, they could only be pinned to the waist. Huh? Isn't this the Yaojian ring? Qin Yang was taken aback. There are actually 3 Yaojian rings? The Quanquan ring can only accept dead objects, time will not pass in it, and the elixir can be kept fresh. The demon ring can subdue the demon beast that recognizes the master, and the time inside will still pass. Moreover, the environment can gradually change with the attributes of the monster, so that the appearance of the ring also changes. The colors of these 3 demon rings are all pitch black, and there are no demon beasts that recognize their masters. With a thought in his mind, he directly recognized the 3 demon rings as the Lord and put them on his hands. The other 4 universe rings were too late to find out what was in them. If you want to put the treasure-hunting mouse into the demon ring, this guy can't do anything, there is no way, he can only continue to let the treasure-hunting mouse lie on his shoulders. Actuating the dragon step, the Jinchi formed a divine dragon phantom around Qin Yang, and the dragon twisted, as if it had escaped into space and disappeared into nothingness. Swimming appeared, already 100 feet away. Flickering, the speed reached the extreme. Ding! Replicates the ability of the 3-headed dog of the monster Red Flame, Hell Flame. Qin Yang raised his brows, turned his figure, and the Xuanhuan phantom nimbly avoided a pillar of fire. The pillar of fire, which once made Qin Yang extremely jealous, directly burned the Grandmaster realm to ashes, and Qin Yang couldn't even feel the heat at this time. Stopping the figure, Qin Yang was silent. Below are pandas and 3 monsters facing each other, and among these 3 monsters, there is a 3-headed dog with red flames. Without deliberately urging the hunting posture, Qin Yang did not hide his figure. His rapid advance naturally attracted the attention of these 4 monsters. The Qian 3-headed dog was an old fire that made Qin Yang appear. After Qin Yang appeared, the panda was stunned, the Qian 3-headed dog was stunned, and the thorny rock turtle was also stunned. And the last monster, Ling Ice Phoenix Bird, looked at the other 3 monsters in surprise. What's the matter with you? Isn't it just a human? Ling Ice Phoenix made a sound as clear as a silver bell, ethereal and cold. I saw this kid before that he was in the Sea of Qi Perfection. The Thorns Rock Turtle said. Me too. The 3 heads of the Qian 3-headed dog nodded in unison. Before? How long? Ling Ice Phoenix asked in confusion. These 2 old monsters would marvel at the strength of a human being? Panda's expression is even more exciting. He was the last to see Qin Yang, and the time has passed since now. As expected of my master, since I have the strength of the Grand Master realm, then come and help me teach these 3 beasts a lesson. Panda was too lazy to think about it. The panda laughed and said to the 3-headed monsters, "You bully the less with more, we will let you one now. I won't beat you down today, let you shout that I am the best in the world, I will change my name to Tun in the future. Shit beast. Qin Yang's head is full of black lines. This bastard is too capable of doing things. Shit-devouring beast. Hate disgusting. I just can't think of that picture. Panda whispered, I have beaten all the other monsters, so these 3 are left. I don't have time. Qin Yang said softly. Panda froze for a moment. What is important to fight? Murder. Qin Yang said coldly. Sun Ran's murderous aura could not be concealed, so he quickly closed it. The faces of the 4 monsters are strange. Qin Yang's murderous aura is so deep and terrifying. What if this kid comes? Can the result be changed? Qian three-headed dog was disdainful, and he justly wanted to fight more and less. On the spot, one of the heads spurted out another pillar of fire, and the other 2 heads said in unison, if you burn you to ashes, don't blame me for not remembering your feelings for saving me. Qin Yang was impatient. How could he have time to play with the panda? But in the face of the fire dog's attack, he also had a temper. Get out of here if you don't want to die. Qin Yang shouted angrily, do you think you're the only one who can breathe fire? He squeezed his hand to his mouth, took a deep breath, his chest was raised high, and his upper body was slightly tilted back. Hellfire, flame breath. The voice of consciousness is like the way of heaven, resounding like thunder. A thicker and hotter pillar of fire spewed out of Qin Yang's mouth. Chapter 93. The 2 pillars of fire were hedging against each other, and they were actually stuck together. Qin Yang mobilized the power of the fire with all his strength, the flame turned golden, and the power was even more ferocious. It gradually suppressed the fire column of the fire dog. Hey! The thorns and rock turtle sucked in a breath of cold air, and its huge body trembled slightly. This flame, is this kid a human? Ling Ice Phoenix was also stunned. She could feel the temperature in the flame, which was a great threat to her. The fire dog's 6 eyes are round. How can this kid spray more than himself? I'm here to help you. The 9-linged Ice Phoenix chirped, its wings stretched out, and 9 tails spread out behind its back, like a peacock opening its screen. One after another, the ice crystal phoenix feathers were like flying knives, shooting at Qin Yang. Seeing this, Qin Yang put away the flame and spit, and clapped his hands together. 10 divine swords condensed directly behind them, suddenly burst open, and shot out into small swords. In midair, it was as if the 2 gatlings were shooting each other wildly. Every bullet from Qin Yang's side hit the opponent's bullet with precision. For a time, the spiritual energy was stirred into a pot of paste, and ice crystals splashed around. The falling ice crystals are like pouring rain. Why is it so strong? It's impossible. Ling Ice Phoenix didn't believe it. Qin Yang's mouth twitched. Impossible? This move is combined with the 6th arrow of the Jingyu arrow technique on top of the flying feathers of the 9-ling Ice Phoenix. The arrows are fired at once, and it is based on the divine sword summoned by the Jinghong sword. How can it not be strong? The winner is decided. In just a moment, Qin Yang's offensive was enough to press the Ling Ice Phoenix bird in front of him, directly shooting it into a sieve. Thorns, thorns. Seeing that the thorns and rock turtles were not good, they stomped on the ground. A thick, long, and sharp thorn pierced into the sky with lightning speed, directly piercing Qin Yang into a meat skewer. Qin Yang gritted his teeth angrily. Even though he was stronger than every monster, his fists were no match for 4. If this continued, it would be a fierce battle, and he could not win immediately. And time is what Qin Yang cares about most. Panda. What are you watching? Qin Yang's teeth were itchy. This guy wanted to join forces with him, but he just watched the show on the side. I just want to see how powerful you are. Panda's face showed excitement, staring at Qin Yang with burning eyes. I want to fight you. Qin Yang had 10,000 grass mud horses running in his heart, so is this his own monster? The contract is fake. Fortunately, Panda knew that this was not the time, and with a flash of figure, a whirlwind kicked the fire dog, and fought with the fire dog. Qin Yang sighed, his figure dodged the thorns in a flash, and at the same time, his hands kept moving, and one after another divine sword was called out, pressing the Jiu Ling Ice Phoenix bird to shoot indiscriminately. The absolute firepower suppression made Jiu Ling Ice Phoenix bird miserable. Who the hell is this monster? Jiu Ling Ice Phoenix was confused. Seeing that all his attacks were in vain, Qin Yang didn't even glance at himself, and immediately became furious. How dare you ignore me? You will pay the price. Thorn Jungle. Above the original plane, a virgin forest suddenly emerged. Like giant trees, thorns emerged one after another from the ground. The large-scale group attack caused Jiu Ling Ice Phoenix to curse inwardly. The fire dog and Panda on the side had to stop fighting and dodge left and right. In the end, it's an old turtle, and the foundation is deep. I'm afraid I'll be burdened with this trick. Qin Yang had no choice but to stop. For such a trick, in Qin Yang's opinion, it is just a thankless effort, and even if it is copied, it will not be used. Raise your right hand to your side, and fingers like the palm of your hand. Qin Yang's body sprinted down, facing the big move of the thorns and rock turtle. He did not dodge the counterattack. With his right hand slashing in front of him, Qin Yang shouted, "Half-moon slash." It is the iron wings of the previous silver-backed Duping bird. Qin Yang's explosion was faster, and the power of this move was even more ferocious. In mid-air, a crescent sword chi suddenly appeared, and the towering thorns were all cut off. In the space, a crack suddenly appeared and healed very slowly. The space here is much more stable than over there. Qin Yang just remembered that after playing for so long, the crack in this space appeared. It seems that when you go to the Qin family later, you can also let go. Seeing this slowly healing space crack, including the panda, and the other three monsters were silent, and did not attack for a while. The three monster beasts looked at each other, and Jiu Ling Ice Phoenix suddenly saw the ring in Qin Yang's hand. It was the ring between monsters. They stopped, but that doesn't mean Qin Yang will stop. Anyway, you will also use the power of the Qin family to lead this secret realm. Since you will surrender to the Qin family, you are my enemy. Qin Yang said coldly, looking at the panda below, "You only beat people, will it kill you?" Panda suddenly became angry. "Stinky boy, look down on your uncle?" "Your uncle?" Qin Yang's head is full of black lines. How can this bastard open his mouth to swear? Submit to the Qin family? Just rely on their chops? Huigo's three-head spit 3 times in a row. Even if I die here, I won't give in. Besides, before he dies, he must be turned upside down, and they will be turned upside down. Don't even think about leaving alive. The thorn and rock turtle also grunted, "Boy, you too. I despise us so much. Do you think we, like those monsters, don't even need dignity in order to survive?" Qin Yang frowned, thinking that it would be impossible for him to kill these 3 monsters in a short time, and immediately said, "If that's the case, then don't hinder me. Panda's battle with you is on hold for now. I need his now. Help." Wu Heitian's strength is unfathomable. Even if he suppresses the cultivation of a large realm, his vision and spiritual sense are still in the star realm. In this secret realm, Wu Heitian was the only place he was afraid of. If the panda can hold him, then he will be more smooth. "Panda, let's go," Qin Yang said. "It's not over yet. Hit you XX." Qin Yang was angry. Panda pouted, with a reluctant expression on his face, and muttered in a low voice, "I'm the #1 swallowing beast in the world." "Wait." Jiu Ling Ice Phoenix stopped Qin Yang. Qin Yang's face sank, and he pointed like a sword, and 10 divine swords appeared behind him. One of them is like a flame sword, and the other is like 1,000 years of ice, exuding cold air. At the same time, Qin Yang's figure suddenly disappeared, and the 10 divine swords had already shattered, turning into a rain of swords, killing the fire dog and the old turtle. Blue blood sword, behead. Qin Yang's figure reappeared, already behind the bird head of Ling Ice Phoenix. Qin Yang's palms were like knives, and he used the half-moon slash to fuse the 2 swords of jade blood to perform a lore blow. Ling Ice Phoenix bird did not intend to continue fighting, and did not react for a while, and was already in such a dangerous situation. Everything happened so fast. The 3-headed dog and the thorny rock turtle were completely shocked. Qin Yang was determined to kill, and his shot was so sharp and decisive. In the panic, quickly avoided Jianyu. In just one inattentive time, Qin Yang was going to kill the 9 Ling Ice Phoenix? I'm willing to recognize you as the master. Ling Ice Phoenix shouted loudly, and she almost burst into tears. Ban Yuzhan stopped in front of Ling Ice Phoenix's neck, the feathers as hard as ice split open, and ice blue blood quickly seeped out. Ling Ice Phoenix really cried this time. If she called out a breath later, she would be separated. No need. Qin Yang said coldly, but he didn't kill Ling Ice Phoenix either. What? What did you say? Ling Ice Phoenix bird was instantly annoyed, and the sharp voice was like a shrew who was provoked. This dignified Ice Phoenix is willing to condescend to recognize you as master, but you still refuse? Oh? Condescend? Qin Yang's eyes overflowed with a hint of dragon power. So, I should feel honored? The great pressure came, and the Ling Ice Phoenix bird froze for a while. This kind of coercion is actually stronger than its own blood. You don't need it, but we do. Ling Ice Phoenix bird splashed and said, we are different from swallowing beasts. He can change his body shape as he wishes, but we can't. If we want to leave alive, we can only pass the demon ring. Ling Ice Phoenix glanced at the ring on Qin Yang's hand. Huigo and Lao Gui also discovered the Yaojian rings in Qin Yang's hands, exactly 3. Ling Ice Phoenix sneered, today, you have to accept it, and you have to accept it if you don't. Look at your posture, you are in a hurry, right? I just let you succeed because I didn't take precautions. You die, you're afraid that you won't be able to catch up with anything urgent, right? Chapter 94. You. Qin Yang suddenly became angry, I should have killed you just now. Unfortunately, you don't have one. Ling Ice Phoenix said with a laugh, as if a little girl was proud. No wonder the ancients often said that only women and villains are difficult to raise. The ancients never lied to me. Come on. Panda also said aside, it just so happens that I haven't finished fighting with them. Qin Yang was speechless, looked at the panda and said, how small can you change your body shape if you wish? If the door to the secret realm is not big enough, you. Before he finished speaking, the panda's body like a hill suddenly shrunk, until it was the size of a local dog. It looks so cute. It really looks like a panda cub. After getting smaller, it quickly became bigger again, and the panda said reluctantly, big size is powerful, I don't like being so small. That's good. Qin Yang nodded. This demon ring, he originally reserved one for the panda. Looking at the 3 monsters, Qin Yang said, okay, then I will accept you. Cough cough. Qin Yang coughed lightly and said something in his mouth, Qin Yang, I am willing to sign a contract with the 3 of you, and we will share weal and woe from now on. A long list of sworn words from the TV series, all of which are said in one go. Once again, all the stored vocabulary in Qin Yang's mind was emptied. Ling Ice Phoenix bird, red flame 3-headed dog, thorn rock turtle looked at each other, the atmosphere suddenly a little confused, very confused. What is he talking about? Firedog whispered. I don't understand. The old turtle shook his head. This seems to be an equality contract? Ling Ice Phoenix looked at Qin Yang with a strange expression. The other two monsters had mixed emotions when they heard it. The equality contract sounds a little unfamiliar and distant. Humans and monsters are opposed to each other. Signing contracts are master-servant contracts, and humans enslave monsters. If it wasn't for Qin Yang's strength, Jiao Ling Ice Phoenix would never recognize the master. Now that this is an equality contract, there is no condescension to say it. What are you doing? Sign it. Qin Yang was angry. How did these guys dawdle? Do you know what this contract means? Jiao Ling Ice Phoenix said. What does it mean? What's the point of co-authoring such a large piece of writing before? Qin Yang rolled his eyes. The three monsters looked at the panda and found that the panda was foolishly beside him. The three monsters nodded secretly. No wonder this swallowing beast will sign a contract with this kid. It turns out that it is not just because of strength. In fact, even if it is not an equality contract, the swallowing beast, who has been saved by the Qin family 2 times, is willing to surrender to Qin Yang. It's just that Panda has been very happy when he found out that he and Qin Yang signed an equality contract. The three monsters no longer hesitated and signed contracts one after another. An inexplicable force between heaven and earth disappeared in a flash, and a connection between Qin Yang and Santu had already been established. You can even communicate with one another. It's really an equality contract. We can unilaterally cancel it at any time. Hudog was overjoyed. Qin Yang raised his brows and asked, What? Are there still many types of contracts signed with monsters? The 4 monsters were dumbfounded, including the treasure-hunting mouse on Qin Yang's shoulder. It turns out that this kid is not of noble character, but this kid is completely ignorant. Jiao Ling Ice Phoenix Bird explained, there are not many kinds, only 2 kinds. The master-servant contract and the equality contract. The fire dog added, the master-servant contract, the master can make the contracted monster beasts die with one thought, and the master will only suffer backlash. Equal contract, that everyone is equal. If I want to leave one day, directly. It's not rare. Qin Yang interrupted directly, time waits for no one, let's go. The 3-headed monsters immediately felt ashamed. What is not rare? Anyone can sign a contract with them, but the ancestral grave will have the chance to smoke. Qin Yang took a step forward, and Yu Longbu urged him to move, as if he had transformed into a dragon. The 3 monsters didn't have time to quarrel with Qin Yang, and they turned into streamers one by one, occupying the Yaojian ring on Qin Yang's hand. Qin Yang was stunned for a moment. This demon ring is really convenient. Wait for me. The panda saw that Qin Yang was about to fly away, and suddenly became smaller, like a kitten, and rode directly on Qin Yang's head. Don't you like getting smaller? How dare you ride on my head? Believe it or not. Before Qin Yang's threatening words were finished, the panda hurriedly clung to Qin Yang's shoulder. Occupy a shoulder with the treasure mouse. You can actually get smaller. Qin Yang was speechless. Panda disdainfully said, What's this? I just demonstrated that even if the gate of the secret realm is only the size of a dog hole, I can still get out. Qin Yang was speechless. With a roar of dragons, Qin Yang's figure disappeared on the spot. There was only a mess left on the spot, proving that an earth-shattering war took place here. It's just that no one could have imagined that it would end like this. The Qin family is located, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, a paradise. An exit is full of traces of monsters. Qin Yang stopped and showed his figure. There is no war here, those monsters. I don't mean to destroy. Qin Yang checked and came up with the result. These monsters really surrendered to the Qin family. He strode towards Qin's house. The panda on his shoulder suddenly said, Are you going to just go there? Huh? Otherwise? Qin Yang asked. Panda scratched Qin Yang's shoulder, Aren't you cold? Joke. Qin Yang chuckled. With the power of ice, would he be cold? However, Qin Yang also realized what the panda meant, and looked down at his body. Except for the underpants with scorch marks everywhere, there was nothing to hide on his body. Qin Yang frowned. He still had to have this face, so he quickly changed into a set of clean clothes. The treasure hunter also got into the pocket of the new clothes. That kid over there, yes, it's you. A middle-aged man with white hair came from a distance, followed by a group of young children. How does this look like, someone who wants to besiege me? Qin Yang looked at the group. Could it be that not all of them in the demon doe hunting ground? Qin Yang restrained his breath and was about to kill them. A young disciple scolded loudly, "If you don't know something, why don't you come over to greet the fourth elder when you see it?" Another young disciple also said loudly, "You are from the patriarch's family, right? Our fourth elder is not inferior to the patriarch. How dare you look down on our fourth elder?" Obviously, this middle-aged man with white hair has a high status in the Qin family. "I'm not from the patriarch's family." Qin Yang shook his head. "No? It's better if it's not," the young boy snorted softly. The middle-aged man with white hair frowned and said, "The siege of Qin Yang has been put on hold, and the wedding has been held in a hurry. We have to hurry up. If we can't catch up, we will be in trouble." The white-haired middle-aged man was absent-minded, completely unaware of the murderous intent in Qin Yang's eyes. The white-haired man hurriedly led the way, and a group passed by Qin Yang. "What are you doing? Hurry up and keep up. Today is a great day to celebrate together. The marriage of 2 of the 8 Shinto clans, don't you want to participate?" A young disciple greeted loudly. Qin Yang's sword fingers loosened again, with an inexplicable smile on his face, he followed. "Celebrating the whole world? Haha." The middle-aged man sneered when he heard this. "Celebrate with the whole world? I will let you all celebrate together." The cold light in Qin Yang's eyes flashed away. Chapter 95. Shouldn't the protagonist be me? Following behind the fourth elder, Qin Yang easily entered the Qin family. Along the way, there was no questioning and interrogation, only a beam of joy. Qin Yang looked at the big red lanterns on both sides of the street with a strange color in his eyes. The color of this lantern, if it was infected with blood, might be even brighter. The patriarch's courtyard has set up a banquet, and it has not been such a feast for many years. The banquet in the courtyard can't be opened, and the 2 streets are also full. The bride, Lu Mingyu, is as beautiful as a fairy. You haven't seen her alluring in a phoenix crown. They are now preparing to worship their ancestors in the ancestral hall, and then the teacher Wu Heitian from Zhongzhou Tsungcheong College personally presided over the wedding. Messages poured into Qin Yang's ears, and the 4 elders went straight to the ancestral hall. "I'll see Lu Mingyu soon, sorry for making you wait too long." Qin Yang sighed in his heart. But my heart still couldn't help but feel up and down. Feeling the weight of the panda on his shoulders, he reached out and touched the Yao Jian ring with 3 monsters. Qin Yang's heart still felt that there was no downfall. "Who is showing such a serious stinky face? You have to laugh. Can't you laugh?" A Qin family disciple looked at Qin Yang and scolded. The other person said with a mysterious look, "You are walking with us now, and the person who knows the current affairs is Junjie. After that." "Huh?" The white-haired middle-aged stared at him. The Qin family disciple quickly bowed his head and said nothing. Qin Yang frowned for a while. He didn't care about these bad things. Anyway, these people in front of him will not live long. In the ancestral hall of the Qin family, there was only one Qin family disciple left by the 4th elder, and everyone else retreated wisely. But Qin Yang didn't leave, but no one drove him. Everyone knows the rules of the ancestral hall. On such occasions, ordinary children are not eligible to enter at all, but everyone who enters is also qualified. This is the consensus of all, and there is no need for someone to remind it. Just like that, Qin Yang swaggered in. Who is he? Why is there a pet on his shoulders? I don't know, could it be the henchman of the fourth elder? The Qin family disciple next to the fourth elder was also curious for a while. This kid is very familiar, and he is even qualified to enter the ancestral hall? Could it be that the fourth elder developed secretly? The fourth elder looked at Qin Yang, and frowned for a while. Could this kid be a close friend of another elder? Fortunately, I didn't let him know my plan just now. For a while, no one went to question Qin Yang's identity. Among the ancestral halls, there are only people from the Qin family. The head of the Qin family stood in front of the ancestor's spiritual seat with a serious expression. The other elders were standing on both sides, and in the center, surrounded by everyone, Qin Wui in a red robe had a red face, and beside him was Lu Mingyu in a phoenix crown. Qin Yang could hardly hold back, and was about to take a step forward and tell Lu Mingyu that he was here. The head of the Qin family suddenly said, "Fourth, why did you come here? It's disrespectful to miss the hour." The head of the Qin family was extremely strict with the fourth elder. The fourth elder didn't smile, and said, "Isn't the time just right? What's more, aren't there still many elders who haven't arrived yet?" The face of the head of the Qin family was ugly, and the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. "They can't come anymore." The head of the Qin family said solemnly, "According to Nangang Ling, 5 elders led dozens of elites to hunt down Qin Yang, just as the space in the monster hunting ground began to collapse, and everyone died. This is really sad." There was no trace of grief on the fourth elder's face. "What about Qin Yang? Is he also dead?" The head of the Qin family said, "Nangang Ling said that he would definitely die." Qin Yang stood quietly behind the fourth elder, sneering in his heart. He saw Lu Mingyu's delicate body trembling, and he was a little unsteady. Qin Yang felt a pain in her heart. It seemed that she must be very sad when she heard the news of her death. "Okay, since all the elders are here, let's enter the Qin family tree for Lu Mingyu." The Qin family patriarch turned around and faced the ancestral tablet, reciting words. Qin Yang looked at it, and suddenly laughed out loud. The top of the tablet of the Qin family is the ancestor of the Qin family. The reason why Qin Yang laughed is because of the name on the tablet. Qin Anu? Qin Yang shook his head repeatedly. Just rushing to this name also confirmed the identity of these old Qin family slaves. Who dare to laugh at the ancestral hall? The head of the Qin family suddenly glared at him. The patriarch of the Qin family glanced at Qin Yang, and then took a deep look at the fourth elder in front of Qin Yang, and no longer pursued it. Obviously, this matter is counted on the 4 elders. The fourth elder felt aggrieved for a while. Where did the bastard come from? Which elder was standing behind which elder? How did he stand behind him? But in the ancestral hall, he was not easy to attack, so he could only swallow this breath. Lu Mingyu's eyes widened suddenly. This voice. Could it be Qin Yang? Turning his head away, Lu Mingyu trembled, and it turned out to be Qin Yang. Qin Yang actually got in here. She hesitated to speak, but worried that Qin Yang would be exposed, so she could only keep winking, wanting Qin Yang to leave. How could Qin Yang leave? At the moment, he took a step forward and walked in front of the fourth elder. The fourth elder was stunned for a moment, and the patriarch of the Qin family, all the elders, and the core disciples of the Qin family who were present were stunned. This kid is so bold. What is he going to do? TSK, Qin Anu, Qin Anu. Qin Yang laughed out loud. Unfortunately, since you are pretending to be my Qin family, why don't you change your ancestor's name? Anyone who reads this name will know you. Is it a servant? Bold. The patriarch of the Qin family shouted fiercely, Who are you? How dare you infiltrate my ancestral hall of the Qin family? To change the name of the ancestors, this is simply unfilial. Such words are the insult and provocation of Qiguagua. Fourth. The head of the Qin family was full of murderous intent. The fourth elder felt a wrath in his heart, and said angrily, "He's not mine." "It's not yours, why did he come with you and stand behind you?" An elder shouted, "Don't think that you are strong enough to be so presumptuous. Could it be that you still have to take the position of the head of the family?" Another elder also said loudly, "Fourth elder, you are finally ready to take action. You have always suggested that you leave the secret realm this time and not take the ancestral tablet with you. It is so outrageous. Do you think we really don't know your wolf ambitions?" The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and the plan of the fourth elder was completely disrupted. His plan was to arrange his own people during the banquet. But here, he only has a trusted subordinate who is useless at all. Since you all know about it but haven't acted yet, it seems that you all know that your strength is not as good as mine. If so, what should I worry about? The fourth elder sneered, took out a magic weapon and threw it out. Qin Yang looked at the signal flare that was rising, the gorgeous red cloud that exploded, and the black lines all over his head. "Shouldn't the protagonist be me?" Qin Yang frowned. In the entire ancestral hall, only Qin Wui stared at Qin Yang fiercely, saying word by word, "You really came. It's true that there is a way to heaven, you won't go. There is no way to break in from hell." Qin Yang interrupted directly, with murderous intent in his eyes, "Don't worry, I will make this place a hell now." Chapter 96. A good show. "Qin Yang, you shouldn't have come. Didn't I ask Xuanhuan to inform you not to come?" Lu Mingyu shouted anxiously. At this time, the head of the Qin family and the fourth elder, who were arrogant, turned their attention to Qin Yang. "You are Qin Yang?" The head of the Qin family laughed and said, "It's actually delivered to the door. It's so good, the external and internal problems are all solved this time." The fourth elder frowned, and only then did he really start to look at Qin Yang, but he found that he couldn't see through Qin Yang's strength. Outside the ancestral hall, there was a roar of monsters, and in the ancestral hall, the expressions of all the elders changed drastically. The head of the Qin family said angrily, "Fourth, you really took the opportunity to subdue the monster." The fourth elder laughed loudly and said, "I started preparing early at this moment." At the same time, the fourth elder looked at Qin Yang. "It's really thanks to you. If it weren't for you, the Qin family would not have suffered heavy losses. In this way, I am more confident." After speaking, the four elders flashed and left the ancestral hall directly. "Rebel! Where to run?" The Qin family's patriarch shouted, "Everyone obeys the order. The eighth elder, you stay and accompany me to kill Qin Yang, and the rest will follow me to kill the rebels." As for the confidant of the fourth elder, he was slapped to death by an elder on the spot. "Yes. Order." Figures flew out one after another, leaving only the eighth elder, an old man with crane hair, and Qin Wui. This. Qin Yang was ready to start killing people, but in the blink of an eye, why did everyone run away? "Qin Yang, I received the gift you gave me." Qin Wui stared at Qin Yang coldly. "Oh, do you like it?" Qin Yang looked at the eighth elder. "How about I give you another one?" Qin Wui laughed and turned his back to Qin Yang, facing the ancestral tablet with a very confident look. "Don't worry, I will let you end in the same way. However, before that, I will let you witness it with your own eyes. My marriage with Lu Mingyu." Gudong. The sound of something rolling down. A spherical object rolled down at Qin Wui's feet. Qin Wui said angrily, "Eighth elder, Qin Yang can only leave me to deal with it. I haven't given the order yet, why did you just kill it?" Before he finished speaking, a cold air rushed down his back and poured into his brain. The head rolling on the ground, the messy long brown hair, "Where is Qin Yang?" The head stopped rolling, and it was the contemptuous expression on the eighth elder's face. His expression did not change, and before he had time to be shocked and frightened, he was beheaded by Qin Yang on the spot. What did you just say? I didn't hear it clearly, can you say it again? Qin Yang frowned. He had just entered the hunting stance, and he directly chopped off the head of the eighth elder and was still on the ground. After all, the other party is a famous master, and the lion fights the rabbit with all his strength. Therefore, Qin Yang really didn't pay attention to what Qin Wui said. Besides, it doesn't matter what he says. Qin Wui was like falling into an ice cave, looking at Qin Yang in horror. This strength, why is it so terrifying? Even if the father did it himself, it would not be so fast. In just a few breaths of time, this Qin Yang is such a powerful and ruthless means. Looking outside the ancestral hall as if begging for help, monsters and beasts are raging. Lu Mingyu covered her mouth in shock, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. How? Is it strong? Qin Yang smiled proudly. Show off. Panda showed a disdainful expression on Qin Yang's shoulder. Qin Yang's head was full of black lines. You are my monster, don't demolish my stage, okay? Wow. So cute, monster? Lu Mingyu's eyes were full of stars. The panda let out a wolf howl, jumped from Qin Yang's shoulder, and rushed straight into Lu Mingyu's arms. In midair, Qin Yang lifted his neck directly to him and placed it in front of his face, the faint long way in his eyes mixed with icy murderous aura. Tell me, what did you want to do just now? Qin Yang's voice was cold and biting. Panda couldn't help shivering. No. I didn't want to do anything. Qin Yang, you scared it. Lu Mingyu looked at Qin Yang reproachfully, snatched the panda from Qin Yang's hand, and took the initiative to embrace it. He's a male. Qin Yang said sourly. Lu Mingyu burst out laughing. You even eat the vinegar of such a cute little monster. Small? Qin Yang thought about the panda's body, probably twice as tall as this ancestral hall. Qin Yang rolled his eyes at Qin Wui, ignored it directly, and let him accompany the eighth elder's head in fear for a while, and ended him like this. It was too cheap for him. Looking at Lu Mingyu, Qin Yang asked, Jin Wanshan should tell you about my strength. Why did Jin Wanshan tell me not to come? It's because of Teacher Wu. Teacher Wu. Lu Mingyu stared behind Qin Yang. Qin Yang's body tightened, and when he turned around, he threw a punch. Wu Heitian stretched out his palm to shoot straight, but he still underestimated Qin Yang's strength. This punch actually forced him to retreat. What a powerful physique. Wu Heitian looked at Qin Yang quietly. I wanted to save you. Save me? Do you think I need it? Qin Yang and Wu Heitian confronted each other. Wu Heitian choked for a while, as if he really didn't need it. You, what are you doing? Already? Lu Mingyu's face was inexplicable. How could these two seem like enemies? Where is Nangong Ling? Qin Yang asked, coldly. With me here, you can't move him. Wu Heitian snorted coldly. His black face was like a coffin, and his eyes were staring at Qin Yang. But his heart was very uneasy. Qin Yang really escaped that disaster and came here so quickly. The fighting outside is so intense, aren't you going to persuade them? Qin Yang laughed playfully. Wu Heitian said calmly, I won't interfere in the internal affairs of the Qin family. Qin Yang nodded, that's fine. He pointed like a sword, and a divine sword shot directly at Qin Wui. Clang! Bang! Wu Heitian's figure flashed, and a fist smashed the true Qi divine sword directly. The aftermath of the explosion made Qin Wui roll out of the distance, and blood spurted out of his mouth. If you go back on your promises, you are also worthy of being a teacher? Qin Yang said contemptuously, why do you interfere in the internal affairs of my Qin family? You? The Qin family? Wu Heitian frowned, when are you going to pretend to be a descendant of the Qin family? I know you like Lu Mingyu, but it's just that you are young and frivolous without knowing it. The water of the 8 Shinto clans is deep and deep. It's very. You can't go. What a young man who is frivolous and doesn't know it, you really have a set of rhetoric to educate people. Qin Yang shook his head and chuckled. After a pause, Qin Yang continued, first stop me from killing Nangong Ling, and then stop me from killing Qin Wui. I think you are just stomping on me? There are too many murders in your hands. If you don't stop, you will suffer bad consequences. Wu Heitian said solemnly. He also caught a glimpse of the bloody head not far away. Needless to say, it must be Qin Yang's doing. So bloodthirsty and easy to kill, how could he not stop it? At this time, a round figure suddenly broke in outside the ancestral hall, shouting as he ran. Lu Mingyu, I didn't find Qin Yang, but there is good news. The Qin family's own people are fighting with their own people. You don't need to take them. Halfway through the conversation, he suddenly saw Wu Heitian and Lu Mingyu standing between them, but it wasn't Qin Yang. What to take? Qin Yang frowned, and the bad premonition in his heart came again. Come on, what did you take? Qin Yang pulled Lu Mingyu's hand and shouted loudly. Chapter 97 What's wrong with her? It doesn't matter what he takes, you shouldn't come. Wu Heitian spoke lightly. She's your student, the Beiyuan you brought her to. You forced her to marry someone she didn't love? Or the descendant of an old slave of the Qin family who betrayed her master? Qin Yang roared loudly. Qin Yang, listen to me. Lu Mingyu wanted to speak, but suddenly became weak. Her soul seemed to have left her body, and fell softly into Qin Yang's arms. Lu Mingyu? Lu Mingyu! Qin Yang shouted loudly, but there was no response from the person in his arms. Even, no breath. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and Qin Yang's whole person was frozen. Qin Yang, it's actually. There was no sadness on Jin Wanshan's face, just as he was about to explain this, suddenly. Thump. The sound of the heart beating seems to come from 9 days away, and it seems to come from the abyss. It didn't make much noise, but it was deeply transmitted into people's minds. Thump. Another sound completely disturbed Jin Wanshan's heartbeat. Pfft. Jin Wanshan spit out a mouthful of blood, staring at Qin Yang in disbelief. Are those 2 heartbeats from Qin Yang? The third heartbeat has not yet sounded, but Jin Wanshan's heart seems to have stopped beating. Wu Heitian frowned. Jin Wanshan, leave first. Jin Wanshan shook his head, holding back and holding on. Qin Yang's state was not right at this time, he was afraid. Wu Heitian. Qin Yang's voice suddenly became empty, his eyes were red, and he stared at him like an ancient beast. Wu Heitian was stunned. Why didn't he call himself Wu Heilian? Feeling that the body temperature of the person in his arms was slowly dissipating, Qin Yang hugged him a little harder, trying to keep it all. However, deep powerlessness filled his heart. He has been unable to change anything. There were 2 wet streaks in his eyes, and his face was like 1,000 years of ice. Tell me what's wrong with her. Qin Yang's voice was extremely calm. Wu Heitian didn't answer. Jin Wanshan tried his best to say something, but the pressure on Qin Yang was so great that he couldn't even breathe smoothly. Qin Yang suddenly became embarrassed, with blue veins on his forehead, and roared loudly, Tell me. What's wrong with her? His voice was full of grief and anger, but more unwilling and powerless. Qin Yang's appearance was very scary, but it didn't scare Wu Heitian. She's right, it's you who's wrong. Wu Heitian said slowly, if you don't come, everything will be smooth. Will you marry Qin Wui smoothly? Qin Yang Tian laughed, pointing to the highest tablet in the ancestral hall, and said, Open your dog's eyes and see clearly, their ancestors are my old servants of the Qin family. Wu Heitian looked over and was shocked. On the highest tablet, the name turned out to be Qin. Anu? Qin Yang stared at Wu Heitian quietly. It would be great if you didn't come. You killed Lu Mingyu. Qin Yang laughed frantically, and Jin Wanshan, who was laughing, felt cold and fearful in his heart. Want to save someone? Qin Yang put down the person in his arms gently and carefully. The beautiful face that was damaged by the fragrance left Qin Yang's eyes without a trace of emotion. Slowly standing up, Qin Yang took out the treasure hunter and took off the Chankuan ring on his hand. There are also the 4 Chankuan rings that were harvested before, which were thrown to Jin Wanshan together with the treasure hunter. Jin Wanshan, get out of here. Jin Wanshan's eyes widened. What is Qin Yang doing? Qin Yang stared at Wu Heitian indifferently, and said calmly, in my name, clear the door for the Qin family. In this secret realm, all living beings will not be left behind. Senran's icy voice seemed to come from hell, pronouncing the end of life for all the creatures in this secret realm. Wu Heitian's face was full of anger. With me here, you can't do it. Still worry about yourself, Wu Heitian, you can't even leave alive. Qin Yang roared and clenched his fists suddenly. A hot flame suddenly ignited on the fist, and the air was twisted. With the dragon step, Qin Yang punched out. The speed is so fast. Wu Heitian glared fiercely, and quickly put his palms in front of his face. Pong! There was a loud noise, as if golden stones collided. Wu Heitian's palms were unable to prevent this punch. Hit the face together with the palm of the hand, and the whole person flew out. The shockwave pushed Jin Wanshan out, but Lu Mingyu, who was behind Qin Yang, only moved his hair slightly. Qin Yang's figure flashed and chased out. Jin Wanshan took a few deep breaths, and finally did not feel that he was about to suffocate. But at this time, his face was full of anxiety, and there were thousands of words in his mouth, but he didn't have time to say it. The panda paced gently on the ground. He felt the endless anger and monstrous killing intent in Qin Yang's heart, and his eyes gradually turned blood red. Staring at Jin Wanshan, he slowly walked out of the ancestral hall. Every step he took, his body grew by 1 point. When he walked out of the ancestral hall, his body was already as huge as a mountain. Roar! The panda roared up to the sky and slapped its chest with both fists. Such power directly attracted a monster to attack and kill, and the panda punched out, directly blasting the monster's head. This. Jin Wanshan opened his mouth wide, walked to Lu Mingyu, and sighed, wrong, wrong. It's all wrong. This place has become a battlefield. Jin Wanshan can only hug Lu Mingyu's body and want to leave, but a voice suddenly came from his ear. Nangong Ling, you came just in time. Jin Wanshan's heart skipped a beat. Outside the ancestral hall, Qin Yang attacked frantically, and one move fell into a passive state, making Wu Heitian frustrated step by step. Wu Heitian never thought that Qin Yang's offensive was so fierce that even he could not make an effective counterattack. Qin Yang's figure suddenly disappeared. Wu Heitian suddenly looked to his side. His spiritual sense was enough to detect Qin Yang's position, but he suppressed a great realm, but his speed could not keep up with Qin Yang at all. Kick the sky. Qin Yang kicked the sky with 1 foot and Wu Heitian with both hands, but he couldn't avoid being kicked into the air. It's a good move, but unfortunately. Wu Heitian snorted coldly, his expression suddenly changed. A bone-piercing cold suddenly came from his hands, making his infuriating qi a little sluggish. Immediately afterwards, a sense of crisis lingered in his heart, making his heart skip a beat. Above my back. Wu Heitian's eyes tightened. Half-moon beheading, beheading. Qin Yang appeared with his palm like a beheading sword, drawing a gorgeous half-moon in the air. Clang! Wu Heitian was not successfully beheaded, and a black light lit up on his body, which seemed to be the shape of a pagoda, protecting his body. The power of the magic weapon blocked this fatal blow, but Wu Heitian was not feeling well either. Like a ball, it was knocked out and hit the ground. Boom! A deep pit was smashed into the ground, and the hard ground cracked open and extended far away. The huge movement made the audience suddenly stagnate, and all the people or monsters who were fighting were stunned. They all looked at the killing god in the air, their faces terrified. Is he Qin Yang? His strength. The one who was hit to the ground seems to be Wu Heitian? The voices of gasping for air came one after another, and the game between the Qin family's patriarch and the fourth elder was like a child playing a house. Not far away, the swallowing beast punched a monster beast, kicked a piece of it, and opened a killing ring, and no one could stop it. Whose is that monster? That's the swallowing beast. No one of us has conquered the swallowing beast, and wasn't that swallowing beast forced into the swamp of no return? Could it be that Qin Yang saved it? Panda would fight anyone he saw. Qin Yang had already given an order. In this secret realm, all living beings would not be left behind, so he naturally obeyed. I swallow the heavenly beast, and never lose the chain at the critical moment. The panda's eyes were blood red, and the killing intent was bursting. Chapter 98 Battle Master. The one who can force me to use this magic weapon for defense, in the realm of stars, you are the first person. Wu Heitian's figure flew out from the deep pit like black lightning, and a pair of iron fists lingered with a terrifying black light. Wearing a magic weapon finger tiger on his hand, he is of extraordinary quality. How many years, I haven't used this magic weapon to fight. Wu Heitian sighed. Before the voice came, the figure had already appeared in front of Qin Yang. Qin Yang was not afraid and clenched his fists violently. Blast punch. A fist collided with the finger tiger, the powerful body, the power of infuriating blasting, once again blasted Wu Heitian down. And Qin Yang's body was also lifted up by the shock, and soon landed back. Good boy. Wu Heitian clenched his teeth tightly. He had to admit Qin Yang's strength. If he was really in the master state, he might not be Qin Yang's opponent. Wu Heitian rushed out again, but was slammed back by Qin Yang with a punch. The dignified Sky College Star Realm powerhouse is so dignified. Completely relying on the explosive power and strong infuriating energy of Burst Chong Fist, as long as Wu Heitian does not break the medicinal effect of the Lianshan pill, he will never be able to defeat Qin Yang. Wu Heitian climbed out of the pit that was unknown to the ground, looked back at the pit, and suddenly laughed. I actually have this day too? Wu Heitian shook his head gently, his smile gradually disappearing. Looking up at Qin Yang, he said softly, I recognize your strength, so I won't keep my hands. Wu Heitian collided with his fists in front of his chest. I won't break the efficacy of the medicine, so let you see what a fighting master is. Battle Master. Only the top 10 in the Grandmaster realm of the entire Sky Continent will be awarded the title by the Battle Union. This is the highest honor for a cultivator. The figure flashed and turned into black lightning again, but this time, the figure was elusive. It turns out that Wu Heitian and Qin Yang did not use martial arts at all. A pair of iron fists were swung, and the black light on the fists was so bright that it seemed to pierce through the sky. Boom! Qin Yang used his explosive punch again, but this time, Wu Heitian's figure was still in the air, but Qin Yang was knocked out. The figure is getting smaller and smaller, and you can't even see it. Master fighting, that's all. In just a moment, Qin Yang's voice resounded in the world and appeared behind Wu Heitian. The movement is good, but unfortunately I have been prepared. After Wu Heitian was unsuccessfully beheaded by Qin Yang, he had already begun to fear the mysterious lore, his body twisted strangely, and he punched behind him. In the air, the gorgeous Banue sword Qi was blasted by the air hammer, and Qin Yang's figure retreated. Wu Heitian forcibly threw this punch, but was unable to pursue it. The two faced each other in the air. The head of the Qin family gritted his teeth. He never thought that Qin Yang would be the final boss. If there was no Wu Heitian, how would they face Qin Yang? At this moment, he didn't believe what Nangongling said. Everyone who went to chase Qin Yang was swallowed up by the collapse of the space. With such strength, he didn't directly sweep the people involved in the siege? The fourth elder turned pale, and said solemnly, "This Qin Yang's threat is obviously greater. Why don't we join forces to solve him first?" A strange look flashed in the eyes of the patriarch of the Qin family, and he said with a smile, "Okay." Immediately, while the fourth elder was not paying attention, he slammed the mad dragon palm and placed it in front of his chest. The fourth elder vomited blood and flew backwards and fell to the ground. You are despicable," the fourth elder angrily scolded. Despicable? The patriarch of the Qin family sneered, "Do you think I'll really join forces with you? It's ridiculous. How can I allow you to take my patriarch's seat?" Immediately, the patriarch of the Qin family shouted, "Listen to the fourth elders, your fourth elders have already been defeated. If you surrender now, you can avoid death." The fourth elder had a sad face and cursed loudly, "You must not die. You are already dying, so don't care about my affairs." The patriarch of the Qin family stared at the fourth elder and said angrily, "I asked myself, if you are not bad, why did you betray me? Do you treat me well?" The fourth elder spat out a mouthful of blood, stared at the Qin family's patriarch fiercely, and said, "Let's go out of the secret realm, we are the 8 Shinto clans. You are the patriarch, and your children are all direct descendants, and what about us?" The other elders looked at each other and remained silent. The fourth elder said loudly, "Our children can only be born from the concubines. The children and grandchildren can never stand up. How dare you to confuse the public?" The patriarch of the Qin family squinted hard and slapped the head of the fourth elder with a palm. The 4 elders died violently on the spot. The head of the Qin family looked around at everyone and said, "At this time, the enemy is now, please join me in fighting the enemy." The elders couldn't help but feel sadness in their hearts. They suddenly discovered in horror that in the previous battle with the 4 elders, they were all the elders who contributed, but the power of the patriarch's lineage was not used at all. This draw from the bottom of the pot has left the elders with no other choice. It's too late to stop now. Wu Heitian stared at Qin Yang. Is it too late? Qin Yang's eyes showed no emotion. Can you revive Lu Mingyu? Of course not, because she simply... Wu Heitian frowned. Before he could finish speaking, a divine sword had already rushed to his face. It's stubborn. Wu Heitian was furious and punched out. Explosive. Qin Yang moved his mind. Wu Heitian's body froze suddenly. Damn it. This sword cannot be hard attached. Immediately afterwards, one after another divine sword stabbed. Wu Heitian dodged again and again, but it was as if he was besieged by several kendo masters, and he was exhausted for a while. Qin Yang Shenyan manipulated the true Qi divine sword, holding Jinghong's sword fingers with both hands at the same time, crossing them on his waist. Between the 2 sword fingers, a divine sword was slowly condensing. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth is like a vortex, rushing frantically. This is the true meaning of the 4th arrow of Jing Yu's arrow technique, charge up. After the divine sword was condensed, the surrounding space began to become unstable. The entire divine sword was trembling slightly, and in the surrounding space, tiny cracks were torn and healed. Wu Heitian's face changed greatly. How could Qin Yang have such a means? But, it's not over yet. Fire! Qin Yang shouted loudly. The colorful divine sword that gathered spiritual energy suddenly burst into flames. Come on ice! Qin Yang shouted again. The bright fire suddenly changed color, and the sound of sizzling came, and an ice-blue flame burned. The entire space is neither hot nor cold, but there is an aura that annihilates everything. What kind of martial skill is this? Wu Heitian suddenly felt in his heart, is this the power that can be exerted by the Grandmaster realm? The ice-blue flame made him terrified, and his sense of crisis greatly increased. As I said, you never want to leave alive. Qin Yang pointed forward. Divine sword instantly disappeared. So fast? Wu Heitian's pupils shrank, he couldn't react at all, the divine sword was already in front of him. Boom! With a bang, a terrifying black hole exploded directly in the space. And the black hole continued to expand under various violent forces. How is this possible? The collapse point of the secret realm is not here, the space here is as stable as usual. Could it be that his sword has exceeded the power of the master realm? Wu Heitian. Was he killed in seconds? The hearts of everyone in the Qin family were clouded. Qin Yang's expression was not relaxed. Chapter 99 Battle of the Peak. It's that tower-shaped magic weapon again. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. At the moment when he exploded the sword, all the power exploded in an instant, and the space exploded into a black hole, but he failed to hurt Wu Heitian. The phantom of the black tower appeared on Wu Heitian's body again. Wu Heitian was not swallowed up by the black hole, but was sent flying by the shock wave of the explosion. Battle Master? Will you only use the power of magic weapons? Qin Yang said in a cold voice, and kicked out abruptly. A black lightning suddenly greeted the place that was originally empty, as if Wu Heitian had hit Qin Yang's kick. Boom! Every time there is a battle, there will be an explosion-like sound. Wu Heitian's figure appeared, he took a deep breath, he couldn't help Qin Yang. And what's even more terrifying is that his tower-shaped magic weapon was actually blown up. It was originally a completely closed pagoda, but now it seems to have opened a whole layer of windows. I really don't want to kill you. Wu Heitian sighed. Can you do it? Qin Yang said calmly. If I don't teach you a lesson, I'm afraid no one will discipline you in the future. Wu Heitian's eyes were dark, and his aura changed suddenly, but he still did not break the medicinal effect of the Lian Shendan. He was still in the master state, but it really exploded. Discipline? Qin Yang got angry. You still call yourself a teacher? Lu Mingyu was forced to death by you, and you still have the face to tell me about discipline? Wu Heitian didn't seem to hear anything, he closed his fist on his waist, and whispered softly in his mouth, his voice connected with heaven and earth, like the sound of heaven. The way of heaven is dead, and the night falls. As this sound went on, everyone's eyes seemed to lose the light. This is a heavenly martial skill. No, this is not just a heavenly rank martial skill. Qin Yang's heart tightened, and as the target, he felt even more profoundly. It was as if he had fallen into a dark night where he could not see his fingers, and his divine sense could not detect it. Your strength is too strong, you shouldn't have such a strong strength now, so let's dissipate it. Wu Heitian still suppressed the power of martial arts, he did not want to blow this master-level secret realm with one punch. Using the power of the master realm to display his famous martial arts, the power seems to be only at the critical point of the master realm, but the power is far more than that. Because this already contains a trace of rule power. Anyway, this secret realm will be completely destroyed soon, and Wu Heitian has no need to worry. What's more, above his head is the huge black hole that Qin Yang blasted out. Humph, how dare you preach? Qin Yang shouted angrily, drawing a circle with his palms, and gathered in front of his chest. Crazy dragon palm. The infuriating mad dragon suddenly appeared, and the dragon that was dozens of feet long came alive. Come again. Qin Yang's spiritual thoughts moved, and he forced the mad dragon's palm, and another true mad dragon appeared. Exercising the power of ice and fire, in an instant, the two dragons hovering in the sky suddenly transformed. A fire dragon, an ice dragon. My God! This is the mad dragon palm of our Qin family? Why does it have such power? It seems that even if it is performed by the patriarch, it cannot be compared with it at all. The Qin family muttered in a low voice, looking at Qin Yang's figure, with an indescribable feeling in their hearts. This may be the power of the real Qin family. The face of the Qin family's patriarch is extremely ugly, and he has a monstrous killing intent, but he has no strength that can be realized. To be able to equalize with Wu Hei, what kind of evildoer is this kid? Facing the seemingly ordinary black fist, the two dragons roared and swept away. In midair, an extremely strange scene took place. The two mad dragons of ice and fire were slowly disintegrating. Qin Yang was shocked. What kind of power is this? He felt in an instant that the ice and fire divine dragon retreated into the most ordinary spiritual energy under Wu Heitian's black fist, dissipating between heaven and earth. Starting from the head of the dragon, the two extremely powerful dragons actually disappeared. If this punch hits me. Qin Yang's brows tensed. This would abolish his cultivation. Humph, I want to see how strong your punch can be. Qin Yang clenched his fingers, pinched his mouth, took a deep breath, and the heavenly sound of the divine sense rang out. Hell flame, flame spit. A golden pillar of fire spit out, and Wu Heitian's figure could no longer advance half a point. Wu Heitian's forehead was oozing with sweat, and the invincible punch had a way to crack it today? The steady stream of flames, the golden pillar of fire, made him unable to fight back for a while. It can't be dissipated. What kind of exercise is this kid practicing? His true qi is so strong. Wu Heitian frowned. This move failed to solve Qin Yang, so it seems that he can only. Qin Yangshan's brain is deprived of oxygen. This move is good for everything, and the attack is powerful, but there is only one shortcoming: it can't be long-lasting. After canceling the spit, Qin Yang laughed when he saw that Wu Heitian was successfully stopped by him. He already has a solution. Earth-shaking fist. Qin Yang clenched his fists tightly and waved them again and again. There were huge infuriating fist shadows around him. Earth-shaking fist, fire. Earth-shaking fist, ice. Two completely different attributes, condensing the two fist marks of ice and fire. Under the shadow of the sky, the space was distorted for a while. And this is what Wu Heitian is most worried about. The space collapses. If it is sucked in, even if there is a magic weapon to protect the body, it will definitely die. What's more, the magic weapon was cracked by Qin Yang. Although it can continue to be activated, its rank has dropped. Wu Heitian took a deep breath and had to accept, this kid, really. The divine light in his eyes is bright, like a starry sky. I hope your spiritual sense is strong enough, otherwise you might become an idiot. You'd better prepare yourself. Wu Heitian's voice came from afar. I think you're an idiot. Qin Yang was bound to kill Wu Heitian and slaughter this secret realm. Be careful, he's going to use his divine sense to attack. Shen Longjiu reminded aloud. Huh? Qin Yang frowned. After the Master Realm, you can attack with divine sense. Shen Longjiu was a little speechless. This kid is advancing so fast that he doesn't even know what abilities a cultivator in the Master Realm has. Could it be that the spiritual sense of the Master Realm is only used for scanning? Qin Yang sighed in his heart. In the battle with Wu Heitian, he took the initiative and the system could not replicate it. However, Qin Yang is not afraid of any divine sense attack. There was also a divine light in Qin Yang's eyes, and the desolation and heaviness of the ancient times permeated. Shocked. Wu Heitian's eyes shone brightly. Qin Yang also shouted at the same time, long way. The attacks of both sides were launched at the same time and landed on the other side at the same time. Qin Yang only felt that he was in the vast universe, a feeling of the vastness of the universe and the weakness of himself, which made him unable to do what he wanted. In just an instant, he lost his combat power and fell from the sky. All his thoughts and spiritual thoughts fell into the shock of Wu Heitian's spiritual thoughts. However, Qin Yang was not the only one who fell from the sky. The bright starlight in Wu Heitian's eyes suddenly disappeared, and his eyes were dull. Also fell straight to the ground. The entire Qin family was dead silent. Everyone stared at this scene, and their hearts were extremely shocked. Qin Yang is actually tied with Wu Heitian. Is the power they exert really only in the Master Realm? What are you doing? Hurry up and lock Qin Yang with a magic weapon chain. The patriarch of the Qin family ordered loudly, and he could sense that Qin Yang and Wu Heitian were calm, but they were only temporarily absent. Be sure to trap Qin Yang before he recovers, and then deal with it properly. Chapter 100 Friendly Reminder from Tianjin. In the starry sky of the universe, Qin Yang looked at the countless stars all over his body, and felt a mysterious and unpredictable feeling in his heart. The discomfort from the beginning has gradually gotten used to it. Isn't it the universe? When I haven't seen it? However, how to get out of this place has become a problem. No one knows what happened to Qin Yang, let alone believe that Qin Yang can stay awake after being shocked by the spiritual sense of the cultivator of the star realm. The boundless starry sky is the shocking power of the star realm powerhouse. Wu Heitian didn't want to give Qin Yang another chance to break out. Up to now, he had not seen any signs of Qin Yang's lack of skills, so this shock was exerted with all his strength. Not to mention the master-level cultivator, even if the star-level cultivator falls into this boundless starry sky, he will instantly lose himself, and even if he recovers, it will take a long time. That sense of directionlessness and insignificance is enough to drive anyone crazy. Even if there is an elixir to help, in reality, it just turns a person from a vegetative state into a fool. At best, it's half dumb and half dumb. Wu Heitian always thought that Qin Yang was too hostile, and he had even thought about keeping Qin Yang safe and treating him. But he never imagined that he would be caught in Qin Yang's trick. A desolate land, like a desolate plain. Wu Heitian walked quietly among them, soaked with sweat. The huge pressure of the harmony between heaven and earth made him no longer grit his teeth and hold back all the time. Here, there are no stars. Here, there is no collapse. Wu Heitian seemed to have lost all his power and became an ordinary person. No, he became an ant. The unchanging scenery reveals the despair that pierces the soul, and this day, it seems to be closer to him. Heaven and earth are in harmony, everything returns to chaos. Wu Heitian muttered softly and smiled bitterly. If he was just a cultivator in the Grand Master realm, he would not have such troubles at all. He would pass out directly, and he would naturally wake up from this nightmare. However, he is a star realm cultivator. Instinct resistance, but let him stay here, which is also due to Shenlongjia's ruthlessness. Shenlongjia knew Wu Heitian's strength, and desperately sent out all the strength he had swallowed before. I even thought about taking one step faster for Wu Heitian, first to stun Wu Heitian. However, it turned out to be such a lose-lose situation now. How should I go back? Qin Yang murmured as he stepped into the void. Am I going to die here? Wu Heitian stopped and looked up at Tian, who seemed to be able to reach out his hand. In the Qin family, Qin Yang was bound into Zongzi by several magic chains and held in the ancestral hall. And the panda was also subdued by more than a dozen monsters, lying outside with a look of anger. In the ancestral hall, Qin Wui stared at Qin Yang fiercely, as if he was going to eat him raw. Nangong Ling looked at the side with a sneer, and said, "If you want me to say, kill him directly to avoid future troubles." No. It's too cheap to kill him, I have to wait for him to wake up. Qin Wui gritted his teeth. Bah. If Qin Yang wakes up, the first thing to do is to kill all of you. Jin Wanshan roared, his face weak and a terrifying penetrating wound on his abdomen. Do you still want to be shot by me again? The next arrow, I may not save your life. Nangong Ling glanced at Jin Wanshan. Jin Wanshan could only put his eyes on the chair beside him, Wu Heitian, who was also in a coma. I'm afraid it's too late, we can't wait like this. The head of the Qin family said. The black hole in the space not far away, along with the surrounding space, is constantly collapsing, and the power of the rules of the secret realm itself pours in frantically, but it cannot be filled at all. If it goes on like this, the power of the rules of the secret realm itself will become weaker and weaker. If it reaches a certain critical point, I am afraid that the whole will collapse at the same time. Qin Wui insisted on waiting, and the head of the Qin family had no choice but to order the elders to evacuate everyone and leave the secret realm. In the boundless starry sky, Qin Yang was extremely calm. He found a possibility to leave, but for him, it was impossible at all. That is to break through the star realm. Only a cultivator in the star realm can find the direction in this starry sky and see through everything. But in this vast universe, only himself can break through the star realm? Suddenly, a loud dragon roar came. A white figure cut through the space and flew over. "Good boy, are you not lost?" A divine dragon that was as white as jade, as if it was made of jade as a whole, appeared beside Qin Yang and circled around Qin Yang. The huge and scarlet eyes seemed to be dotted with blood, but they did not give Qin Yang a sense of fear, but felt familiar. "There are still creatures in this starry sky?" Qin Yang was stunned. Is the dragon in front of him a jade-like essence, or is it a real dragon? Every scale was lifelike, and the white whiskers fluttered gently. "What creature?" "This starry sky is the space of your own divine sense imagination," Xuanhuan said. Qin Yang felt more familiar, this voice. "Shenlongjiu?" Qin Yang's eyes widened. "You just found out it was me?" Shenlongyu looked helpless. "Is the connection between you and your magic weapon that weak?" Qin Yang immediately touched his nose. No wonder he felt familiar. The eyes of this dragon jade were all dotted with his own blood. "Can you take me away?" Qin Yang asked. "Nonsense, otherwise what am I doing here?" Shenlongjiu stretched out, her tone suddenly changed, full of majesty. "Since you have seen my body, it's time for me to tell you." Qin Yang raised his brows. "Tell me what?" Shenlongjiu was sold for a while, and after waiting for a long time, he slowly said, "My real name is not Shenlongjiu, but Jade Dragon." Qin Yang's face darkened. "Does it make any difference?" "How is it?" "Shocked? Surprised? Excited?" Shenlongjiu immediately returned to his original form, hoping that Qin Yang's expression would appear as he imagined. Unfortunately, Qin Yang only had an expression like looking at a silly X, and said angrily, "Don't hurry up and take me back." On the other side, Wu Heitian was quietly waiting for his death. This torture, thanks to him, was replaced by other cultivators in the star realm. I was afraid that he would collapse on the spot without waiting. My mind started to get messy. If I told Qin Yang the truth at the beginning? No, this kid must be repaired. Wu Heitian couldn't swallow this bad breath. He would be planted in Qin Yang's hands, and he couldn't rest his eyes even when he died. While thinking about it, an old face suddenly appeared in my mind. It was an old man from Tianjin, and he seemed to remember what the old man suddenly found him and said to him. "You will definitely find the descendants of the Qin family on this trip. But, don't shoot at him." "Why? Afraid that I will kill him?" "Impossible, I will not kill people easily." Wu Heitian frowned in his memories. The old man shook his head and said, "Friendly reminder, you can't beat him." In his memories, Wu Heitian didn't take it seriously at all. Even in a master-level secret realm, I'm not afraid of anyone. I'm a fighting star now, and I used to be a fighting master. The old man said to himself, "If you really fight, it will be your chance." Hearing the word chance, Wu Heitian was stunned. The last time he heard this word was when he asked himself when he could be promoted to the God King realm. In reality, Wu Heitian's eyes opened sharply, and the pressure had already reached the limit. He looked up at the sky, and the stars in his eyes reappeared, even more brilliant. Reach out, make a fist, and directly display the famous martial arts. In the Qin family ancestral hall, Wu Heitian opened his eyes, and beside him, the space distorted for a while, and soon returned to calm, causing a burst of exclamations and panic. Looking gently at Qin Yang, who was tied into a zongzi, he found that Qin Yang had already woken up. This? Wu Heitian was stunned, he still underestimated Qin Yang. Chapter 101, Broken Chains. Ha ha ha. Qin Yang, I didn't expect you to end up in my hands. Qin Wui was extremely proud, and the ups and downs of emotions made him flutter at this time. His face was sometimes cruel and sometimes angry. No clothes. The patriarch of the Qin family frowned. Wu Heitian is still here, can't he restrain himself? Qin Wui passed the previous scene, how could he still care about this? He walked in front of Qin Yang and reached out to slap Qin Yang. Qin Yang looked at Qin Wui quietly, expressionless. Qin Wui's hand was in the air, but he didn't dare to drop it. Since Qin Yang is awake, hurry up. Nan Gongling urged. It was very unsafe here. Seeing other people evacuating one after another, even Gong Sunming and Lu Mingyu ran away, he felt a little anxious. If he didn't want to see Qin Yang die with his own eyes, he would probably be the first to evacuate. Qin Wui snorted coldly, not knowing what was going on in his heart. A deep shadow of fear enveloped him, and he finally didn't dare to slap Qin Yang. Withdrew his hand, Qin Wui sneered, I said earlier, I want you to watch me marry Lu Mingyu. Wu Heitian's face sank, and he said displeasedly, Lu Mingyu has already. I want to take her out of here. The effect of the Lianshan pill is about to end, and I can't stay for long. After a pause, Wu Heitian said again, the marriage between the Qin family and the Lu family, I believe the Lu family will choose a more suitable person. No, I want Lu Mingyu. She was born to me, and died to be my ghost. Qin Wui interrupted loudly, walked directly to Lu Mingyu's delicate body, and hugged him. Let go of your dirty hands. Qin Yang shouted angrily. Aren't you very powerful? Why, come and kill me? You can kill my elder Qin family in seconds, can you move one of my fingers now? Qin Wui laughed arrogantly. Wu Heitian looked at Qin Wui and said, give Lu Mingyu to me. Why? She is mine. Qin Wui retorted loudly. Wu Heitian's face was full of anger, no one dared to give him face. Wu Heitian, stop pretending. Qin Yang's eyes became colder and brighter, this is the end, and you are still pretending to be so disgusting. After struggling for a while, he was firmly trapped by the magic weapon chain, which is the kind of magic weapon chain that binds monsters. But this magic chain does not limit the power of the bound person. Qin Yang looked around, looked at the head of the Qin family, and looked at everyone in the Qin family. It's a shame for my Qin family to have you old slaves in my Qin family. Being your enemy makes me not only disgusting, but also lowers my IQ. Qin Yang said softly. When death is imminent, you still have to be tough? The Qin family's patriarch said with confidence, I know you are very strong, but now that you are tied up like this, how do you use your martial arts moves? Do you want to use your speed to kill people? In the ancestral hall, there was a burst of laughter. Come on, you will kill me first, an elder shouted loudly. Then, there was another burst of ridicule. Roar. I'm the #1 swallowing beast in the world. Suddenly, outside the ancestral hall, the panda was crushed by more than a dozen monsters, his size instantly became smaller, and he got out of the gap. Then it suddenly became bigger and jumped high. The dozen or so monsters couldn't react in time, and were about to fall to the ground when the panda was already pressing down like a mountain and kicked down. The monsters roared again and again. The panda was extremely furious, grabbed a snake monster on the spot, and directly used it as a whip, sweeping everything. Qin Yang, I'll help you right away. Panda shouted loudly. The face of the Qin family's patriarch changed, and he said to Wu Heitian, please also stop that monster. The swallowing beast can devour everything. It is the only existence in the secret realm that can break this chain magic weapon. Wu Heitian frowned frequently, and the swallowing beast rushed towards the side while beating. The figure flashed, Wu Heitian punched out. The panda was not afraid at all, and was about to fight with it. Qin Yang's voice came from his ear, his black fist is very strange, don't force it. Panda was stunned for a moment, stretched out his hand and pulled, the snake monster was thrown as a weapon, and threw it on the fist. Seeing that the aura of the snake-like monster kept degrading, and its size became smaller and smaller. Panda sucked in a breath of cold air and started a guerrilla fight with Wu Heitian. You're still worried about yourself. Nan Gongling looked at Qin Yang contemptuously and stroked the bow in her hand. I don't know if you can still catch my arrow. Your hand is tied, how should you catch it? Oh yes, and a mouth. I just don't know if it will break your teeth, haha. Qin Yang laughed instead of getting angry, and the laughter grew louder and louder. What are you laughing at? Nan Gongling was furious. At this point, Qin Yang did not give in. The laughter gradually stopped, and Jin Yen flashed in Qin Yang's eyes. Without Wu Heitian, do you think, how long will it take me to kill all of you? Suddenly, a golden light lit up on Qin Yang's body. No, it was a golden flame. With the magic weapon chain, you can't get out of trouble at all. Qin Wui took a half step back in fright, and everyone else became vigilant. Oh, yes. Qin Yang said lightly. The magic weapon chain was burned red by the hot temperature, and even the air seemed to burn in the ancestral hall. Don't worry, as strong as a monster, it can't break the chain. Qin Yang has no chance of breaking free. The head of the Qin family was still calm. The magic weapon chain was burnt red, and even the golden light of flames emanated from it, but it was still intact and tightly bound Qin Yang. The golden flame divine light in Qin Yang's eyes suddenly disappeared, replaced by a piece of ice blue. Everyone failed to react, and the entire ancestral hall seemed to have suddenly come from the magma hell to the extremely cold glacier. Snapped. The magic weapon chain was extremely hot, but it was suddenly frozen, and one of the chains broke. The magic weapon chain can't withstand this kind of conversion between extreme heat and extreme cold. As if causing a chain reaction, all the magic weapon chains on Qin Yang's body were shattered into slag. The patriarch of the Qin family took a breath of cold air, stepped back again and again, knocked down the ancestral tablet without even knowing it, and his tone was trembling. Where is the confidence from before? The 10 sons of the Qin family, give it to me. Kill him directly, kill him. The patriarch of the Qin family shouted. Nan Gongling and Qin Wui also shivered like chaff, and all the elders looked ashes. This devil broke free. Qin Yang, hurry up and capture it, or don't blame me on Lu Mingyu. Qin Wui wanted Lu Mingyu to be a threat, but there was a flower in front of him, and Lu Mingyu, who was clearly being held by him, came to Qin Yang's arms. Qin Yang caressed Lu Mingyu's cheek with pity, not knowing if it was an illusion. He could still feel Lu Mingyu's weak body temperature. In disgust, he took his 2 dirty hands off Lu Mingyu's body and threw them at Qin Wui's feet. Qin Wui stared blankly at those hands. Why is this so familiar? Chapter 102, The 10 Sons of the Qin Family. The pain only returned to the brain at this time. Qin Wui's face changed greatly. These are my hands? Both arms were cut off at the same time, and his clothes were stained with blood. No clothes. The head of the Qin family's eyes suddenly burst, and he shouted fiercely, the 10 sons of the Qin family still don't make a move. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and the so-called 10 sons of the Qin family couldn't react at all. These are 10 young people, about the same age as Qin Wui, but much older than Qin Yang. They have been beside them all the time, but the breath exuding from them is not strong. Their faces are also ugly, and there is only fear in their hearts. However, each of them wore a monster ring on their hands, and they called out the monsters in unison. The ancestral hall was collapsed by the huge body of the monsters. These 10 monsters were all powerful and powerful. 10 sons of the Qin family? It's ridiculous, just subduing a powerful monster? What kind of trump card do I take? Qin Yang clenched the person in his arms tightly and sneered. The 3 demon rings in his hand suddenly lit up, and 3 stronger demon beasts appeared directly. Red flame 3-headed dog. Ling ice phoenix bird? Thorn rock turtle. My god, how did Qin Yang subdue these 3 monsters? The elders were completely insane. The 3 monsters they wanted to conquer the most would rather die than give in, but they finally surrendered to Qin Yang? The head of the Qin family felt a chill in his heart. The 10 sons of the Qin family were his means of pressing the bottom of the box, and he had to cultivate them as a trump card. The monsters he conquered were the top existences in this secret realm. But never imagined. The 10 monsters of the 10 sons of the Qin family did not dare to attack for a while. Boy, are you thinking of us only now? You look down on us too much. Fire Dog roared. Ling Ice Phoenix glanced over. Don't talk about it now. What to do, please tell me. The dull voice of the Thorns and Rock Turtle sounded. In the ring of demons, they could feel everything that was happening in the outside world, and they had long been impatient. In this secret realm, all the creatures, not a single one, will be killed. Okay. Huigo shouted, finally, we can start killing people. Qin family thieves, die. Qin Yang said softly, leave everything here to me. The Qin family has already evacuated to find the gate of the secret realm, and don't let any of them go. He handed Lu Mingyu to Ling Ice Phoenix, and said, help me take care of her. Ling Ice Phoenix stared at Lu Mingyu with surprise in his eyes. In the demon ring, she knew that Lu Mingyu was dead, and Qin Yang was furious because of it. But this little girl is not dead? He just took some kind of strange medicine, and it looked like he was dead. Old turtle, Xuanhuan has been handed over to you. Find the exit of the secret realm and send him out first. Qin Yang instructed again. No problem. The Thorns Rock Turtle shook its huge body, not allowing Xuanhuan to resist, and directly trapped it on his back. The 3 monsters left, and everyone in the Qin family, including the 10 monsters from the 10 sons of the Qin family, just watched silently, and no one dared to stop them. Of these 3 monsters, none of them is easy to deal with, let alone the 3 of them gathered together. Wu Heitian also noticed this, but when the Tian beast saw that he wanted to come back, he quickly stuck it up again, and he couldn't get rid of it for a while. Qin Yang. Do you know what you are doing? Wu Heitian roared, his voice was like a thunderous thunder, roaring endlessly. Don't worry. Qin Yang's eyes filled with murderous intent, staring at Wu Heitian coldly, you have to die too, it's just a matter of time. Everyone in the Qin family gasped. Who could stop Qin Yang like this? 10 sons of the Qin family, what are you still doing? The head of the Qin family shouted loudly. Only then did the 10 sons of the Qin family control their own monsters and attack Qin Yang. Without the 3 monsters of Huigo, the 10 monsters of the 10 sons of the Qin family were not afraid of Qin Yang at all. It's just a human, isn't it, trampled to death at will? An ice-winged tiger roared and Qin Yang slapped his palm without looking at it. Ice big handprint. The Grandmaster-level monster Binjihu was directly grasped by a big hand of ice, and it was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Qin Yang squeezed it hard. The entire body of the ice-winged tiger shattered on the spot. The master-level monster is not the enemy of Qin Yang. I'm coming. A fiery rhino was like a moving volcano, its horns seemed to break through the space and head towards Qin Yang. Clang! Qin Yang stretched out his finger and pointed it like a sword, and pointed it directly on the tip of the horn. The huge fiery rhino could not move forward any further. No matter how hard its 4 hooves were, Qin Yang's body didn't move. Look at how I cooked you. Blazing Rhino lost his face, and flames burst out from his body. Fire! Qin Yang shouted in a low voice. The fingertips suddenly flickered with golden flames, which instantly enveloped the fiery rhino. Huh? The power of this fiery rhino is stronger, and it can actually emit golden flames? Looks like this kid doesn't need us anymore. Several other monsters relaxed. It's just that the hellfire of the red flame 3-headed dog can be compared to the golden flame. I didn't finish speaking, as if I was strangled by life. Son. The golden flame on the blazing rhino gradually dissipated, along with its huge monster body. The blazing rhino was directly burned to fly ash. The remaining monsters widened their eyes. This flame was not from a fiery rhino, but from that human kid. The patriarch of the Qin family took Qin Wui's severed arm, hugged Qin Wui's body, and quickly left, staring at Qin Yang with sullen eyes. Wait, when you leave this secret realm, I will take care of you. Deboned and skinned. Why do you still naively think you can leave the secret realm? Haven't you woken up from the dream yet? Qin Yang's figure suddenly appeared in front of the Qin family's patriarch. The head of the Qin family fell into an ice cave. After only saying one word, the head was chopped off by a gorgeous half-moon sword energy, and blood splashed Qin Wui's face. Previously, you left me alive. Qin Yang looked at Qin Wui and said jokingly, I will spare your life now, and see if you have a chance to survive. Qin Yang, give me a treat. Qin Wui collapsed, and the torture had completely overwhelmed him. Qin Yang's figure disappeared, but before leaving, he directly cut off Qin Wui's legs. Both hands and legs were cut off. Qin Wui could only widen his eyes, waiting for his life to end in extreme fear. Nangong Ling, I said, I will kill you. Qin Yang came to Nangong Ling. Nangong Ling fell to the ground in fright and flinched with both hands and feet. Qin Yang pointed at them like swords, and a sword of true qi condensed at his fingertips. Colorful is the color of aura, which is gorgeous and unusual, but reveals endless murderous intent. Pong! Wu Heitian finally got rid of the swallowing beast and rushed over, seeing the chaos here, the death of the Qin family's patriarch, and Qin Wui's tragic state, and he was suddenly furious. He smashed Qin Yang's infuriating sword with one punch, and the other punched directly at Qin Yang. Qin Yang slapped it out with a palm, and the power of ice was activated on the palm of his hand, as if he was wearing a layer of ice magic gloves. The black fist shattered one layer, and Qin Yang condensed another layer. Qin Yang's wrist flipped lightly, directing Wu Heitian's fist to the side. Chapter 103, What can you do about me? The breeze blows the willows? Wu Heitian was extremely shocked. How could this martial skill be used to such an extent? The panda also followed and came in. Seeing that Qin Yang had already fought with Wu Heitian, he went directly to the monsters of the 10 sons of the Qin family, and the battle became a group. You can't stop me. Qin Yang said slowly. You can try it. See if I can stop you. Wu Heitian said angrily. Qin Yang stepped back, his figure erratic. Even though Wu Heitian could sense where Qin Yang was entering the hunting stance, he couldn't catch up with Qin Yang at all. The heads of the elders flew up, and the monsters fell, tragically. Qin Yang could have smashed them to pieces, but he didn't. Only the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood can make Qin Yang feel a little more comfortable. Throughout the ruins, Qin Yang stood in the void, looking at the corpses everywhere, and then looking at Wu Heitian. I tried, how? Wu Heitian's forehead burst with blue veins. He saw Qin Yang's gaze turn to Nangong Ling, and quickly came to Nangong Ling's side. But at this time, Qin Yang flew in the opposite direction, slaughtering the remnants of the Qin family. The monsters surrendered to the Qin family, just wanting to leave the secret realm alive. In the face of Qin Yang, who was like a killing god, their hearts collapsed. The monsters roared angrily, but facing Qin Yang, they could only fall down one by one unwillingly. All kinds of martial arts are deployed, the heaven-shaking divine sword is invincible, the ice and flames are invincible, the infuriating dragon is unstoppable, and the two swords of blood and blood slaughter thousands of miles. A cruel one-sided massacre, but under Qin Yang's various martial skills, the exquisite beauty of art is deduced. Wu Heitian wanted to catch up, even if a monster could stop Qin Yang's pace, he could catch up with Qin Yang. However, no. Everyone, all monsters, all in one shot. There is no one who can resist Qin Yang's 1.5 move. Teacher Wu, take me out of here. As long as you lead the secret realm, Qin Yang will not be able to turn the tide. Nan Gongling begged bitterly. You bastard. When did my Songqiong Academy leave the others and flee alone? Wu Heitian angrily scolded. However, I felt powerless in my heart. The former Dozhan master and today's Dozhan Xingchen were played by Qin Yang. Without Lu Mingyu, without Jin Wanshan, Qin Yang has no scruples. Even though he was not afraid, he couldn't stop Qin Yang. Wu Heitian knew that as soon as he caught up, Qin Yang would definitely kill Nan Gongling. In order to protect Nan Gongling, he could not pursue it. The feeling of suffocation made him clench his fists, and the space around him gradually showed signs of collapse. He couldn't help but want to break the effect of the medicine. Teacher Wu! Nan Gongling shouted in horror. Wu Heitian breathed a sigh of relief, but fortunately he calmed down, otherwise once the effect of the drug was broken, the entire secret realm would collapse, and even he would fall directly here. Qin Yang! Wu Heitian gritted his teeth and stared at Qin Yang's figure. As far as the eyes can see, there is no more alive. Qin Yang flew back to Wu Heitian and said playfully, it seems that you really did what you said and didn't interfere in the internal affairs of my Qin family. Looking at Wu Heitian's angry, twisted face, Qin Yang chuckled and said, I'm clearing the door, why are you so angry? Looking at the direction Huigo and the others were leaving, Qin Yang said, are you sure you want to guard a Nan Gongling and sacrifice everyone? Wu Heitian's expression changed and his eyes widened. Qin Yang continued, Nan Gongling is one of the 8 Shinto clans, but not Gong Sun Ming and Lu Mingyu? There are also those who were called by you, I am afraid they will all perish. The reputation of Songqiong Academy will be ruined by you. Wu Heitian was silent. Qin Yang is giving him a choice. Forcing him. Wu Heitian knew even more that this was Qin Yang's method of killing people. Not only against him, but also against Nan Gongling. Nan Gongling's face was full of despair, and she struggled, it's just 3 monsters, it may not be able to stop everyone. They will be fine. Looking at Wu Heitian, Nan Gongling almost cried, Mr. Wu, you can't give up on me. What? Is it difficult to choose? Qin Yang looked at Wu Heitian coldly, every time you are silent now, you don't know how many people will die. Bastard! Wu Heitian was furious and threw a punch. Qin Yang's figure flashed, flashing 10 feet away. Wu Heitian chased after him and kept pushing Qin Yang away, and at the same time blocked Qin Yang's route towards Nan Gongling. However, Wu Heitian did not dare to continue approaching, if the distance was too far, he would not be able to block it. You and I will fight to the death, but... Qin Yang raised his mouth slightly, we have to wait until all the damned are dead. Don't worry. Wu Heitian took a deep breath, this Qin Yang was about to drive him crazy. You said you wanted to stop me, what can you stop me? Qin Yang reached out and turned over, and the longing bow appeared in his hand. Gently bend the bow and take the arrow, aiming at Wu Heitian. Above the arrow, there is an obscure fluctuation. Nan Gongling below was about to take the opportunity to slip away, when he felt the fluctuations on the arrow, his eyes widened, and he shouted at Wu Heitian in the sky, Teacher Wu, save me. Wu Heitian frowned, the arrow was clearly aimed at him, and this Nangong Ling was too. A dragon roar sounded, and the dragon bow, which was enough to disturb the five senses, was naturally ineffective against Wu Heitian. However, this arrow made Wu Heitian's heart tighten. It's obviously shooting at himself, but it doesn't seem to be. This is the fifth arrow of my Nangong family's shocking feather archery skill, it changes shape. Pfft. Nangong Ling didn't finish shouting, the arrow was hit in the abdomen, a wound even more terrifying than Xuanhuan's. One slice. What? You actually know the unique skill of the Nangong family, the feather-shaking arrow technique? Wu Heitian couldn't believe it, and at this time, Qin Yang was shooting the second arrow, and this arrow was also aimed at himself. The arrow, just now, was to avenge the revenge of Xuanhuan. This arrow will kill you. Qin Yang smiled slightly. The sound of the dragon's roar sounded again. Wu Heitian wanted to rush to Nangong Ling for protection, but found that the arrow was really aimed at him. The truth and the falsehood, the unreal and the real, gave Wu Heitian a headache. He swung out a fist, and the black light on his fist had not yet touched the arrow, but the arrow had already shattered in advance. This? Wu Heitian was stunned. Nangong Ling was already desperate, staring at the rain of arrows flying towards him, and only said, the sixth arrow of Jin Yu's arrow skills. Oops. Wu Heitian reacted, but it was already too late. He watched helplessly as Nangong Ling's body drowned in the rain of arrows, was shot into a sieve, and then was shot into flesh. Say, what can you stop me? Qin Yang stood on top of the sea of blood on the mountain of corpses, and looked at Wu Heitian, coldly. Apart from killing Lu Mingyu, what else can you do? Qin Yang's face began to look hideous. Tell me, what else can you do? Chapter 104, No One Innocent. Qin Yang's roar resounded throughout the world, and the grief in his heart could not be concealed in his voice. I can kill Nangong Ling in front of you, I can kill everyone, what can you do to me? Qin Yang regained his calmness again, and even had a smile on his face. I'm going to hunt down those who want to escape from the secret realm. Would you like to come and watch? The voice was still there, but Qin Yang's figure had already appeared 100 feet away. Wu Heitian looked at Qin Yang, who had gone into trouble, and his heart was icy cold. He knew that he couldn't catch up with Qin Yang, but he could only chase after him. Suddenly, his brows wrinkled. There is still a living mouth, Qin Wui, whose limbs were cut off. Wu Heitian looked at Qin Yang's figure and was very anxious, but he could only fly to Qin Wui's side. On the road, there are gradually traces of battle, and the traces are becoming more and more obvious and more terrifying. It didn't take long for them to be able to see from a distance, the three-headed dog of the red flame, the ice phoenix bird with 9 feathers, and the rock turtle of thorns. They were slaughtering the Qin family. As the peak combat power in the secret realm, even if there are masters in the master realm and other monsters resisting, it is difficult to stop the death of those people from the Qin family with low cultivation. Just the aftermath of the battle can turn them into pieces. The road to the gate of the secret realm, the road to the sky continent, has become a bloody road. Qin Yang, wait for me, boy. Panda shouted after his buttocks. He was not wrong when it came to an outbreak, but his long-term rush was his weakness. The panda stopped, panting heavily, watching Qin Yang's figure getting farther and farther away, with worry in his eyes. This kid is really crazy. He could feel that Qin Yang's emotions were extremely unstable, sometimes killing intent was monstrous, and sometimes calm as water. It's so crazy, it's just about to be enchanted. Qin Yang is here? The head of the family failed to kill him? An elder looked at the person in front of him in horror, and his chest suddenly hurt. Do you know what this is? Qin Yang's hands were dripping with blood. The elder widened his eyes, and said, heart. Qin Yang laughed, yes, that's right. And, this is your heart? Snapped. Qin Yang squeezed it directly, and the elder was terrified and couldn't rest his eyes. Such a bloody and shocking scene made the feature film space sink. The air seemed so heavy that it was extremely difficult to breathe. I'm a mother-in-law. I already told you not to stay and join in the fun, but you won't listen. A middle-aged man's face turned green, and it was the one who rescued Nangong Ling at the demon fighting ground. He was the only one who knew what kind of monster Qin Yang was. Facing Qin Yang, he struggled to escape, and he saw with his own eyes that Wu Heitian couldn't subdue Qin Yang at all. But the friends around me insisted on staying to participate in the marriage event of the 8 Shinto clans. Okay, now we all have to get together here. The middle-aged man wanted to cry without tears. Qin Yang gradually flew high into the sky, and in front of him was a crowd of people from the Qin family, making a mess of rat ants. Pain, wailing, one after another. The monster beasts were crushed and beaten by the 3 fire dogs, and they couldn't hold it anymore, but here came another killing god. Qin Yang just stood silently, but everyone dared not move. In my name, clear the door for the Qin family. Those who are not from the Qin family, leave quickly. Qin Yang's voice spread coldly. The middle-aged man who had been granted amnesty, hurriedly took his friends and ran away. Halfway through the run, he directly sacrificed his magic weapon and flew into the sky. I'm talking about people who are not from the Qin family. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and waved, and a divine sword was condensed. The middle-aged man's body tightened, but he stopped quickly. Why did you stop? Someone next to him asked. The middle-aged man looked helpless. I can't run without stopping. Looking at the crowd around him, an elder from the Qin family actually sneaked in. The middle-aged man felt uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. I am just here to assist the Sanqiong Academy, and I have nothing to do with the Qin family, and I will never participate in the internal affairs of the Qin family. Please also ask this elder not to implicate us. The elder vomited blood in the air. If you don't say it, who knows? A divine sword directly split it into 2 halves, and a filthy rain of blood rained down from the inside of the blood. No, we don't have any Qin family anymore. The middle-aged man shouted to Qin Yang from a distance. Qin Yang nodded lightly. The middle-aged man hurriedly breathed a sigh of relief and ran away without stopping. This experience is simply a nightmare. I am afraid that I will not be able to get out of this shadow for a lifetime. Qin Yang. Don't deceive people too much, a member of the Qin family shouted loudly. Among the evacuees, there were very few strong masters, and most of them were old and weak women and children. Even these monsters are only ordinary. Facing Qin Yang like this, they are powerless to resist. Too deceiving? Qin Yang looked down coldly. I pretend to be my Qin family and want to turn over and call the shots. You should have this kind of consciousness. That's not our idea, it's the owner's decision. Someone retorted loudly. Qin Yang shook his head. No matter what you say, it can't save you. Qin Yang turned his head, looked at Wu Heitian, who had just arrived, and grinned. These people, how many do you think you can save? Looking at Qin Wui holding Wu Heitian's hands. His legs were already connected. Qin Yang snorted coldly. I almost forgot. However, thank you for bringing him and let him see what happens to his clan with his own eyes. Qin Wui's eyes were dull. At this time, he complained in his heart that Wu Heitian saved him. Why didn't he let him die? Wu Heitian didn't dare to act rashly, so he could only suppress his emotions and said, Hold your hands. Is it possible? Qin Yang's face was cold and he was determined to kill. Stop. Qin Wui shouted like crazy. For the sake of our ancestors who served the Qin family thousands of years ago and were loyal, I beg you to spare them. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Most of the people in the Qin family below did not know about it at all. At this time, the truth came out of Qin Wui's mouth, which immediately made their hearts die. It turned out that Qin Yang was actually a descendant of the Qin family, but they claimed to be the Qin family, but they were the real fakes. In this way, Qin Yang cleaned up the door and beheaded the rebellious servants. They were more than worthless. Wu Heitian was shocked. He couldn't believe his ears. Looking at Qin Wui, who was holding in his hand, his face collapsed in a frenzy. Where did he look like he was lying? Taking a deep look at Qin Yang, Wu Heitian said solemnly, Are you actually a descendant of the Qin family? Qin Yang snorted coldly and said, Loyal? You are about to die, and you know that you are a slave? If you live a good life, you can develop into a big family. Unfortunately, you coveted the status of my 8 Shinto clans and abandoned the Qin family. I even wanted to replace it. Qin Yang took a deep breath and said quietly, If I wasn't strong enough, I would have been killed by you long ago, and your plan to return to the Sky Continent will succeed. Looking at the frightened faces on the ground, Qin Yang continued, And you will enjoy the glory of the Shinto family, who will remember that you killed your master? You don't have a single innocent person, all of you will die. Chapter 105, The End of the Battle. All to die. Qin Yang's figure disappeared, and the phantom of the dragon surrounded his body, flickering and disappearing. One after another, the sword chi was in a vertical and horizontal line, and there was a sound of panic and pain. Like the harvest of wheat, the crowd fell to the ground piece by piece, a pile of minced meat. The earth was stained with blood, a bloody color. The fire dog, the ice phoenix, the old turtle, the 3 monsters looked at each other in dismay. Qin Yang's martial arts were all killer moves, fierce and decisive. This massacre made them all panic. Wu Heitian's body was tense, and he wanted to go to stop it, but he took a step but stopped. It's not that he knows that he can't stop Qin Yang, but he knows that Qin Yang is the real descendant of the Qin family. This is really an internal matter of the Qin family. He has no right to intervene. And Qin Yang did not kill indiscriminately. Those who responded to the call to rescue were also let go? Wu Heitian was silent. The massacre ended quickly, and the Qin family didn't even feel pain, so they were all killed and wounded. In the audience, only Qin Wui was left in a daze, like a corpse. Let's go. Qin Yang looked at the 3-headed fire dog and said. And the panda was long overdue, gasping for breath. We're leaving, how about you? Panda asked. I have a fight. Qin Yang stared at Wu Heitian, took off the Yaojian ring from his hand, and threw it all to Panda. Let them enter the demon ring and take Jin Wanshan. Qin Yang said. Taking Lu Mingyu from Jiu Ling Ice Phoenix Bird, Qin Yang gritted his teeth and pursed his lips. If you don't leave, neither will I. Panda got angry. Since he signed a contract with Qin Yang, how could he leave alone? The same is true for the red flame 3-headed dog, the 9-ling ice phoenix bird, and the thorns rock tortoise. Qin Yang, the truth is. Jin Wanshan finally found the opportunity to say everything, but Wu Heitian stopped him. Jin Wanshan, you leave first. Wu Heitian said. But. Jin Wanshan scratched his cheeks anxiously. Qin Yang really wanted to fight Wu Heitian to the death? If you don't leave, then I will cancel the contract. Qin Yang looked at the fire dog's 3-headed monster. The 3 monster beasts looked at each other for a while, then looked at Qin Yang deeply. Each one turned into a streamer and entered the ring of monsters. Qin Yang. Panda's eyes are complicated. This guy who takes advantage of the danger of the demon is so responsible, and everything is on his shoulders. The secret realm is about to collapse, and the speed is getting faster and faster. A terrifying starry sky spread over in the distance, like a galaxy rewinding. The space crack on the other side of the demon fighting ground has been swept by a landslide and a tsunami. This secret realm will collapse completely in an instant. Take care, I'll be waiting for you at the exit. Panda took Jin Wanshan and 3 demon rings to the exit of the secret realm, turning back 3 times in one step. Qin Yang paced in the void, landed on the ground, took out all kinds of elixir from the Qianquan ring, and covered it. Among them, the lowest rank is also the 4th rank elixir. There are also many 6th order elixir. These elixir, even Wu Heitian's color changed when he saw it. Gently placing Lu Mingyu on top of a pile of elixir, Qin Yang gently brushed her forehead and kissed her affectionately. Then, directly enter the hunting stance and kill Wu Heitian. Wu Heitian looked at the collapsed space in the distance, and then looked at Lu Mingyu's position, feeling Qin Yang's figure rushing in front of him, the corner of his mouth raised. If there is no winner, won't you want to go to heaven in the future? Wu Heitian clenched his iron fist and swung it violently. The space directly exploded a crack. Qin Yang's figure appeared, and the gorgeous Banua sword Qi opened another space crack. The two seemed to reach a consensus and flew to the distance, fighting while flying. All the way to the edge of the space collapse, and with the speed of the collapse, it slowly came back. I just don't want to affect Lu Mingyu. It's a matter of life and death. Qin Yang said coldly, punching out. A huge flaming fist smashed the entire space around Wu Heitian directly. It's arrogant. Wu Heitian was completely unafraid, a pair of iron fists shone with black light, and there was no disadvantage. The two of them are hard-headed, and neither is false. Qin Yang's attack could be resolved by Wu Heitian, but Wu Heitian's attack could not hurt Qin Yang. The space exploded again and again, causing the entire secret realm to collapse faster. The two are fighting wits and courage, not only to beware of each other, but also to beware of space cracks. From the sky to the ground, the two did not give in to each other. Do you only have one pair of black fists? Qin Yang chuckled, pinching his sword fingers, and 10 divine swords condensed behind him. A pair of iron fists is enough. Wu Heitian snorted coldly. The divine sword lashed out, exploding black holes one by one. Several of them were scattered before the sword exploded. Only Wu Heitian's famous martial arts can do this. The way of heaven is dead, and the night falls. Wu Heitian's fist seemed to be more terrifying than a space black hole, capable of piercing through everything and returning everything to invisibility. Qin Yang is not afraid at all he can do now is to kill Wu Heitian. This secret realm can no longer withstand too strong power, if it is in the Sky Continent, maybe. Forget it, in Songqiong Continent, Wu Heitian is a strong star in the realm of stars. Although Qin Yang was dissatisfied, there was nothing he could do. Dragon. Palm. With a loud dragon roar, the 100-jong mad dragon appeared in an instant. The dragon head was ferocious, and the dragon scales were lifelike. The infuriating mad dragon opened his mouth and was about to swallow Wu Heitian into it. Want to consume it with me? Let's see who can consume more. Previously in Qin Yang's long way, he had already obtained the opportunity and found the opportunity. The power of the rules is used more satisfactorily. He is confident that he can hit Qin Yang until his true energy is exhausted. Qin Yang is not stupid, on the contrary, his fighting talent is extremely strong. After the mad dragon palm is shot, his figure disappears. With the help of the power of the infuriating mad dragon and the cracks in the space all over the place, Qin Yang quietly came to Wu Heitian's back, and his appearance was a beheading. Clang! Fa Baobao Tower directly blocked the blow. It wasn't that Wu Heitian couldn't stop himself. Under the circumstance that he was completely alert, it was not a problem for him to resist Qin Yang. But this has obviously evolved into a war of attrition, and the most labor-saving way is to use magic weapons. Cultivators fight, magic weapons are an important part. Without magic weapons, you are destined to lose. Wu Heitian looked at Qin Yang quietly. It's just a tortoise shell, can you defend it for a while, but forever? Qin Yang's eyes narrowed, and he dodged directly to Wu Heitian's front. Wu Heitian's heart jumped, and behind him was the Milky Way that the space had collapsed into, and Qin Yang had too. Qin Yang slapped his palms in front of him, mobilizing his true qi with all his strength, and bursting into a powerful attack with the true meaning of his punching fist and martial arts. Under the pouring of true qi, a black hole suddenly appeared. Qin Yang pulled his hands and pulled out a terrifying space crack. "You taught me this trick." Qin Yang smiled softly. Wu Heitian's pupils shrank sharply, with the collapsed Milky Way behind him, and the space crack torn by Qin Yang in front of his face. Under such circumstances, the space he was in would be wiped out very quickly. The space crack and the space galaxy will quickly be compatible enough to devour him. Wu Heitian glanced in the distance. There was still a little possibility of escape, but at his own speed, it was simply not enough. "I won." Qin Yang withdrew his hand and stood empty. Sudden. "Qin Yang. Stop it." Lu Mingyu's voice shouted anxiously. Chapter 106 Everyone is happy. "Lu Mingyu, are you resurrected?" Qin Yang's eyes widened, his face full of ecstasy. Lu Mingyu's face was pale, and it was difficult for her to stand weakly. Looking at this scene where the sky was collapsing, she was not only frightened but also worried about Wu Heitian. Why did Qin Yang fight with Wu Heitian? Also forced Wu Heitian to death? "I didn't die at all." Lu Mingyu was about to cry. Wu Heitian was a teacher she respected so much. Save teacher Wu Heitian. Qin Yang's mind flashed countless thoughts, but he didn't have time to think about it. The figure suddenly disappeared in place. Between the space crack and the space galaxy, the only complete space, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Qin Yang. "You shouldn't come in," Wu Heitian said coldly. "Stop talking nonsense." Qin Yang wanted to leave with Wu Heitian, but found that the gap he rushed in merged. The entire space where it is located is about to collapse. "Boy, if you don't compensate lousy well in the future, lousy will never end with you." Shen Longjiu's voice suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, a jade-colored white light suddenly lit up around Qin Yang and Wu Heitian. A white jade dragon came alive, wrapping the two of them and rushing directly to the crack in the space. Under Lu Mingyu's terrified expression, the white jade dragon flew straight over, seeing the cracks in the space as if nothing was there. In just a short moment, all the power stored in the dragon jade was directly exhausted. The jade-colored Shenlong disappeared, and the voice of Shen Longjiu disappeared completely. The secret key of the gods. Wu Heitian took a deep look at Qin Yang, rubbing Chen in his heart. Only the Qin family's secret key to the realm of the gods can. Qin Yang took out the jade pendant, and was surprised to find that the dragon jade returned to its original appearance, lifelike, but his eyes were blank. "Leave here first." Qin Yang picked up Lu Mingyu and flew to the gate of the secret realm in Lu Mingyu's exclamation. Wu Heitian shook his head with a wry smile, remembering the incredible scene just now. He knew very well that when Qin Yang was saving him, he didn't even know that the secret key of the god realm could take them out. Because he saw the sinking expression on Qin Yang's face after he found that the cracks were fused. Whoosh! Something flew over. Wu Heitian reached out and grabbed it. It turned out to be a spherical magic weapon. Divine sense unfolded, but no one was found to be urging it. The magic weapon of self-escape, this. Wu Heitian felt incredible, and the spherical magic weapon had to break free. Wu Heitian let go of his hand, and the spherical magic weapon chased Qin Yang away. Outside the gate of the secret realm, Gong Sunming and Lu Mingyu were pale, and the middle-aged man and other people who came to rescue were still in shock. Everyone looked at the flickering secret gate, and it was still shrinking, with complex faces. "I seem to be looking forward to it at the same time. That devil should die in it." Jin Wanshan and Panda sat aside, staring at the gate of the secret realm without blinking. "It's been so long, why hasn't anyone come out yet? Did they perish together?" Jin Wanshan's face turned pale. Impossible. That kid won't die so easily. Although Panda said so, he was also very worried. Could it be that Wu Heitian is dead? Jin Wanshan was still sad. Come out, come out. Someone shouted and saw a figure from the gate of the secret realm. Gong Sun Ming and Lu Mingyu looked at each other. Is that teacher Wu Heitian? But then, their faces were stagnant, and they even planned to escape. Qin Yang hugged Lu Mingyu and slowly stepped out of the gate of the secret realm. Except for Panda and Jin Wanshan, who came up, everyone was frightened and retreated, almost fled like birds and beasts. Qin Yang. Where's Teacher Wu? Jin Wanshan hurriedly shouted, looking left and right at the gate of the secret realm, but couldn't see it at all. He was anxious like an ant on a hot pot, and said repeatedly, Qin Yang, you have made a big disaster. Now. How could you kill Teacher Wu? Qin Yang's eyes always stayed on Lu Mingyu's face, those gently blinking eyes, that slightly shy expression, everything made Qin Yang seem to be living in a dream. I, Qin Yang, swear that from now on, no one will force you to do things you don't want. Qin Yang said softly. Lu Mingyu's pretty face was even more rosy, and so many eyes around her were staring at her. She struggled to go down, but Qin Yang refused. He could only shyly bury his head in Qin Yang's chest. Qin Yang, why don't you wait for me to finish my sentence? Jin Wanshan sighed and said, Mr. Wu Heitian didn't force Lu Mingyu, even for Lu Mingyu. Qin Yang raised his head and asked, what's going on? Jin Wanshan was finally able to tell the truth and said, at first, Teacher Wu Heitian didn't know the situation, so he sent a congratulatory gift directly, and the shot was his most precious Xiao Tianjing. Later, Mr. Wu Heitian found that Lu Mingyu wanted to die for the jade rather than the tile, and she knew Lu Mingyu's intentions. She gave Lu Mingyu a soul-releasing pill, which could make her enter a state of suspended animation, and then Wu Heitian took her away. This way, nothing will happen, but... Jin Wanshan grabbed his hair vigorously, if you don't come, everything will really go well. Lu Mingyu asked me to inform you, but I only saw you in the ancestral hall. Qin Yang was depressed, you guys have this plan, why didn't you tell me at the time? I want to say, do I have a chance? Jin Wanshan said frantically. Lu Mingyu, in his arms, also said softly, I want to say it too, but the effect of the medicine has already started. Why didn't Wu Heitian say it? Qin Yang asked. Humph. Wu Heitian snorted coldly. He gave Qin Yang the answer with his standard coffin face. Dignified Songqiong Academy teacher, do you need to explain to the students? Mr. Wu? Jin Wanshan's eyes widened, his heart relaxed. Gong Sun Ming and Lu Chanru, who were about to apply oil on the soles of their feet, also felt relieved. Wu Heitian looked over and nodded secretly. These two guys ran so fast, he didn't even know when they left. Now that he is safe and sound, it is already a great fortune in misfortune. Huh? Surveillance magic weapon? Qin Yang's eyes lit up, looking at the spherical magic weapon floating around him, and said, you saved my life, I wanted to help you repair it. Since you came out, that's fine. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and waved, and the monitoring magic weapon was directly put into the Qianquan ring. Wu Heitian could see that the magic weapon was of extraordinary rank, and that such a magic weapon followed Qin Yang without recognizing the master. Jin Wanshan also handed over the demon ring, and Qin Yang's heart also sounded the happy voice of the three-headed fire dog. I seem to have forgotten something. Qin Yang turned around and looked at the door of the secret realm. My elixir. Qin Yang opened his mouth wide. I put them all away. Lu Mingyu said angrily, how can anyone be so rude? I was almost suffocated by the rich spiritual energy. Those are high-level spiritual medicines, you just made a bed like this. Qin Yang laughed. Where's Qin Wui? Qin Yang asked. committed suicide. Lu Mingyu sighed. She also saw the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, but it was the fate of those people. And Qin Wui seems to have been driven crazy for a long time, and he can't bear the blow in his heart. Suicide is his best choice. In this way, everyone is happy. Qin Yang said, "It's just a pity that there are too many treasures in this secret realm." Squeaky. Treasure Hunter nodded again and sighed humanely. Everyone is happy? Wu Heitian's voice suddenly came, and a great pressure suddenly rose in everyone's heart. This is the coercion of the strong, like the pressure of Mount Tai. By the way, we have to continue the assessment. The Northern Plains Demon Hunting List. I have already been squeezed to more than 50. How can this be done? Qin Yang pretended not to feel Wu Heitian's pressure, and his figure flashed, about to slip away. A black face suddenly stopped him in front of his face. Chapter 107, Fighting the Landlord. I'm not worthy of being a teacher? Wu Heitian stared at Qin Yang. Cough, how could it be? Whoever said this is what I'm worried about? Qin Yang said solemnly. I don't even want to leave alive? Wu Heitian continued. Qin Yang looked up at the sky. The weather is good today, haha. Call me Wu Heilian? Wu Heitian raised his brows. It's really black, no, this is the color a tough guy should have. Handsome. Qin Yang gave a thumbs up against his will. Crack. Wu Heitian clenched his fists tightly, and there was a sound. Qin Yang's face changed, and he said loudly, Don't bully others, with the power of your star realm. You are the teacher of Songqiong Academy, and I am a student who is about to enter school. You cannot corporally punish students. Oh? Now you know that I am a teacher and you are a student? Wu Heitian looked bad, looked at Lu Mingyu in Qin Yang's arms, and said softly, Put her down. I won't let go. Just kidding, not only didn't let go, but hugged him even tighter. In the secret realm, aren't you very capable? Are you afraid? Wu Heitian said. Yes. Qin Yang admitted directly. Wu Heitian was stunned for a moment, but he didn't react for a while. Qin Yang admitted on the spot, Where is the devil who killed the quartet before? Looking at Lu Mingyu with complicated eyes, after the truth was revealed, Lu Mingyu was completely intact and directly pulled Qin Yang back from the devil's side. This Lu Mingyu is Qin Yang's inverse scale. I'm afraid I'll have to pay the price. Wu Heitian remembered that he was suppressed by Qin Yang in the secret realm, and he felt a burst of anger in his heart. His figure flashed, and he punched him directly. He didn't activate the exercises, and he didn't even use martial arts. Seeing this, Qin Yang quickly put down Lu Mingyu and slapped his palms. The huge force made his body shoot like an arrow, and when he was about to hit a giant tree, his figure suddenly disappeared. Good boy, do you want to escape? Wu Heitian swept away his thoughts and found Qin Yang, who was in a hunting stance. He stretched out his hand, and a black pagoda magic weapon appeared in his hand. In the middle of the magic weapon, a crack made Wu Heitian feel distressed. This is more than just a defensive magic weapon. Wu Heitian waved his hand gently, the magic weapon became bigger, and suddenly appeared on top of Qin Yang's head, who had entered the hunting posture, and covered it with a bang. Previously in the secret realm, this magic weapon could not exert its full power, and only now did it show its true power. The black pagoda slowly shrank and returned to Wu Heitian's hands. Let me out. Qin Yang's voice came from the tower. Humph, you should reflect on it. Wu Heitian said coldly. The confinement tower. Jin Wanshan was stunned. It was rumored that Wu Heitian owned a confinement tower, and all the students who made a big mistake would be put in and faced the wall to think about it. It turned out to be this magic weapon. Teacher Wu. Lu Mingyu wanted to ask for mercy. Wu Heitian opened his mouth and said, Let's not talk about the Qin family, but Nangong Ling, Wei Yu and others died at his hands. Wei Yu was not killed by Qin Yang, but by Nangong Ling. Their younger brothers were also killed by Nangong Ling. Jin Wanshan defended. Wu Heitian was startled. It wasn't Qin Yang who killed him? Qin Yang didn't kill anyone except the Qin family. Jin Wanshan said. Wu Heitian took a deep breath. It turned out that he had mistaken Qin Yang. Qin Yang was not lost in the power, and he knew what to do. As a result, Wu Heitian looked at Qin Yang even more. Wu Heitian shook his head. I believe what you said, but do others believe it? Looking at Gong Sunming and Lu Chanru, both of them were silent. In their opinion, if they hadn't run fast, they would all have died in Qin Yang's hands. Not to mention the rest of the Sky Continent, not to mention the Wei family. Wu Heitian continued, not to mention Wei Yu, Nangong Ling really died in his hands. Speaking of this, Wu Heitian felt angry in his heart. This kid killed the person he was protecting in front of him, and yelled at himself, what can I do? I'll lock you up for a month. Wu Heitian gritted his teeth. Ada. The panda quietly went around Wu Heitian's back and kicked out. Before meeting Wu Heitian, he was also taken in directly by Wu Heitian's confinement tower. The sky and the earth seemed to be clear and bright. After Qin Yang and his monsters were taken in, everyone felt a sense of relief in their hearts, and it had never been so easy. The assessment will continue. I will take Qin Yang. Wu Heitian said to Jin Wanshan and Lu Mingyu. At the same time, those middle-aged men from Wu Heitian dynasty who came to help and others bowed their hands. Thank you for your hard work. Songcheon Academy will definitely take note of this situation. Where, it should be. The middle-aged man smiled stiffly. Others also responded politely. Everyone's faces were frightened for a while, knowing that Qin Yang was so cruel, they wouldn't come to help if they were killed. Everything has returned to the right track, but what happened in the secret realm has become an indelible memory in everyone's heart. If I died, would you do this for me? Lu Chanru looked at Gong Sunming. Gong Sunming's face froze, he hesitated. How to do it? Are all enemies of the world? Even if he has that heart, he must have that. Strength will do. What's more, Gong Sunming was unwilling to pay such a high price. Humph. Lu Chanru was displeased for a while, looking at Lu Chanru's figure with envy. 3 with 1. In the confinement tower, Qin Yang, pandas, and treasure-hunting mice form a circle. The 3-headed dog with red flames, the ice phoenix bird with 9 feathers, and the rock turtle with thorns were behind them. I'm sorry. Panda and Treasure Mouse stared at the 2 cards in Qin Yang's hand. I've exploded, I'll explode if I explode. Qin Yang held his shoddy cards with a smile on his face. He had already figured it out, and these 2 goods didn't explode at all. Get out. Panda urged. 1 on 3, let's go. Qin Yang threw the 2 cards abruptly. He stretched out his hand and took a piece of flame Zhujing from the pile of flames in front of the panda, and squeezed a demon spirit fruit from the side of the treasure-hunting mouse. The treasure hunter was unwilling, and the little paw held the demon spirit fruit and was unwilling to let go. I'm willing to bet and lose. Don't play if you can't afford it. Qin Yang looked contemptuous. Under the spotlight of the surveillance magic weapon, the originally dark place facing the wall turned into a pleasant exchange. I said, keep it fried, but you don't listen. Huigo said angrily behind the panda. Keep the bomb, he has already run away. Will you play cards? Panda replied. As far as your stinky hands are concerned, I can beat you better with my eyes closed. Huigo bared his teeth. Hey! Are you not satisfied? Practice? Practice. The panda instantly became bigger, and it was a fat beating to shove the fire dog. Qin Yang laughed at the side, and Sin sighed again. In this confinement tower, you can't feel the passage of time at all, and you don't know how long it has been outside. What number are Lu Mingyu and Jin Wanshan now? Qin Yang guessed in his heart, and suddenly reacted, no, I was locked up for a month, so my ranking. Chapter 108. Time passed slowly, and all those who participated in the assessment could not help but have some doubts in their hearts. Qin Yang, who dominated the leaderboard, disappeared and fell out of the top 100. The names of Nangong Ling and Wei Yu also disappeared. Now the first place on the Beiyuan monster hunting list is Lu Mingyu, and the second place is Jin Wanshan. The rankings of Gong Sunming and Lu Qianru have been stable in the top 50. At the same time, some attentive people discovered that the top 100 of the Northern Plains monster hunting list, those who followed Nangong Ling, had also disappeared. Wouldn't it be destroyed by monsters? That's not certain. It may be that their strength is insufficient, and the ranking at the beginning was just a moment of luck. It's not better without them, we have a chance. Finally, the last day of the assessment came. A few are happy and some are sad, only those ranked close to 100, and the bottom of the top 100, are still desperately hunting down monsters. During these days, Qin Yang has been playing cards and practicing martial arts in the confinement tower. After you have mastered more martial arts, you don't need to stick to the form at all, and you can use the true meaning of martial arts at will to display powerful attacks. And can be combined into a variety of martial arts. Not only that, but Qin Yang also settled down during this period of time. He also discovered that he can create not only martial arts, but also exercises. Wei Yu's Overlord Ju and Overlord Wu Shuangji inspired Qin Yang. Qin Yang can also create powerful matching exercises and martial arts. Would you like to try it? Qin Yang rubbed his chin. Qin Yang, come and play cards. The panda swallowed all the flame Zhu Jing, and his breath had already broken through. As long as he is awake, the first thing he does is either to find Qin Yang to play cards, or to find Hugo PK. The treasure rat was also promoted to the Grandmaster level, and the demon spirit fruit was devoured by him. As for the fire dog's three-headed monster, there is no shortage of benefits, and a lot of various elixir are also swallowed. The bloodline is tyrannical, and the speed of breakthrough is probably not slower than that of pandas. One thing Qin Yang didn't pay attention to was that after these monsters broke through, but, the star level. Qin Yang pouted, playing cards is not as interesting as studying martial arts. It was obviously a three-man landlord, but it turned into a dozen of five. Even if he is a farmer, his teammates, who are also farmers, are frantically bombing him. That's it, all the previous harvests were won by pandas and treasure-hunting mice, and were divided up by these five abominable monsters. At first Qin Yang was not convinced, but after familiarizing himself with the rules, the pandas and other demons are more shrewd than each other. In particular, the treasure-hunting mouse, who was promoted to the Grand Master realm and could transmit voices with divine sense, had the same voice as a little Zhengtai, but his brain was more treacherous than that of an old fox. I can't beat it, I can't beat it. Qin Yang refused to accept it. Letting them play, Qin Yang felt a pain in his heart when he looked at his wealth in the Qianquan ring. The swallowing beast even wanted to swallow his spirit stone, but he didn't want to leave it to Qin Yang at all. Including the 4 Qianquan rings that were collected by the treasure rat before, it was also empty at this time. Black ivory, a magic weapon for monitoring, and a formation disc that I don't know what it is. In addition, there are more than 10,000 spiritual stones left. Qin Yang sighed. Panda coveted black ivory, but Qin Yang stopped playing cards after being killed. Huh? Are you in good spirits? Wu Heitian's voice suddenly came in. Divine intent swept away, and suddenly became furious. He wanted to lock Qin Yang here and let him think about it, but this. The monitoring magic weapon can even emit colorful rays of light, and a group of monsters are here to learn from each other, which is very lively. Where is this confinement? This is simply to let Qin Yang enjoy leisure. Could it be time? Qin Yang's eyes lit up. This month, so soon? Wu Heitian was silent for a while, and then said, there is still 1 day left to complete the assessment. I wanted to let you out and let you sprint for the final ranking. Then what are you waiting for? Qin Yang geared up. The pandas and other demons were also excited. As long as they go out, they are not afraid that the points will not be able to rush up, but they are afraid that there are not enough monsters. I changed my mind, you can continue to lock it up. Wu Heitian said. Don't. Qin Yang's face darkened. It would be better not to let himself know the time. After knowing it, he felt uncomfortable. Mr. Wu? Wu Heitian? Wu Heface. No matter how Ren Qin Yang shouted, Wu Heitian no longer responded. Time started to get unusually slow, about a day later. I can let you out, but I have to make a contract with you for 3 chapters. Wu Heitian's voice came. Qin Yang stood up abruptly, speak quickly. First, within 1 year of admission, the use of force is not allowed. This is the prohibition of force. Wu Heitian said. Impossible. Qin Yang refused, directly. Then you can continue to stay. Wu Heitian said. Wait. You can think about it. Qin Yang frowned and said, what if someone else did something to me? Wu Heitian sneered, if you want to run, who can stop you? Qin Yang glanced at the panda beside him and laughed, but there was another sentence in his ear. You can't even move your monsters. Qin Yang was speechless, and Panda was confused. What does this have to do with the uncle? It is good. Qin Yang nodded. Since you agreed, then I'll let you out. After Wu Heitian finished speaking, Qin Yang immediately felt that his eyes were bright and wide. 3 chapters of the contract. It's actually just this one condition. Qin Yang's head was full of black lines. Qin Yang, you're out. Lu Mingyu came over excitedly. Looking around, it seems that in the square of a certain sect, a group of people around his age are standing there with joy on their faces. I've been thinking about dying these days. Qin Yang stretched out his hands and hugged him directly. Lu Mingyu quickly took a step back. Standing here is the top 100 of the Northern Plains demon hunting list, waiting for the magic weapon flying boat of the Sky Academy. Everyone's eyes are on Lu Mingyu. With such a beautiful appearance, it is also the number 1 on the Northern Plains monster hunting list. Why don't you care about the worldly vision? Haven't you missed me this month? Qin Yang asked. Lu Mingyu was thin-skinned, how could he stand up to this? Chow Wu Heitian said, Mr. Wu, let's keep him locked up. Don't. Qin Yang's expression changed. After he came out, he realized that it was really nice outside, the sky was really blue. He really didn't want to go back. Looking around, Qin Yang was stunned, where's my monster? Now on this occasion, your monsters shouldn't appear. Wu Heitian said lightly, remember what you promised. Of course. Qin Yang waved his hand and stood directly beside Lu Mingyu, chatting with Lu Mingyu and Jin Wanshan. Who is that kid? How dare you stand beside Lu Mingyu? Looking at his actions just now, you still want to hug Lu Mingyu? Damn. Where does he rank in the top 100 of the Northern Plains demon hunting list? A group of young people hated Qin Yang, and one of them walked over directly and pointed at Qin Yang's nose. You, get behind me. Huh? Qin Yang's eyes flashed coldly. Huh? Wu Heitian glared at him, and Qin Yang suddenly fainted. Chapter 109, Special Admissions. Qin Yang touched his nose lightly, looked at the young man in front of him, and sneered, dare to talk to me like that, do you know who I am? Wu Heitian felt relieved when he saw that Qin Yang had no intention of taking action. The man's eyes widened suddenly, with an exaggerated expression of fear. My God, I'm so afraid. The expression changed, and he became abusive. Does it matter who you are? Looking at Lu Mingyu and Jin Wanshan, the man laughed and looked at Qin Yang contemptuously. I'm number 3 on the monster hunting list. What are you? It turns out that he is the third-ranked Yu Xiaojie. The Yu family is a famous family in Zhongzhou that runs the Chamber of Commerce. Although it can't be compared with the Jin family, their family has many powerful alchemists. There are even several alchemy formulas that are unique to the Yu family. If we only talk about medicinal herbs, the Yu family is no weaker than the Jin family. Yu Xiaojie is actually ranked 3rd on the monster hunting list? He's a pill cultivator. A voice of praise sounded, and Yu Xiaojie's face was full of pride. Alchemy? Qin Yang raised his brows and laughed. Yu Xiaojie pressed his hands together and made the audience quiet. He almost regarded himself as a famous person. He looked at Qin Yang and asked with a smile, I don't know where your rank is? Qin Yang looked at Wu Heitian. Pulling out the Order of the Sky, there is only the top 100 list on the Order of the Sky, and Qin Yang's name is not on it. He doesn't have a ranking. Wu Heitian said. There was a mess on the field, and everyone was chatting. No ranking? We are all in the top 100. What qualifications does he have to stand with us without a ranking? That's right, let him get out of here in a group. We are all freshmen who want to join the Sky Academy. Where did this kid come from? A wave of condemnation was like a wave, and the field suddenly exploded. Wu Heitian opened his mouth and said, he is a special recruit, so he doesn't need to look at the test results. Special admissions? There was a sound of sucking in the cold air. Sky Academy has not recruited special students for 10 years. We bumped into it this year? Yu Xiaojie was shocked. It was not an easy thing to want to become a special student of Songqiong Academy. How many powerful families want to go through the back door? They are directly rejected. Seeing that Qin Yang was about the same age as himself, Yu Xiaojie was unconvinced and said sourly, you can participate in the demon hunting exam, but you have to be a special recruit? I think you have no strength at all, right? Qin Yang laughed playfully, yes, I don't have any strength at all, but I am a special recruit, and I can also join the Sky Academy. What can you do to me? Yu Xiaojie was in a hurry, and a sullen breath rose in the chests of everyone present. Jin Wanshan looked at Qin Yang strangely, and asked in a low voice, did you take the wrong medicine? Or was it foolish to be locked up by Wu Heitian? Qin Yang replied in a low voice, Wu Heimian gave me a ban on martial arts, and I cannot use force for 1 year. If you think fists can solve the problem, I will be with him. Don't make it public, but don't let others know. Jin Wanshan held back his laughter. No wonder Qin Yang was so uncharacteristically good-tempered. Lu Mingyu also laughed softly by the side. This smile almost responded to that sentence, looking back and smiling by Meisheng. Most of the people in the field are young, and they are full of wolves. Yu Xiaojie's eyes were hot, and he could see that Lu Mingyu and Qin Yang had an extraordinary relationship, and they were jealous at the moment. Yu Xiaojie asked, you said you are a special recruit, you must have some means, otherwise everyone will not believe you. Qin Yang suddenly laughed and looked at Yu Xiaojie. I don't have any means, but I'm a special recruit, don't you agree? Of course not. Why do we work so hard to hunt down monsters and compete fiercely with each other, but in the end you can get everything so easily? We're going to protest together. Qin Yang was at the cusp of the storm. He didn't want to reason, he just wanted to hammer these people's dog heads with his fist. Pity. Just bear it if you don't accept it, and go if you want to protest. I stopped you? Qin Yang was a little impatient. It's so unreasonable, it's amazing, just because I'm a special enrollment? How can the Songqiong Academy accommodate such villains? I think he's just a piece of shit, he can't do anything. How could the Xuanhuan Academy give such a person a special admission quota? Qin Yang. Jin Wanshan looked at Qin Yang with pity. Lu Mingyu didn't feel very well in her heart, but seeing Qin Yang's shriveled appearance made her unable to close her mouth with joy. Looking at Jin Wanshan also laughed. It's like dying. In the crowd, Gong Sunming pulled Lu Chanru away quietly from the crowd. Gong Sunming was afraid that Qin Yang would slaughter this place directly in a fit of anger. He didn't want to face Qin Yang anymore. You guys can stop. Lu Chanru's face was speechless. These classmates really don't know how high the sky is. If they really see Qin Yang's methods, they will be scared to wet their pants, right? Shut up for me. If you have the ability, you can also be special recruits? Qin Yang only felt the noise, and his brain was buzzing. Hey! Is he still angry? I just want to know why he can be a special recruit. Pregnancy. Qin Yang angrily said, why do you care about me? Why should I tell you? How old are you? Even if you are a special recruit, what can you do? Believe it or not, I'll beat you. Someone was gearing up. Yes, you have no reason to refuse a challenge at the same level. I challenge you, and the academy will not stop it. Someone shouted, eager to try. Ouch, beat me? Come on. I'm not laughing at you, I can blow all of you to death by blowing lightly, believe it or not. Qin Yang scolded the audience with his waist on. Wu Heitian frowned tightly. Qin Yang had just been released, and the peaceful atmosphere had turned into a vegetable market, like a group of shrews scolding the street. Although the academy has a ban on martial arts, it would be great if there was an order to shut up. Hearing that Qin Yang was going to spray everyone to death, Wu Heitian suddenly jumped in his heart. Thinking of Qin Yang's hellfire, fire breathing, Wu Heitian had even more headaches. He can't guarantee that Qin Yang will really kill everyone with a fire. This is the freshman of the Xuanhuan Academy this year. If all of them are sprayed to death here, then Qin Yang will directly offend the entire continent. Even the Sky Academy will be implicated. Seeing that the field was out of control, a young girl and Qin Yang were fighting a war of words. Quiet! Wu Heitian shouted, and then said, he is a descendant of the Qin family of the 8 Shinto clans. The audience suddenly fell silent, and Yu Shaojia's pupils shrank. The Qin family of the 8 families of the Shinto. This kid is actually a member of the Qin family of the 8 families of the Shinto? It turns out that his special enrollment quota is like this. With the name of the Qin family, there is a quota for special admissions. What kind of skill is it, Ba? Sky Academy has always been adhering to the equality of all. Why does he have the privilege? Can he make an exception? He is of the 8 Shinto clans, and there are also members of the 8 Shinto clans among our classmates this year. Why can he be a special recruit? Just because his family was destroyed, does the academy feel pity? Qin Yang's face suddenly calmed down, which made people feel flustered. Chapter 110 Body Tempering Pill. It's over. Run. Gong Sunming's heart skipped a beat, and Lu Chanru's face turned pale. The two ran away directly and watched from a distance. In the field, a tremendous pressure suddenly appeared, pressing everyone to be speechless. Qin Yang did not release Long Wei, nor did he burst into his Grand Master realm, but just looked at everyone so quietly. Everyone seemed to be strangled by the neck, and for some reason there was a panic in their hearts. You. Qin Yang softly spit out 2 words, and without follow-up, a black pagoda appeared out of thin air, and immediately covered Qin Yang. I didn't do it, why did you take me in again? Qin Yang shouted loudly in the confinement tower. The pandas and other demons looked at Qin Yang in surprise. Was this released to get some air? Closed again so soon? I can't take risks. Wu Heitian's voice came in. Qin Yang was speechless for a while. In reality, the pressure disappeared as Qin Yang was taken into the confinement tower. Everyone thought it was Wu Heitian's aura. Mr. Wu, you are too partial to Qin Yang. Just because Qin Yang is a descendant of the Qin family of the 8 Shinto clans, you can't take care of him like this. Yu Xiaojia also frowned and said, we won't really do anything to him. In the future, we will still be classmates, so I can't see you when you look up. Wu Heitian quietly looked at the freshmen of this class and sighed in his heart, why am I partial to Qin Yang? I am saving your lives. In the distance, Gong Sunming and Lu Chanru let out a long sigh of relief. Those who have seen Qin Yang get angry, except those who are dead and never seen again, those who are still alive but never want to be seen again. Although Qin Yang was taken away by the confinement tower, the topic of the audience remained the same. Everyone gritted their teeth and looked contemptuous towards Qin Yang. They all think that Qin Yang got through the back door through connections, and it is a shame for them to be in the same class with such people. 3 days later, in the evening, the magic weapon Tianzhou specially sent by Songqiong College to pick up people. All the freshmen had a lively dinner in the restaurant, thinking about the future for a while. Lu Mingyu and Jin Wanshan were alone in the corner, eating quietly, but the focus of the audience was always there. In the lively crowd, Yu Xiaojia had a pleasant conversation with other top-ranked students, and his eyes turned to Lu Mingyu from time to time. You should give up your mind. In terms of wealth, Jin Wanshan is much stronger than you. The classmate on the side laughed. Someone added, since the descendants of the Qin family have appeared, will Lu Mingyu follow that Qin Yang? Yu Xiaojia was holding a wine glass in his hand, and it shattered with a pop. It's a matter of human behavior, and I, Yu Xiaojia, are not bad. Yu Xiaojia was full of self-confidence. Jin Wanshan? Is he as handsome as me? Qin Yang? With the name of a descendant of the Qin family of 8 Shinto clans, he wants to compete with me? Yu Xiaojia said in a low voice, you guys can take a look, maybe I will be able to hug the beauty tonight. After speaking, Yu Xiaojia gently walked towards Lu Mingyu in the corner. The crowd began to boo, and some even whistled loudly. I don't know whether to live or die. Gong Sunming looked up and continued to eat. Lu Chanru said disdainfully, joining the Songqiong Academy has really given them a lot of courage. With the reputation and rules of the academy, they don't even know who they are. Now that everyone is on the skyboat, if Qin Yang is released and there is a conflict again, they will have nowhere to escape. This is thousands of miles above the sky. No. Lu Chanru opened her mouth wide. Gong Sunming raised his head, and his whole body was shocked. Why did Teacher Wu really let him out? And on his shoulders. My God. On Qin Yang's shoulders, the shrunk pandas were lying on their backs, and they arrived quietly without attracting the attention of others. That is a master-level swallowing beast. Is Teacher Wu crazy? Gong Sunming panicked, but he was relieved to see Wu Heitian, who was following Qin Yang. I hope that Yu Xiaojia doesn't do too much. Lu Chanru was actually praying in her heart. Lu Mingyu was chatting with Jin Wanshan, and happened to be chatting with Qin Yang, and the two laughed for a while. I wonder if I can sit here. Yu Xiaojia walked over with a smile on his face. No. Jin Wanshan replied directly. Yu Xiaojia looked embarrassed, looked at Lu Mingyu, and said, can you invite Miss Mingyu to appreciate the light and have a drink with me? After speaking, an ice-blue medicinal pill exuding a cold air appeared in his hand, and he played with it quietly. The medicinal pill refined by the Yu family's unparalleled formula, the frozen body tempering pill. Only the Yu family has it. These precious medicinal pills, the lowest level is also the 4th level, and the high level is even more difficult to find. Yu Xiaojia really has the means. This ice tempering pill can quench the physique, and it is the most effective among the tempering pills. Lu Mingyu Shomei frowned slightly, with a look of disgust. I'm sorry, I'm not free. Oh? It seems that Miss Mingyu doesn't like it? Yu Xiaojie put away the frost ice tempering pill, and said with a strange smile, then it's going to explode? After he finished speaking, he directly took out another fiery tempering body pill. The whole cafeteria caused quite a stir. Did you see it? This is the unique medicinal pill of the Yu family. If the cultivator wants to improve his physical strength, he can only swallow the quenched body. Dan. You. A classmate pulled the person next to him and boasted that he was knowledgeable for a while, but when he saw that he was pulling Qin Yang, the voice stopped abruptly like a duck being pinched by the neck. Humph. Qin Yang snorted coldly and walked over from the crowd. When people saw Qin Yang coming, it was a mess again. In the past 3 days, they have been talking about Qin Yang a lot, and they all wished that Teacher Wu would also put them in the confinement tower and have a good discussion with Qin Yang. Sit inside. Qin Yang said softly. Lu Mingyu obediently gave way to her position and moved in. Qin Yang sat in Lu Mingyu's original position, turned his head to look at Yu Xiaojie, who was embarrassed, and then looked at the medicinal pill in Yu Xiaojie's hand, and sneered, mid-grade quality, are you embarrassed to take it out? I can't see Mount Tai. This is my Yu family's unique body tempering pill. The cultivator's physique is strong, and it has a great influence on the combat power. Yu Xiaojie said proudly, don't say that this is only a mid-grade quality, even if it is a low grade. Quality is also invaluable. Speaking of this, Yu Xiaojie said strangely, by the way, I forgot, for a waste like you, naturally you don't know the value of the body tempering pill. At the same time, Yu Xiaojie said proudly, as long as you want to temper your physique and increase your strength, you must take my Yu family's body tempering pill. The Sky Academy's body tempering pill is all supplied by my Yu family. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Jin Wanshan provocatively. Talk about body quenching with me? Qin Yang couldn't help but feel happy, looked at the fiery red medicinal pill, and said, you said this body quenching pill is unique to your family? I don't think so. This is the consensus of the mainland. Yu Xiaojie despised, you hillbilly haven't seen the world, I don't blame you. A very personable look. Oh, this body tempering pill is the foundation of your Yu family? Qin Yang groped his chin. Of course. Yu Xiaojie replied directly. Then you are finished, and your family is finished. Qin Yang spoke slowly. Everyone looked confused. Yu Xiaojie frowned and said angrily, what do you mean? It's not interesting, because these 2 body tempering pills. Qin Yang shrugged, I can also refine them. Chapter 111, you can copy at a glance. You? You can make alchemy? Yu Xiaojie laughed. Qin Yang's words also caused laughter in the hall. Stop dreaming, bragging is also convincing. The formula of this body tempering pill is only available in the Yu family. It's really overpowering. In order to gain face in front of beautiful women, I'm afraid I will lose all face in the end. Don't believe it? Make a bet? Qin Yang had a playful smile on his face. Betting is betting, but it is good to have a bet. Yu Xiaojie's eyes flashed with joy. This Qin Yang actually delivered it to the door himself. Wu Heitian watched all this quietly, frowning frequently. Qin Yang doesn't seem like a big talker, but this body tempering pill. Thinking that Qin Yang could see at a glance that the body tempering pill in Yu Xiaojie's hands was of middle-grade quality, Wu Heitian was a little surprised. If Qin Yang meets alchemy again. Wu Heitian took a deep look at Qin Yang, this is incredible. Tell me, what bets? Qin Yang said comfortably. Yu Xiaojie glanced at Lu Mingyu and said with a smile, I'll give you a month. If you can't refine the body-quenching pill, then, you have to tell the world that you are not worthy of Lu Mingyu, and you are not with Lu family marriage. Qin Yang's face turned cold, and Wu Heitian instinctively took out the black tower, leaving Qin Yang speechless. The expression on his face quickly disappeared, and Pai Shero said without a smile, change it. Hey! Let me just say it, he doesn't know how to make medicine pills at all. The Qin family perished. He relied entirely on the Qin family's old relationship with Songqiong Academy and the marriage with the Lu family. How could he let go of this soaring opportunity? Especially Lu Mingyu's strength and beauty coexist, such a fairy, I am not willing to take this as a bet. Yu Xiaojia looked at Qin Yang contemptuously, what? Can't afford to gamble? Qin Yang slowly shook his head and said coldly, whoever Lu Mingyu wants to marry is entirely her freedom. She has to follow her own wishes. No one can control her thoughts. Hey, who wouldn't say good things? This reason is so high-sounding? Lu Mingyu looked at Qin Yang, her heart warmed. But after thinking about it, I seem to have no choice but to marry him. With a light spit, Lu Mingyu's face blushed. Qin Yang looked around and said, let me think of a bet for you. Give me the elixir I need. If I can't make it within a quarter of an hour, I'll cut it on the spot. In a word, the audience was shocked. Even Wu Heitian was taken aback. Qin Yang, are you crazy? Jin Wanshan kept winking at Qin Yang, but Qin Yang just didn't look at him. Yu Xiaojia reacted and laughed loudly, okay, I promise. It's just looking for death. Isn't Qin Yang a lunatic? Even if he doesn't stop himself, I'm afraid that he will be ruined for the rest of his life. No one believed that Qin Yang could succeed. In the eyes of everyone, Qin Yang made such a bet, not self-confidence, but crazy. Then what if I make it? Qin Yang said. Let's do it for you. Yu Xiaojia was hot in his heart. If Qin Yang died, wouldn't he still obey his wishes? Even if he didn't die, how could the Lu family marry Qin Yang like this? It's just that in the presence of some girls, Qin Yang was impressed. Betting on his own life, but only for Lu Mingyu's dignity. This is simply the dream lover in the hearts of all girls. Let's think about it. Qin Yang thought for a while, then smiled, well, if I make it, you should shout 3 times in front of everyone, I, Yu Xiaojia, want to eat swan meat, how about you? Yu Xiaojia's face suddenly sank, staring at Qin Yang fiercely, are you humiliating me? There were a few scattered laughter in the field, but they were all held back. I didn't mean to humiliate you. Qin Yang said word by word, because this is the truth. Shrugging, Qin Yang added, if you don't understand it like this, I can't help it. Okay. I'll give you the elixir you need to refine the body tempering pill. After a quarter of an hour, I'll see how you end. To refine the 4th order elixir, you need a ground-level pill furnace. Qin Yang frowned. Yu Xiaojia sneered, haha, I knew you had this trick. Snapped. With a bang, Yu Xiaojia placed a ground-level pill furnace heavily on the table. Yu Xiaojia snorted coldly and said, although I am a cultivator of the Qi realm, I can only refine 3rd-order medicinal pills, but do you think I don't have an earth-grade pill furnace? Qin Yang nodded, that's it. Glancing at the elixir, Qin Yang said again, do you have the blood of a Grandmaster-level monster? Both the ice element and the fire element should be. Monster blood? Yu Xiaojia's eyes flickered, some high-level medicinal pills did require monster blood, but ordinary alchemists couldn't control the violent power at all. The reason why the ice body tempering pill and the fire body tempering pill are not of high quality is because the demonic beast blood was bound with some peaceful elixir. What? Are you trying to make things difficult for me? You don't regret using this method, right? Yu Xiaojia looked at Qin Yang coldly, he didn't believe that Qin Yang really knew the formula. Forget it, that's it, then I'll start? Qin Yang said. The audience immediately held their breath and watched Qin Yang operate. When will he refine the body tempering pill? Jin Wanshan asked in a low voice. Lu Mingyu shook her head and looked at Qin Yang tenderly, if he said yes, then he will. After the system was upgraded, Qin Yang took the initiative to copy alchemy for the first time, but what Qin Yang didn't expect was that he could copy the formula and master the top-level techniques just by looking at the elixirs. The skilled operation shocked everyone, and made Yu Xiaojie more and more uncertain. He has watched the alchemist and the clan refining the body-quenching pill, and Qin Yang's steps and mastery of the heat are not bad at all. No, judging from Qin Yang's relaxed expression, those high-level alchemists in the clan are not as good as Qin Yang. This? Yu Xiaojie clenched his fists. In the cafeteria, needles could be heard falling, and everyone was staring at Qin Yang, who was concocting alchemy. Qin Yang actually knows how to make alchemy? This is a fourth-order medicinal pill that can only be refined in the Grandmaster realm. That's not right, it's so easy to activate the earth-level pill furnace. Everyone suddenly thought of this and shivered with fright. I am afraid that only Yu Xiaojie is still in the dark, and only pays attention to whether Qin Yang can make it. Fuck. What the hell, Qin Yang is a cultivator in the master realm. Whether he can make it or not, a master at this age. As a special recruit, how could it be just because he is a descendant of the Qin family? In an instant, everyone figured this out, and when they thought of the previous remarks about Qin Yang, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. What's more, he is clamoring to beat Qin Yang violently. At this time, he can only pray in his heart, and don't be remembered by Qin Yang. The final step of refining the medicinal pills is finally reached. This time, the cold ice body-quenching pill is refined, and the only thing missing is the blood of ice monsters. Mr. Wu, please release the 9-linged ice phoenix bird. Qin Yang said. Impossible. Wu Heitian refused directly. Just kidding, the size of the monster is about to catch up with the magic weapon flying boat, you just let it go? Ah? Qin Yang's head was full of black lines, and he didn't let go of the 9-linged ice phoenix bird. How did he get the blood of the monster? It's too late to enter the confinement tower again. Qin Yang frowned, in desperation. He could only use his own power of ice with all his strength, and the entire cafeteria suddenly turned into an ice cave. Everyone's heads and faces were covered with a layer of frost. Wu Heitian stared closely at Qin Yang, ready to take Qin Yang into the confinement tower at any time, but found that Qin Yang pointed like a sword and stroked his wrist lightly. Qin Yang! Lu Mingyu suddenly exclaimed, while covering her small mouth. Qin Yang was actually refining medicinal pills with his own blood. Chapter 112 Toad wants to eat swan meat. Everyone was stunned. No one had ever seen anyone who used their own blood to refine a medicinal pill. Could it be that what Qin Yang refined was a poison pill? He actually knows such a crooked method? He exudes a very deep icy aura. Could it be that he really regards himself as an ice monster? Yu Xiaojie suddenly laughed. He will definitely fail. Use human blood to make medicinal pills? It's just too whimsical. If this medicinal pill can be made, I will be on the spot. The voice fell, and another pure cold air suddenly erupted, and then disappeared, leaving everyone feeling a hint of coolness. Yu Xiaojie blushed. Everyone looked at the slowly opening pill furnace and exclaimed. What are you doing on the spot? Qin Yang frowned, knowing that the furnace would start later. In the elixir furnace, the whole body of ice blue elixir was quietly suspended, surrounded by a small nebula, splendid and beautiful. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be small ice crystals composed of spiritual energy, revolving around the pill. This is the vision of Danqing. The highest quality. Wu Heitian's eyes widened. Even if Wu Heitian didn't know how to concoct pills, high-quality pills would always be born with visions. That ice crystal nebula, what else could it be if it wasn't a vision? Looking at Qin Yang with deep meaning, this kid's alchemy level is as evil as his strength. Alas! Qin Yang sighed. In order to refine this medicinal pill, he spent half of his true energy in his body. It stands to reason that his blood cannot replace the blood of monsters, but why does alchemy need monster blood? Don't you still want that pure ice power? With all his strength, the power of ice was injected into the blood flowing out, and the alchemy was completed. He took out the ice-quenching body pill surrounded by nebula, and in the eyes of all the amazing and envious, Qin Yang handed it to Lu Mingyu. Put it away first, and I'll quench your body after refining the fiery body-tempering pill. Qin Yang said. Lu Mingyu is puzzled. Are you here to temper my body? What's the meaning? There was another uproar in the dining hall. My God, he still wants to continue refining the fire-tempering pill? One success, or the best quality, he has to do it again? Yu Xiaojie felt cold all over. Qin Yang's power of ice had already been put away, but he still felt cold to the bone. In the family, even if there is a strong person who can use the blood of monsters to refine the frozen body-tempering pill, it will definitely not be refined to the highest quality, and the highest is the top quality. Qin Yang's hand directly let him know that the Yu family's unique frozen body-tempering pill is no longer unique. Second, what does top quality mean? Yu Xiaojie looked at Jin Wanshan on the side. With Qin Yang and Jin Wanshan so good friendship, if this formula is handed over to Jin Wanshan, the foundation of his Yu family Chamber of Commerce will be gone. How can the Yu family Chamber of Commerce compete with the Jin family's Wanshan Chamber of Commerce? You still refine the fiery tempering body pill? Yu Xiaojie's eyes showed a cold look. Don't worry, isn't it a quarter of an hour? Qin Yang shrugged. Could it be that Qin Yang said that he made 2 body-quenching pills in a quarter of an hour? Even if you get a top alchemist, you can't succeed in a row, right? Yu Xiaojie only gave Qin Yang 2 materials, 1 ice-quenching pill, and 1 fiery-quenching pill, making it clear that even if Qin Yang could refine it, he would never succeed. Yu Xiaojie said directly, okay, since that's the case, then I'll wait and see. Everyone's immediate impression of Yu Xiaojie lowered a lot. Since Qin Yang has already made it, according to the previous bet, Qin Yang has already won. What's more, what Qin Yang has refined is of the highest quality. Wait for me. Qin Yang said, looking at Wu Heitian, and then said, let me enter the confinement tower first. Wu Heitian was taken aback. What are you doing in the confinement tower? Everyone was speechless. This is probably the first person in history to take the initiative to ask to enter the confinement tower, right? Of course I'm going to get the blood of the monster. Qin Yang said. Although he can run the power of fire and inject it into his blood, it is his own blood, and it also wastes his true qi. Wu Heitian took Qin Yang away directly. Everyone waited quietly. Yu Xiaojie chuckled, to take the blood of monsters? For refining the 4th order medicinal herbs, the blood of monsters must be of the master level. Are there still master level monsters in Teacher Wu's confinement tower? Even if there is, can Qin Yang get it? Yu Xiaojie looked contemptuous, and said in public, it seems that Qin Yang is not going to be persistent. Even if the academy continues to protect him, I want to see what kind of face he has in the world. Wu Heitian looked at Yu Xiaojie quietly. What Qin Yang was going to refine next was the fiery tempering body pill, which should be the blood of the Qian 3-headed dog. Not to mention the Qian 3-headed dog, even Qin Yang's treasure hunter is a grandmaster. After a while, Qin Yang was released. Trash. Qin Yang pouted and threw the panda on his shoulders. Only then did everyone realize that Qin Yang's clothes were all burnt, and even the pet panda's body was covered in scorch marks. Panda pouted and turned his head, and only Qin Yang could hear the unconvinced divine sense voice transmission. Give the uncle a little more time. The uncle can definitely hold down the fire dog, make him unable to move, and let you draw blood. Qin Yang rolled his eyes. If time is enough, what do I want you to do? Lu Mingyu. Seeing the pitiful appearance of the panda, he quickly picked it up and put him in his arms. Again, Qin Yang glared at him. Forget it, continue refining. Qin Yang sighed. No need for the blood of the fire dog, this guy's blood is tyrannical, and he has a faint breakthrough. If it blows him up, that's bad. The same skilled method, whether it is dealing with elixir or dealing with heat, is extremely accurate. The layman watches the fun, the layman watches the doorway. Qin Yang's technique, even Yu Xiaojia, an expert, gradually couldn't understand it. Others just felt it was like a performance, but Yu Xiaojia was only shocked. Knowing that Qin Yang can make pills, looking at it now, there are only amazing operations that are beyond his reach. At the last step, Yu Xiaojia snorted coldly, without the blood of monsters, I want to see how you refine this fiery body tempering pill. Qin Yang glanced at Yu Xiaojia and stretched out his wrist again. Everyone looked at each other. This? What's the meaning? Could it be that Qin Yang's blood is omnipotent? Everyone couldn't understand, and then, a wave of fire swept through. It was like falling into an ice cave before, but now it is like being in a volcanic crater. The blood was fused with the power of extremely pure fire, like magma, and flowed into the earth-level pill furnace. Qin Yang's face paled a little, and the consumption of infuriating energy was too great. If you don't consume it like this, the power of fire in your blood is simply not enough. Everyone didn't dare to breathe, and stared at the ground-level pill furnace with burning eyes. Finally, Dan Qing. Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief, the pill furnace slowly opened, and a bright red fiery quenching pill was wrapped in a cluster of flames. The vision, it is of the highest quality again. Wu Heitian exclaimed. Qin Yang picked it up and handed it to Lu Mingyu. Looking at Yu Xiaojia, he smiled and said, How? Yu Xiaojia gritted his teeth, you must have used some kind of blindfold. You can't succeed in refining. Are you blind? Qin Yang frowned. With these two medicinal pills placed here, the vision has not subsided, it is just talking nonsense. What if it does? Well, you are really strong, okay? Yu Xiaojia said. Qin Yang slowly shook his head and said, Did you forget something? Say, Yu Xiaojia is a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Jin Wanshan shouted loudly. Chapter 113 Body Tempering. Speak. Speak. Others followed suit. Yu Xiaojia's face was extremely embarrassing. He wanted to use 2 body-quenching pills and the unique pill of the Yu family to take down Lu Mingyu on the spot, but he did not expect that Qin Yang would actually. Glancing at Qin Yang fiercely, Yu Xiaojia shouted loudly, I, Yu Xiaojia, want to eat swan meat. All right. After saying that, we have to rush out of the crowd and leave. Wait. Qin Yang stopped him. What? Yu Xiaojia clenched his fists. Qin Yang stretched out his finger and said softly, It's still 2 poops away. Yu Xiaojia's face immediately flushed red, struggling to close his eyes and shouting forcefully. I, Yu Xiaojia, want to eat swan meat. I, Yu Xiaojia, want to eat swan meat. After saying that, he kicked open the door of the cafeteria and walked out. Qin Yang looked around, and everyone's eyes on him changed, and no one dared to provoke him. Number 3 on the monster hunting list? It's amazing. Qin Yang shook his head gently. In the audience, no one dared to underestimate Qin Yang. Let's go, I'll quench your body for you. Qin Yang hugged Lu Mingyu and left slowly in Lu Mingyu's exclamation. I will temper her body, what are you doing? Qin Yang glared at Jin Wanshan, looked at the panda in Lu Mingyu's arms, and threw it to Jin Wanshan with his neck. You two play slowly. Only the speechless Jin Wanshan and the grinning panda were left. You said, is Qin Yang in the Grandmaster realm? The 4th order body-quenching pill can't be fake. Grandmaster realm. Since the entrance of Songqiong Academy, it seems that the highest strength is the perfection of the Sea of Qi. Isn't Qin Yang the first genius of our Sky Academy? Previously, he was ashamed of being in the same class as Qin Yang, but now he is proud of Qin Yang, and his face change is like flipping a book. This magic weapon flying boat is very good. Qin Yang followed Lu Mingyu to her room. He saw Yunyan along the way, but he didn't feel the slightest tremor. He wondered if he should get one of his own. Give me the body-quenching pill, how can you help me? Lu Mingyu blocked Qin Yang at the door. On the magical treasure flying boat, each room has an independent isolation formation, and it is impossible for others to enter without the permission of the owner of the room. Can the world's body-quenching be on a par with mine? Qin Yang snapped his fingers, and a cluster of flames ignited at his fingertips. Lu Mingyu's eyes were full of curiosity, and then it turned into surprise. Incredible. The color of the flame changed suddenly. It was a little hot, but now, there is an indescribable feeling. Ice flame? Burning ice? Or frozen fire? Lu Mingyu asked. Qin Yang was speechless for a while, and said, what I want to tell you is, what is the real ice-quenching body and fiery-quenching body? It is an attribute that can change a person's true qi, allowing you to truly master this power. Isn't that a monster? Lu Mingyu asked. What's wrong? Qin Yang asked back. Lu Mingyu thought about it. It doesn't seem to be a bad thing, but it is a huge benefit. Then what are you waiting for? Let's get started. Qin Yang smiled, squeezed Lu Mingyu in, and closed the door with his backhand. You, what are you doing? Lu Mingyu crossed her arms. Qin Yang had a expression, and he didn't think of anything good when he looked at it. Cough cough, of course I want to temper your body. Qin Yang said with a stern face, take off all your clothes first. You have to take them off, and leave none of them. Ah? Lu Mingyu exclaimed, her cheeks red. Then I won't temper my body. Lu Mingyu said. Don't you want to become stronger? Qin Yang asked, only if you are strong, you are really strong. If you are as strong as me, why worry about your parents, your destiny will be firmly in your hands. Lu Mingyu hesitated, but she had to take off her clothes. It's not that there is no. Qin Yang said, and stopped quickly before he finished. Lu Mingyu raised her palms high and stared at Qin Yang angrily. Look, you're still shy, since you're embarrassed, let me do it. Qin Yang rushed over after finishing speaking. What are you doing? Go away. Don't. Lu Mingyu struggled with her back to Qin Yang. But the clothes on his body were stripped off by Qin Yang almost instantly. Exquisite and elegant, ahem. Qin Yang collected his heart and said, come on, go to bed. Lu Mingyu didn't dare to turn around, her neck was red, and she didn't dare to look at Qin Yang. What are you thinking? Of course, you have to take off your clothes when you are quenched, otherwise the cold air will accumulate in the skin and block the pores. If your crystal clear skin is frostbitten. This is still light. Qin Yang continued, if it is serious, the meridians will be blocked. Not only will it not be able to temper the body, but it will also seriously hurt the body. Lu Mingyu's face turned even redder, and he spat softly. Qin Yang's wretched expression was like a wolf like a tiger. Do you blame himself for thinking too much? Qin Yang said, this is just an ice-quenching body, if it is a flame-quenching body, there will be bubbles all over the body. Lu Mingyu's delicate body trembled, and she didn't even dare to think about that picture. Qin Yang took 2 body-quenching pills and frowned. Stand up. He directly copied the alchemy technique and formula, and Qin Yang knew these 2 pills very well. Body quenching is not as simple as he imagined, even taking the body quenching pill will have great side effects. This is also one of the reasons why Qin Yang wants to quench his body for Lu Mingyu. He wants to eliminate this side effect for Lu Mingyu. Also, you can only choose one type of quenching body. If a cultivator takes 2 body quenching pills at the same time, even if the medicinal power is absorbed perfectly every time, there will still be huge hidden dangers. In this regard, Qin Yang, who directly quenched his body by devouring the monster beast through the Xuanhuan jade, did not have this concern. The power of ice and the power of fire, you are afraid that you have to make a choice. Qin Yang said, no matter which kind, I can create a perfect match for you. Not bad. I choose the power of ice. Lu Mingyu said. Then come quickly. Qin Yang patted the bed. Lu Mingyu moved lightly, taking every step carefully. She seemed to be able to sense Qin Yang's gaze, which was about to scorch her skin, moving every inch of her delicate body. Face me. Qin Yang looked at the smooth back and took a breath. No. Lu Mingyu has already made great concessions, how can she? If you don't face me, how can I help you temper your body? Qin Yang smiled. Lu Mingyu turned around with difficulty, but her hands were already covering her vitals. But the waves were so turbulent that it was difficult to hold, how could it be blocked? It is even more tempting to hide and reveal. Qin Yang laughed, his spiritual sense moved, and all the clothes scorched by the fire dog were shattered. Ah! Lu Mingyu exclaimed repeatedly, closing her eyes tightly. Qin Yang directly shoved the frost-tempering body pill into Lu Mingyu's mouth, then pulled Lu Mingyu's hands, and transported the frost-infuriating qi to quench Lu Mingyu's body. Everything is no longer hidden, fully exposed. Chapter 114 Poison in the Vegetables. Lu Mingyu was extremely embarrassed and angry, but a sudden chill in her body made her cold teeth chatter and she couldn't speak. Warm infuriating qi came from his hands, like a heat current that swept through his body. Although the infuriating energy is very warm, it gives the illusion that it is colder than the ice-tempering body pill. The medicinal effect of the frost ice-tempering pill instantly disintegrated when it touched this true qi, spreading to every acupoint of the limbs and bones. Lu Mingyu felt that her body gradually became stronger at a perceptible speed. Moreover, the ice-tempering pill made her feel less cold. Qin Yang's infuriating qi swam in a circle, and then looped back again. Then, the left hand goes in and the right hand goes out. The two bodies formed a complete cycle. Qin Yang used his true qi to slowly transform Lu Mingyu's body. This process is destined to be extremely slow, and it is impossible to succeed in the short term. After digesting the potency of the medicine, Qin Yang said slowly, take a body-tempering pill every day in the future, and after a year and a half, it will successfully quench your body. Lu Mingyu was overjoyed, she actually had the slightest control over the power of ice. A year and a half? Every day? Lu Mingyu's cheeks were covered with red clouds, and there was a hint of anger in her eyebrows. Are you deliberately lying to me? When he opened his eyes, he found that Qin Yang's eyes were as wide as an ox, staring at his own. Bah! Dain's easy. Lu Mingyu spat softly. I'm your man, your husband. Qin Yang argued, your situation is different from mine, and it's impossible to do it overnight. With the body-tempering pill, even if it is dual cultivation, it will naturally take a long time. What? Shuang? Xuanshou? Lu Mingyu trembled. It doesn't matter this trembling, Qin Yang almost lost his mind. I want to form a complete cycle, assimilate yours with my true qi, and slowly transform it. Forget it, you just need to know that what I said is right. Qin Yang let out a wolf howl, throwing Lu Mingyu down directly. The two are already facing each other. What Qin Yang wants to do at this time, can't he do it right away? Ah! Lu Mingyu let out a coquettish cry, and before she could speak, a warmth hit her little mouth. For a moment, Lu Mingyu's mind was blank, and he could only recognize Qin Yang's wrongdoing. After one night, Lu Mingyu woke up leisurely, but did not dare to move. Thinking of the madness last night, she couldn't believe it was herself. Snuggling up on the warm and generous chest, every ray of muscle that is full of explosions is so. What am I thinking? Lu Mingyu was embarrassed. Awake? Qin Yang smiled softly, stroking Lu Mingyu's black and straight hair with pity. Lu Mingyu's long eyelashes trembled, pretending to be asleep, but replied softly, I didn't wake up. As soon as he answered, Lu Mingyu quickly buried his head in Qin Yang's chest. She's completely lost her mind. Haha. Qin Yang laughed out loud. Lu Mingyu broke free from Qin Yang's arms and quickly put on his clothes. No peeking. Lu Mingyu glared at Qin Yang, look at your eyes again. Hey! Qin Yang exclaimed strangely, we've reached this stage, why don't you let me see? After speaking, Lu Mingyu only wore half of her clothes, and was pulled off by Qin Yang, and she was carried back to the bed. You still have the strength to get out of bed? Qin Yang smiled. At noon, Lu Mingyu was out of breath and looked at Qin Yang reproachfully. Such a style made Qin Yang cry out to death, without regret. If you don't go out again, I'm afraid it will have a bad influence. Lu Mingyu whispered, like a docile kitten. What are you afraid of? You and I are husband and wife, just right. Qin Yang's face was full of indifference. But knowing that the girl's family loves face, she let Lu Mingyu go. After getting dressed in bed, Lu Mingyu looked at Qin Yang and asked, aren't you going to get up? A strange look appeared in his eyes. After many experiences, she has let go in front of Qin Yang. You still dare to provoke me? Qin Yang suddenly sat up. Lu Mingyu quickly got out of bed and ran away. To keep you from getting out of bed is to prove my ability. To keep me from getting out of bed is to prove my blessing. Qin Yang put his hands behind his head and lay back. Bah. Not serious. Hurry up. Lu Mingyu said. Qin Yang shook his head, you go out first. Lu Minjiqiang's nose wrinkled, you know now that the impact is not good? No, the outfit I had yesterday was the last one, go to Xuanhuan to borrow one for me. Lu Mingyu. Hurrying to escape from his room, Lu Mingyu looked at the layers of white clouds on the deck, and quickly floated past his eyes, thinking of yesterday to today. His cheeks suddenly became hot. Huh? You're here, where's Qin Yang? Waiting for him to eat. Xuanhuan and Panda sat in the corner, as if they hadn't eaten in 800 years, they licked their mouths, as if they could eat more than anyone else. Same. Lu Mingyu looked at the tall empty dishes stacked on the table and hesitated. The words came to his lips, but he was too embarrassed to say them. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said it in a low voice. Bah! The chicken leg in the Xuanhuan mountain pass fell off. When I got down, I suddenly cried out in grief, oh my God! The earth! Do you want to hit people like this? Shut up! Be quiet! Lu Mingyu stomped her feet angrily. Xuanhuan's face changed, with a playful smile on his face, I didn't expect you to be so hot, so intense. Lu Mingyu's eyes showed killing intent. Xuanhuan hurriedly took out a set of clothes, I don't know if my clothes fit. Lu Mingyu rolled her eyes, nonsense. Will it fit? Xuanhuan is the fattest dead fat man among all the freshmen. What if it doesn't fit? Should Qin Yang keep hiding in his room, or come out naked? Is it possible to wrap a sheet? But the sheets. Lu Mingyu hurriedly dismissed her messy thoughts and left as if escaping. Not long after, Qin Yang came to the cafeteria, followed by Lu Mingyu. Xuanhuan was stunned again, the same clothes, worn on him by a nouveau riche, but not on Qin Yang. Loose clothes not only do not give people a loose feeling, but also have a sense of ease. Is there any reason for this? Flicking his sleeves, Qin Yang still frowned and slapped it up. With Qin Yang's arrival, everyone looked over immediately, watching Lu Mingyu walking with him intimately, all of them envied. The youngest Grandmaster Realm. The most powerful freshman. The youngest fourth-order alchemist. One title after another, out of thin air. In the corner, Yu Xiaojie uncharacteristically kept a low profile, listening to the words in his ear, clenching his teeth. Staring coldly at Qin Yang, Yu Xiaojie laughed. You two eat less, the whole cafeteria will be eaten by both of you. Qin Yang looked at Jin Wanshan and the panda again. No amount of food could fill the stomachs of these two. Seeing Jin Wanshan holding an elbow as big as his face and feasting, Qin Yang shook his head and was speechless. Suddenly, Qin Yang raised his brows and grabbed Jin Wanshan's hand. What's wrong? There's more over there. Jin Wanshan was stunned, thinking that Qin Yang was going to grab his food, but found that Qin Yang's face suddenly gloomy. A cold glow appeared in Qin Yang's eyes, and with a swipe of his divine sense, he found Yu Xiaojie in the corner. The figure disappeared directly in place, and reappeared in front of Yu Xiaojie's face. Yu Xiaojie was startled and shouted, "You, what do you want to do?" Qin Yang squeezed Yu Xiaojie's neck and lifted him up. He said in a clear tone, "Good boy, do you dare to poison?" Chapter 115 Omniscience. In the entire cafeteria, everyone was taken aback. With such a speed and such a method, Yu Xiaojie, who ranked third in the Northern Plains demon hunting list, has no power to resist. He really is a master. We are actually the same freshman as him. Wait, poisoning? What do you mean? Everyone's faces turned in response, looking at the food in their hands, and couldn't put their mouths down for a while. Jin Wanshan opened his mouth wide, his face turned green, staring blankly at the table full of empty dishes. His stomach only felt a sudden tumult. Let him go. Wu Heitian's figure suddenly appeared. Looking at Qin Yang with a frown, Wu Heitian had a headache. Yu Xiaojie's face turned purple, and after a while, he was afraid that he would be strangled to death by Qin Yang. Qin Yang let go of his hand, his eyes flashed with divine light, and the coldness did not diminish. Yu Xiaojie's body fell directly to the ground, he gasped and coughed violently. If it wasn't for Wu Heitian, he would have died here today. The killing intent emanating from Qin Yang's body made him extremely frightened. Shivering all over, Yu Xiaojie said loudly, "Mr. Wu, he slandered me and wanted to kill me. You have to decide for me." What's going on? Wu Heitian asked with a frown. Qin Yang snorted softly, "What's the matter?" Then you have to ask Yu Xiaojie why he poisoned the vegetables. Wu Heitian's complexion changed, he looked around the food in the field, walked to the dining table to have a look, and swept his spiritual sense, but found nothing unusual. Yu Xiaojie retorted loudly, "I didn't poison." No? Qin Yang chuckled, took a plate of roast chicken from the dining table, took another bottle of wine, and looked at Yu Xiaojie. "Since it's not poisoned, why not try it?" Yu Xiaojie's body tightened, and his pupils were full of disbelief. "Since you're not poisoned, then eat it." "Yes, let's eat it." The students shouted loudly, looking at Yu Xiaojie's eyes full of anger. And Yu Xiaojie's hesitation confirmed Qin Yang's statement. This? Wu Heitian looked at the roast chicken and wine, but found no poison. "I just don't want to eat it." Yu Xiaojie said angrily, "Why should I eat whatever you want me to eat?" "Don't eat? Then I'll feed you myself." Qin Yang took the wine bottle, squeezed Yu Xiaojie's mouth and poured it into it. "Enough." "Qin Yang!" Wu Heitian shouted loudly. "I've had the wine, but the chicken hasn't eaten yet." How could Qin Yang stop? Yu Xiaojie struggled desperately, pursed his lips tightly, and did not eat chicken if he was beaten to death. "How dare you say that you didn't poison?" Qin Yang shouted angrily. "No, no." Yu Xiaojie refused to admit it. "Qin Yang, don't make trouble. There is no poison in this food," Wu Heitian said. Qin Yang shook his head gently and said, "Yes, there is no poison in this food, but there are some good elixir." All the students in the audience suddenly became puzzled, and couldn't understand what Qin Yang was doing. But Qin Yang's voice changed, and he said, soul-purifying grass and iron bamboo rattan have medicinal properties. If you take them at the same time, your true qi will get out of control and your cultivation will be stagnant. Everyone's faces changed drastically. What else could this be if it wasn't poison? This is more poisonous than poison. Qin Yang continued, the combination of these two kinds of elixir, ordinary people can't see it at all. They will only think that it is the cultivator's own problem, and the foundation is unstable. It also takes a lot of time. And that's enough time to make genius mediocre. It's too sinister, isn't it? There is such a way of poisoning? No wonder Yu Xiaojie is always sneaking around today, and he hasn't eaten anything at all. After we all become mediocre, doesn't he stand out and become a genius? Yu Xiaojie instantly became the target of public criticism. Facing the anger of everyone, he shouted loudly, impossible, this is all Qin Yang's guess, he has no evidence. How could I put soul grass and iron bamboo rattan in the dish? Qin Yang laughed and said, you did not release the soul grass and iron bamboo cane, but... Qin Yang held the plate of roast chicken and asked, who put the King Hunsen in this roasted chicken? Not only the roasted chicken, but all dishes have King Hunsen in it. King Hunsen? King Hunden, isn't that an elixir unique to the Yu family? The soul-clearing pill can repair the hidden damage to the soul, but you cannot practice while taking the pill. Once you practice, your qi will get out of control. For a time everyone was convinced by Qin Yang's words. Even Wu Heitian could not find a reason to doubt. Yu Xiaojie was still struggling and said, everyone has just gone through the monster hunting test and is mentally exhausted. This soul-clearing powder is enough for everyone to cultivate their spirits. Moreover, the dosage is very small. Apart from feeling full of energy, it will not have any side effects at all. For a time, all the students looked at each other in dismay, and they really felt that they were in good spirits. Having said that, isn't this Yu Xiaojie thinking about everyone? Yes, King Hunsen is mixed with food, and the amount of ingested is indeed very small. Qin Yang sneered, it can be combined with the iron bamboo body refining pill in the wine, then it will be different. Iron bamboo body refining pill? Isn't that also a medicinal pill unique to the Yu family? The body refining pill is different from the body tempering pill, but it can also enhance the body. This is also a medicinal pill that is beneficial to cultivation. Iron bamboo body refining pill is a good pill among all the body refining pills. Qin Yang explained, Thai bamboo refines the body pill, stimulates the potential of the body, and refines it with infuriating energy. In other words, it stimulates the infuriating energy. The soul-clearing powder reduces the cultivator's control over the infuriating energy, while the iron bamboo refines the body. Dan is still inspiring his true energy. What are the consequences of this? I'm afraid I don't need to say more. Qin Yang said, slowly. Everyone changed when they heard it, not even Wu Heitian. Everything you said is nonsense. The medicine is not effective enough to be a threat at all. Yu Xiaojie argued. Qin Yang nodded and said, yes, the drug is not effective enough, and there is no threat. But since you can take the next poison, you can take the second and third times. This time the dose is light, the next time you can take it. Not necessarily. The journey from Beiyuan to Zhongzhou this time is a long way. If things go on like this, hidden dangers will remain. And this hidden danger will be deeply rooted, and it will be impossible to repair it in the future. Yu Xiaojie was cold all over, his face was ashen. How could Qin Yang know everything? For a time everyone was impressed by Qin Yang's erudition and knowledge, and even Wu Heitian was deeply surprised. Wu Heitian didn't even notice that there were King Hunsen and iron bamboo body refining pills in the drinks and dishes. How did you know this? Wu Heitian asked, how did you find out? I, Qin Yang, know everything and can do everything, how can I hide this little trick from me? Qin Yang laughed. how did you find out? Qin Yang can now copy the recipe and technique by looking at the finished product. He didn't expect that after looking at the elbow that Jin Wanshan ate earlier, he actually copied the formula of King Handjob. Yu Xiaojia, I didn't expect your heart to be so vicious. Wu Heitian looked at Yu Xiaojia angrily. Yu Xiaojia struggled to the death. No, it's not me. I didn't mean it, I don't know anything. Think about it carefully. Before you go back to Zhangqiang Academy, don't come out. Wu Heitian waved his hand and directly locked Yu Xiaojia into the confinement tower. The confinement tower is divided into several floors, and naturally Yu Xiaojia will not be locked together with Qin Yang's monsters. Qin Yang, enjoying the admiration of the audience, walked up to Lu Mingyu and said with a smile, "How is it? Are you a good man?" There was no deep meaning in his eyes, and Lu Mingyu's face blushed when he saw it. "Tell me, isn't it great?" Qin Yang asked. Lu Mingyu is thin-skinned, how can he answer? If you say it is not bad, I am afraid that I will be revenged by Qin Yang at night. Qin Yang, can I still be saved? Jin Wanshan was about to cry. The panda is smacking its lips, and the effects of the medicine are similar? For my uncle, it doesn't exist. Ha 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 ha, it tastes more delicious. If you only have one meal, you'll be fine. Qin Yang said. In the cafeteria, all the students breathed a sigh of relief. Jin Wanshan also felt relieved. It's great, it's great. Qin Yang rolled his eyes, but you've had more than a dozen meals this time. Ah? Jin Wanshan was suddenly dumbfounded. Chapter 116, Modifying the Cultivation Technique. Looking at Qin Yang's playful expression, Lu Mingyu said softly, "Don't scare him." Qin Yang spread his hands and said, "Don't worry, it's okay, eat it boldly." Yu Xiaojia is also thief, but the dose is too small, so poisonous, in fact, has no effect at all. With a change of face, Qin Yang said again, "But since he is malicious, he cannot be forgiven lightly. Locking him in confinement is considered light." Before Qin Yang could finish speaking, Jin Wanshan started to gobble up again. The panda on the side snorted and said to himself, if there are serious consequences, Qin Yang might have killed Yu Xiaojia. Hearing Qin Yang's words, the classmates were finally relieved. At the same time, he thought secretly in his heart that Qin Yang could not provoke him. Even if he had this idea, if he was discovered, the consequences would be serious. Jin Wanshan, although Lianqingju is full of energy, it lacks explosiveness. Do you want me to change it for you? Qin Yang sipped his wine and said suddenly. Pfft. Jin Wanshan spat out a mouthful of minced meat. Even though Qin Yang's reaction was quick, he could only condense an ice shield to protect the food in front of Lu Mingyu. Looking at Qin Yang's instinctive reaction, Lu Mingyu's heart warmed. The classmates who had been staring at this side in the distance, sighed for a while, especially the girls, who were full of little stars. Qin Yang looked at the filth on his plate, and his face suddenly darkened. Just kidding, did you change the practice method when you said it? Jin Wanshan pouted. It's a pity. Qin Yang shook his head again and again, it's more than thick and strong, and there is no outbreak. When encountering opponents at the same level or even low level, there is no pressure to win, and you can even crush and push. But facing someone who is slightly stronger than you. Qin Yang gestured with his little finger in the depths, even if you are strong enough, you will definitely lose. Jin Wanshan looked at Qin Yang suspiciously, and said, how come you know my family's practice so well? Qin Yang laughed, I know everything, I can do everything. Stop. Jin Wanshan waved his hand and asked suspiciously, can you really modify the exercises? Of course you can. Qin Yang said with a look of you won the grand prize, and said, after the exercises I have changed for you, your combat power will be at least doubled. If I am in a good mood, maybe give me some pointers. Your martial arts. When Jin Wanshan thought of Qin Yang's fighting power, he instantly became bloody. Then what are you waiting for? Give it a try. Jin Wanshan said, anyway, Lianqing Ju is just a Huangjie cultivation technique. I am now in the Qihai realm, and I will start practicing the advanced Xuanjie cultivation technique when I return to Zhongzhou. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes, you don't believe me? Why don't you try it? Jin Wanshan hesitated, are you sure you're not cheating on me? How could it be? Qin Yang laughed, revealing his 8 white teeth as standard. Qin Yang wanted to tailor the exercises and martial arts for Lu Mingyu, and Jin Wanshan in front of him was his experimental object. Not if he fails, Qin Yang just wants to know what level of cultivation techniques and martial arts he can create. Qin Yang came to the deck and took a deep breath. Jin Wanshan and Lu Mingyu also followed, and some students who were watching the excitement also followed curiously. Wu Heitian also came along, modifying the exercises is no child's play. Lianqing Ju. Qin Yang ran the exercise directly, and the whole person's momentum changed, like a mountain. Jin Wanshan was dumbfounded. He hadn't told Qin Yang his own practice, how could Qin Yang already know it? Jin Wanshan actually didn't know that Qin Yang knew it from the first time he met Qin Yang and took action against him. It's just the Huangjie cultivation technique, but it was urged by Qin Yang, but its power is no worse than the earth-level cultivation technique. The Qiankuan Vientian art is inclusive of all phenomena, and the advantages of all the exercises are improved with the improvement of Qin Yang's cultivation realm. This Lianqing art is no longer the original Lianqing art. According to the characteristics of Lianqing Ju, it is perfectly motivated and in line with Qin Yang's current strength. Everyone except Wu Heitian felt extremely heavy in their hearts. In the face of Qin Yang like this, they actually felt that the other party was a mountain that could never be crossed. Martial skills have true meanings, and so do exercises. Qin Yang spoke slowly. Wu Heitian nodded secretly, the words are true, but if you want to understand the true meaning, you must cultivate to the peak. The true meaning of Lianqing Ju is that it is as motionless as a mountain, as powerful as the earth, and unshakable. Qin Yang continued. Jin Wanshan's eyes widened, this is exactly the same as what his father taught him? But then Qin Yang's words made Jin Wanshan's blood boil. If you are not angry, you will be angry, and if you are angry, the ground will crack and landslides. Qin Yang's eyes narrowed, and he ran the angry blood art, merging the angry blood art and the Lianqing art together, as if they had become the same exercise. In an instant, everyone felt a landslide, as if on the verge of doomsday. Originally, Qin Yang's breath was deep and heavy, but now it is a terrifying explosion. Qin Yang glanced at Jin Wanshan and said quietly, the practice has been changed. Jin Wanshan was surprised, this, so simple? Wu Heitian looked startled, is this a joke? If it wasn't for Qin Yang's different momentum, he would even think that Qin Yang was playing. Qin Yang just activated the angry blood art and Lianqing art at the same time, and wrote down the route of infuriating circulation. As for the modification of the exercises, the Qiankuan Vientian art has already completed everything. I'll take 2 palms first, you can feel it. Qin Yang said. Since you want to try, you must have an opponent. Qin Yang looked directly at Wu Heitian. Wu Heitian agreed immediately and said, you can't modify the practice method hastily, you attack me, and let me check. Then you have to be prepared and don't underestimate me. Qin Yang laughed. Wu Heitian snorted softly, what level of this kid can he have no points in his heart? This is the first palm. Qin Yang took a palm slowly. The momentum is like 100,000 mountains, endless. Is this still the Huangjie cultivation technique? Jin Wanshan exclaimed. This is the second palm. Qin Yang took another palm, this palm is the explosive force I gave you. The second palm was shot, and the power instantly became violent. Mount Tai feels unshakable, but what does it feel like when Mount Tai suddenly cracks? Despair. This palm is enough to make the opponent despair. Of course, Wu Heitian would not despair. But in the face of Qin Yang's second palm, he was still careless and took a half step back. Stop talking, learn, I will learn. Jin Wanshan's eyes lit up. It can actually force the Star Realm powerhouse back half a step. Jin Wanshan asked, what's the name of this exercise after the revision? Qin Yang said casually, angry blood links the city. Okay. I like it. Jin Wanshan couldn't help but be overjoyed. But I don't know that this is just made up by Qin Yang. What rank? Profound rank? Jin Wanshan asked. Without rank, the stronger your strength, the stronger the power of this exercise. Qin Yang shrugged, as long as you understand the true meaning of it, does rank matter? Anyway, you can use all your strength. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, but Wu Heitian frowned. The exercise that Qin Yang casually modified turned out to be an infinitely advanced exercise? This is much stronger than the accumulation of step-by-step exercises of a powerful family. Cultivating such exercises, monks advance, there is no need to change advanced exercises at all. As a result, one of the strengths of the powerful family was immediately wiped out by Qin Yang. All the students looked at each other in dismay, unable to restrain themselves. It would be great if Qin Yang could give them some changes to their exercises. Alright then, let's try practicing now. Qin Yang beckoned, and Jin Wanshan hurriedly ran over. I'll use the infuriating energy to pull your infuriating qi for a few cycles first, and there are some precautions, as well as the key points you need to master. Qin Yang taught directly on the spot. This is because this Raging Blood Lianqing art itself adds the advantages of the Raging Blood art on the basis of the Lianqing art, while the disadvantages of the Raging Blood art are enough to offset the Lianqing art. Jin Wanshan has a deep foundation, and it has been firmly grasped in an hour. Such a fast efficiency is even more staggering. Jin Wanshan couldn't be more excited. Qin Yang's teaching was simple and direct. Although he needed to practice persistently to truly exert his power, he had already seen his future. Reach out and shoot several palms in succession, which is very different than before. Wu Heitian was speechless. This evildoer actually wants to turn the people around him into evildoers? All the classmates looked envious and wanted to ask for advice, but they were too embarrassed to speak. They all looked at Wu Heitian. Wu Heitian was embarrassed for a while, let alone him. Even if he changed any cultivator, he would not be able to do what Qin Yang did. With a sound of boom, the magic weapon flying boat suddenly vibrated violently, as if it had been hit by something. I don't know when, a larger magic weapon flying boat appeared next to it, like a battleship. The whole body is as black as ink, and there is a blood-red skull on the flying flag. Chapter 117. Blood Skull? Wu Heitian's pupils shrank. All the classmates looked at each other in dismay. Some of them knew what the name meant, and they couldn't stop the cold air coming from their backs. Could it be the blood skeleton from one of the three major dark forces in Zhongzhou? It is rumored that the blood skeletons are dirty and vicious. Once they are targeted, they are like maggots on the tarsus that cannot be thrown off unless they succeed. My God, how did the blood skeletons find us? The classmates suddenly collapsed. On the mainland, when it comes to the three major dark forces, no one is not surprised and no one is afraid. Wu Heitian, we meet again. A gloomy laughter came, and a slender old man hiding behind a cloak leaked green and cold eyes. Wu Heitian's face was stiff, and he snorted coldly, I didn't expect that the bloody skeleton sent you to snipe. It's been a long time indeed, Demon Crow God King. Hearing the word God King, all the students felt desperate. The gloomy old man in front of him turned out to be a God King realm expert? The demon crow god king laughed, faced with the fighting stars, we have to pay attention. Wu Heitian asked in a deep voice, who sent the mission? The demon crow god king Jia laughed strangely, you think I'll tell you? Back then, you were still a master fighting battle, but now you haven't seen him for a few years, but you've grown to such a degree. Wu Heitian took a deep breath, I was separated by the Dean for thousands of miles, and I was almost killed by a palm. I didn't expect your injury to heal so quickly. It seems that your bloody skeleton has no repentance and insisted on becoming an enemy of my Zhongqiong Academy? Speaking of what happened back then, the tragic green light in the eyes of the demon crow god king flickered, and he said with fear, my blood skeleton is only performing the entrustment of the employer, but I don't mean to oppose the Sky Academy. Then why did you stop my flying boat from Zhongqiong Academy? Wu Heitian said loudly. The students have a little bottom in their hearts, no matter how ruthless and strong this blood skeleton is, they will not dare to compete head-on with Zhongqiong Academy. Qin Yang frowned, the name of the Zhongqiong Academy is so powerful? That's naturally because the person I want to kill is on your flying boat. The Demon King of Crows smiled strangely, my blood skeleton doesn't want to tear my face off with the Sky Academy, so I can just send my subordinates to chase and kill it. In the same way, you can't shoot. This is impossible. Wu Heitian directly denied. The Demon King of Crows is not something his students can handle with any of his subordinates. Doesn't this make him easy to capture? Want to kill my students, unless I die. Wu Heitian said loudly. The Demon King of Crows stared at Wu Heitian coldly, this task gave him a headache. Once there is a confrontation, he will definitely destroy the entire flying boat. And in that case, their blood skeletons can't bear the anger of Sky Academy. But let Wu Heitian compromise? The Demon King of Crows had long known about Wu Heitian's bad temper, which was even more impossible. Let's do it. The Demon King of Crows said, I only send a master-level subordinate to make one move, how? If he can survive by luck, we blood skeleton will give up this mission directly. Oh? Wu Heitian raised his brows. As a blood skeleton with a very poor reputation, they have gone back on their word not once or twice. Although he still won't turn his back on his employer and say his name, it is common for him to give up his job. In fact, Blood Skull didn't intend to take this quest, but in the face of attractive rewards, he decided to give it a try. Who are you going to kill? Wu Heitian felt relieved, fearing that it was the descendant of the Qin family, Qin Yang. If it was Qin Yang, let alone a single move from the Grand Master realm, even if 10 Grand Master realm fought with all their strength, they might not be Qin Yang's opponent. The Demon Crow God King was overjoyed, so, do you agree? Immediately, the Devil King said directly, what we want to kill is Chuchinga. Chuchinga? Wu Heitian was startled, but he didn't react at all. Chuchinga? I have a little impression. He seems to be the one who ranks number 100, right? The students chatted quietly. This person doesn't usually get close to people, and he is very low-key, so he would actually provoke a blood skeleton to hunt him down. He has always been regarded as the lucky one. I heard that it was the last minute, and he just squeezed into the 100th place. Some people complained about this, I got into trouble, and I have to implicate all of us. In the crowd, a bookish teenager clenched his fists and loosened them again. His face was full of sad resignation, and his heart was full of puzzlement and unwillingness. Come out, Blood 7. The Demon Crow God King said. A middle-aged man in a red robe soaked with blood suddenly appeared and jumped directly onto the deck of the flying boat of the Sky Academy. All the classmates were frightened and stepped back, even Chuchinga took 2 steps back, thinking that the classmates should not be affected, and stopped with gritted teeth. In addition, Qin Yang took Lu Mingyu behind him and did not retreat half a step, staring at Xue Qi with disgust. It smells fishy and disgusting. Qin Yang wrinkled his nose. Xueqi was angry. Good boy, don't worry, the smell of your blood will also appear on my robe. In other words, the robe on his body was actually soaked in blood. Everyone retched for a while, and almost vomited out the food they had eaten earlier. Blood 7? The 10th best master of the battle? It turned out to be him? Wu Heitian blurted out. Fighting Grandmaster, the top 10 most powerful warriors in the Grandmaster realm on the mainland. Just one title is enough to shock the entire continent. Chuchinga's face was full of despair. If it was an ordinary cultivator at the Grandmaster realm, his GC realm strength would not necessarily die. But if he is facing the master of fighting, he will never survive. Haha, do you think I'll make a promise easily? If I don't have absolute certainty, how could I risk losing face in a bet with you? The Demon King of Crows laughed proudly. Now you don't have to offend the Sky Academy, and you can complete the task. It just kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Demon Crow God King said, this is what you promised. Wu Heitian's eyes flashed, and he laughed, yes, I promised. Chuchinga sighed in his heart. He did not resent Wu Heitian. After all, his opponent was a monk of the God King realm. If he took the lives of Wu Heitian and all his classmates in order to save himself, he would rather die. Just when he wanted to step forward and prepare to die, Wu Heitian said. That. Chuchinga, let Lu Mingyu stay away from you. The classmates were all stunned, and Chuchinga was also stunned. His position is the furthest away from Lu Mingyu among everyone. Qin Yang looked around. Isn't Lu Mingyu behind him? Chuchinga? Who is it? I? Looking at Wu Heitian suspiciously, Wu Heitian blinked at him. Qin Yang rolled his eyes, but did not refute. He was very happy to help with this. After all, that Chuchinga was his classmate after all. Whether it was Chuchinga's death or Wu Heitian's bloody battle, it was not the result Qin Yang wanted to see. Qin Yang coughed lightly and said, is it a trick? Chapter 118 Installment Payment. My move is enough to crush you. Xueqi looked at Qin Yang contemptuously. Qin Yang Li ignored it, looked at the Demon King of Crows, and said, after one move, you will leave? The Demon King of Crow looked at Qin Yang's face without fear, frowned, and said, that's right. Xueqi found that he was being ignored, and immediately became furious. Good boy, I will send you. Sorry, I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Qin Yang's figure flashed and suddenly came to Xueqi's side. Xueqi's eyes widened, unable to comprehend the constantly spinning picture he saw. Finally, out of the corner of his eyes, he caught a glimpse of a headless corpse, and the blood spurting from his neck dyed the red robe even more vividly. That, isn't it my body? A thought flashed in Xueqi's mind, and he lost consciousness before he even had time to panic. One-shot kill. Easy and casual. Is this my illusion? What did I see? A classmate rubbed his eyes. The other students also looked at each other in dismay. How come the result is not the same as expected? Chuchinga took a deep look at Qin Yang and swallowed. How could Qin Yang be so strong? The opponent is a master of fighting. Qin Yang looked at Xueqi's body and frowned for a while. If I knew it earlier, I would have changed the move, and it also stained the deck. In disgust, he reached out and fanned his nose. This bloody smell is really disgusting. Qin Yang raised his head, looked at the wide-eyed Demon King, and said with a smile, after one move, you can leave. The Demon King of the Crow was shocked when Qin Yang made his move. How could this kid have the strength of the Grand Master? All kinds of thoughts turned around in my mind, and of course I suspected that the person in front of me should be a fake Chuchinga, but it was just these few thoughts that Xueqi was directly beheaded. Xueqi is the master of fighting battles, he is his effective subordinate, and even trained by him, he will definitely become his right-hand man in the future. When will the battle of the Grand Master Realm Cultivator be decided in one move? When did the prestige of the fighting master turn out to be just a joke? Who the hell are you? The Demon King looked at Qin Yang coldly. Dare to kill his subordinates, and have the ability to kill his subordinates in one move. This kid is definitely not Chuchinga. Chuchinga is just a little monk in the Sea of Qi. But this kid is a real master of the realm of perfection. You can kill the fighting master, this kid is also the fighting master. I am me, a different firework. Qin Yang laughed, his face changed, and he said seriously, God King Demon Crow, anyway, your blood skeletons will go back on your word. Do you want to continue to be my enemy of Sky Academy? Or just give up a mission? The Devil King's expression changed, and he said angrily, you bastard, how dare you talk to this king like this? Murderous aura erupted suddenly, and the entire deck of the magic weapon flying boat was filled with silence. Everyone seems to be in a sea of corpses and blood. Qin Yang bore the brunt, but his face remained unchanged. Good boy, sign up. The Demon King of Crows roared. The next song is Chinga. Qin Yang said without fear, a mere blood skeleton, do you really think you are so good? If you don't get out of the way, my Tsangqiang Academy will definitely flatten your den and destroy your blood skeleton. Completely removed from the Sky Academy, not a single one. As soon as the voice fell, the face of the Demon Crow God King changed. How could he not see that this kid was pulling tiger skins to make a coat? As for the agreement with Wu Heitian, he didn't take it seriously at all. But he didn't dare to tear his face with Tsangqiang Academy, but it was true. Qin Yang widened his eyes, took a step forward, and carried all the killing intent of the God King realm alone. The long way that can kill the same rank in seconds, and even the long way that is effective against Wu Heitian, can only be defended at this time. The King of God is really powerful. Just a thought is stronger than Long Wei. Qin Yang sighed in his heart. The Demon King of Crow took a deep look at Qin Yang and smiled grimly, Chuchinga? It's really extraordinary. No wonder there is such a generous reward, it doesn't seem to be because of the Sky Academy. On the deck, the real Chuchinga trembled. The Devil King took a deep breath and said, Chuchinga, I remember you. Our blood skeleton remembers you. Let's go. With an order, the black battleship gradually left and soon disappeared. It's over, I was actually remembered by the blood skeleton? Chuchinga wanted to cry without tears. This is no longer related to the assassination mission, this is directly offending the blood skeleton. Wu Heitian heaved a sigh of relief, and with a movement of his divine sense, he urged the magic weapon flying boat to move forward at a faster speed. Qin Yang, why did you end up angering the Demon Crow God King? Wu Heitian asked with a frown. I didn't want to anger him. Qin Yang's face was full of innocence. All the classmates are speechless, isn't that irritating each other? Just point at the nose and curse, okay? What's more, what is there to step down the old nest and get rid of the name completely? Qin Yang shrugged and said with a smile, to deal with this kind of jumping clown, the weaker you are, the more the opponent will slap his nose in the face. If we back off, he will only gain an inch. Wu Heitian nodded, the reason is that this is a good reason, but... Are you so sure that he won't shoot? Qin Yang raised his brows and said, can the name of Tsangqiang Academy shock him? Not necessarily. Wu Heitian could not guarantee. Then fight. Isn't he injured? Shouldn't he recover? Qin Yang said, aren't you fighting Xingqian? Wu Heitian's face turned even darker, and only luck was left in his heart. You'd better be more careful in the future, even if the blood skeleton won't attack you openly, it will continue to do bad things in secret. Wu Heitian reminded. Qin Yang spread his hands, I'm not Chuchinga, what am I afraid of? As soon as the voice fell, everyone looked strange. Chuchinga suddenly collapsed. But he still walked in front of Wu Heitian, bowed respectfully, and then bowed to Qin Yang. Thank you for saving your life, Qinga is unforgettable. Chu Qinga said solemnly, and bowed his hands to the classmates again. I'm sorry everyone was implicated. Qin Yang looked at Chu Qinga. This gentleman is like a nerd, how can he provoke a blood skeleton? Qin Yang, like Wu Heitian, originally thought that the bloody skeleton was coming towards him. What the hell did you do to make people kill you even at the expense of blood? Qin Yang asked, curiously. Chu Qinga hesitated for a while, and finally gritted his teeth. I'm afraid this is a long story. Then don't talk about it. Qin Yang waved his hand, looked at Jin Wanshan, and said, first, let's start practicing. As for martial arts, when you have time in the future, tell me what you like, and I'll give it to you directly. Make. Jin Wanshan nodded again and again, feeling great in his heart. Chu Qinga's face was stunned, and the flames of gossip of other students were also extinguished by Qin Yang's words. Right. Qin Yang said, remember to give the money. Jin Wanshan was dumbfounded, what? Remember to give the money. Qin Yang folded his fingers and said while calculating, there is no charge for changing the exercises. After all, we have such a good relationship. The exercises I gave you will be learned and strong. And after the sale for life, you can make some adjustments according to your needs in the future. Such a good practice, the price of the top of the same rank shouldn't be too much. Qin Yang said. Jin Wanshan looked confused, but Lu Mingyu laughed and said, of course it's not too much. Qin Yang continued, then let's start from the top of the Huangjie cultivation technique. The price of the top-level exercises of the yellow level. The price of the top profound exercises. Earth steps. Wait. Jin Wanshan was sweating profusely, and said, I'm only in the sea realm now, and it's not time to practice the earth-level exercises. Qin Yang looked contemptuous and said, so rich, do you still want to pay in installments? Chapter 119 As long as you have money, you will be stronger. Qin Yang has a set of nouns in his mouth. Although it is the first time to hear it, it makes sense. Yes, just pay in installments. Jin Wanshan said directly. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes and said, okay, the interest for the installment payment is. We have such a good relationship and still charge interest? Jin Wanshan screamed. Brother, let's settle the account. Qin Yang threatened, don't you want to improve your practice? Don't you want after-sale service? And, do you want martial arts? Jin Wanshan was dumbfounded, but he was speechless to refute. He could be regarded as being brutally slaughtered by Qin Yang. Okay, say a price. Jin Wanshan gritted his teeth. Qin Yang clenched his fingers and calculated in his mouth, wait, I haven't figured it out. Yellow rank exercises, 10 ordinary low-grade spirit stones. Top-level ones, less than 100, count as 100. Lu Mingyu helped Qin Yang to count, 100 spiritual stones for ordinary Xuanjie exercises, less than 1,000 for the top ones, count as 1,000. There are 1,001 in total. It's only 1,001? Qin Yang looked at his virtuous inner helper, his face full of surprise. Lu Mingyu nodded, 1,001 is a lot. Qin Yang smacked his lips, and he still paid 8,000 for a fight with others. Seeing Jin Wanshan's face being slaughtered, Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said, why don't we have a package? Jin Wanshan couldn't help but take a step back. This Qin Yang made up his mind to slaughter himself severely. Jin Wanshan asked, you have obtained so many elixir in the secret realm before, and you can sell just one of them. When he mentioned the elixir, Qin Yang took a few deep breaths before calming down. It's gone. Qin Yang gritted his teeth. That's why he needs money. Jin Wanshan was taken aback, and Lu Mingyu was also taken aback. Wu Heitian raised his brows. At that time, he saw Qin Yang make a bed with elixir, so many top elixir. When they heard Qin Yang say why they were gone, everyone wanted to strangle Qin Yang's 5 monsters. That's 5 bottomless pits. If you don't give it, can they still eat you? Jin Wanshan said. Qin Yang coughed lightly, his face flushed. Who let himself lose the game? Let's not mention this. How about 11,100 low-grade Lingshi, Huangjia, Xuanjia, and Earthji exercises? Qin Yang said. Are you robbing? Jin Wanshan's voice suddenly rose. Qin Yang glanced at Jin Wanshan, and said leisurely, with my current strength, I can only use the modified exercises to bring out the power of the Master Realm. When I get to the Star Realm, even this cultivation technique I reformed will definitely have to be done again. Intensive training once, otherwise, it may not be comparable to the top heaven level exercises. You can order a package now, and I will give you a discount when that time comes. Gudu swallowed and spit. Jin Wanshan's heart was itching unbearably. After thinking about the art of anger and blood, with a cruel heart, he gritted his teeth and said, okay. 10,000 is 10,000. Jin Wanshan directly helped Qin Yang to wipe out a fraction of himself, and took out a high-grade spirit stone. I worked so hard and worked hard to earn such a stone? Qin Yang sighed. The rich spiritual energy exuding from the spirit stone made Qin Yang intoxicated. Is it right? Qin Yang said. Jin Wanshan's head was full of black lines, while Lu Mingyu rolled her beautiful white eyes, glanced at Qin Yang, and said, the ratio of spiritual stones is 1 to 100. A high-grade spiritual stone is 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Oh. Qin Yang held the Lingshi in his hand, and looked at Jin Wanshan lightly. Jin Wanshan's heart skipped a beat. Does this kid have to slaughter himself in martial arts? However, the exercises that Qin Yang changed were indeed worth the price. Let him slow down for a while. Qin Yang secretly said in his heart. Looking at the other classmates on the deck, Qin Yang coughed lightly and said, this is a friendship price for me. If anyone wants me to help me modify the exercises, the starting price is 10,000. The hearts of all the classmates instantly became hot, but Qin Yang was able to defeat the existence of master fighting in one move. They have all seen the exercises he modified for Jin Wanshan, and the combat power has doubled even before using the martial arts. Originally, I was thinking about how to talk to Qin Yang, but now as long as I have money, I can solve the problem. As for money? For them, a mere 10,000 low-grade spirit stones can buy top-level exercises. Even if you go to the auction house, it will not be lower than this price. Will it be a bit too expensive? Some people still have criticism. Didn't you listen to him? Teaching and teaching will make you strong. That's right, and we are still classmates with him, so just ask if you don't understand anything. This is much better than the teacher. The teacher also teaches you, but can you see it except when you are in class? A group of people chattered, and someone took out the spiritual stone and ran over on the spot. For a time, Qin Yang was surrounded in an instant, and the deck really became a vegetable market. Take your time, don't worry. Qin Yang said to Lu Mingyu as he put away the spirit stone, whoever paid the money will write it down. This is just a practice method. Anyone who buys a Grandmaster's practice method package from me, all martial arts are discounted. For a time, everyone was even more crazy. I want that you just fought in seconds. Grandmaster's martial arts. I am a dragon walking with a hunting stance and a blood sword, beheading and half-moon slash. I can't afford it. The classmate suddenly froze. The name of this large list of martial arts sounds not cheap. Lu Mingyu's eyes turned into crescent moons, which Qin Yang could always find a way to make money. With so many people rushing to give away the spirit stone, Jin Wanshan was jealous. This Qin Yang is simply a money-making violent machine. Don't miss it when you pass by. Master Dozhan personally instructs you, you are invincible in the world at the same level. The teaching package will be strong, and the after-sales service package will make you satisfied. As long as you have money, you can become stronger. The series of advertisements were very enjoyable, and almost everyone bought the Grandmaster package from Qin Yang. Starting tomorrow, 5 a day, queue up in the order of payment. Qin Yang was happy after receiving the money. Everyone looked at Qin Yang with anticipation and admiration, and many girls even threw a wink. Qin Yang is directly immune to this, and wants to pay less after a few winks. Non-existent. The lively scene gradually dissipated, and Lu Mingyu had already informed everyone of the order, and the arrangement was appropriate. Jin Wanshan looked at the long list. Almost everyone was on the list, and couldn't help frowning. Can you really do it? After everyone was impulsive, some people responded, and some people asked, will we all learn the same exercises in the end? Qin Yang laughed and said, please rest assured, this transaction is guaranteed to make a lot of money for you. Let me ask you a question first. Everyone listens attentively. Do you like the exercises you are practicing now? The students nodded. Of course, why should we practice if we don't like it? And this exercise is also for laying the foundation. A classmate with a wealthy background said. Qin Yang shrugged, that's fine. If you're really worried, you can start now. The first 5 people who have paid, take a step forward. Qin Yang said mysteriously, shoot at me. The classmates were all stunned, and the 5 classmates who paid first were also stunned. Qin Yang was speechless. If you don't shoot at me, how can I copy it? I don't copy it, how can I change it for you? The 5 classmates looked at each other. Anyway, with Qin Yang's strength, they couldn't hurt each other even if they shot with all their strength. They nodded to each other and shot together. Ding! 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 A series of system prompts sounded, and Qin Yang stretched out his hand and said, okay, that's it. Everyone's eyes widened, and the 5 classmates were even more stunned. It hasn't been beaten yet. Chapter 120 Credit. As Qin Yang combed the exercises, he thought, if 5 cultivators in the Grand Master realm attacked him. Qin Yang laughed, it's that simple, to improve his strength. Ding! The system suddenly made a sound, warning. The host is playing a side ball, and a monk of the same rank or even a high-rank cultivator can also take the initiative to use this method. Qin Yang was in a cold sweat, but fortunately, these classmates in front of him were 1 or 2 orders lower than him. Who is the first? Qin Yang asked. A classmate stepped forward with a rosy face. Qin Yang gave a "you're very nice" look. The classmate couldn't help himself. Your exercise is the tiger's way, right? It is like a tiger, and it is unparalleled in power. The classmate nodded. Qin Yang ran the heaven and earth Vientiane art, and the tiger walking art directly motivated him. One step out, like a tiger suddenly appeared. All the students took a step back in fright. Activate the exercise, and when I read it, the tiger's power is revealed. This. The classmate was stunned. Qin Yang showed some fists and feet, but he was obviously human, but he gave people the feeling of a fierce tiger. No, this is not an ordinary tiger, it looks like a tiger-like monster. Before making a move, he has already shocked the enemy. My God, it is indeed stronger than the strong ones in the clan. The classmate exclaimed that the money was really worth it. Other students have also dispelled their doubts. This is not impulsive consumption at all, it is really worth the money. Really affordable. What do you want to change? Qin Yang asked after optimizing the tiger walking art. And this surprise? The classmate looked like he had won the lottery, and Qin Yang's few moves, just now, were enough to satisfy him. The classmate said hesitantly, can you make the eruption of this tiger's tactic stronger? Oh? It seems that you like to be more aggressive. Qin Yang nodded. Yes, that's it. Qin Yang thought about it, and it was just right to copy Su Zhan's Crazy Thunder technique in the fighting guild. Qin Yang activated the Crazy Thunder and Tiger Walking at the same time. Originally punched, but the power is extraordinary. And with this punch, a thunderbolt burst out from the fist. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yang swam away, his figure covered with thunder. Like a thunder tiger. My God, how could this be? The classmate was completely surrounded by happiness and asked eagerly, "What's the name of this exercise?" Qin Yang thought about it for a while, and said, "Crazy Thunder Tiger Fighting Art." After speaking, Qin Yang added, "In the future, the exercises will be named by themselves. I will only be responsible for changing the exercises, not the names." For a while, the audience was frightened again. They could even name themselves? This set is so worth it. Seeing the cheers of the classmates, Qin Yang was speechless for a while. Isn't it a headache to come up with a name? Why so excited? Come here, I will draw your true Qi now and tell you something. Qin Yang began to teach. Before the observation, Qin Yang taught Xuanhuan, and the classmate hurried over. There is no need to be afraid of being taught in public and being stolen. The true Qi operation route, except Qin Yang, only those who are taught know. This is not just a powerful technique, this is a unique technique. You have a lot of revisions to this Crazy Thunder Tiger technique, and I'm afraid you won't get used to it at first. The classmate nodded again and again. Remember, cultivation is in the individual, God rewards diligence. No matter how good the exercises are, you have to practice by yourself. I must remember. The classmate said respectfully. Wu Heitian was speechless when he saw this scene. How could Qin Yang look more like a teacher than a teacher? Just kidding, I was slack and lazy, but I smashed Qin Yang's brand. Helping Xuanhuan to revise the exercises, Wu Heitian was already inconceivable, but he can actually help everyone to revise the exercises. When it comes to revising the exercises, Wu Heitian can do it even if he bites the bullet, but he can't guarantee that he can do it well. But this is so easy for Qin Yang? Wu Heitian looked at Qin Yang in admiration, completely forgetting in his heart that the so-called prohibition of martial arts means that no power can be revealed. In this regard, even if Wu Heitian thinks of it, he will not say anything, just follow Qin Yang's understanding. After all, Qin Yang's actions, although it looks like he is making money, is actually benefiting his classmates. If Qin Yang found out, he would definitely sneer, "Sorry, I just want to make money." Okay, next one. Qin Yang said. Everyone has no idea what they are thinking. At this speed, there are more than 5 a day? But since Qin Yang said it, they naturally did not dare to refute it. Today's Qin Yang has an extremely high status in the hearts of his classmates, which far exceeds the so-called freshman leaders. Time passed slowly, and Qin Yang quickly helped the 5 people change their exercises. The 5 people on the second day were very itchy, and the people who ranked lower were also more anxious. I just didn't squeeze in for a while, and the payment was only a little late, but it took so many days. A classmate said with a bowed head. Yeah, me too. I just left. Too far. Wu Heitian looked at everyone's disappointed expressions, raised his mouth, and said, "Qin Yang, are you all right?" Qin Yang said blankly, "No, what's wrong?" Then go ahead and help everyone change their exercises. Wu Heitian said. Qin Yang's face darkened. I forgot, I still have a lot of things to do. For example, watch the scenery. Huh? Wu Heitian frowned. Do you know my position in the Sky Academy? Qin Yang shrugged. What does your position at Songqiong Academy have to do with me? He is the director of the teaching office of Songqiong Academy. Lu Mingyu whispered. What's the matter? Qin Yang felt bad when he heard this name. Enforcement, punishment, supervision. Okay, stop talking. Qin Yang said directly to the classmates. Next. Long live Teacher Wu, I love you. For the first time I found that Teacher Wu has advantages. He's a famous black-faced king of hell. Huh? Wu Heitian was expressionless as he glanced at the few people who were overjoyed and accidentally said what was in their hearts. Those few people immediately turned pale. Songqiong Academy, you can offend anyone, but only Wu Heitian cannot be offended. For some minor problems, he can turn a blind eye and not care about you. But if you offend him... Wu Heitian felt a joy in his heart. Qin Yang, this kid is very interesting. After 3 days, Qin Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the past 3 days, Qin Yang has not been idle for a moment. After the classmates know how strong and evil he is, the requests they put forward are more than one, and one is more bizarre. But what's even more sinister about Qin Yang is that he really satisfied them. A group of people looked at Qin Yang as if they were looking at their own father. If there were any problems in cultivation, they asked them on the spot and solved them on the spot. The after-sales service mentioned by Qin Yang is even more reassuring, to buy and comfortable, to practice. Some people who didn't pay for the Grandmaster package at first finally couldn't bear it anymore and found Qin Yang after all. Credit? Qin Yang raised his brows. Chuchinga blushed and said embarrassedly, I really can't come up with so much money. Of course. Qin Yang nodded, it's not effortless at all, right? Although the copied Xuanjia cultivation technique cannot allow him to increase the copying progress and achieve the advanced conditions, as long as he copies it himself, it will be the earth-level cultivation technique on himself. This is also a huge benefit for Qin Yang. Really? Chuchinga said excitedly, and some people who were shy in their pockets also saw a glimmer of hope. Of course, don't I look good at talking? Qin Yang pretended to be displeased. No, thank you so much. Chuchinga looked excited. A few other people who couldn't afford the Grandmaster package, because they were too shy, also walked over with grateful faces. Qin Yang looked around at these people and said, we are all still young, and the future is very broad. Whether we have money now is fate. After a pause, Qin Yang continued, but whether you have money in the future is in your hands. Everyone looked at Qin Yang with admiration. In fact, it was because Qin Yang had an inexplicable affection for these poor classmates, and he couldn't help but wonder, is it because I am poor? By the way, my exercises are a bit special. Chuchinga was a little embarrassed. What do you mean? Qin Yang asked. My ancestors came from Tianjin. Chapter 121. The Gate of Heaven. Qin Yang looked at Chuchinga in surprise and looked up and down. This weak classmate, who seems to be angry, has such an extraordinary background? Thinking that this guy is lucky in the mouth of his classmates, he just squeezed into the top 100. This just is now intriguing. Heaven's secret gate. Qin Yang smacked his lips. Qin Yang didn't know this sect, but he had heard of it. Can predict the time of his own entry into the world, and it is so accurate. Shouldn't it be a fortune-telling sect? But I feel that the status of this Tianjin in the Sky Continent does not seem to be low. What's wrong? Can't you? Chuchinga was disappointed. Qin Yang came back to his senses and said, try it at me. Chuchinga's eyes lit up, cupped his hands, and said, then I'll be welcome. As soon as Chuchinga pointed, or flicked over, a dart shot directly at Qin Yang. Qin Yang was stunned for a moment. These exercises and martial arts are incredible. Ding. Copy the exercise method, the heavenly judgment. If it is lower than the host's realm, it will not be included in the upgrade requirements. Exercise 1/10. Ding. Copying martial skills is calculated against the sky, and martial skills proficiency will automatically increase to the peak. If it is lower than the host's realm, it will not be included in the upgrade requirements. Martial Arts, 1 out of 10. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and grabbed the dart directly, raised his brows, turned his fingers, and the other dart was directly picked up by Qin Yang. Chuchinga was shocked, and actually took a half step back, with a surprised expression on his face. What's the matter? I can block these 2 darts, will it surprise you? Qin Yang frowned. Chuchinga shook his head and said, No, that's not what I meant. Qin Yang said with deep meaning, did you figure it out before? I will definitely be hit? Chuchinga's eyes widened, how do you know? Qin Yang smiled, if I don't know, how can I help you change the exercises? In my heart, I praised again and again. In this heavenly judgment, all aspects were mediocre, there was no outbreak, the infuriating energy was not strong, and the speed of operation was slow. A series of shortcomings made Qin Yang too lazy to talk about it. But this Mitianju has a powerful function, hiding the breath. Different from the hunting stance is an attacking stance. After entering the hunting stance, the strength of the whole body will be mobilized, and after the appearance, it will naturally be able to launch an explosive attack. In other words, the hunting posture can also hide the breath, but it has to be motivated all the time to consume the true energy. As for Mitianju, it was the exact opposite. As long as you don't fight, others will treat you like air and cannot perceive you, and this can be hidden across a large realm. Even after the battle, you can continue to hide your aura, so that the opponent cannot check your true strength. Unfortunately, the combat power is too low. As for the calculation against the sky, that is even more powerful. When fighting, you can predict the opponent's moves and see the opponent's movements in advance. After cultivating to the peak, you can even perceive what will happen in the future. Of course, this period of time in the future is not long, or even very short. However, in a duel between masters, the difference between life and death can be decided by the slightest. Before Chuchinga shot, his second dart was calculated to hit the back of Qin Yang's hand. It's just that Qin Yang directly copied the exercises and martial arts, and naturally predicted the movement of the second dart. How is it? Chuchinga was full of anticipation and nervous. Compared with other classmates, Qin Yang spent too much time. You make me a little embarrassed. Qin Yang sighed. Once the Mitianju was copied, it was integrated into the Qiankuan Vientian art, the advantages were preserved and the disadvantages were eradicated. But Qin Yang knew that this Mitianju, combined with the hunting stance, was the most perfect combination. As for the skydifying calculation, this kind of skydifying fighting ability, combined with Jinghong's sword finger, is even more powerful. Judging from Chuchinga's use of darts, this kid seems to be more suitable for Jinghong's sword. But Jinghong Jian pointed out that it was the Qin family's unique skills. Chuchinga's heart sank, her face full of loneliness. Sure enough, can't the cultivation method of Tianjin be modified? Although the function of concealing breath is powerful, it has sacrificed various attributes for this purpose. Putting aside the hidden breath, this technique is only the most common technique. The key is that this exercise has no follow-up advanced exercises, only this one. Although I can't, I still want to thank you. Chuchinga bowed his hands. Some classmates looked around curiously, and their faces were full of surprise. There were exercises that Qin Yang couldn't modify? During these 3 days, they almost regarded Qin Yang as a god, omnipotent. Wait. Who said I can't do it? If it doesn't work, didn't I smash my own sign? Qin Yang said. Chuchinga was taken aback, didn't you say? I mean it's very difficult. Qin Yang corrected, it's not impossible. Difficult? Why? Chuchinga asked. Qin Yang scratched his head and said, with the attitude of being responsible to customers, I can modify both your exercises and martial arts, but it involves my own unique skills. When they heard the word secrecy, everyone was not calm. Even Xuanhuan said sourly, "What? Our exercises can't involve your unique skills?" Qin Yang just wanted to explain. Chuchinga went straight. Then he stopped and said, Tianjimen's exercises and martial arts cannot be passed on to the outside world. Even if they leave Tianjimen, they can only be passed on to direct descendants. Their characteristics cannot be said in public. Qin Yang nodded and said nothing more. "Come with me." Qin Yang beckoned. The two walked straight to the side. He actually opened a small stove for Chuchinga. "I'm so envious. I'm afraid Qin Yang's unique skills are the real power." The classmates sighed after realizing the power of Qin Yang's modification of the exercises. He can only complain that his original practice was bad luck and failed to match with Qin Yang's unique skills. "I didn't expect that Chuchinga's ancestor turned out to be a person from Tianjimen. Tianjimen is extremely mysterious and has a very high status. Why don't we usually pay attention to Chuchinga? He seems to be a transparent person. If he hadn't found Qin Yang, I would have even forgotten that he is still among our classmates." "That's right, when the blood skeleton came before, we were stunned for a while, before we remembered Chuchinga." Qin Yang walked forward, Chuchinga behind him was stunned for a while. He stared at Qin Yang's back with a strange look on his face. Qin Yang was clearly right in front of him, as if what he saw was just a phantom. If you look away, you can't even feel that Qin Yang is in front of you. "Before revising the exercises, I want to ask you 2 questions. Qin Yang said. "You ask." Chuchinga said. "First, what do you want to change this practice to? Second, what kind of martial arts do you want to use?" Chuchinga thought about it and said, "I want to have great power." Qin Yang's head is full of black lines, which has become a unified standard answer. Chuchinga smiled awkwardly. Qin Yang waved his hand and said, "What about the second question?" Chuchinga pondered for a while and said, "Restricted by the cultivation technique, I can't use strong martial arts. As you have seen before, I can only use some hidden weapons." Qin Yang's eyes lit up. "How's your archery skills?" "Of course it's better, but there are very few archery skills in the world, and none of them can compete with the Nangong family's Jingyu archery skills." Chuchinga sighed faintly. "What if I have stronger arrow skills than Jingyu?" Qin Yang laughed. Chapter 122, Humanoid Calculator. Chuchinga was excited for a while. "Actually, I originally wanted to practice archery skills. The Nangong family's shocking feather arrow skills are the best in the world, and they are enough to compete with any martial arts. Cooperate with my heavenly Jew, defying the heavens. It's perfect, it's invincible." Qin Yang added. Chuchinga's heart was hot, but he didn't have much expectations. He also has an even more heaven-defying method, called Tianyan Divine Technique. Counting against the sky can only predict a very short time in the future and use it to fight. But Tianyan Divine Art is the foundation of Tianjimen's foothold on the mainland. It is rumored that the strongest person in Tianjimen's history can not only predict what will happen in a few hundred years or even 1,000 years from now, but can even gain insight into what happened in the past. Crack! Qin Yang snapped his fingers in front of Chuchinga. "What are you thinking?" Chuchinga came back to his senses. If Qin Yang could really teach him powerful archery skills, he would be able to exert a power that even Qin Yang could not imagine. Qin Yang said, "Once you choose the future direction, it is not easy to change. Therefore, you must be cautious in your decision. You really have a skill comparable to the feather-shocking arrow." "It's not comparable, it's stronger than it." "Then I've decided to choose the archery skill," Chuchinga said firmly. Qin Yang fumbled for his chin, which saved him a lot of effort. Jinghong sword finger cannot be passed lightly, and after the modification, its power will not be the peak. Moreover, the requirements for cultivation techniques are still not low. If it is archery skills, all problems will be solved. Qin Yang closed his eyes and began to urge me Tianjue, and at the same time, he turned the hunting posture, and the whole person disappeared. Qin Yang was still standing there, but no one could find him. Not even Wu Heitian. Wu Heitian's figure suddenly appeared. Just now, he could not sense Qin Yang's existence. Where's Qin Yang? He fell? Wu Heitian suddenly appeared, startling Chuchinga. The two looked down on the railing, only a cloud and a small earth. I'm here. Qin Yang frowned. If he doesn't show up again, I'm afraid that Wu Heitian will go down to find himself. Falling from the magic weapon flying boat? What are you kidding? You? Wu Heitian frowned. He knew that Qin Yang had the means to hide his aura, and his attack with decapitation was extremely powerful, but he had always been able to perceive it, but now. I'm teaching him martial arts and martial arts, wait a minute. Qin Yang said, and disappeared again. Wu Heitian was startled. He was a big realm higher than Qin Yang, but... Feeling the flow of air, Wu Heitian still vaguely judged Qin Yang's position. But this is only when Qin Yang is standing still. This kid, what other means are there? Wu Heitian couldn't see through Qin Yang more and more. This Qin Yang seems to be getting stronger every moment. Qin Yang urged me Tianjue to enter the hunting stance, and at the same time took out the magic dragon bow, bent the bow and shot arrows. The Qiankuan Vientian art automatically adjusts to bring Qin Yang's power into full play. Qin Yang began to use the movement technique to run against the sky. After changing the martial arts and techniques that he planned to teach Chuchinga one by one, he remembered the infuriating rout of Qiankuan Wangxiangju. Okay, it's done. Qin Yang reappeared. Are you helping Chuchinga to modify the exercises? Wu Heitian asked in disbelief. Yes, is there a problem? Qin Yang asked back. Wu Heitian shook his head numbly. Qin Yang said to Chuchinga, I changed your exercise method for you, and the drawbacks of Mi Tianju no longer exist. In addition, there are hunting postures, arrow skills, movement techniques. Qin Yang explained to Chuchinga one by one. Chuchinga's eyes became brighter, and his body trembled with excitement. Especially after knowing what the hunting stance is, with the help of Mi Tianju, it can be perfectly concealed, and it is even more joyful to jump up. For archery users, this is powerful enough. But Qin Yang also gave out his body and martial arts skills. Although it was not as elegant as Yu Longbu, his speed was not much slower. This set, facing the same level, is enough to make Chuchinga invincible before the battle. Not to mention that powerful archery skills. It's a perfect assassin. Wu Heitian's vision was higher, and he saw through everything sharply. If it is as Qin Yang said, this Chinga will become a very scary person. This magic dragon bow, although the rank is not high, has a very powerful effect. The sound of the dragon's roar when shooting arrows can confuse opponents, so don't worry about it revealing your position, but it will give you better results. Cover. Speaking of this, Qin Yang paused. When you reach the Grandmaster realm, the arrows can be condensed with true qi, but you can still choose powerful magic arrows, and in this way, the power will be even stronger. Chuchinga nodded again and again. He couldn't wait any longer. Qin Yang took a deep look at Chuchinga and said, there are two problems with this set. Speak quickly. Chuchinga urged. He had been calm all the time, but he couldn't control his emotions at all. Too strong, really too strong. Since it was taught to you by me, you have to abide by my rules. You can't do anything to me or my friends. Qin Yang said. Of course. From now on, I would like to follow you. Chuchinga assured. That's not necessary. I don't accept younger brothers, I only make friends. Qin Yang stretched out his finger and said, "Second, things that violate morality cannot be done." Chu Qingga nodded. Wu Heitian was speechless and said, "Don't worry, this kid is much more reliable than you." With Wu Heitian's assurance, Qin Yang was relieved. But still warned, "If you violate our agreement, I will." Wu Heitian raised his brows, and Chu Qingga also looked at Qin Yang curiously. "Kill you with my own hands." Qin Yang showed no mercy. Wu Heitian took a deep look at Qin Yang, and in just a few words, his affection for Qin Yang kept increasing. Chu Qingga tightened his body and swallowed. He has no doubt that Qin Yang can do it. In his heart, Qin Yang's strength has exceeded his imagination. "Look at you scared." Qin Yang laughed. Forget about the others, Qin Yang knew exactly what kind of people he would cultivate if he taught this to Chu Qingga. If he relied on the ability he learned from Qin Yang to do evil, then Qin Yang's name would be infamous for thousands of years. Always take precautions and get vaccinated in advance. Although Qin Yang is not a saint, he doesn't want to cause harm to the common people. By the way, I forgot there is a more important point. Qin Yang frowned, his expression more serious. What? Chu Qingga felt uneasy. Qin Yang's expression became more and more solemn, and his brows were furrowed. Wu Heitian also mentioned it in one breath, "What is more important?" "Damn fat man, come and help me settle the account." Qin Yang shouted loudly. "Hey, Lael!" Jin Wanshan trotted and ran over. In the past few days, Lu Mingyu was helping Qin Yang at first, but Qin Yang found out that this Jin Wanshan was simply a human-shaped calculator. Even if he really gave Qin Yang a calculator, he couldn't guarantee that he could calculate faster than Jin Wanshan. Qin Yang said everything contained in this set, and Jin Wanshan's eyes suddenly became resentful. "You gave him so many such powerful exercises and martial arts, what should I do? What should I do with Lu Mingyu? If this guy wants to mess with me, I can't even resist." Jin Wanshan was unconvinced, and Lu Mingyu also followed. Hearing this exercise and various martial arts, he was also amazed. "What are you afraid of? You won't be bad," Qin Yang assured. "Really?" Jin Wanshan didn't believe it. Qin Yang rubbed his chin and said, "At most, it's just a tie. Besides, the strength of a cultivator should be considered comprehensively, as well as contract monsters and the like. As long as your defense is strong enough, he can't beat you, and naturally he can't help you." No, I won't do anything to you." Chu Qingga blushed, a little embarrassed, and promised again and again. Jin Wanshan laughed, "I'm kidding you. If you don't say that, how could Qin Yang create martial arts for me? I just let him have an idea." Qin Yang's head was full of black lines, and he said angrily, "Hurry up and settle the account." Jin Wanshan snorted softly, touched his lips, and came to the conclusion, "Priceless." Chu Qingga's legs softened and he almost fell to the ground. Chapter 123 Star Road. Qin Yang rolled his eyes, really wanting to spit this dead fat man to death. "Priceless? Priceless, why did I let you count?" Qin Yang was speechless. With an expression of "I can't help it," Jin Wanshan said, "This is different from ordinary exercises and martial arts. Let's say the same thing. Let's talk about the exercises first. The starting price for modification of the exercises is 10,000, right? That hunting stance, such a powerful offensive martial art, is rare in the world. Even the top killers of the three major dark forces probably don't have this method, right? How to price it? Let's talk about the movement. Can your movement be the same as other people's movement? It can still be used together with the hunting stance. Finally speaking, the arrow skill is stronger than the Jingyu arrow skill. Do you know what the Jingyu arrow skill means? Jin Wanshan pouted, "These are the treasures of the clan in the big family, the foundation of inheritance. Can you tell me how to price them?" Qin Yang scratched his head. It was because Mi Tianjue and Ni Tianxuan had greatly improved Qin Yang. If he didn't pay attention, he could fix it. Now he can fix it. Jin Wanshan rolled his eyes, looked at Chuchinga, who was about to cry, and said, "Actually, friends are priceless. As long as we are friends, isn't the price equal?" Lu Mingyu looked at Jin Wanshan in surprise. "I didn't expect you to see your friends as priceless." Jin Wanshan said arrogantly, "That's it, did you meet me on the first day? Talk to me about money? The most important thing my young master lacks is money. In my eyes, money is not as good as a pile of dung." Speaking of this, Jin Wanshan became irritated. "It's not like some people, who just fell into the eyes of money. I treat someone as a priceless friend, but someone has a clear account with my own brother. Sigh, I despise someone." After finishing speaking, the small eyes kept on Qin Yang. Qin Yang can understand that this is referring to Sang scolding why. "Why did you go around a whole circle, just to wrap yourself in?" Pfft. Lu Mingyu couldn't help laughing, and the laughing branches trembled. Qin Yang coughed lightly and said to Chuchinga, "Since it is priceless, then it is priceless. However, you are not allowed to pass it on to anyone without my permission." Chuchinga looked at Jin Wanshan gratefully. Qin Yang took a deep breath, and his heart was full of anger. Why did Jin Wanshan become the final winner in the end? Qin Yang added, pointing at Jin Wanshan's nose and looking at Chuchinga, "By the way, I didn't include him in my previous agreement with you." Jin Wanshan's face collapsed, and he quickly begged for mercy. Several people laughed, and it was peaceful. Chuchinga finally got his wish, and even got Qin Yang's magic weapon, the Dragonine Bow. Jin Wanshan was playing tricks for a while, but he asked Qin Yang to immediately create martial arts for him. Qin Yang directly refused. "Lu Mingyu's body quenching is not over yet, just wait. Focus on sex over friends." Jin Wanshan snorted angrily. Lu Mingyu's face was blushing, as if she had eaten honey. "After 3 days of restless sleep, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief." On the whole magic weapon flying boat, all the students were enthusiastic about cultivation. On the deck, from time to time there are classmates who learn from each other, and after a little more insight, they hurriedly retreated and practiced. Wu Heitian saw all this in his eyes, and his eyes were full of approval. Thinking of the battle with Qin Yang in the secret realm, I am both angry and happy. In Lu Mingyu's room, the two chatted. Apart from Gong Sun Ming, Lu Qianru, and Yu Xiaojia, who was placed in the confinement tower, how many people have bought the package from me? Qin Yang asked. Lu Qianru took the list and compared it to the ranking of the demon hunting list on the Sky Order, and said, 76 people. Only 76 people? Qin Yang frowned. What about the rest? Lu Mingyu said angrily, do you still want to become a teacher under the world? Those who are confident in their own strength will naturally not turn to you for help. Speaking of this, Lu Mingyu thought of something, and said, by the way, there are several people on this list who left before the end of the assessment, such as Wu Xiaoya. They have something to do, and their strength is extraordinary. After the ranking is stable, they will leave. Return to Zhongzhou ahead of schedule. Why do you want to make money so much? Lu Mingyu wondered. Cultivation techniques and martial arts, the higher the rank, the more expensive it is. If there are powerful techniques and martial arts, everyone will cherish it. How can there be someone like Qin Yang who doesn't pay attention to it like a stall? Qin Yang shrugged and said, no way, the surveillance magic weapons in the secret realm before are not low level. If we want to repair, I am afraid that it will cost a lot of money. And our strength has improved, magic weapons, medicinal pills, etc. They all need money. The two chatted until they first met. Recalling the agreement to die together, the two sighed and smiled at each other. If I let you die now, would you still be willing? Lu Mingyu asked. Of course. Qin Yang said without hesitation. Why? Lu Mingyu asked knowingly. Maybe this is love. Qin Yang laughed. Bah, it's not serious. Lu Mingyu snarled. There is a saying that is good. Huh? Lu Mingyu wondered. Qin Yang snorted, peony flowers are also romantic to die and be a ghost. With a whimper, he directly rushed to Lu Mingyu in the scream. Time passes slowly, on the magic weapon flying boat, all the classics. After Qin Yang's guidance, the entry was advancing by leaps and bounds. The body quenching for Lu Mingyu will continue. In the future, Qin Yang will have the elixir to refine the ice-quenching body pill, and then cooperate with Jiu Ling Ice Phoenix Bird, the speed will be faster. Before that, Qin Yang did not create any exercises or martial arts for Lu Mingyu. Should we be in Zhongzhou soon? On the deck, Qin Yang asked. Wu Heitian laughed, and Lu Mingyu whispered, it's still early, going from Beiyuan to Zhongzhou, we have to go through the vast sea of stars. We haven't left Beiyuan yet. Jin Wanshan also added. Xingchenhai? Qin Yang's eyes lit up. He jumped directly to the mast, and stood at the highest point of the magic boat. On the deck, the classmates were sparring and practicing with each other, and looked at Qin Yang curiously. Qin Yang looked at the clouds passing by in his eyes, and looked at the small mountains in the distance. He opened his mind for a while, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly. My goal is the Sea of Stars. Brave words, inspiring people. Everyone's heart is full of blood. This Sea of Stars refers not only to the vast ocean, but also to the boundless starry sky. Wu Heitian shook his head gently and said with a smile, yes, I have ambition. The Sea of Stars and the sky may be easy to achieve, but the Sea of Stars that we are about to reach. What's wrong? What's so special about Xingchenhai? Qin Yang asked. Everyone was speechless for a while. This is common sense on the mainland, okay? Wu Heitian opened his mouth and said, this Sea of Stars is no less dangerous than the God-Emperor level secret realm. The monsters in the sea are extremely powerful, the blood is tyrannical, and various ancient and fierce existences emerge one after another. It is rumored that there are many secret realms and relics under the sea. But no one is there. Arrived. Ah? Then how do we cross such a dangerous place? Qin Yang was taken aback. Wu Heitian continued, Beijing leads to Zhongzhou, and there is Xingchenchen Road, connected by the formation method. We are still in the sky, as if we have entered a secret realm. On Xingchenchen Road, the speed will increase 100 times. And we will not be affected by the crisis of Xingchenhai. Spread. Xingchen Tianlu? Qin Yang was taken aback, is this a highway? 100-fold increase in speed, my God. It's not too far, we will reach Xingchen Tianlu. Let's go to Fanqing City at the entrance of Tianlu to rest for a few days, and then we will hit the road. Before Wu Heitian finished speaking, everyone burst into cheers. Chapter 124 Star City. In order not to cause a stir, Wu Heitian put away the magic weapon flying boat early, and everyone walked into the city. But when they came to Fanqing City, this group of young girls still attracted the attention of all passers-by. Look at these young people, all of them are tall and sturdy, with extraordinary temperament, could it be? Who else could it be if they weren't? Let's not provoke them. It is said that their leading teacher is a cultivator of the star realm. The Zhongqiang Academy is really awesome, the cultivator of the star realm. Our star city has the highest cultivation level, and only the leaders of those gangs are in the master realm. Together, they can't match a teacher. The passers-by were talking a lot, and the news spread very fast, and it didn't take long for the city to know about it. Many people came here to join in the fun, and some were full of bad intentions. Although Fanqing City is not big, its geographical location is excellent. It is on the edge of Xingchenchen Road. Whether it is from Zhongzhou or from Beiyuan to Zhongzhou, they will come here to rest. Qin Yang followed the army, like a tourist outing, enjoying the unique customs here. The buildings are diverse and bring together various characteristics. Some are even more bizarre, making people wonder what is in the building. The street is wide enough to have several carriages lined up side by side, and the shops on both sides are selling a wide range of Linliang products. Magical treasures, medicinal pills, talismans, everything. And the variety is complete and the variety is wide. Exactly, my cultivation base is about to advance. Take this opportunity to buy some medicine pills. A classmate left the team. I'm going to pick a magic weapon that I can take advantage of. These days, I have learned something about the martial arts. I haven't asked Qin Yang for martial arts skills, but I feel that my combat power has soared a lot. Everyone dispersed and merged into the endless crowd. Wu Heitian's divine sense swept away, and the entire Star City was under control. Except for some master monks, there are few threats. Looking at Qin Yang next to him, Wu Heitian laughed lightly, fearing that it was not a threat to those cultivators in the master realm. Where's your chamber of commerce? Qin Yang asked. It's not far, just ahead. Jin Wanshan said. Wanshan Chamber of Commerce is spread all over the mainland, and the branch of Wanshan Chamber of Commerce is naturally indispensable in this starry city. Wanshan Chamber of Commerce knew that the group was going to settle here and had already made arrangements. The two inns next to the Chamber of Commerce have all been cleared for reception. Look at your popularity, your classmates don't buy things from your Chamber of Commerce. Qin Yang said with a smile as he saw fewer and fewer classmates in the team. Jin Wanshan didn't care and said, they just want to go shopping. After shopping around, they still have to come to my house. So confident? Qin Yang raised the corner of his mouth. That is, because they are my classmates, there will be discounts in Wanshan Chamber of Commerce. Everyone was speechless. After a while, Wanshan Chamber of Commerce. Quick, let your buddy present all the 3rd and 4th order medicinal herbs. Qin Yang waved his hand. Jin Wanshan laughed and said, will you squander the money as soon as you make it? Nodding to the clerk hurried to prepare. This is the 3rd order and 4th order Zhuyan Dan, this is the Qi Hui Dan, the Qi gathering pill, the concentrating pill, the exploding Qi pill, the hemostasis pill, the body tempering pill, the body refining pill. The clerk began to introduce that each medicinal pill was divided into 2 bottles, 1 bottle of 3rd order, and 1 bottle of 4th order. Filled the entire counter. It turns out that the explosive drug is this explosive gas pill. Qin Yang nodded secretly. Body tempering pill? Body refining pill? Is there any difference? Chu Qingge asked. Qin Yang explained casually, it looks similar, but in fact there are essential differences. The body refining pill is to enhance the body, and the body tempering pill is to change the body. Chu Qingge praised again and again, this Qin Yang really knows everything. Qin Yang took out one of each medicinal pill, took a look at it, and put it back. Soon, all the medicinal pills were put back. How is it? Are you still satisfied? Jin Wanshan laughed. The quality of these medicinal pills was all top grade. Even in Zhongzhou, only the branches in the larger cities were so complete. Very satisfied. Qin Yang nodded. After only a short while, Qin Yang had already copied all the medicinal pills. Hearing the ding-ding-ding sound of the system beside his ears, Qin Yang's heart blossomed with joy. Jin Wanshan rubbed his hands habitually, and secretly said in his heart, I want you to charge me so many spiritual stones if you change your practice, I have to kill you today. In that case, should we just pack these, or buy more of each? Jin Wanshan asked. Huh? I didn't say I wanted to buy it? Qin Yang was taken aback. Jin Wanshan was stunned, Chu Qingge was stunned, and some shop assistants present were stunned. "What do you see if you don't buy it?" the clerk muttered softly. Qin Yang shrugged and said, "Although I don't buy these elixir, I buy the elixir for refining these elixir." The clerk pouted and said, "Just make a list when you buy elixir. Don't you want to steal the recipe, right?" "How can you say this?" A middle-aged supervisor rushed over and reprimanded the clerk. He bowed his hands towards Xuanhuan. "I have seen the young master." Looking at Qin Yang again, the middle-aged supervisor smiled and said, "I wonder what elixir this young master wants to buy." The meaning of the words, but still asked Qin Yang for a list. "Qin Yang, huh?" He smiled and said, "Get a pen and paper." Soon, the pen and paper are handed over. "All the elixir needed for each medicinal pill are given to me," Qin Yang said, and he scribbled as he spoke. The middle-aged director shook his head gently and said, "This is not possible. The recipes are top secret. These third-order and fourth-order elixir are extremely precious, and the owners of their recipes are very few. What's more, the body-tempering pill is only it is unique to the Yu family. We also obtained the channel from them, and we don't know what elixir is needed for this body-tempering pill. Therefore, we cannot share it with you." Crack! Qin Yang slapped a piece of paper on the counter. "This is the elixir needed for the third-order Yin Dan." The middle-aged butler was stunned for a moment, then picked it up suspiciously to take a look, his face suddenly filled with disbelief. This is just a list of elixir, but in his opinion, this is the formula of the third-order Yin Dan. Although there are several different elixir, he can't understand. This is the elixir needed for the fourth-order Yin Dan. Qin Yang wrote another one and added, "By the way, give me 100 copies of each." Qin Yang thought about it in his heart. The third-order middle-grade medicine pill is just a low-grade spirit stone. The fourth-order medicinal pills are 10 low-grade spirit stones, and the spirit medicines required by all these medicinal pills add up. For me now, it is simply a drizzle. 100 copies should be enough, Qin Yang said to himself. The middle-aged butler was already stupid, holding a list of elixir in his hand and trembling uncontrollably. Xuanhuan's eyes flashed brightly, and he kept winking at the middle-aged steward, but the middle-aged steward didn't understand the meaning at all, and instead hurriedly asked the clerk to fetch the elixir. "This is the elixir needed for the third-order and fourth-order explosive gas pills. Remember to separate it for me. Don't mix it up with me." Yes, definitely." The middle-aged steward nodded again and again. These lists in hand feel heavier and heavier. Not the real weight, but the weight of its value. This is the elixir needed for the frost ice body tempering pill. By the way, did the Yu family cheat you? The body tempering pill they gave you has the worst effect. Qin Yang handed the last two lists to the middle-aged steward. "That can't be helped." Xuanhuan sighed faintly, who made this formula unique to others. How could Qin Yang not know what Xuanhuan meant? Glancing at the stack of checklists in the hands of the middle-aged steward, he smiled lightly. "How about, let's settle the bill. There are discounts for packaged purchases." Chapter 125. Talking about money hurts feelings? Well, I'll give you a Supreme VIP card. As long as you spend at my Wanshan Chamber of Commerce, you will get a 50% discount. How about it? Xuanhuan said, and then added, "Of course, you only use it yourself, you can't buy it or sell it." Profit merchants. Qin Yang snorted softly and said, "Just give me all the money for free, and 50% off? You. Deal." Xuanhuan suddenly grabbed Qin Yang's hand, held it firmly, and shook it vigorously. "Happy cooperation. My Wanshan Chamber of Commerce provides all the resources you need, and you provide all the formulas you have. Let's win." Qin Yang's entire arm was thrown into a wavy line, and he said with a confused expression, "How come this is a deal? What kind of thing is a win-win? Get up." Qin Yang shook Xuanhuan's hand away. I warn you, you profiteer, how much is the elixir? Are you trying to deceive me about the formula? Not only elixir, as long as my Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce has it, everything you need will be free of charge. Xuanhuan said. That doesn't work either. Qin Yang didn't agree to be beaten to death. I lost a lot of money. Magic weapons are not cheap. Xuanhuan retorted. Magic weapons are not consumables. Besides, do I need magic weapons? Gongfa martial arts, Xuanhuan was speechless for a while, and Qin Yang probably didn't need this stuff. Xuanhuan took a bite and said, my home will be your home from now on. Fuck you, the dignified patriarch of the Qin family, what is your home and my home? Qin Yang stared. According to the qualifications in the mainland, the Qin family of the 8 Shinto clans is one level higher than the Jin family of the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce. What I mean is. Xuanhuan scratched his ears and cheeks anxiously, and simply said, I don't care, we have already made a deal, you can't go back on your word. The middle-aged steward stared blankly at Xuanhuan, and then looked at the list of elixir in his hand. He was speechless. The young master is the young master. This business is a steady profit, and it is a big profit. Lu Mingyu covered her mouth and chuckled, watching the two of them continue to argue, quietly pulled Qin Yang, and whispered, I want to carry forward the Qin family in the future, the background is very important. This seems to be a loss for you, but in fact it is not earned. Xuanhuan said so, it is equivalent to the background of the Jin family has become your background. Qin Yang was a little moved, but it was just a move. Before he thought about whether he lost or gained, he just didn't let go. Xuanhuan took the opportunity to add, you think, wait for you to choose the site for the Qin family, build the palace, recruit servants, arrange the formation. This will all require money. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. What do you mean? As long as I need it, I will use everything from Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce for free. Of course. Xuanhuan nodded. Then, okay. Qin Yang nodded in agreement. It seemed that it could be done once and for all. Xuanhuan burst out laughing. How could he not know Qin Yang's potential? Although it is the formula of 3rd order and 4th order medicinal herbs, what about later? What about the 5th and 6th order medicinal herbs? The Yu family can stand in the world with only one body-quenching pill. It is conceivable how valuable these pill formulas are. Qin Yang frowned, seeing Xuanhuan smiling so happily, his heart sank, and he was at a loss. Get me a top-grade magic weapon pill furnace first. Qin Yang said. Okay. The middle-aged butler also became happy. A top-grade magic weapon pill furnace? But it's only tens of thousands of spirit stones. Bring the list here, and I'll change it to the formula. Qin Yang was reluctant, but since he has decided, he won't regret it. Soon, the formula was changed, and it was all collected by Xuanhuan. It is safest to take such precious things back and give them to my father, and let my father arrange for the alchemist to refine them. Seeing the updated Earth-ranked Qianquan ring in his hand, as well as the elixir full of elixir and a Earth-ranked pill stove, Qin Yang finally felt better. What was that disc-shaped thing just now? And the dark one? Xuanhuan asked, curiously. Oh, the disc seems to be the core thing of some kind of formation, the one that doesn't go dark is. Qin Yang said mysteriously, the black ivory of the mammoth. Sky-splitting mammoth? Monster beast? Xuanhuan shook his head, saying that he had never heard of it. Not only him, but no one else has heard of it. I really don't know. Qin Yang groaned, looked at Lu Mingyu beside him, and laughed. Just take whatever you want, you're welcome. Do whatever you want. Xuanhuan was in a good mood. Chu Qingga on the side looked envious. Being so close to the young master of the Jin family was enough to make the world jealous. With the strong backer of the Jin family, Qin Yang is no longer a lonely descendant of the Qin family. What are you doing in a daze? Pick it up too. In the future, magic weapons, talismans, and medicinal herbs are all messed up. All of them will find Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce. Qin Yang said to Chuchinga. Ah? Can I do it too? Chuchinga blushed, a little embarrassed. Of course, my formula is more than this price. Qin Yang said. Jin Wanshan put his arms around Chuchinga's neck, and hurriedly said, Didn't you say, we are friends? Friends are priceless. Don't be polite to me. Qin Yang's head is full of black lines, this guy is so stealing. With the medicinal pills and magic pill furnace, Qin Yang naturally wants to open the furnace to make pills. For Qin Yang, the alchemy of alchemy. It was as easy as frying jelly beans. A third-order Zhuyandan was directly refined on the spot and handed to Lu Mingyu. Standing pills are boring on the way back, and then practice again, body tempering pill. I will practice it when you are tempering your body. Eat it with the vision, the effect is good. Qin Yang said. Lu Mingyu looked at the third-order top-grade Zhuyandan with cloud energy in her hand, and swallowed it directly. The whole person is like exuding fairy spirit. Compared with Qin Yang and others have become ordinary people. Excellent quality, you can make it with your hands. The middle-aged steward dropped his jaw in shock, admiring the vision of his young master more and more. This Zhuyandan is so amazing? I'll take one too. Qin Yang couldn't help but swallowed, refining another one and swallowing it on the spot. A warm current drifted through the body, and the whole person felt much refreshed. The originally handsome appearance was suddenly radiant. Qin Yang asked for a mirror, and praised himself repeatedly in the mirror. This Zhuyandan is good, I feel like I've become handsome, do you have it? Standing together with Lu Mingyu in this way is simply a fairy couple. Even though his skin was paler, he looked more like a scholar than Chuchinga. Do you want to eat? Qin Yang raised his head. Jin Wanshan and Chuchinga looked at each other and shook their heads. Why? Qin Yang was puzzled. We are men. Jin Wanshan said. What's wrong with men? Who said that men can't eat Zhuyandan? The Zhuyandan I made can not only nourish yin and whiten the skin, but also strengthen yang and nourish the kidneys for men. Qin Yang looked at Lu Mingyu. It's me, is he handsome now, or before? Lu Mingyu's pretty face was blushing, and her lips parted lightly, now. Of course girls like this, but we are big men. You eat too much Zhuyandan, it will make people think you are a little white face. Jin Wanshan whispered. Chuchinga nodded again and again. Pedant. You deserve to be rough. Qin Yang snorted, clenched his fists, and the explosive force seemed to burst the air. Have you ever seen such a strong little white face? I think you are jealous. Yandan is not as handsome as I am. Qin Yang, you really are here. A male classmate suddenly burst into the door, and knelt down in front of Qin Yang, full of tears. What are you doing? Get up quickly. Qin Yang pulled him up. You must help me. Lin Wanner is lost. The male classmate looked helpless. Lin Wanner lost? Qin Yang and Lu Mingyu looked at each other. Lin Wanner was their classmate, and Qin Yang still had a little impression of her, like a little girl next door. The family background seems to be not good, and his own practice is extremely poor, but he cultivates extremely hard, and his cultivation is not much weaker than other students. Qin Yang didn't modify the exercises for her, but made her a brand new one. It's normal for girls to go shopping, are you lost? Qin Yang said. No, that's not the case. She said to try the magic shawl, but I haven't seen her come out for a long time. I went to look for it, but she's gone. The classmate was talking and crying again. Chapter 126 Tyrant Qin Yang. Student, calm down. Jin Wanshan said. His name is Yin Feng, and he ranks 17th, Lin Wanner ranks 97th. They met on the magical treasure flying boat and fell in love at first sight. Chu Qingge whispered, as if he knew all the information. Qin Yang asked, didn't you go to Mr. Wu Heitian? I've looked for it, but he's not in the inn. Yin Feng looked at Qin Yang for help. Take me to that store. Qin Yang said. Yin Feng was relieved. Wu Heitian was not there. Qin Yang was the backbone of all the classmates. The group hurried to the shop where Lin Wanner disappeared. The other students heard the news and came over after hearing the news. Some people got the news earlier and kept looking around. Guiyan Magic Treasure Shop? Qin Yang looked at the door plaque, frowned, and stopped. In fact, he was investigating with spiritual sense, because he found that there was a lot of useful information in the passers-by next to him. Could it be that the Guiyan gang started? They are the biggest gang in Fanqing City. It is rumored that they have a lot of dirty tricks behind their backs, and they often do some shady deeds. Especially like to kidnap talented girls and sell them everywhere. They will even be trapped as female slaves, let them have a few children here, and then let them go. In fact, it is to let them return to the family to obtain resources. Because the children are still here, they will come back. That's why they are called the Guiyan gang, which is absolutely disgusting. I didn't expect that they would dare to provoke the people of Songqiong Academy. It's really daring, but the talented girls of Songqiong Academy are more attractive to the Guiyan gang. Seeing Qin Yang's face gradually gloomy, his fists clenched, Yin Feng was like an ant on a hot pan. What's wrong? Lu Mingyu asked. Qin Yang glanced at Yin Feng, couldn't bear to provoke him, and said softly, it's nothing. Such a big movement attracted countless onlookers. The clerk of the Guiyan Magic Treasure Shop was naturally also alerted and quickly notified the boss. Soon, a group of people crowded out of the crowd, and the leader was full of bearded, burly body, and one eye radiated a fierce light, which was daunting. Li Dulong? It turned out to be him? He is the third master of Fanqing City, a late master monk. Who dares to oppose my Guiyan gang? Li Dulong shouted loudly, and everyone in the audience retreated. Li Dulong looked at Qin Yang and everyone looked at Qin Yang, who was at the head, and sneered, a group of stinky young boys, what? Want to play against the grandfathers? Glancing at Lu Mingyu, beside Qin Yang, his one eye suddenly burst out, his eyes were hot, and his saliva was about to flow out. The maliciousness gradually appeared in his eyes, but now he could only suppress it on this occasion. All the subtle expressions were seen by Qin Yang. It seems that the news from the spiritual sense before is true. Hand over the person. Qin Yang said coldly. The clerk of the Guiyan Magic Treasure Store smiled directly and said, pay someone? Who is it? Qin Yang stretched out his hand to grasp, and a big handprint of ice suddenly appeared, directly holding the clerk. A cultivator of the Qi realm is complete, and he has no resistance at all. With a violent grip, the clerk shattered into pieces of ice all over the floor. Hand over the person. Qin Yang stared at Li Dulong, his tone even colder. All the onlookers gasped, and even Li Dulong was taken aback. Good boy, you really have some strength. Li Dulong sneered, but with this strength, you dare to fight against our Guiyan gang? Qin Yang pointed out that a subordinate beside Li Dulong died with a headshot. Jinghong sword finger. Li Dulong couldn't even find the trajectory of the true Qi divine sword. Li Dulong's face changed, what's more than this strength? This kid's strength is even higher than himself. Humph, could it be that you don't know that the strong dragon doesn't suppress the ground snake? What about the Songqiong Academy? Going against my Guiyan gang, even if your teacher is in the star realm, can he keep you all the time? What's more, he can't keep it at all. With this one, there must be the next. Li Dulong still gritted his teeth, and at the same time ordered his subordinates to hurry back and call someone. Not to mention that teacher of the Star Realm, this kid in front of him is extremely troublesome. Qin Yang let the man go down to report the news, and said in a deep voice, "Hand over the person." "Hey, who is there? I don't understand." Li Dulong was also a ruthless character, looking at Qin Yang with one eye, and said, "Have you the ability to kill us all?" Li Dulong cried out in pain, curled up like a shrimp, and was kicked away by Qin Yang. All his subordinates turned pale with fright, and even the onlookers couldn't help but stunned. How could this kid from the Sky Academy be so fierce? The means are so cruel? Qin Yang looked around, no one dared to look at him. "Hand over the person, this is the last time I ask." Qin Yang was expressionless. Yin Feng was stunned, Qin Yang was so mighty? All the classmates were also stunned. Such a domineering Qin Yang made them feel at ease. Bah! Li Dulong spat out a bloody spit and stared at Qin Yang coldly. "I just don't want to befriend anyone, do you dare to kill me? The initiative is in the hands of our Guoyan gang. Your colleague. Shui, maybe she's already." Qin Yang's figure suddenly disappeared in place, and reappeared directly to Li Dulong's side. Looking down at Li Dulong, who was lying on the ground, Qin Yang said softly, "So, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense." He lifted his foot and kicked down sharply. Li Dulong mobilized his whole body to block, but how could he stop Qin Yang, who could kill even a fighting master in one move? Boom! With a loud explosion, Li Dulong was directly kicked into pieces by Qin Yang, and a big hole was blown out of the ground. With their palms like knives, Qin Yang turned around, and the gorgeous Banue slash directly enveloped all Li Dulong's subordinates. The angle was lowered, except for the few people who were close to Qin Yang, who were cut off in the middle and died violently on the spot. The ones who were farther away only had their legs broken. The ruthless means are unbearable to look directly at, and the heart trembles. Even Qin Yang's classmates were terrified. "I'm sorry, I have to trouble everyone." Qin Yang Chao cupped his hands around him, "Please help me find someone." Although the onlookers were terrified of Qin Yang's strength, they did not buy it. "They are just watching the fun. Why should we help you?" A crowd of onlookers smiled and said, "Qianlong didn't hold back and found someone for you. You patted your butt and left, what should we do? The Guoyan gang's revenge has to be borne by us." "That's right. It's your own business to find someone. Who makes you dislike your own people? Don't you have a leading teacher? Don't you have a star powerhouse? It's just a group of little kids. They have strength, but they are still too tender. This is just to let you have a snack, so that you will not encounter such a situation in the future. Maybe soon." Everyone watched indifferently, and even taunted. What's more, they are discussing what is going on with the girl who was kidnapped by the Guoyan gang. Yin Feng felt a chill in his heart as he listened to those unpleasant words. Qin Yang's voice suddenly sounded again. "Staying on the sidelines, or even making sarcastic words, is no different from the perpetrator. I judge you guilty. Help me find someone immediately, or—" Qin Yang gently put down the panda on his shoulders. "Either what? You're guilty if you judge us guilty? I'm just watching the jokes of your Sky Academy, what can you do with me? If you offend the Guoyan gang, be careful, they will kidnap you all. The men will sell them as coolies, and the women, hee, I'm afraid they will all become Guoyan." A group of people laughed. The expressions of all the classmates changed greatly, especially after learning what Guoyan was. They were all angry and angry. Yin Feng's face already showed a look of despair. If Xuanhuan had any shortcomings, he didn't want to live anymore. "What's the matter?" Qin Yang smiled and said word by word, "Since you are guilty, you must die." The murderous aura suddenly erupted, and 10 divine swords condensed directly behind it. As soon as the divine sense moved, the divine sword scattered in all directions, like the sickle of the god of death, killing dozens of people on the spot. Without exception, kill them all. Those who were beheaded had no time to resist. Everyone's faces changed wildly. You murderer. Sky Academy has always had clear grievances. Those who violated my Sky Academy, cut down the grass and root out. No one will be left. Qin Yang gave an order. The panda turned into its body, swallowed the beast like a house, and smashed more than a dozen people into meat sauce on the spot. Look, we'll look for it. Go now, go now. Everyone was scared and lost their souls. This is a student, this is a tyrant. Chapter 127. I'm not reasoning. The City of Stars is boiling. Damn Guoyan gang, it's not good to offend anyone, but you have to offend Songqiong Academy. The teacher hasn't even shot yet, a student is so cruel. Where can the Guoyan gang hide people? If I can't find it again, looking at that kid's temper, I'm afraid he's going to start killing people. Qin Yang looked at the group of classmates and said, gather everyone. You should go back to the inn to wait for news. It is best to contact Mr. Wu Heitian. Looking around, Qin Yang frowned and said, Jin Wanshan, are there any masters in the Chamber of Commerce? Jin Wanshan hesitated. Are you afraid that your classmates are not safe? Jin Wanshan patted his chest and said, don't worry, the safety of the students can still be guaranteed. Where are you going? I'll go too. Yin Feng didn't want to go back to the inn. Qin Yang shook his head and said, I'll go by myself. A passerby was randomly pulled over and asked about the headquarters of the Guoyan gang, and Qin Yang left immediately. All the students looked at Qin Yang's back, and their hearts were complicated. Wu Heitian disappeared at a critical moment. I didn't expect Qin Yang to take the initiative to carry all this. Yin Feng looked at Qin Yang's back, deeply grateful, and kept praying in his heart. Don't worry. Jin Wanshan patted Yin Feng on the shoulder and said, since Teacher Wu dares to leave, he has concluded that no one here can threaten us. With Qin Yang here, Lin Wanner will soon be able to find him. Star City, Guoyan Gang Headquarters Compound. The people who had come to report the letter had already arrived. Nearly 100 people stood neatly at the door, and a brown-haired old man was full of anger. Tell me about you. I have warned again and again that you are not allowed to touch the people of the Sky Academy, but you will not listen. The old man's face was flushed with anger, and he shouted angrily, you ignorant bastards. Tell me, who moved them? One of his subordinates said cautiously, it's the magic shop that Li Dulong is in charge of. What about people? The brown-haired old man continued to ask. Li Dulong has gone to settle this matter, his subordinate replied. The old man Hafa almost fainted, just rely on him? Who settles who? I'm asking you about that student at Songqiong Academy. Where is that student now? The subordinates looked at each other. The leader of the Guoyan gang was so afraid of Songqiong Academy? That Sky Academy is far away, in Zhongzhou. Where is the man? The old man Hafa stomped his feet anxiously. The two people who were in charge of escorting the girl before went missing and did not return to the headquarters. Did you go to the stronghold of Julong Mountain? A subordinate asked suspiciously. The old man Hafa was about to ask again, but his heart suddenly tightened. All the subordinates widened their eyes and looked behind the leader in disbelief. The sudden appearance of Qin Yang made the atmosphere here suddenly tense, and there was a deep depression in the air. Julong Mountain? Qin Yang frowned, he had been listening here for a while. Who are you? Hafa old man asked with narrowed eyes. I was secretly surprised, this kid is so old, is he also a freshman of the Songqiong Academy? But what is the matter with such strength? What the hell? He was completely unaware of his arrival. Where is Julong Mountain's stronghold? Qin Yang asked, coldly. The old man Hafa snorted angrily and said, a student in a mere district dares to question me like this? If your teacher came in person, it would be almost the same. Oh? Qin Yang raised his brows and pinched his sword fingers. A multicolored divine sword was directly condensed and revolved around the Hafa old man. The old man Hafa's eyelids jumped, his face changed, and he said, the stronghold of Julong Mountain is my Guiyan gang's top secret, and I won't tell anyone except the very few people in the gang who know about it. Qin Yang glanced at the group of men in front of him and laughed lightly. With a light touch of his finger, the divine sword fluttered, bloody harvesting those fresh lives. The old man Hafa's expression changed greatly, he dodged and smashed the colorful sword with one punch. What do you mean? You actually slaughtered my Guiyan gang? In front of me? The old man with Hafa looked distorted. I'll ask again, where's the stronghold of Julong Mountain? Take me there. Qin Yang said softly. The old man with crane hair took a deep breath, his fists trembled slightly. That multicolored divine sword turned out to be an infuriating sword formed by condensing infuriating energy. The strength of the anti-shock alone made him really messy. This kid's strength is stronger than he guessed. The old man Hafa said, it's true that I am wrong with Guiyan gang, and I accidentally offended Songqiong Academy. Don't worry, I will definitely give an account to Songqiong Academy. Besides, you have already killed so many of us. You're wasting my time. Qin Yang shook his head gently, his eyes were full of fire, and the hand was already on his lips. The Songqiong Academy has always been sensible, distinguishing right from wrong. The old man Hafa's face sank. Sorry, I'm not telling the truth. Qin Yang shook his head and took a deep breath. The Shinto Tianin suddenly exploded, as if the heavenly emperor above Jiuxiao was angry. Hellfire, flame breath. The entrance to the Guiyan gang headquarters instantly turned into a sea of fire. The hard bluestone slab cracked and shattered, and it burned into fly ash in the blink of an eye. All the members of the Guiyan gang didn't have time to react, so they turned into a cloud of blue smoke that dissipated cleanly. Qin Yang turned his head and directly. The headquarters of the Guiyan gang was also burned to ashes. Are you a human or a monster? The old man Hafa was scorched black, and he could only protect himself if he tried so hard to resist. This is because Qin Yang deliberately did not kill him. Whizzing. The two divine swords exuded an icy aura, like solid ice condensed, directly piercing the shoulders of the old man with Hafa. Qin Yang's spiritual thoughts moved, and the two divine swords directly erected the old man's body, hanging in the air. Want to live or die? Qin Yang asked softly. The old man Hafa looked at the bookish Qin Yang, who slaughtered so many people without batting an eyelid, and his heart was desolate. Where did this monster come from? The old man Hafa looked at his tragic state. The two divine swords were constantly infiltrating the power of ice, freezing his bloodline, infuriating energy. He, who had no resistance, suddenly laughed strangely. You want to know our stronghold in Julong Mountain? You will regret it. Qin Yang raised his brows. Shen Yan found a fish that slipped through the net on the street not far away, and with a light touch of his finger, the divine sword took his life, and it was too late to turn around. The old man Hafa's pupils shrank. Okay. I will fulfill you. Qin Yang snapped his fingers, the two divine swords disappeared immediately, and the old man Hafa fell to the ground, unable to stand still. The two went straight out of the city. Panda wanted to keep up, but Qin Yang left him to protect the other students. It's too slow. Qin Yang looked at the staggering old man Hafa, and asked the direction directly. Holding the old man Hafa, he urged the dragon to walk. Julong Mountain, a hidden cave entrance. Qin Yang's figure appeared, along with the brown-haired old man, who was thrown to the ground by Qin Yang. Divine intent swept away, and a passageway was built deep inside the hole. It's too late to regret it now. The old man Huffa sneered, if you don't go in, I'll bring someone out for you. If you go in. Noisy. Qin Yang kicked out, saving his life. However, it directly shattered the meridians of his entire body, and his cultivation was completely useless. The old man Huffa's face was ashen. He knew that he would end up like this. It was no different from death. He wanted to kill himself, but he stopped when he looked at Qin Yang, who walked into the cave. Boy, I'm just waiting here, waiting to see how your life is worse than death. Chapter 128, Stealing Heaven and Shifting Fate Array. Follow the hole and enter the passage. Keep going down the stairs. With the arrival of Qin Yang, the magic lights on both sides of the passage lighted up one by one. The deeper you go, the colder the air becomes. Finally, I came to a bronze gate, and the passage came to an end. The door is 3 zhang high and 4 zhang long, and there are mysterious traces on the quaint gate. Ding! Copy the earth level array, door sealing array. Qin Yang raised his brows. There was a restriction on this gate. It's interesting. Qin Yang raised his vigilance. The level of this sealing formation varies, and there are such formations on the door of the house and the door of the treasure house in the big family. If you want to brute force the door seal formation of the prefecture level, even a monk with a complete master state may not be able to do it. And it will suffer backlash, and at the same time will trigger other formations. What makes Qin Yang important is that the lines outlined by the gate formation on the bronze gate only account for a small part, but the entire bronze gate is covered with mysterious formation lines. Qin Yang touched the lines on the bronze door, but was unable to reproduce other formations. This means that the level of other formations exceeds Qin Yang's strength. This bronze door cannot be destroyed by the current Qin Yang at all, and the prefecture-level door seal formation cannot be destroyed either. This bronze door can at least stop the powerhouses in the star realm. Qin Yang laughed, running the power of ice, an ice cube suspended in his hand, constantly changing shapes, and finally turned into a token. This is the key created by Qin Yang, based on this door sealing formation. As long as he has this key, he can open the bronze door effortlessly. On the token, the word shadow appeared. Shadow? Qin Yang didn't think much about it, and put the token on the blank space where the lines of the door seal formation met. Immediately afterwards, the heavy bronze door slowly opened. Inside the door, a group of people were standing guard, holding magical chains in their hands. As soon as the door opened, the group of people threw out the magic weapon chains in their hands and locked Qin Yang. Huh? It's the same as the monster locked in the secret realm? Qin Yang didn't want to dodge, and was directly tied up. It turned out to be just a student? The strength is not bad, but it is too self-contained. A middle-aged man in black robe slowly walked out from behind the crowd, and said disdainfully, "If you can come here, the leader must be defeated. In your hands, the token was taken by you." Looking at Qin Yang up and down, the middle-aged man in black robe nodded again and again. "Yes, your bloodline aptitude must be better. Go, take him to the altar." The group directly lifted Qin Yang up. Qin Yang followed the trend and asked, "I killed a lot of you, and your leader is probably not far from death. Don't you want revenge?" The middle-aged hypo didn't care. "If your subordinate is dead, you can recruit again. If the leader is dead, can you find someone else to be the leader?" The implication is that the middle-aged black robe is the real boss. "One of my classmates was arrested by you before, can I see her?" Qin Yang asked. The middle-aged hypo frowned for a while, but he ignored it, and instead asked his subordinates, "How do those people do things? Everyone from Songqiong Academy has come to the door, why haven't they arrived yet?" The subordinate replied quickly, saying, "I have already sent someone to look for it, but there is no news of the person who sent it." "People aren't here?" Qin Yang frowned. There is no Guiyan gang headquarters in Fanqing City, nor a stronghold here. Where did that person go? Soon, Qin Yang was carried to an altar, and there were strange lines all over the ground. Ding. Copy the ground-level formation, stealing the sky and shifting the fate. Qin Yang was stunned for a moment, and then became furious. He finally knew why this force was kidnapping talented girls everywhere. This heaven-stealing fate-shifting formation was actually an extremely sinister and poisonous formation. You can forcibly transfer a person's bloodline talent to someone else. And the best choice is the baby still in the womb. With this formation, the genius girl's bloodline talent can be transferred to the baby in her womb, and she herself will become mediocre from now on. This is just one of the methods, and the other method is to combine a talented boy with a girl, so that the children of both have the talent and blood of the two at the same time. Although the talented girl has become a mediocre person, the teenager will directly become a crippled person, and will have a good life in a few days. It seems that you are quite low-key. The world thinks that you only kidnap young and talented girls. Qin Yang's eyes were full of murderous intent. This force is simply more hateful than human traffickers. The middle-aged man chuckled lightly and said, in order not to attract attention, there's nothing you can do. However, it's ridiculous that you delivered it to the door yourself. Aren't you afraid of offending Songqiong Academy? Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. The middle-aged man didn't answer, and said directly to his opponent, the girl from Songqiong Academy will not wait, bring the Guiyan who came back a few days ago. The subordinates take orders and go directly to it. After a while, a young woman with a blank expression was brought in. Qin Yang's mind swept away. This woman turned out to be a cultivator in the master realm? Prepare to start the formation and let them prepare. The middle-aged man ordered. The woman knew what she was going to do. Her face struggled for a while, and soon she was resigned. A man came to Qin Yang. Hey, Smear, how about letting you taste Yan Fu before you die? The woman had already undressed, but Qin Yang angrily said, stop. The woman trembled and looked at Qin Yang with sympathy in her eyes. You have the strength, why did you capture it without your hands? Qin Yang asked. The woman took a deep breath and kept moving her hands, letting the clothes fall to the ground. The middle-aged man laughed, because her child is in our hands. The woman spoke, full of prayers, I agree to all your requests, please let me see the child. The middle-aged man sneered, want to see your child? Your child is now enjoying the treatment of a top family. Do you want your child to know that his mother is someone like you? The woman shook her whole body and shook her head again and again, no. I just glanced at it from a distance, and I must not let the child know. Qin Yang looked at the helpless pleading of the woman, and he was already furious. The chains that bound him suddenly turned red, as if they were being calcined on a raging fire. Ah! A subordinate reached out and touched it, his hand was directly scorched. Huh? Dare to resist? The middle-aged man's eyes flashed, and he kicked him suddenly. Ding! Copy the dark water trick. Exercise 2/10. Ding! Copying the martial arts split wave legs, the proficiency will automatically increase to the peak. Martial arts 2 out of 10. A flash of light flashed in Qin Yang's eyes, and the chains all over his body suddenly appeared ice blue. The middle-aged man in black robe kicked over directly, but a violent sense of crisis suddenly rose in his heart. Snapped. The crisp voice sounded, Qin Yang's body stood still, but the magic weapon chains on his body were all broken. The black-robed middle-aged man's eyes widened, when did my strength become so strong? How could I even smash the chains of this magic weapon? Before he could understand the reason, the middle-aged hypo laughed loudly, if that's the case, I'll abolish you first. Anyway, all I need is your bloodline talent. Immediately, he kicked again, but this kick was directly missed. All his subordinates, including the young woman, were stunned. The young woman only had a belly pocket left on her body, and the hand that untied the belt froze. The smile on the black-robed middle-aged man's face did not change, but the whole person was directly frozen into an ice sculpture. "Run!" someone shouted, and everyone fled. Qin Yang's body kept flickering, and every time it appeared, a corpse was separated. In almost a few breaths of time, everyone present was beheaded by Qin Yang, not a single one was left. As the last head rolled and stopped, there was no sound in the audience. Suddenly, the young woman squatted down and began to cry, and the crying became louder and louder. Qin Yang didn't know what to say. The woman suddenly raised her head and looked at him. What kind of look is that? Resentment? Relief? Humiliation? Grief? Qin Yang opened his mouth, but had nothing to say. The woman lowered her head again, clenched her fist, and suddenly slapped her forehead. You? Qin Yang didn't have time to stop him, he could only watch the woman's body slowly fall down. Qin Yang took a deep breath, sighed heavily, walked to the ice sculpture, and untied the ice sculpture that trapped the middle-aged man in black robe. Chapter 129, Because I Want to Kill. Say, who is above you? Qin Yang asked. Such a formation, such a stronghold, is definitely not something that the person in front of him can do. The middle-aged man in black robe looked at the headless corpses on the ground, the pools of blood gathered like a sea of blood, and laughed madly. He finally remembered the admonition to him that he must not attack the Zhongqiang Academy. But now, it's too late. I won't tell you, from now on, you will live under the shadow of fear. Even if you are a student of the Sky Academy, the Sky Academy will not be able to protect you. The middle-aged man in the black robe roared fiercely. Qin Yang's mind moved, and the black-robed middle-aged man's entire body burst into a pile of bloody ice slag. Clenched fists with both hands, shaking the ground with full force. The huge infuriating fists were densely packed, directly destroying the heaven-stealing fate-shifting formation, turning the entire underground palace into ruins. Before it collapsed here, Qin Yang left. Returning to the entrance of the cave was also smashed down by Qin Yang, and the old man with Hafa at the entrance of the cave was ashen-faced. Did this make this kid come out intact? Also destroyed the entire stronghold? Haha, just wait for the tragic revenge. Everyone around you will be as you know. Before he finished speaking, Qin Yang kicked his head out. The figure turned into a dragon and rushed towards Fanqing City. Star City, the whole city is sensational, everyone is frantically looking for it. Of course, there are more people still watching from the sidelines. There were even several larger forces gathered together to prepare to fight the student of the Sky Academy together. The two inns next to the Wanshan Chamber of Commerce were surrounded by these people. Several master-level cultivators led the team, and the atmosphere was tense. If it weren't for the fear of the swallowing beast sitting in the hall eating the sea, they would have rushed in long ago. If you don't look for someone, what are you trying to do here? Qin Yang's figure suddenly appeared. With his appearance, the students also came out one after another. You can count. I can't use your swallowing beast. These people want to settle accounts with us. Jin Wanshan said. Account? Qin Yang was taken aback. What account? A white-haired old man walked out with a sneer, and said, My subordinates were among the people you killed earlier, and Zhongqiang Academy has no way to discipline students, so let us take good care of you. Another group of middle-aged men who were leading the forces also said angrily, I don't know who I am if I have a little strength. Here, even the Sky Academy can't do anything like this. Yes. We have to ask for an explanation. Why do you kill people? If you don't kneel down and apologize to me today, all the freshmen of your Zhongqiang Academy don't even think about it. Qin Yang's figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared with a head already in his hand. It was the head of the white-haired old man before. Everyone seemed to be strangled, and it was difficult to even breathe. The cold air swooped down his back, and some people's faces turned pale with fright. How can there be the domineering attitude of asking for sins before? Who asked me just now, why should I kill? Qin Yang looked around, licked his ears, and replied softly, because I want to kill. How is it? Is this answer satisfactory? You bastard. Do you think? The middle-aged leader was about to scold, when his body was cut in half, directly from the middle by a divine sword. Qin Yang's mood is very bad now, very bad. These people have lived in harmony with the Guoyin gang for many years, and they do not know how many bad things they have done together behind the scenes. Even if there is no complicity, covering up and condoning is an accomplice. Thinking of the evil magic circle in the underground palace and the determined look in the young woman's eyes, the fire in Qin Yang's heart could not be quelled. Is this guy from hell? Suddenly someone exclaimed, look at his shoes. Qin Yang just wore a pair of ordinary black shoes, but the soles were bright red. It's like walking through a sea of blood. You gather here, don't help, and hinder us. Are you covering the Guoyin gang? Qin Yang asked. Everyone shook their heads in unison, and none of them dared to say a word. Whether it is not important anymore, you have already made a choice. Qin Yang said lightly. Choice? What choice have we made? Everyone was terrified and thought of what Qin Yang said before. Don't be afraid, everyone, does he dare to slaughter the city? As long as we are of the same mind. Before he finished speaking, his entire body had been smashed into pieces by Qin Yang's punch. A wordless killing that made everyone lose their minds. No matter who speaks first, Qin Yang will be the first to kill. Everyone didn't dare to say a word, but they were running away desperately, but how could they escape Qin Yang's palm? Ruthless, violent, cruel, it is impossible to describe Qin Yang at this time. Another hellish scene appeared in the City of Stars, even more terrifying than before. In the distance, those who did not participate in the crusade shivered, as if they had been immobilized. Seeing that Qin Yang had no intention of shooting at them, he quickly continued to look for the missing student. It's like losing your own mother. I thought you were going to massacre the city. Xuanhuan swallowed. All the classmates looked at Qin Yang, from initial admiration, to fear now. Am I the kind of person who kills innocent people indiscriminately? Qin Yang chuckled. The answer appeared in everyone's heart at the same time, yes. Qin Yang rolled his eyes, and pointed to his brain. What do you think the spiritual sense of the Master Realm is used for? I don't have to listen to them, I know all the expressions on their faces, a look, or even a single hair is blown by the wind. Speaking of this, Qin Yang said indifferently, damn people, don't even try to run away. As soon as the voice fell, everyone backed away in unison. Some people even whispered, how far can the spiritual sense of the Master Realm detect? Lian Feng's face was full of sadness. Qin Yang must have been unable to find Lin Wanner if he could be like this. He leaned against the wall weakly, watching the blood flow into the river. Brother Lian Feng. Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. Lian Feng trembled all over, raised his head sharply, and burst into tears with excitement. Wanner, are you all right? Wu Heitian's chest kept heaving and he looked at the azure hell in his eyes, and then looked at Qin Yang in the river of blood. What the hell is going on? Wu Heitian said calmly. The quieter the sound, the colder the storm. The student is lost, you ask me what happened? Qin Yang asked, instead of answering. Wu Heitian clenched his fists creaking. He only left for a while, and this city of stars was almost slaughtered by Qin Yang. Lin Wanner was sent down by Wu Heitian and hugged Lian Feng tightly. Seeing the tragic scene, her delicate body shivered. Lin Wanner's voice trembled with fright. I went into a black shop earlier and was tied into a deep mountain, but was rescued by Teacher Wu Heitian. Teacher Wu Heitian found an enemy and dared not let me go back to the city alone. Take me with you. Lin Wanner came slowly. Mr. Wu Heitian has been chasing and killing the other party until he was killed on the Xingchenchen road. After that, he hurried back. It turned out that everything was accidental. Lian Feng's face was stiff. Lin Wanner was fine, but Wu Heitian was furious. What should Qin Yang do? You'd better give me a satisfactory answer. Wu Heitian asked in a deep voice. Because they're damned, are you satisfied? Qin Yang was not afraid. Why should they die? Wu Heitian was a thug with blue veins on his forehead. Because I said they should die, and they should. Chapter 130, On the Road to Heaven. Qin Yang, talk to Teacher Wu well, why don't you explain it? Lu Mingyu was anxious. She could see that Wu Heitian was really angry. Only the weak need it. Halfway through Qin Yang's words, Lu Mingyu came over and covered Qin Yang's mouth. Jin Wanshan rolled his eyes, and was speechless for a while. You really want to offend Wu Heitian to death? Lu Mingyu hurriedly explained for Qin Yang. We were buying elixir before, and Lian Feng said that the classmate had lost it, so we went to look for it. Teacher Wu, don't blame Qin Yang for making a move. I'm really worried about this. Your classmates are safe. Lu Mingyu couldn't describe Qin Yang's methods and told everything that happened. Lian Feng hurriedly stood up and said, Mr. Wu, blame me if you want to. I begged Qin Yang to help me find Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner did not expect that all this was because of herself. While she was afraid, she was also very grateful to Qin Yang. Even if Teacher Wu didn't save her, with Qin Yang like this, he wouldn't be in any danger. Jin Wanshan added, Qin Yang is defending the majesty of our Tsangqiang Academy. A small force in a mere city in Beiyuan dares to do this to our Tsangqiang Academy. If we don't punish them, how can we stand on the mainland in the future? Don't dare to go out. Wu Heitian raised his brows and swept over his spiritual sense. There are onlookers in the distance, there is no hatred in their eyes, but a kind of pleasure. It seems that Qin Yang really did nothing wrong? The underground palace in a mountain outside the city, you also did it? Wu Heitian asked. So what? Qin Yang said directly. Wu Heitian was silent, while Lu Mingyu kept tugging at Qin Yang's cuff. You have indeed defended the majesty of Tsangqiang Academy. Although you have merit, you also have demerits. The merits and demerits are equal to each other, neither punishment nor reward. Wu Heitian said suddenly. Lu Mingyu and Jin Wanshan's expressions softened, and Teacher Wu Heitian really knew right from wrong. Qin Yang shrugged, he didn't want any credit. As for some onlookers in the distance, how dare they have a single complaint? Anyone who had a slight criticism of Qin Yang was killed by Qin Yang before. How could they continue to stay after the Star City passed by? Wu Heitian announced on the spot to leave immediately, but Qin Yang did not agree. Most of the classmates haven't had time to supply, and they haven't bought the medicinal pills and magic weapons they want. Qin Yang said. Wu Heitian frowned, the whole Star City is so noisy. Do you want your classmates to stay and continue shopping? The classmates are also staring at Qin Yang. What a heart this guy must have. How can they still be in the mood to buy anything? Qin Yang continued, besides, I said before that those who violated my Sky Academy will be cut down and rooted, and one will not, woo-woo. He said he was hungry, we have to eat first. Lu Mingyu covered Qin Yang's mouth again, looking at the corpses scattered all over the floor. When she mentioned eating, she felt nauseated in her heart. All the onlookers suddenly felt their scalps numb and their bodies fluffed. This god of plague didn't even want to leave. Don't pull me. Qin Yang was dragged away by Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyu glared, you have to fight with Teacher Wu, he is the director of the teaching department. You have killed so many people, and if you can get away with it, you have already opened the door to you, what else do you want? What kind of internet is open to you, just like I'm rare? Qin Yang snorted softly, am I wrong? That's right, you're right. You're right. Jin Wanshan pushed behind him and pushed Qin Yang directly into the Wanshan Chamber of Commerce. Those people are indeed damned, but your methods are too direct. If you knew how disgusting the Guoyin gang was, you wouldn't think so. Qin Yang sighed. Some things just don't feel much. Only by seeing it with your own eyes can you truly appreciate it. Not to mention killing them, it would be no exaggeration to burn them to ashes. Let's see what else is needed. Jin Wanshan started the topic. The other students also continued to buy, so hurry up or hit the road. In the entire Star City, when everyone faces these guests, they no longer feel like they have encountered fat sheep, but one by one as their ancestors. For fear of making someone unhappy, he directly called Qin Yang to the store. At night, outside the Starry City. After everyone had assembled, Wu Heitian waved his hand and took out a small boat magic weapon and threw it into the sky. The magic weapon flying boat keeps getting bigger and bigger, more than a few dozen feet long. Is this gone? I haven't tempered Lu Mingyu yet. Qin Yang said, give me back my monster first. Wu Heitian took a deep look at Qin Yang. It made no difference whether this kid gave him a monster or not. Immediately, the divine sense moved, and the monster in the confinement tower was immediately released. Boom boom boom. A big mountain, a volcano, and an iceberg suddenly appeared, crushing countless trees. Most of the classmates didn't know that Qin Yang still had monsters, thinking that the swallowing beast was already amazing. Looking at these three giant mountains, the shock in my heart is unimaginable. Except for the Jiu Ling Ice Phoenix bird, the three-headed monsters stretched their wings, and their gorgeous feathers caused a burst of amazement. Even Lu Mingyu's eyes lit up with stars. As for the fire dog and the old turtle, they just drooped their eyelids, glanced at everyone, and continued to sleep soundly. Close confinement? I take a nap for decades. What? Take it. Qin Yang raised the Yaojian ring in his hand. The atmosphere became awkward, and none of the three monsters paid any attention to Qin Yang. Three uncles, please move your car. Qin Yang said politely. Suddenly, the fire dog and the old turtle turned into two streamers and entered the ring of demons. Jiu Ling Ice Phoenix glared at Qin Yang and snorted coldly, I thought you forgot us. Just as he was about to enter the ring of demons, Jiu Ling Ice Phoenix added, boy, I warn you, this seed is a girl. After finishing speaking, he also turned into a streamer and entered the demon ring. Cough. Well, since we are going to go, let's go? Qin Yang said. He originally wanted to use the power of the Jiu Ling Ice Phoenix to quench Lu Mingyu's body, and then take some blood to refine the ice-quenching pill, but it seems that he can only wait and see. The group hit the road again, and soon came to Xingchenchen Road. Like a huge time tunnel, the huge magic weapon flying boat seems a little small in front of it. Wow, this is the entrance of Xingchen Tianlu. Qin Yang sighed. Looking around, Qin Yang asked, aren't you surprised? All the classmates shook their heads one after another, and a sentence appeared in their minds at the same time, maybe this is the so-called hillbilly. After entering Xingchen Tianlu, everything changed. The magnificent mountains and rivers, the vast sea, the beautiful clouds, can no longer be seen. What will happen if I accidentally fall? Qin Yang looked down at the flying boat carefully. You will appear directly on the Sea of Stars. Wu Heitian replied. Qin Yang shrank his neck, wouldn't that be the same as death? Wu Heitian suddenly looked at Qin Yang, reminded him, and said, there will be some minor situations later. Do you want to put you away first? Chapter 131. Small situation? What small situation? Qin Yang asked, curiously. Others also looked over. As long as anything that can happen to Qin Yang is not trivial, right? Wu Heitian pondered and said, actually, it's nothing. It's just that the Nangong family, the Wei family, the Gongsun family, and the Lu family sent their magic warships, which were blocked in the Xingchenchen road. The students all gasped. The 4 major Shinto clans came together? Or a magic warship? The magic warship and the magic flying boat are both large-scale flying magic weapons, but there are essential differences between the two. The one with the blood skeleton before was the magic warship. It is extremely powerful in itself. A magic warship, a single attack is enough to raze a city to the ground. Oh. Qin Yang nodded lightly. Jin Wanshan was startled, and quickly said, can we detour? Wu Heitian shook his head lightly and said, this is the only way. As for flying over the sea of stars, not only did the speed increase by 100 times, but even Wu Heitian himself could not bear the danger. What are you afraid of? How dare they do it? Qin Yang chuckled. Wu Heitian sighed, this kid is really not afraid of the sky. Speaking of Cao Cao will arrive. If they are a few days later, I am afraid that these 4 warships will have already arrived at Fanqing City. Wu Heitian urged the magic weapon to stop, and the 4 huge warships in front also slowly stopped. On the battleship, the elites of the various families were waiting in full force, as if they were about to start a war. Where is Gongsun Ming? An old man asked on the Gongsun family's battleship. Third grandpa? Gongsun Ming was stunned for a moment. The person who came here turned out to be a high-ranking person in the clan. As soon as he appeared, he was photographed by the 3rd grandfather. The figure came to the Gongsun family warship. Where's Lu Chanru? A middle-aged man in a plain blue robe shouted loudly. Second uncle, I'm here. Lu Chanru responded, and the figure was moved by the other party's means. The middle-aged man continued, where's Lu Mingyu? Lu Mingyu stood beside Qin Yang and responded. The middle-aged man was about to take Lu Mingyu away, but Qin Yang waved his hand suddenly. Banua Sword Qi directly cut off the opponent's means. Everyone was staring at Qin Yang, and for a while, everyone on the magic treasure flying boat felt a lot of pressure. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank, obviously surprised by Qin Yang's youth and strength. He said with a smile, are you a descendant of the Qin family, Qin Yang? Exactly. Qin Yang cupped his hands and said, Lu Mingyu is married to me and belongs to me. He will definitely come to visit with a generous gift in the future. The middle-aged man's expression changed a bit, nodded and smiled, young and talented, young and talented. At this moment, on the battleship on the left, a middle-aged man in golden armor asked, coldly, where is Nangong Ling of my Nangong family? On the battleship on the right, a middle-aged man in blood-colored armor also asked, where is my Wei family, Wei Yu? Wu Heitian took a deep breath. He had already received the news that the 4 major families came together. Unexpectedly, all the people who came were experts in the clan. The old man of the Gongsun family is a strong man in the God King realm, and the other 3 families have sent a strong man in the Star realm. In particular, the middle-aged man in the blood-colored armor is the 9th in the Fighting Stars. Wu Heitian said, since you 2 came together, you must already know, why do you need to ask more? Being able to block in the Xingchen Tianlu, its intention is self-evident. Once a dispute arises, it is directly immortal, and there is no room for change. As long as the opponent is forced out of the sky, victory and defeat, life and death, can be clearly defined. None of the 4 warships responded, as if they were listening to what Gongsun Ming and Lu Chanru were reporting. The middle-aged man in the blood-colored armor asked in a deep voice, Wu Heitian, is there anyone on board who has the ability to frighten feathers and arrows? Wu Heitian frowned. Qin Yang stood up directly and said, I will. The middle-aged man in the blood-colored battle armor held the blood-colored war halberd, and the war halberd trembled slightly. Wu Heitian couldn't help but have a headache. Although he ranked higher than the middle-aged blood armor, if he fought, he would not be able to tell the winner in a short period of time. Qin Yang's face was not afraid, he patted Lu Mingyu's hand lightly, and he stood directly on the fence at the head of the flying boat. It makes people afraid that he will fall off the flying boat in the next moment. The old man of the Gongsun family said, Nangong Ling and Wei Yu unfortunately died, and the two joined forces to find Tianjin. Tianjin only gave one sentence, they all died under the shocking feather arrow technique. Nangong Ling was killed by me, but not Wei Yu. Qin Yang said directly. The middle-aged golden-armored eyes of the Nangong family slowly opened, and the murderous intent was permeating. Just as he was about to shoot, the middle-aged blood-armored Wei family said, Oh? Who killed Wei Yu? Qin Yang looked at the middle-aged Jin Jia and said softly, Nangong Ling. Damn. My Nangong family and Wei family are on good terms, and Nangong Ling and Wei Yu are as close as brothers. Boy, are you trying to sow discord? The middle-aged Jin Jia said angrily. Under the enormous pressure, Jin Wanshan stood up and said, I can prove it. I saw with my own eyes on the light screen of the battle demon hunting ground that it was Nangong Ling who slaughtered his younger brother and finally killed Wei Yu. The middle-aged Jin Jia glanced at Jin Wanshan and snorted, This matter has nothing to do with the Jin family. Could it be that your Jin family also wants to get involved? Qin Yang waved his hand, motioning Jin Wanshan to retreat. It's the truth, I don't need proof when I do things. Qin Yang's words were sonorous. Good boy. The middle-aged Jin Jia said coldly, Wu Heitian, I want to avenge the children of the clan, do you want to stop me? The middle-aged blood armor frowned, looked at Wu Heitian, and said, Wu Heitian, what do you think about this matter? Wu Heitian was a little overwhelmed, and said, Qin Yang really knows how to frighten the feathers with arrows, and it's true that he killed Nangong Ling. In a word, Jin Jia's middle-aged killing intent is even better. Wu Heitian said again, but no one has proved that Wei Yu was also killed by Qin Yang, and Jin Wanshan has proved that Wei Yu died in the hands of Nangong Ling. Oh? The middle-aged blood armor knew Wu Heitian very well, and came here just to confirm. If Wu Heitian said so himself, he already believed it half a point. The middle-aged Jin Jia's complexion changed, and he said, Could it be that a mere amount of Jin Wanshan is enough to make you and me turn against each other? Would you rather believe that, kid? The battleships of the Gongsun family and the Lu family separated the battleships of the Nangong family and the Wei family on the left and right. At this time it seemed that it was deliberately done to prevent the two families from directly fighting. The old man Gongsun said in a roundabout way, In my opinion, it's better to go to Zhangqiang Academy and then make calculations. Dare to kill my Nangong family's children, how can I allow him to go to Zhangqiang Academy? The middle-aged Jin Jia sneered, Who doesn't know that Zhangqiang Academy has an old relationship with the Qin family? Lu Jiaqing Peo shook his head lightly, Even here, you can't kill him. The leaders of the four major Shinto families, your words and my words are very involved, and you can't say anything at all. The atmosphere froze. If you want to fight, let him come, and see if I, Qin Yang, are afraid. Qin Yang said angrily, My life and death are only in my hands, even in the star realm, dare to control my life and death? Bah. A pig's nose with garlic, what's the costume? The people of the four major families were shocked and looked at Qin Yang in hell. In the face of the four major Shinto families, how dare you speak like this? The classmates have already taken it seriously. Qin Yang, this guy, is on the bar with Wu Heitian every 3 days. Ahem, that's green onions, not garlic. Jin Wanshan reminded in a low voice. Chapter 132 You have no chance. Good boy, what a sharp tongue. The middle-aged Jin Jia had a grim expression and clenched his fists. With a wave of his hand, a golden bow appeared in his hand. Wu Heitian narrowed his eyes, alert to the opponent's shot. The atmosphere was so disturbed by Qin Yang, and the sword suddenly became tense. The middle-aged blood armor said, "It's best not to do it until this matter is clear." "What if Wei Yu also died in the hands of this kid?" said the middle-aged Jin Jia coldly. The blood-armored middle-aged man's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "I will never let him live." After a pause, the middle-aged blood armor continued, "But if..." The coldness in his eyes was even stronger, and he stared at the middle-aged Jinjia. "Since you can find fortune-telling at Tianjin, why don't you let him figure it out more clearly?" Qin Yang chuckled. Chu Qingge whispered, "Tianjin is not fortune-telling, it uses Tianyan magic." Qin Yang stared at the middle-aged Jinjia and asked, "Are you sure you want to shoot me?" The middle-aged Jinjia seemed to have heard a joke, and laughed loudly. "Could it be that you still think I dare not?" Qin Yang shook his head lightly and spread his hands. "Can't you see the situation clearly? The Wei family doesn't trust you. The Lu family and the Gongsun family are obviously guarding against the two of you. They won't be enemies of my Songqiong Academy. What do you want to say?" The middle-aged Jinjia asked in a deep voice. Qin Yang said slowly, "I want to ask, are you Wu Heitian's opponent?" The complexion of the middle-aged Jinjia changed. If he made a move in this way, Wu Heitian would definitely stop him. And when he shot Qin Yang, the Wei family, the Gongsun family, and the Lu family would not help at all. Originally, he wanted to join forces with the other three major families to put pressure on Songqiong Academy to suppress Wu Heitian, but he didn't expect to be broken by Qin Yang's 3 words. "It's really extraordinary." The old man, Gongsun, nodded again and again. The man in the green robe of the Lu family also looked at Qin Yang approvingly and smiled slightly. "I only dare to shrink behind the teacher, it's a coward." The middle-aged Jinjia spurned. Qin Yang laughed and said, "You killed me without teacher Wu Heitian taking action?" "Oh?" Jinjia middle-aged Ishi, "Really?" The old man, Gongsun, slowly shook his head. Qin Yang was still too young. "It's normal to be young and arrogant." The middle-aged Lu Jiaqingpeo frowned. Lu Chanru next to him asked in a low voice, "If the Nangong family really takes action against Qin Yang, we..." The middle-aged Qin Pao replied with divine sense, "We don't care." Lu Chanru was stunned for a moment, not wanting to understand. Qin Yang stood with his hands behind his back, looked at the middle-aged Jinjia quietly, and said, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. Are you sure you want to shoot me?" The same question, but this time it is thought-provoking. "What does Qin Yang want to do?" The middle-aged Jinjia disagreed. "Remind me?" "What do you want to remind me?" Qin Yang said slowly, "You are a cultivator of the Star Realm, right?" "Right. And I am in the Master Realm." "Genius indeed, but geniuses are short-lived." Qin Yang raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "If that's the case, then I can only mourn for all the people below the Star Realm in your Nangong family, and pray for them. You better really kill me." The middle-aged Jinjia frowned and didn't understand. The blood-armored middle-aged eyes flashed, and he said, "Good boy." The old man Gongsun looked at the middle-aged Jinjia, who was still confused, and couldn't help but reminded, "You represent the Nangong family. If you shoot at him, you will have a deadly vengeance with him. If you are higher than him, then he will be in the future. If you want to take revenge, even the Sky Academy will not stop it." "Retaliation?" "Just a joke. If Wu Heitian doesn't shoot, I only need 1 arrow to kill him." The middle-aged Jinjia sneered. The middle-aged Jinjia finally reacted and was furious. "You bastard, are you threatening me?" Qin Yang looked at the middle-aged Jinjia like a fool, and nodded his head in acquiescence, then complained, "Talking to you, it's really hard. You must die today." The middle-aged Jinjia bent a bow and arrow, directly locking Qin Yang. But Qin Yang twisted his body and disappeared. The people who were with him looked shocked. Only the old man of the Gongsun family trembled, staring at the mast of the Nangong family warship in disbelief. At this time, Qin Yang was standing on the highest point of the Nangong family's warship, looking down at all the people of the Nangong family. "Where's the man? Boy, come out for me." The middle-aged Jinjia shouted loudly, looking at Wu Heitian, and said, "Did you put him in your magic weapon? Could it be that Songqiong Academy is so shameless that it has to cover up?" Wu Heitian snorted angrily and said, "Although I don't want to explain, I have to say that I didn't help him." Gong Sun Ming asked softly, "Third Grandpa, why is the Nangong family in such a hurry to kill Qin Yang?" "They and the Qin family." The old man Gong Sun shook his head and said, "They don't have any old grudges with the Qin family, it's just that Qin Yang can do it with the Nangong family's unique skills. This alone is enough to keep Qin Yang alive. What's more, Nangong Ling is indeed killed by Qin Yang. The mainland has not been looking for the descendants of the Qin family, but he appeared. But I didn't get the preferential treatment as I imagined, right?" The old man Gong Sun laughed and said, "Finding the descendants of the Qin family is only for the blood of the Qin family and the secret key of the gods. For 1,000 years, everyone has figured it out for a long time, Qin. The secret key of the gods of the family should also be lost. Otherwise, how could such a powerful magic weapon not cause a sensation? Just leaving a ray of possibility." The old man Gong Sun added another sentence, saying, "Since there is a chance to stay, then Qin Yang can't die, don't worry. What matters is not the descendants of the Qin family, but the blood on his body." Gong Sun Ming rolled his eyes and looked speechless. He was worried about a fart? It would be great if Qin Yang was dead. "Boy, hurry up and come out for Lao Tzu." The middle-aged Jin Jia was still looking for Qin Yang. Qin Yang let out a burst of laughter and suddenly appeared beside a soldier next to the middle-aged Jin Jia. With a wave of his hand, he was about to perform a half-moon beheading, and he jumped away quickly and disappeared again. Although he failed to kill the soldier, the middle-aged Jin Jia shot an arrow, but he shot him directly on the spot. "I reminded you." Qin Yang's cold voice came from a distance. There was a panic, and there was only a headless corpse in place. Immediately afterwards, the head of the corpse rolled like a ball from the other side and stopped at the feet of the middle-aged Jin family. "Grab the head with me? Who will kill more?" Qin Yang teased. The middle-aged Jin Jia trembled with rage, and on the Nangong family's magic weapon warship, everyone's hearts were cast in the shadow of death. It was as if the god of death would pluck his head from behind in the next breath. On the Lu family warship, the middle-aged Qing Pao swallowed. How could this kid be so strong? It seems that the attitude of the clan towards him should change. "Qin Yang, give my Lu family a face, don't do everything too seriously," the middle-aged Qing Pao said loudly. The air was quiet for a while, and soon, Qin Yang appeared on the magic weapon flying boat of Songqiong College, gently pulled Lu Mingyu's hand, and said, "Okay." The face of the middle-aged Qin Pao immediately flushed red, but then his expression changed. Qin Yang's pupils shrank, and the middle-aged Jin Jia sneered and shot another arrow, but this arrow attacked together with Lu Mingyu. "Can't you hide? It's just a clown jumping beam." The middle-aged Jin Jia smiled proudly. Qin Yang stood directly in front of Lu Mingyu and slapped his chest with both palms. At this moment, he mobilized the strength of his whole body to stop the arrow. Wu Heitian was suddenly furious, and the incident happened suddenly, and he had done everything he could, but the distance was a little far away, so he could only hope that he could make it in time. Shocking feather arrow skills, the power exerted in the hands of the stars is unimaginable. Qin Yang only felt a pain in his hands, but he couldn't stop the arrow at all. The arrow plunged deep into his chest, but still stopped. Qin Yang's powerful physique, like a monster, played a huge role. At the same time, Wu Heitian held the end of the arrow in one hand, preventing the arrow from advancing half a point. "Ah! Qin Yang, how are you?" Lu Mingyu's eyes were red, and she cried when she saw the blood-stained arrow pulled out by Qin Yang. Despicable. Shameless. Your Nangong family is a raccoon dog from top to bottom. Jing Wanshan jumped on the fence angrily and pointed at the Nangong family's worship and cursed. The other 3 clans also frowned. Especially the man in green robe, scolded loudly, "Do you still want shame?" "I'm fine." Qin Yang comforted Lu Mingyu, staring at the middle-aged Jin Jia, and said, "Mr. Wu, help me take care of her." Even if he didn't say it, Wu Heitian would still do his part. Looking at Qin Yang with a frown, Qin Yang's figure disappeared again. "You guys, there is no chance." Chapter 133, Hard Star Realm. The voice was cold, like 1,000 years of ice. The magic worship of the entire Nangong family has unveiled the veil of death. What? There was a scream, and some people were cut off by the sword energy, and some people were cut into 8 pieces. Some were burned into a scorched mass, while others were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Painful screams resounded. The complexion of the middle-aged Jinjia changed slightly, but as soon as there was a sound, an arrow was fired. Qin Yang's figure could not be noticed at all, and there were countless accidental injuries. The Nangong family's magic weapon worship suddenly turned into a pot of porridge, and everyone was in danger. Although there were many cultivators in the Master Realm, they were completely vulnerable to Qin Yang. An arrow came and hit another one of his own. The middle-aged Jinjia stopped, his breath was like a volcano that was about to erupt, and he was like a golden-armored god of war. The middle-aged Jinjia shouted, "Boy, do you only attack? Want to provoke me to show up and kill me again?" Qin Yang laughed and really showed his figure. The middle-aged Jinjia stared at Qin Yang, but did not make a move. Qin Yang looked at the middle-aged Jinjia lightly, stretched out his hand and pointed at the person next to him. Within a breath, "I will kill him." As soon as the words fell, the man was directly cut off by Qin Yang's sword, and his head was thrown high. Before the terrified head fell to the ground, Qin Yang's figure appeared on the deck again, standing opposite the middle-aged golden armor. "This isn't a sneak attack, right? But it would be very troublesome." Qin Yang spread his hands. There were more corpses than soldiers around, and the soldiers who were still alive suddenly collapsed. It's even more frightening to call names and then kill people like this. Qin Yang looked at many people dying of archery skills, and shook his head gently. "Your Nangong family is really the same. Back then, Nangong Ling also shot his younger brother like this." The middle-aged Jinjia gritted his teeth and burst out from the teeth, pushing the sin on the dead. "Of course you can say whatever you want. I'm just stating the facts." Qin Yang shrugged and said, "I, Qin Yang, act on my will. I, Qin Yang, kill people without any explanation." In the Star Road, there is silence. Everyone looked at the rebellious young man on the Nangong family's magic weapon worship, and their hearts were up and down. The old man, Gong Sun, stroked his gray beard and said softly, "Ming'er, don't be an enemy of him." Gong Sun Ming answered yes again and again, slandering in his heart, "Is this still a reminder? If I hadn't run away when I saw him, I and Lu Chanru would have died in the secret realm, I don't know how many times." The middle-aged Shuajiao repeatedly praised, "Having a son like this, the Qin family is hopeful." The middle-aged Lu's Qingpao frowned. "This kid is too capable of causing trouble. Although he is very strong, the other party is the Nangong family. Will this implicate my Lu family? I'm afraid Qin Yang is the only one who can push the cultivator of the Star Realm to such a situation." Wu Heitian secretly said in his heart. Sky Academy has really accepted good students. The middle-aged Jinjia took a deep breath and sneered, "It's a pity, a pity." "What a pity?" Qin Yang asked, curiously. The golden bow in the middle-aged Jinjia's hand suddenly burst into dazzling golden light, and a golden arrow was placed on the bow. Qin Yang's heart skipped a beat, and his figure was twisted for a while. He was still in place, but he had already urged me Tianjue to enter the hunting stance. The difference is that the other party can see him, but his spiritual sense still cannot lock him. The middle-aged Jinjia was stunned for a moment, and Qin Yang was standing here in front of him. Why did he look like a phantom? The arrow sent out terrifying fluctuations, but it failed to shoot. Wu Heitian's expression changed. This arrow was not easy for him to resist. The old man, Gong Sun, frowned for a while. It seems to be real. The middle-aged blood-armored snorted coldly, to deal with the Grandmaster Realm Kid, to show all his strength? The middle-aged Qin Pao watched from the wall, but he sighed in his heart. This kid is talented, but he still can't escape this disaster. At this moment, Qin Yang's frivolous voice rang out. The 9th arrow of the shocking feather arrow technique, the end of the world arrow. Qin Yang said, as long as the divine sense locks on the opponent and lets the opponent escape to the ends of the earth, he will surely die. Even the farther the distance, the stronger the attack, because the arrows will continuously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to increase their power. The middle-aged Jinjia was shocked and his eyes widened. This kid is more than capable of their Nangong family's frightening arrow skills? It's just about being proficient. The world only knows its power is detached, but they don't know the mystery at all. The middle-aged Shuajia had an expression of sudden realization, and Wu Heitian had an expression of so it is. Obviously, both of them have played against the middle-aged Jinjia, and they have also cracked this trick. No wonder, it turns out that this trick can't be avoided at all. Wu Heitian nodded secretly. I really can't keep you. The middle-aged Jinjia roared, and this sentence broke the mystery, and the deterrent power of their Nangong family's Jingyu arrow skills will be greatly reduced. Even the enemy who could be killed easily, let the enemy know how to crack it. You can't keep me, then shoot. Qin Yang opened his hand. Jin Wanshan, Lu Mingyu, and others were stunned. Are they clamoring for the star powerhouse? The students suddenly became nervous, but the people of the 8 Shinto clans on the other 3 warships were completely confused. You. Standing in front of others like this, as soon as they let go, won't you die? Why are you still so calm? The middle-aged Jin Jia had sweat on his forehead. This arrow exerted his full strength, but he still failed to lock on Qin Yang at this time. Qin Yang laughed out loud. What? Can't shoot? Qin Yang walked back and forth in a leisurely manner, and continued, this Tianya destiny arrow is powerful, but there are fatal flaws behind it. As long as your spiritual sense can't detect me, this arrow will be useless. I can't bear the imprint of your divine sense. How can this fateful arrow track me? Enough. Don't say it anymore. The middle-aged Jinjia shouted angrily and let go of his hand. But before he let go, Qin Yang had already stepped aside. Countless. As early as when the golden armor started to use the 9th arrow of this feather-shaking arrow technique in Middle Age, Qin Yang had already noticed it and directly concealed his breath. Although the figure was still visible, he could not detect it with his spiritual sense. When the middle-aged Jinjia shot the arrow directly at Qin Yang also avoided it in advance. A golden light shot directly through the entire magical warship. This arrow, without a target, quickly dissipated into the invisible, even inferior to ordinary arrow skills. Xingqian Cultivator, that's all. Qin Yang looked at the middle-aged Jinjia with cold eyes, and his figure flickered for a while. Banue beheading. Qin Yang's figure suddenly appeared behind the middle-aged Jinjia, and the gorgeous Banue sword Qi suddenly appeared. The middle-aged Jinjia waved the golden bow directly, blocking the beheading blow. Clang! Qin Yang's figure disappeared again, but the middle-aged Jinjia looked at the broken bowstring on the golden bow. Chapter 134, I just want to kill you. The sound of sucking in the cold air came one after another, and Qin Yang actually cut off the bowstring of the golden bow with a sword. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of breaking the air exploded one after another, and a handle of the Frost Divine Sword suddenly appeared, causing the middle-aged Jinjia to deal with it. Ice big handprint. With a low drink, a Tenjong icy handprint slammed under the head. The entire warship was icy cold, and a layer of frost was covered everywhere. Boom! The middle-aged Jinjia smashed it with a punch, and sneered, "Do you dare to confront me in the Star Realm and the Mere Master Realm?" Angry blood art. Qin Yang's eyes suddenly flashed, and he was full of fighting spirit. Ice burst punch. Qin Yang punched out. The powerful physique and the explosive power of this punch were perfectly displayed. If you continue to hide, you can live for a while longer. Unfortunately, you are courting death yourself. The middle-aged Jinjia greeted him with a punch. He was confident that this punch would be enough to break Qin Yang into pieces. But when the fists collided, Qin Yang's figure twisted, directly avoiding the middle-aged Jinjia's punch. Qin Yang's punch directly hit the middle-aged Jinjia's chest. The icy infuriating energy that exploded in an instant directly froze the middle-aged golden armor into an ice sculpture. Immediately after the next breath, the middle-aged Jinjia was shocked, and all the ice cubes around him were shattered. The middle-aged Jinjia set off a storm in the heart. Is this the Master Realm? Feeling the constantly eroding icy infuriating energy in the body, the flow of his infuriating energy seems to be slower. On the golden armor, a layer of frost did not have time to disperse, and Qin Yang's attack, like a storm, came again. On the Xingqianchen Road, there is a scene that the world will never believe. Even everyone present did not believe their own eyes. The Grandmaster Realm Cultivator beats the Star Realm Cultivator violently. While the middle-aged Jinjia was shocked by Qin Yang's strength, he also felt a deep shame. If this matter spreads out, his face, the face of the Nangong family, will be gone, and it will even become a laughingstock. Boy, do you only have so many means? It's like scratching a tick, you can't hurt me at all. The middle-aged Jinjia roared. Although it is true that he was not injured, it is also true that he was pressed and beaten by Qin Yang. Ice big handprint. Suddenly, two icy handprints, one left and one right, slapped sharply. Just like slapping a mosquito, he slapped the middle-aged Jinjia hard. It's useless. The golden armor on the golden armor middle-aged man was shining brightly. He waved his fists again and again, and the big handprint of the ice was directly shattered. Just after breaking the big handprint of ice, there was a mad dragon of ice in the sky. Every attack is closely and seamlessly connected, and it is still an ice attack, which makes the middle-aged Jinjia completely lose all initiative. Ice Crazy Dragon Palm. The Baizhang Crazy Dragon is bigger than the magic weapon warship, and a clear dragon roar resounds throughout the entire Xingqian Tianlu. The ferocious dragon head and lifelike scales appeared like a living dragon. Qin Yang's eyes were azure blue, and his hands kept choking, ice dragon breath. The icy column suddenly sprayed towards the middle-aged Jinjia, making it difficult for the middle-aged Jinjia to walk. Immediately after, Baizhang Frost Crazy Dragon slammed into it. The middle-aged golden armor was hit by a blow. What? The cultivator of the Star Realm was knocked away by the Master Realm? Everyone's expressions were astonished. They expected that Qin Yang would run out of infuriating energy, but the middle-aged Jinjia still preserved his combat power, and the outcome would be a matter of time. But now it seems that it may not be as conjectured. In midair, the middle-aged golden armor couldn't believe it, but the madness of the frost dragon made him unable to resist for a while. But the dignity of the Star Realm cannot be insulted. In midair, the middle-aged Jinjia clenched his fists tightly, directly resisting all the power of the Frost Crazy Dragon. With a forceful wave of both hands, the Frost Crazy Dragon was torn apart. I just stand here and let you fight, what can you do to me? You might hurt me half a point? The middle-aged Jinjia was covered in golden light, graceful like a gold-priced war god, invincible. Frost covered her hair. Qin Yang's eyes narrowed, and his azure blue eyes turned bright red as fire. Qin Yang shouted loudly, put his fingers to his mouth, took a sharp breath, and sprayed it out. Hellfire, flame breath. The middle-aged figure in the golden armor was in the air, like a living target. The middle-aged Jin Jia's eyelids twitched, disdainful, and wanted to dodge, but found that the successive attacks had made him lose the flexibility that the star realm should have. The scorching fire column surrounded him, first extreme ice, and then violent flames. The middle-aged golden armor still didn't take it seriously, but the golden armor on his body made a click. The golden armor was full of cracks, and then all burst. What? That's a heavenly magic weapon. When will the power of the Grandmaster Realm Cultivator destroy the heavenly rank magic weapon? Is this kid really only in the Master Realm? He's still a teenager. He's just a student. Everyone whispered, the pillar of fire dissipated, and the middle-aged Jinjia was in a mess, and his hair was scorched. At this time, he is no longer the majestic golden-armored god of war, but Qin Yang is more like an invincible god of war. The Lu family, Gongsun family, and Wei family of the 8 Shinto clans all changed their gazes towards Qin Yang. This Qin Yang can no longer use the sky. Just to describe this battle strength, Master Dozhan. The old man Gongsun took a deep breath and looked at Wu Heitian on the magic weapon flying boat of Songqiong College in the distance. This kid's future achievements are afraid to far exceed Wu Heitian. Wu Heitian's face was a little stiff, his confinement tower was cut out by this kid with a row of windows, not to mention your golden armor. Wu Heitian was stunned. Qin Yang's combat power was indeed enough to break through the magic weapon of the heavenly rank, but why didn't Qin Yang use that move? Just thinking of this, Wu Heitian raised his brows. At the same time, everyone noticed Qin Yang's actions. Qin Yang also pointed like a sword and turned to his side. A multicolored divine sword has long been condensed, and the violent and powerful force exceeded Qin Yang's load, and the entire sword body was constantly shaking. Jinghong sword finger. The power of this sword is already comparable to the star realm. Old Gongsuan's eyes narrowed. Fire! Qin Yang shouted in a low voice. A raging flame ignited directly on the divine sword, bright red and dazzling, like a flame in hell. In the flames, gold threads are like threads, and the power increases again. Come on ice. Qin Yang said softly again. Zizzy. The harsh and sour voice sounded, and the violent flame was directly frozen, and then slowly beat. Ice and fire were perfectly fused together, and an aura that annihilated everything made everyone's heart skip a beat. I saw him use ice-type martial arts and fire-type martial arts before. Not only did he master 2 powers of opposite extremes at the same time, but he could still use them together. Qin Yang shocked people too much, so much that everyone's hearts were numb. It seems that everything unreasonable in Qin Yang has become so normal. The middle-aged Jinjia finally showed a look of fear. He wanted to bend a bow and shoot an arrow, but suddenly realized that his golden bow had already been cut off by Qin Yang. A terrifying conjecture suddenly appeared in his mind, and the middle-aged Jinjia said incredulously, "You have already planned everything. This is all you did on purpose." That's right. Qin Yang nodded lightly. The sword of extinction was about to get out of control. Qin Yang chuckled lightly, "I never thought of hurting you." Everyone looked at Qin Yang, and their hearts tightened. Because I just want to kill you. Chapter 135, Why Can't I Fly? My God. Qin Yang wants to kill the monks in the star realm as a master realm? If he is really allowed to do it, then this kid can create a historical precedent. After the Sea of Qi, no one can fight beyond the level, and no one can kill someone beyond the level. The middle-aged Jinjia looked around the audience and laughed wildly. By now, he has lost all face. Want to kill me? Even if you deliberately smash my armor, I'm still a cultivator in the star realm. Even if the power of your move is comparable to the realm of stars, but compared to the real realm of stars, it's not worth mentioning at all. Let me show you what the power of the star realm is. The middle-aged Jinjia roared repeatedly. Qin Yang pointed it out. The sword of extinction suddenly disappeared, and it reappeared on the chest of the middle-aged Jinjia. The middle-aged Jinjia's pupils tightened, and he grabbed it with both palms. The old man Gong's son shook his head again and again. Up to now, the Nangong family is still underestimating the enemy. Their Nangong family is famous for their archery skills, and their archery skills are indeed unparalleled in the world. But what if they don't have archery skills? In the star realm, if the strong man of the Nangong family does not use arrow skills, there is no doubt that the strength is the lowest. The Nangong family relies too much on archery skills. The speed of the sword of extinction is fast and the power is violent, far beyond the imagination of the middle-aged Jinjia. As soon as he grabbed it with both palms, he already regretted it. The true Qi was disturbed by the previous attack, and the speed of operation was not as fast as before. When the mobilized true Qi touched the sword of annihilation, it was completely wiped out. The mere Grandmaster, you dare to hurt me? The middle-aged Jinjia shouted again and again. Blood was oozing from his palms, and the terrifying scars exposed the white bones. The sword of obliteration could no longer move forward half a point, and the middle-aged Jinjia laughed and said, "Is this your strongest attack?" Qin Yang snorted softly, and snapped his fingers under everyone's astonished eyes. Crack! Everyone was at a loss. Qin Yang spit out a word, explosive. A terrifying power fluctuation filled the air, and the breath of the sword of extinction suddenly stopped, followed by a sudden explosion. This is impossible. The middle-aged Jinjia's complexion changed greatly, and there was only that gorgeous divine light in front of him. The arms were directly blown to pieces, and the chest was also directly blown through. The sudden explosion made him unable to deal with the delayed infuriating circulation in time, and the violent force poured out, almost blowing him to pieces. Wu Heitian, the middle-aged Qing Pao, the old man Gong's son, and the middle-aged Shuijia all used their martial skills to stop the aftermath. Otherwise, at such a close distance, any cultivator below the Grandmaster realm would be killed on the spot. Even a master-level cultivator may not be able to protect himself. The aftermath subsided, and everyone was heartbroken. I apologize for my previous mistakes. The cultivator of the star realm really can't be underestimated. Qin Yang said calmly, "This is not dead, it is worthy of the star realm." After hearing this sentence, everyone felt a little strange in their hearts. Jinjia's middle-aged heir is like a gossamer, not far from death. His arms are blown off, his chest is pierced, he can't live for a while. Hearing this sentence at this time, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and the last half of the breath was almost released. Hey, Qin Yang, you are really good. But do you think you are still alive? The middle-aged Jinjia said weakly. Why? Qin Yang was puzzled. He has stopped shooting. The previous series of martial arts and the last sword of annihilation have almost emptied his true energy. Anyway, this middle-aged golden armor will definitely die. Look at your feet. The middle-aged Jinjia laughed loudly. Everyone looked at the magic weapon ship, only to find that the magic weapon ship had already been shattered in the previous battle. I don't know if you can be so arrogant in the Sea of Stars, said the middle-aged Jinjia coldly. The magic weapon warship collapsed, could no longer fly, and fell directly into the aperture. Once you touch the aperture, you will be instantly repelled and reappear, only in the Sea of Stars. The magic weapon warship gradually sank, but everyone's faces became weird. Because Qin Yang is still in place. He is standing in the void. The middle-aged Jinjia widened his eyes and couldn't believe it. What's going on? You obviously don't have any magic weapon. In the previous battle, you didn't use any magic weapon at all. How can you fly? Qin Yang took out his ears and looked around. Why can't I fly? Looking at the middle-aged Jinjia with indifferent eyes, Qin Yang said softly, "This is your last resort? It's a pity, I'm afraid it will make you die." You. The middle-aged Jinjia didn't finish his words, and his breath was gone. If it is as Qin Yang said, he will never rest his eyes. In the Star Road, there is a dead silence. This final ending made everyone silent. Even Wu Heitian didn't know what it was like in his heart. This Qin Yang seemed to be stronger than he imagined. The Star Realm powerhouse led the team and dispatched the magic warship. Qin Yang single-handedly wiped out his entire army. The Grandmaster Realm kills the Star Realm, which is ancient and unparalleled. Although there is no certification from the Fighting Guild, Qin Yang is worthy of being the #1 fighting master. The Liu, Gong Sun, and Wei families kept discussing, and they suddenly discovered that Qin Yang Yuan was not as simple as they said. Did you send? Now, how many martial arts did he use from start to finish? Every martial skill has brought his strength to the extreme. Is it possible that he has cultivated to the highest level and reached the pinnacle? Everyone looked at Qin Yang, who returned to the sky to learn the magic weapon, and their eyes were full of shock and doubt. Qin Yang, you have really offended the Nangong family now. The middle-aged Qin Pao frowned and accused. Qin Yang was unhappy for a while, but he said patiently, "I have already offended you, this is unavoidable." Impossible? The middle-aged Qin Pao said, "I have to talk about you as an elder. Why did you kill Nangong Ling?" Qin Yang said directly, "It must be killed, I will not explain." You. The middle-aged Qin Pao was furious. "Do you know how much trouble you will bring to my Lu family if you do this?" Qin Yang took a deep breath, but Lu Mingyu came over and held Qin Yang's hand. "Are you all right?" Lu Mingyu's eyes were flushed, and she was worried all the time. Qin Yang's heart warmed and he smiled softly, "I'm fine." Looking at the middle-aged Qin Pao, Qin Yang said directly, "I will pay attention in the future. Teacher Wu Heitian will discipline me, so don't worry about it. Anyway, this is the end of the matter, and it is useless to say more." Wu Heitian's eyelids jumped, and he almost cursed, but he still held back. "But I kept humming in my heart, you bastard, I can't control you. Wasn't Nangong Ling killed in front of me?" Thinking of this, Wu Heitian became annoyed. The middle-aged Qin Pao bowed his hands to Wu Heitian and said, "In this case, I will trouble you. The Qin family is now. Qin Yang still needs more care from Songqiong College." Wu Heitian responded politely, "Don't bother, don't bother." But he was already bored. Haha. The middle-aged man in the blood armor suddenly laughed, obviously not accustomed to Qin Pao's pretentious attitude. After smiling, he stared at Qin Yang and said, "The matter between you and my Wei family is not over yet. Until the truth of the matter emerges, you are still the enemy of my Wei family." Qin Yang man didn't care, he just opened his shirt to let Lu Mingyu see that his chest had already recovered from the injury. Lu Mingyu's strong muscles made Lu Mingyu blush for a while, but she still looked at it carefully. After all, the arrow from the middle-aged Jinjia did hurt Qin Yang. That arrow is still blocked by myself. Even so, there will be people from my Wei family looking for trouble for you in the academy. However, please be merciful." The middle-aged blood armor suddenly said. Qin Yang was stunned, and everyone was stunned. But immediately, everyone was relieved. After all, Qin Yang's combat power is too high. Qin Yang looked at the middle-aged Shuajia, but this man was magnanimous. He immediately cupped his hands and said, "Don't worry, I know what to do." After a pause, Qin Yang sighed and said, "After all, Wei Yu is the only one who did not know the winner." Chapter 136 Free City. The bloody armor's middle-aged eyes flashed brightly, and the Wei family's people were extremely accurate, so he naturally believed in his own vision. Putting everything aside, based on Qin Yang's words alone, he has already concluded that Wei Yu was not killed by Qin Yang. Maybe Wei you will regret it. The middle-aged man in blood armor spoke slowly. Everyone is curious about what the middle-aged blood armor wants to say. Do they regret being an enemy of Qin Yang? I regret not dying in your hands. The middle-aged voice in the blood armor was a little sad and regretful. The man in the blue robe of the Liu family muttered softly, the Wei family's people are all lunatics. However, Wu Heitian knew exactly what the middle-aged Xiujiao was thinking, and secretly agreed. The match was originally just a minor situation in Wu Heitian's mouth, but it ended with the deaths of all the people from the Nangong family. Songqiong Academy's magic weapon, Feizhou hit the road again, but Jin Wanshan entangled Qin Yang again. I want martial skills that can kill people, by leaps and bounds. Jin Wanshan said with an expression of I won't give up if you don't give it to me. The other classmates were completely in awe of Qin Yang at this time, and they were also eavesdropping on the side. I'm just lucky. Qin Yang shrugged. Qin Yang felt deeply when he really killed the middle-aged Jinjia. This was indeed his luck. This is a high-level murder, and it is also divided into who? People like Wu Heitian and Xiujiao middle-aged, just think about it. I don't care, then I will have good luck in martial arts. Jin Wanshan stalked. Qin Yang's head was full of black lines, and said, the best is not necessarily the strongest, but the most suitable for him. I don't listen. Jin Wanshan said directly. Qin Yang rubbed his chin and said, if you can practice the martial arts I taught to the extreme, I can't help you. The proficiency of martial arts and the strategy against the enemy are all manifestations of combat power. Jin Wanshan waved his hand and said, I know this, so teach me now. Qin Yang rolled his eyes. After all, this fat man wanted him to teach him immediately. Jin Wanshan laughed directly, not to mention, Chuchinga's whole package made him jealous for a long time. Based on the idea that Qin Yang's products must be high-quality products, which of the martial arts Qin Yang showed is not the best? What's more, Qin Yang's tailor-made martial arts. Qin Yang knows the skills and strengths well. How can such martial arts be bad? No time. Qin Yang didn't want to reply. He has a lot of things to do. He has opened the furnace to make pills, and he has to refine the standing pills. There is also the monster blood needed to quench the body of Lu Mingyu, this ice-quenching pill, and I haven't found Jiu Ling Ice Phoenix Netori yet. The previous battle was deeply imprinted in the hearts of all the classmates. Jin Wanshan did not continue to play dumb, but looked around at the classmates, as if Qin Yang was the first to create martial arts for me. Chuchinga looked at Qin Yang's figure deeply, touched the longing bow that Qin Yang had given him, and was in a daze. In the previous battle, if it was him, if he had Qin Yang's cultivation. Even if you can't kill the middle-aged Jinjia, it is enough to kill all the middle-aged Jinjia. Thinking of this, Chuchinga immediately retreated and began to practice. On the magic weapon flying boat, the cultivation frenzy was once again set off. Qin Yang has become the goal of everyone's struggle, and this goal can always help you clear your doubts and give you pointers. Xingchen Tianlu, the flying magic weapon flew at a speed of 100 times, and it took a full month to finally pass through. Based on this speculation, the vastness of this sea of stars is simply unimaginable. Within a month, Qin Yang fulfilled his promise and improved the martial skills of all his classmates on the basis of the previous ones. Everyone was extremely grateful and practiced even harder. Of course, it's not free. It used to be a martial arts package, and now it is a martial arts package, so it has to be calculated separately. In Qin Yang's words, it's better to learn and be strong, but it doesn't matter if you can't beat your opponent, I'll change it for you. Originally, it was just an advertising that Qin Yang casually said for himself, but it doesn't matter now, the classmates learn from each other every day, and if they can't fight, they go to Qin Yang immediately. Big brother, he is in the middle stage of the Sea of Qi, and you are in the perfect state of gathering Qi, how about you play? I'm talking about big sister, not you. Your martial arts are all flexible. Can we stop being rigid with others? Within a month, Qin Yang's brain was about to explode, his whole body was in a bad mood, and he was lethargic all day. But if you want to cancel the package. Looking at the spiritual stones in the Quanhuan ring, Qin Yang took a deep breath. At the same time, Qin Yang also launched the medicine pill business. All medicine pills are of top quality, and the charges are only a little higher than the top quality. Although everyone has a limited amount, even so, the elixir that Qin Yang has prepared is quickly exhausted. Especially Zhu Yandan. The popularity of its sales has made Qin Yang stunned. Some people even want to eat 10 pieces a day. Do you really think these are jelly beans? You can eat, I don't have that many elixir. In this way, Qin Yang's status in the hearts of his classmates continued to rise. If Wu Heitian wanted his classmates to do something, he still needed some words. As soon as Qin Yang coughed, people immediately came to listen to the orders. Wu Heilian. Teacher Wu. We have already arrived in Zhongzhou, why don't we rest somewhere? Qin Yang hurriedly spoke. Wu Heitian glanced at Qin Yang, have a break? Ah. Do you still want to see that scene in Star City? Sky Academy is not far away, just wait a few more days. Wu Heitian said. Qin Yang stood on the deck, looking at the small mountains and rivers. Taking a deep breath, the spiritual energy of this Zhongzhou seems to be much richer than that of Beiyuan. It is no longer the constant aperture of the sky, Qin Yang is enjoying the scenery. The flying boat flew over the cities, the main roads of each city extended, and the straight lines converged in one direction. 3 days later, Qin Yang was still looking at the scenery, suddenly opened his mouth wide, and his heart was surging. A giant city was like an ancient beast, lying there quietly. Around the city, flying boats and warships shuttled back and forth like bees, and stopped outside the city without a single row. Approaching the city and slowly descending, Qin Yang realized that the city was bigger and more magnificent than what he saw. The city wall is 10 feet high, and the city gate is extremely thick. In front of the city gate is a square, with flying boats and warships rising and falling constantly. Everyone stopped when they saw the magic weapon flying boat marked by the Zhongqiang Academy. Some warships and flying boats that were about to fly away were also quietly suspended, watching the freshmen of this session of the Sky Academy. Some people are envious in their eyes, while others look regretful that they were not able to join. This is the City of Freedom. Some of you are here for the first time and need to register. Teacher Wu Heitian led the team to the city gate and said. At the gate of the city, rows of soldiers were as motionless as sculptures, and the breath of everyone was deep and terrifying. Even the guard soldiers, the minimum cultivation level, is in the master realm. Qin Yang was stunned, this kind of strength in Beiyuan is enough to establish a faction. Wu Heitian looked at Qin Yang and said, the Grandmaster realm is only average in the Sky Continent. In Zhongzhou, as long as you have the resources, it is only a matter of time before you can advance to the Grandmaster realm. Qin Yang disapproved. Looking at these soldiers, he suddenly thought in his mind, if he did something, these soldiers would arrest him, and he would be promoted to the Star Realm on the spot, and then. Sure enough, the big scene is good, Qin Yang has already seen the moment when he stands at the top. Mr. Wu is trying to scare you. The City of Freedom is mixed with fish and dragons, and the guards are all elites. And above the Master State, one step at a time, it is easy to advance to the Master State, but it is just as difficult after that. Lu Mingyu took it. Hold Qin Yang's hand. Qin Yang came back to his senses and smiled. I was just distracted, not frightened. Mr. Wu, this trip is hard work. It seems that there are many good seedlings this year. A middle-aged silver-armored star strode over and walked over with a smile. Wu Heitian nodded and said, help them register. The middle-aged Injia swept away his spiritual thoughts and raised his brows. A kid in this crowd, he couldn't find him? If it wasn't for a small black and white beast lying on his shoulders and a treasure hunter with its head sticking out of his arms, he would have thought he had seen an illusion. The middle-aged Injia stared at Qin Yang closely, and then looked at Chuchinga. Chuchinga's aura was similar, but compared with Qin Yang, it was far worse. Tisk. The middle-aged Injia shook his head and stopped thinking about it. There are often some unimaginable evildoers in the Sky Academy, but today, I let myself run into one. Glancing at the Yaojian ring on Qin Yang's hand, the middle-aged Injia was shocked again. 3 Yaojian rings. The demon ring will change its style according to the attributes of the beasts in the ring. At this time, the rings in Qin Yang's hands are 1 khaki, 1 fiery red, and 1 ice blue. The others wait a minute, come here and apply for the demon-proof certificate. The middle-aged Injia said. Chapter 137. Yao Yuzhing? What is it? Qin Yang was taken aback. The middle-aged Injia explained, it's the proof that you can control your own monster. At the same time, if your monster does something, you have to come forward and bear it. Qin Yang's face turned black. Doesn't it mean that which of these monsters of his own made a mistake, and the black cauldron has to be placed on his head? Can I not do it? Qin Yang asked in a low voice. Of course not. The middle-aged Injia said firmly, unless you cancel the contract with them. Qin Yang said reluctantly, then let's do it. The middle-aged Injia nodded, pointed at the treasure-hunting mouse in Qin Yang's arms, and suddenly played with the taste, let it dance. Qin Yang was stunned, and everyone laughed. At the gate of the city, the sky and the ground are full of onlookers, pointing at Qin Yang. This year's freshmen at Songqiong Academy are not easy. There are even rare beasts like treasure hunters, and they are still at the master level. Don't underestimate the black and white beast on his shoulder. It seems to be very similar to the swallowing beast in a certain book. Huh? Did you find out? This kid's strength is so weird. I can't even see through him. Monstrous beasts are all at the Grandmaster level. Could this kid be at the Grandmaster level? My God, are the freshmen of the Sky Academy all at the Grandmaster level? Qin Yang scratched his head, took out the treasure-hunting mouse, and said, how about, jump? The treasure hunter turned his head humanely, snorted softly, and looked disdainful. Dancing in public, what's the joke? What a shame. There's no other way? Treasure hunter stared at the middle-aged shining armor with a bad expression. But the Grandmaster realm is complete, do you still want to dance? The middle-aged Injia chuckled, looked at Qin Yang, and said, you can't control your own monster. And you can't get the certificate to control the monster. You can enter the city, but this treasure hunter won't work. Why can't I control this? Qin Yang frowned. Jump your uncle, Xiongde, hammer him for me. The treasure hunter crawled up on top of Qin Yang's head, pinched his waist with one hand, and pointed at the middle-aged silver-armored man with the other. Even if I compromise, are you going to dance in public? Big Bear. Qin Yang's mouth twitched, and he was also surprised that this treasure-hunting rat was so provocative. What surprised Qin Yang even more was that the panda really believed it. When the panda heard it, he was instantly furious, jumped down, turned into his body, and pushed Qin Yang out with one butt, and even took Wu Heitian and others back again and again before making room. Roar. You actually want this uncle to dance for you too? Panda grinned, with a body comparable to the city gate. The middle-aged Injia Gudu swallowed and spit, this is a swallowing beast. The cold sweat stayed behind, and the middle-aged Injia took a step back and said in a tough tone, it seems that you are going to provoke the rules of the City of Liberty? Here, but I have the final say. All the soldiers were also surrounded, and the atmosphere became tense. The middle-aged Injia looked at Wu Heitian and said, it's not that I don't give face to Sky College, but the rules of this city of freedom are also set by Sky College. Your students can't control their monsters. I have reasons now. It is suspected that this student is also infiltrating with malicious intentions. What a great official. Qin Yang smiled and stretched out his hand, the demon ring in his hand exuding various colors. Roar. The Qian three-headed dog suddenly appeared, and the three heads roared up to the sky. With a dull loud noise, the ground shook for a while, and the thorns and rock turtles suddenly appeared. Huge reminders, fire dogs, and pandas directly blocked the entire city gate. It wasn't over yet. The air temperature dropped sharply. The Jiaoling Ice Phoenix uttered a phoenix call, spread its gorgeous wings and nine-tail feathers, and even covered the sky at the gate of the city. Qin Yang walked out of the gap between the panda and the fire dog, and said with a smile, "Tell me, who else do you want to dance?" All of them are Grandmaster-level monsters, and all of them belong to this kid? These monsters are all extraordinary, the nine-winged ice phoenix bird, the three-headed dog with red flames, the thorny rock turtle. Which of these monsters is not the existence of a party's overlord? Unfortunately, they are on the fence with the guards of the city. The guards use chicken feathers as arrows every day, and they have used their official prestige. I am afraid that this student will not be able to enter the city. A look of horror flashed across the middle-aged ninja's face, and he snorted coldly, "It's just a Grandmaster-level monster. You dare to go wild in the city of freedom?" Looking at the gloating expressions of all the onlookers, the middle-aged ninja felt that His Majesty was being provoked, and said angrily, "Even if it is a dragon, you have to coil it for me, and if you don't listen to my orders, not only can I not give it to you, to issue a demon-proof certificate, and in the name of endangering public security, I want you and all your demon beasts to be wanted." Qin Yang frowned and asked the treasure-hunting mouse to dance. He was trying to make things difficult, and he was playing with him and the treasure-hunting mouse. Grandmaster-level monsters are as intelligent as humans. Dancing in public is simply an insult to monsters. Qin Yang regarded them as his companions, and originally he just took the opportunity to play a joke with the treasure mouse. The contract of equality was signed, and they were not forced to do anything at all. Unexpectedly, this middle-aged silver armor is so ignorant. Isn't it just a dance? It's good now. There are 5 mice in total. It's interesting to dance together. Someone started booing, followed by a chorus of echoing voices. Don't forget your ban on arms. There are only special circumstances. I won't count if you violated it. Wu Heitian said. Qin Yang rolled up his sleeves, looked around, and said slowly, looking at the situation, "If I can't get the Imperial Demon Certificate, I can't enter the city. Since I can't enter the city, I can't join the Sky Academy." Speaking of which, Qin Yang stared at Wu Heitian and said, "Then do I still need to obey any martial law?" Wu Heitian was silent for a while. Qin Yang asked again, "What are the rules of the City of Freedom?" "This is the gate of the city, not the city. Can you kill people here?" The middle-aged ninja heard it, and immediately added fuel to the fire. "Yo, you little boy is a little interesting. Killing? Have you ever seen blood? Have you ever killed someone? Today I'll put my words here. If the monsters don't dance together, you and your monsters will be invited directly to jail. Even if the Sky Academy comes forward, it won't save you." Jin Wanshan was also angry for a while, and said, "It's not okay to kill people, but it's okay to beat people. Not everything can be solved by violence." Wu Heitian said, "You have to think about it. If you give up joining the Sky Academy." Wu Heitian suddenly thought, "What should I persuade this kid to do? This kid is not a master who can listen to persuasion." Turning his eyes to Lu Mingyu, who looked worried, Wu Heitian retorted, "You don't know much about Songqiong Academy, it's very complicated. The students trained by Songqiong Academy are not flowers in a greenhouse." "What do you mean?" Qin Yang asked. Wu Heitian said, "There are not a few students who die in various circumstances every year. Qin Yang frowned. Is there still danger in this Songqiong Academy? Looking at Lu Mingyu, Qin Yang suddenly changed his face and said with a smile, if violence is not for killing, it will be meaningless. Since you can't kill, it is meaningless to beat someone. Qin Yang shrugged. Although he didn't intend to beat the other party violently, he didn't want to let this silver-armored middle-aged man go. Eyes widened, long way now. The middle-aged shining armor snorted again and again, don't you still have to obey in the end? Here, my words are. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly rolled his eyes and fainted. You, what did you do? A soldier shouted. There's no way, he's too fragile in his heart and fainted from fright. Qin Yang shrugged and said, who else can apply for the demon-proof certificate? The soldier looked at Qin Yang angrily and said, I can do it for you, but the condition is still that you're monsters. Before finishing the same sentence, the soldier's eyes went white and he fainted. Next. Qin Yang scratched his ears. Treasure-hunting mice, pandas, and other monsters laughed one after another. They were very familiar with Qin Yang. How could they not know that this was Qin Yang's display of dragon power? Especially the fire dog and the old turtle have been planted like this. Chapter 138, Sky Academy. Everyone doesn't understand, how can a good person faint? They didn't even notice that Qin Yang had a divine sense attack. Wu Heitian knew all of this, sighed, and said, I can't bear it now. After entering the academy, I'm afraid it will cause more trouble. Qin Yang dismissed it and said, is it my trouble or someone else's trouble? Wu Heitian raised his brows, this is so troublesome. A soldier came over tremblingly, his eyes looking at the monsters blocking the city gate, as if he was on guard for a sudden attack by these monsters. Look at me, don't look at them. Qin Yang said, can you also get a demon-proof certificate? The soldier nodded cautiously and looked at Qin Yang. Tell me, what should I do? Qin Yang asked. The other party looked at him, and he didn't need to release his spiritual sense to display Long Wei. Since he didn't release his spiritual thoughts, no one would notice. In this regard, Wu Heitian did not say more. In his opinion, Qin Yang is already the best result. If you can put them all away, even if you can control the monsters, you can handle it for you, but you need a drop of their blood on the token, and yours. The soldier quickly explained all the procedures. Want a drop of their blood? Qin Yang took a token, the front of which was the 3 characters of Yu Yaojing, and dropped a drop of his own blood first, and it was immediately clear. It turned out that the processing of this demon-proof certificate only requires a drop of blood from the owner and the demon beast. It is completely nonsense to prove that it is possible to control the demon beast. Come on, everyone! Qin Yang greeted. The fire dog and other monsters are not unreasonable monsters, and they use their own means to let a drop of their blood float to the token. Immediately afterwards, a ghostly beast appeared on the back of the token, filling the entire token. What else? Qin Yang asked. The panda became smaller again and lay on Qin Yang's shoulder, and the treasure hunter got back into Qin Yang's clothes again. Fire dog, ice bird, and old turtle also turned into streamers and entered the demon ring. The soldier only felt that the sky and the earth were suddenly clear, and the air was smooth. No, no. Your identity certificate, you will naturally have a token to join the Sky Academy. The soldier shook his head again and again. The city of freedom is not worthy of its name. It really has no freedom at all. Qin Yang sighed. You're wrong. You can do anything here except kill people. Wu Heitian shook his head and said, that's why I placed a martial arts ban on you. At the same time, he added a sentence in his heart. If you don't have a ban on martial arts, who else can control you? Oh? Qin Yang became curious. Jin Wanshan opened his mouth and said, here, you can do tricks and abductions, and there is no rule that you are not allowed to do it. However, you have to bear the consequences. You can beat people, and others can beat you. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. This is decent. By the way, it was said earlier that people in this Songqiong Academy often die due to various circumstances. What's going on? Qin Yang asked. Other students are also curious. The world only knows that the Sky Academy is extremely powerful. Except for some top families, few people know what is in the Sky Academy. Wu Heitian laughed and said, I'll tell you when I enter the Sky Academy. The City of Liberty is enormous and chaotic. Along the way, Qin Yang and others witnessed several large-scale battles with their own eyes. Qin Yang even discovered that someone was stealing from the chaos, and was beaten violently after being caught. The urban management came in time every time. As long as no one died, they were the first row of audience in all the lively scenes. This is only the outer city, and no one will do it easily in the inner city. Jin Wanshan said. Qin Yang had forgotten that Jin Wanshan mentioned that their Jin family is in the City of Freedom, and the headquarters of the Wanshan Chamber of Commerce is also here. Where is the college? Qin Yang asked. It's been so long, I just entered the inner city. Jin Wanshan smiled and sold out. In the inner city, Songqiong Square, Wu Heitian stopped. 2 dragon pillars standing high above the sky stand at both ends of the square. There was no one in the square, and there was a circle around it, full of various high-end shops. Where's the academy? As soon as Qin Yang finished speaking, Wu Heitian took out his token, an inexplicable wave spread out, and a light curtain opened directly between the 2 dragon pillars. Transfer, send, the door. When Qin Yang stayed, the classmates were full of joy. Sky College is not in the City of Freedom, but in Secret Realm. Wu Heitian said proudly, Welcome to Sky College. Qin Yang followed the large army in, and after everyone entered, the door of the light curtain disappeared. The scene changed, birds and flowers were everywhere, the river was flowing, and the spring was full. There are waterfalls roaring in the distance, and the mountains are ups and downs. On the other side, the outline of the college building can be seen in the distance. Wu Heitian coughed lightly and said, This is the 10th district of Songqiong Academy, a paradise. It is also the place where you will mainly live and study. Wu Heitian kept introducing, This secret realm where Songqiong Academy is located is called the Shifeng Secret Realm. It can be said to be one secret realm, or it can be said to be 10 secret realms. The 10 directions can be passed between the secret realms. Road shuttle. Except for the 10th district, the other 9 districts are all in danger. The 1st district, the 2nd district, and even the Star Realm Cultivator will have a headache. But you don't have to worry, the college will distribute a city return charm every month. No matter which district you are in, you can return to the current academy branch in this district. What we are going to now is the 10th District College branch, where your seniors and seniors have already prepared the welcome ceremony. Speaking of the welcome ceremony, Wu Heitian kept frowning and looked at Qin Yang. Qin Yang was speechless for a while. What happened? All the way to the college, here is really like a Taoyuan fairyland. All the disturbances of the outside world are blocked. If you can live here, you will not be too happy. Qin Yang suddenly understood why the City of Freedom has such a rule that anything can be done as long as no one is dead. Just to let the students know that this continent is not a fairyland. It's just an academy branch, just like a city. After entering the academy, he first handed in his own Order of the Sky, and then issued a 10-square Order of the Sky. There are 10 stars on the 10 directions of the sky. Each time you pass the test of a district, the corresponding star will be lit. Only after you light 8 stars, you can graduate. Qin Yang rubbed the Order of the 10 directions of the sky, and the front was still like the Order of the Sky, engraved with the simple and atmospheric word sky, and the back was a pattern of stars. The patterns of each star are different, revealing an inexplicable mystery. Is it any good to light up 10 stars? Qin Yang asked. Wu Heitian shook his head. No one has lit 10 stars. The highest record is that one person has lit 9. 9 lights up? Who is that person? Qin Yang asked. Wu Heitian was silent for a while, then slowly spit out a word, I. Qin Yang's eyelids jumped. Wu Heitian was also a fighting master before, but now he is a fighting star, and even he only lights up 9 stars? Chapter 139 Welcome Ceremony. In some districts, you can't pass the test if you have the strength. Wu Heitian's tone was a little melancholy. After you know what the real test is, if you fail the test, you will also lose the qualification to retest. So, Wu Heitian said solemnly, if you pass the test in some districts, you can't say the rules. If you say it, you will make others lose the qualification for the test. Speaking of this, Wu Heitian laughed and said, don't be nervous, don't worry, what I said is only for the 6th district where no one has ever passed the test and the 7th district where only I passed the test. The hearts of all the students are eager to try, this is simply too challenging. Take the tokens separately, and the rest is up to you. After Wu Heitian finished speaking, his figure disappeared in a flash. The next arrangement was not mentioned at all. The students stared blankly at each other. What are they going to do next? Everyone stared at the 10 directions in the sky in their hands in a daze. Isn't there a welcome ceremony? How do I feel that we are the only people in this academy? Xuanhuan looked around, and even the teacher who gave them tokens before was gone. Qin Yang's mind moved, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Don't worry, they are here. All the students were stunned. Who is here? Immediately afterwards, spherical magic weapons were thrown at them from various buildings. Flare? A classmate asked. The only difference is that the real signal bombs will rise to a high altitude and then explode, and these signal bombs will explode directly on the spot. For a time, colorful mist filled the air, and everyone could not see their fingers. Students, are you ready for a carnival? A loud shout, and then, I felt many people rushing over. What? Is this a welcome ceremony? A freshman was full of curiosity. He stood on the edge of the fog and squinted to see. In the fog, he stretched out a fist and hit him in person. The freshman's heart tightened, and he suddenly leaned back and kicked out at the same time. When he was still confused, what the hell is this? 2 more people rushed over, looking like they were going to beat him up. Gradually, all the classmates also discovered that something was wrong. How could they be slaughtered by others? Especially after consulting Qin Yang so much, and learning from each other every day, these sneak attack people are not stronger than them, and a melee started. Qin Yang sighed. Ma Wei is playing really smoothly. Jin Wanshan and Lu Mingyu also knew about this wonderful welcome ceremony, and went to look for their opponents. Only Qin Yang was still standing there. Fortunately, there was a ban on martial arts, otherwise he would dodge a few times, and these seniors would all have to get down. Divine sense swept over. The strength of these seniors is really unbearable to look at. Most of them are in the Sea of Qi, but most of them are in the middle and late stages. Huh? Interesting, I thought it was just a senior who came a year earlier than us, but I didn't expect that there would be a few earlier. Qin Yang raised his eyebrows, and he found that there were still 2 Grandmaster students. The fog that covered his eyes could not stop Qin Yang's spiritual thoughts, nor could it stop the spiritual thoughts of the 2 master students. However, they did not find Qin Yang. Even the cultivators of the star realm couldn't detect Qin Yang, let alone them. Except for Wu Xiaoya and the others who came earlier, these people, the number is wrong, there is 1 less. A young man with sword eyebrows and star eyes said. Impossible, Mr. Wu Heitian couldn't have missed anyone, and no one left just now. A heroic girl shook her head. But the blood-colored halberd in her hand made Qin Yang frown. It's Qin Yang's absence, the girl suddenly said. Damn it, these freshmen are not easy. Senior Xuanhuan Jiannan, Senior Sister Wei Linglong, come and help, ouch, it hurts. Stop beating. Qin Yang suddenly laughed, and the person who spoke was beaten by Jin Wanshan. This smile doesn't matter, it is exposed immediately. The two rushed directly to Qin Yang, and Xuanhuan Jiannan took out a long sword like a star. Wei Linglong was wielding a halberd, like an overlord alive. Ding. Copy the exercises and the stars. Exercise 3/10. Ding. Copying the martial arts Mingyue sword, the proficiency has been raised to the pinnacle. Martial arts 3 out of 10. Qin Yang raised his brows. This senior named Wei Linglong was indeed a member of the Wei family. He only copied Xuanhuan Jiannan's martial arts. Qin Yang waved his hand gently, and an ice wall appeared instantly. Touch. With a loud noise, the ice wall was almost split open. Ding ding ding. With a dense sound like raindrops, Xuanhuan Jiannan's swords turned into phantoms, and each sword pierced deeply into the ice wall. Huh? A master? Xuanhuan Jiannan's heart tightened, the sword's momentum turned, and the stars gathered, shining like a silver plate. Like a bright moon rising, the ice wall exploded directly. Who are you? Xuanhuan Jiannan asked. Qin Yang. Qin Yang said his name gently. You are Qin Yang? Wei Linglong's eyes narrowed, murderous aura suddenly appeared. The overlord Wu Shuang halberd slashed down again. Qin Yang kept dodging, and he didn't hit a single move. It was you who killed my brother, and you paid my brother's life back. Wei Linglong's eyes were sparkling, and the offensive was getting stronger and stronger. Fierce. I didn't kill him, Qin Yang said quietly. Wei Linglong was carrying a halberd when he appeared, and it seemed that he had planned to take this opportunity to kill himself. Die. On top of Wei Linglong's halberd, the bloody glow was splendid, and he slashed over. Qin Yang kept frowning, and pointed out like a sword. Xuanhuan Jiannan felt it quietly, and he was astonished. Is this Qin Yang so strong? Clang. With a crisp sound, the shock wave spread out, and the fog was blown away. The chaos in the field suddenly froze, and everyone tacitly closed their hands together and looked at Wei Linglong, who was fighting with Qin Yang. The freshmen were already surprised, but the seniors a year earlier had their eyes widened. My God, I took senior sister Wei Linglong's halberd with my bare hands. Wei Linglong's combat power is no less than that of senior officer Jiannan, this Qin Yang. Jin Wanshan looked at the senior whose nose was bruised and swollen by himself, touched the circles of his eyes, and snorted in pain. It was only a year earlier than us to enter Songqiong Academy. If you have the ability, let's come a few years earlier. At this time, everyone suddenly discovered that although they entered school a year early, the battle situation was basically one-sided, and all the seniors were violently beaten by the freshmen. On the other side, Wei Linglong stared at Qin Yang and said, Why did you kill my brother? I didn't. Qin Yang took a deep breath and flicked his fingers. The bloody halberd was ejected directly, and even Wei Linglong kept retreating. She is Wei Yu's sister, Wei Linglong? Although the strength is good, compared to Qin Yang, it is still not worth mentioning. The freshmen communicated in a low voice. Qin Yang was already an invincible god of war in their hearts. My younger brother died of the feather-shocking arrow skill. It is impossible for Nangong Ling to kill my younger brother. And in that secret realm, you are the only one who can still use the feather-shocking arrow skill. Who else could it be? Wei Linglong held the bloody halberd and attacked again. Qin Yang frowned and took a deep breath. Thinking of the request of the middle-aged blood armor in the Xingchen Tianlu, I immediately stopped fighting back and stepped back. No matter how fierce Wei Linglong's offensive was, he couldn't keep up with Qin Yang's speed. Chapter 140. You are far worse than your brother. Shrink your head toward us, will you just run away? Wei Linglong shouted loudly. Qin Yang smiled lightly. You know you can't beat me, what's more, I'm just standing here for you to attack, do you dare to kill me? After finishing speaking, Qin Yang just stood still. Wei Linglong's bloody halberd slashed down. Qin Yang didn't blink, but he scared all the students who were watching. Whether it was a freshman or a senior, they all gasped in horror. Murder is prohibited in the academy, except in a life-and-death duel approved by the teacher. Wei Linglong didn't even dare to resist Xuanhuan Jiannan, but Qin Yang didn't dodge it. The freshmen were also shouting loudly to let Qin Yang dodge. Qin Yang, are you crazy? Jin Wanshan's eyes widened, his speed simply couldn't catch up. Chu Qingge frowned, the longing bow appeared directly in his hand, and the bow and arrow shot at Wei Linglong. If Wei Linglong continues to attack, he will definitely hit this arrow. Wei Linglong struggled, looking at Qin Yang's eyes, her heart was even more chaotic, and she didn't know whether to continue attacking. In a distraction, Wei Linglong has lost the best chance to make a decision. The halberd stopped on Qin Yang's head, and Wei Linglong had closed his eyes. Chu Qingge's arrow was no trivial matter. Wei Linglong expected that she would definitely be hit by the arrow. But time passed slowly, but there was no pain in the body. Opening his eyes, Wei Linglong looked at his side in disbelief. Qin Yang actually caught the arrow from Chu Qingge with one hand. She wants to kill you, but you still want to save her? Jin Wanshan said dissatisfied. Chu Qingge took a deep breath. Longing Bao can be confused, even if Wei Linglong is a level higher than him, he can still shoot Wei Linglong with confidence. But he did not expect that the arrow shot with the Longing Bao could still be blocked by Qin Yang. And it is the most shocking unarmed arrow. Qin Yang smiled lightly and looked at Chu Qingge. It's okay. Chu Qingge thought Qin Yang was comforting him. It's nothing, just get used to it. Qin Yang said with a smile. Chu Qingge was speechless for a while. Why? Wei Linglong looked at Qin Yang with a puzzled face. Qin Yang looked at Wei Linglong quietly and said, there are not so many reasons, because I know you can't kill me, you dare not kill me, and you don't want to kill me. Wei Linglong was stunned, how could you possibly know? Qin Yang shook his head lightly. Wei's cultivation method focuses on will. When you fight with someone, you can perceive the will of the other person. The Overlord's art, focus on moving forward. You worry too much, your thoughts are messy, and you are completely unable to exert your due strength. Even in the hesitation, facing Chu Qingge's archery skills, I missed a good opportunity to evade. Do you think this arrow is just an arrow from the Qihai cultivator? It is enough to penetrate your body and break your heart. As soon as the voice fell, everyone's expressions changed greatly, and they looked at Chu Qingge in disbelief. Jin Wanshan's eyes were also full of surprise. Chu Qingge scratched his head and said, I thought she really wanted to kill Qin Yang. Wei Linglong was also taken aback. The longing bow confuses the opponent's perception, and also makes the opponent make a wrong judgment on the threat of arrow skills. If it wasn't for Qin Yang, she would have died here today. And will die very suffocating. The academy and classmates will only know that she was killed for her personal revenge. The Wei family's exercises and martial arts are really not suitable for women. Qin Yang shook his head. Wei Linglong clenched the halberd tightly and said angrily, don't think you know more about my Wei family's practice, you don't know anything at all. My brother's practice and martial arts are all instructed by me. Qin Yang suddenly came to Wei Linglong's side, pointed like a sword, and tapped the halberd. The halberd trembled violently. Wei Linglong couldn't hold it in his hand, and the halberd came out of his hand. Then I'll let you have a taste of what it means to be an overlord. Qin Yang's eyes narrowed, and his fighting intent rushed up to the sky. Holding the blood-colored halberd, an astonishing monstrous fighting intent suddenly appeared in the field. Qin Yang stood there so quietly, but everyone felt an invincible desolation. Qin Yang's feet seemed to be a sea of corpses and blood, and everyone seemed to smell a creepy bloody smell. Wei Linglong froze all over. This is the real overlord. Even among the masters of the clan, few people can do this. In the face of Qin Yang's fighting spirit, she couldn't even have the heart to resist. Kill! Qin Yang shouted loudly. Everyone's heart sank, especially Wei Linglong, who couldn't help but step back. The bloody halberd is not honest in Qin Yang's hands, it is Wei Linglong's magic weapon after all. Constantly moaning and trembling, Qin Yang's spiritual sense moved, and a layer of ice condensed on the entire halberd, making him no longer able to resist. The overlord's unparalleled halberd. Qin Yang wielded the halberd, which seemed extremely slow and seemed to be very fast. This halberd was enough to split the sky and split the earth. Wei Linglong's feet softened, and he fell directly to the ground, staring blankly at Qin Yang. Xuanhuan frowned, his face was calm, but his palms were sweating. The seniors from a year earlier all turned pale, with fright, as if Wei Linglong had been beheaded by Qin Yang. Touch! With an explosion, cracks appeared on the frost halberd. The halberd stopped within a finger of Wei Linglong's forehead, and the entire halberd suddenly burst. Earth-level magic weapon, already weak and wise, unwilling to hurt its master, would rather be smashed to pieces. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, but they couldn't help thinking, if the halberd hadn't exploded, would Qin Yang really kill Wei Linglong? Qin Yang looked at Zhang Ji and couldn't help frowning. This magic weapon is so loyal? It seems that after Wei Linglong's cultivation, he is about to improve to the quality of heaven. It's a pity. Qin Yang said in his heart. Time seemed to stand still. Wei Linglong was already immersed in Qin Yang's unparalleled fighting spirit, and the whole person seemed to be frightened. Soon, a gleam of divine light appeared in her eyes, and she woke up. Qin Yang was deeply surprised. Sober up so soon? Wei Linglong looked at Qin Yang with a complicated expression. Why do you want to help me? Help you? Are you there? Qin Yang smiled and said, I just can't stand it. What can't you see? Wei Linglong asked, curiously. Qin Yang stared at Wei Linglong and said word by word, You're far worse than your brother. Wei Linglong was stunned. Hearing this sentence, the sadness in his heart could no longer be restrained. The circles of his eyes were instantly red, and the crystal in his eyes was like a river bursting, and his face was wet. Soon, Wei Linglong burst into tears, as if there was no one else around. All the seniors were stunned. Is this the cold-faced goddess of war they knew? Xuanhuan also looked at Wei Linglong in astonishment. When he heard the news of her brother's death, he had never been so rude. Wei Linglong choked and said, How on earth did my brother die? Was it painful when he died? Qin Yang looked at Wei Linglong, his heart was sour, and he frowned. I'm sorry, I couldn't let him die in my hands. Lu Mingyu came over, gently pulled Qin Yang, and whispered, Why are you still provoking her so much? Qin Yang shook his head gently. This may be a fallout for others, but for the Wei family, it is not. Knowing the exercises and martial arts of the Wei family, Qin Yang knew that the people of the Wei family were never afraid of death. Wei Linglong wiped away her tears, got up from the ground, and looked at Qin Yang full of fighting intent. I want to challenge you. With an opponent like you, my brother must really want to defeat you. Now that he is dead, he wants to whatever he does, I will help him complete it. Qin Yang slapped his forehead suddenly. How could he forget this? The Wei family never admit defeat. Turning his eyes to Jin Wanshan, Qin Yang coughed lightly and said, Want to challenge me? You are not qualified, you must defeat him first. Jin Wanshan looked left and right, and everyone around him avoided them. Jin Wanshan pointed to his nose. Me? Yes. Qin Yang nodded. Wei Linglong snorted softly. It's just that the Qi realm is complete. Qin Yang laughed and said, It won't take long for him to break through. Breaking through is only in the early stage of the Grandmaster realm. Wei Linglong still ignored Jin Wanshan. Jin Wanshan also had a temper. His exercises and martial arts were instructed by Qin Yang, and they were completely different from before. In terms of defense and persistence, he is not false to anyone. The Wei family's overlord Wu Shuang is incomparably strong, but Jin Wanshan is confident that he can block it. As long as he blocks it, he will win, so it is true. Jin Wanshan said unconvinced, "You are only in the middle stage of the Grandmaster realm. When I enter the Grandmaster realm, you may not be my opponent." Successfully diverting the disaster to the east, Qin Yang pulled Lu Mingyu to the side. In the distance, more seniors came, and all of these people were actually masters. Wu Xiaoya and several other freshmen who came early were also impressively listed. Chapter 141 Establish a Guild. Sister Lu, how did your cultivation level improve so quickly? Wu Xiaoya hurried over, followed by a playful girl. Let me introduce, this is Yin Linger. Wu Xiaoya said while pulling the playful girl. Yin Linger said, I have heard that Sister Lu is a beautiful and talented girl. When I saw her today, she really lived up to her reputation. Hello, Sister Lu. Lu Mingyu smiled and said, you are the talented and beautiful girl. Your mouth is so sweet. Qin Yang swept away his spiritual thoughts and raised his brows. This Yin Linger's cultivation level is not weaker than Lu Mingyu's, and he is even in the Qi realm. Looking at Wu Xiaoya with a frown, why is this girl's strength so high? The three beauties stood together and formed a beautiful landscape that attracted everyone's attention. Together with Wei Linglong, the four beauties have their own characteristics. Lu Mingyu is gentle and virtuous, and everyone is a lady. Wei Linglong is valiant, and does not allow men. Wu Xiaoya is hot and sexy and captivating. Yin Linger is naughty and cute, lively and agile. The four beauties of the academy have gathered, TSK. If you can include them all, in your own guild, then the reputation of the guild will not need to be promoted. Not only do you need to be included in the guild, but also set up a special team. The strength of these four beauties is not weak. Especially Wei Linglong, although the cultivation level is not as good as us, but the combat power is not weak at all. The seniors in the Grandmaster realm whispered, and their eyes were extremely hot. It's a pity that Wei Linglong didn't want to join any guild, so they could only start with the three beauties. Wow, Sister Lu, your skin is so smooth and tender. Yin Linger screamed. With her cute appearance, Lu Mingyu couldn't help pinching her little face. Laughing and chatting, Wu Xiaoya looked at Qin Yang and suddenly said, Hey! Is it your kid who kidnapped Sister Lu? Qin Yang was not happy when he heard it. What is kidnapping? We are in love with each other. A flower was inserted into cow dung. Wu Xiaoya wrinkled her nose and snorted coldly. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and looked at himself. Have you ever seen such a handsome cow dung? How handsome isn't it still cow dung? Yin Linger giggled. Qin Yang's face darkened, and he simply turned his head and ignored it. I don't care about you little girls. In my heart, I secretly said, damn, I can't afford to offend. Seeing that the four beauties kept looking at Qin Yang felt uncomfortable. Especially the hostile glances from all the seniors made Qin Yang frown. If it goes on like this, Qin Yang will feel that he has fallen into the vinegar jar, and the acid has penetrated into the bone marrow. Hey sour. So sour. Qin Yang doesn't want to be sauerkraut. Since the welcome ceremony. Shangguan Jiannan said with a stiff face, since everyone is here, let's start the competition for new students. All the freshmen looked at each other in dismay. Haven't heard of the freshman competition? Qin Yang is also very curious. This Sanqiong Academy does not match his impression at all. Lighting up the stars from the 10 directions in the sky to the 10 directions is completely like a free adventure. New student competition? Why? Ranking? Qin Yang asked. Xuanhuan Jiannan snorted softly and said, "This is the rule of Songqiong Academy. If you don't compare, how do we know which one to choose? Which one to pick?" Qin Yang frowned. The freshmen are eager to try. It seems that they want to show themselves in front of the seniors. One by one volunteered to try first. Jin Wanshan and Chu Qingge stood by Qin Yang's side, and they had no interest in this newcomer. "That freshman, the one who just shot the bow, yes, it's you, we want it from King Fengtang," a young senior said, and a token came directly. Chu Qingge raised his eyes and looked at Qin Yang. Facing the token, he didn't take it at all. The young senior was angry, waved his hand, picked up the sign that had fallen on the ground, and said angrily, "I don't know how to lift it up." "Jin Wanshan? Do you want to come in the Tianjin Hall of my Yu family? Qianjintang? Could it be a group of girls?" Jin Wanshan pouted. The senior Yu family clenched his fists and sneered, "Very well, I want to see which guild you want to join." Qin Yang was stunned at this. "What's the situation?" Jin Wanshan knew it for a long time and explained, "In the college, students have established their own guilds. If the freshmen can be attracted by the seniors, whether it is in terms of future cultivation or resources, and lighting the star, there will be great achievements. Help." After a pause, Jin Wanshan continued, "The experience of lighting up the star sign is usually carried out in small groups. The people from the Yu family don't deal with my family. They did this on purpose, just to make their position clear, so that other guilds would not dare to recruit me in, or you will be against their Qianjintang." Qin Yang suddenly realized, and at this time, the freshmen who participated in the competition in the field were favored by those senior masters, and they threw an olive branch, and the freshmen joined their guild happily. "Isn't it okay if you don't join?" Qin Yang asked. "Don't join? I'm not laughing at you, just because you new students who don't know anything can only rest in this paradise in the 10th district for a year, and after a year, I am afraid that they will die immediately in the trials of other districts." "Middle," Shangguan Jiannan said disdainfully. "1 year?" Qin Yang became curious again. Jin Wanshan's home is in Liberty City, and he knows a little about Songqiong College. He said, "The college branch of Xanadu in the 10th district is run by freshmen every year. It's like a normal city, and freshmen can open their doors on the street. All kinds of shops, the profits are all their own. Some resources, goods, information, etc., need the support of the seniors, otherwise they will be out of stock. And they cannot be purchased from the outside world. Everything you sell must be obtained in the 10 secret realms of Sky Academy. This time limit is 1 year. After 1 year, all the stores will be cleaned up again, and the next batch of freshmen will take over. And we have to participate in various trials." Speaking of this, Jin Wanshan said again, "This year is also a year for us to improve our strength and understand the secret realm of the 10 directions of the Sky Academy." Qin Yang nodded clearly, "But it doesn't seem to have anything to do with joining someone else's guild, right?" "What? The 3rd order top grade Yan Yan Dan? The 4th order top grade Yan Yan pill is also available?" Wu Xiaoya was stunned. "Do you have one a day?" Yun Linger also widened her eyes. Wei Linglong couldn't help but look at Qin Yang frequently. How could this kid actually be able to refine a top-quality medicinal pill? Qin Yang took out his ears. The penetrating power of this volume is too strong. Could it be a divine sense attack? Can't we establish a trade union ourselves? Qin Yang asked. Create a trade union yourself? It's ridiculous. Who dares to enter the guild you established? You are not afraid of death, so you are not afraid of killing others? Shangguan Jiannan sneered. Why are you everywhere? Qin Yang frowned, and said, just because you are in the middle and late stages of the Grandmaster realm, what are you doing with big tails? As soon as he said that, the audience suddenly fell silent. All the seniors in the Grandmaster realm turned gloomy. They were all elites of the major guilds, yet they were so underestimated by a freshman? Shangguan Jiannan smiled in his heart, "You don't need me to shoot you, you have already provoked public anger. Boy, Songqiong Academy is not as simple as you think. If you only have strength, do you think your strength is enough? Among the students in our academy, there are also many cultivators in the star realm. The presidents of several of their guilds are the stars. Isn't it possible to graduate by lighting up 8 stars? Qin Yang was full of surprise. My God, I'm still a student in the star realm, and I haven't graduated yet. How many dishes does it take? Everyone in the audience was speechless, especially the proud seniors, who suddenly looked like they had eaten flies. Qin Yang looked around, everyone's focus was on the 4 beauties. Qin Yang rolled his eyes, coughed lightly, and said, I want to establish a trade union myself. Immediately, he looked directly at Wei Linglong. Don't you want to challenge me? Can you come? Wei Linglong hesitated for a while. All the seniors laughed, and directly attracted Wei Linglong? Just dreaming. Wei Linglong didn't bother to join any guild at all. Okay. Wei Linglong nodded. Everyone's eyes widened. Qin Yang looked at Wu Xiaoya and Yin Linger. Do you want the best Zhu Yandan? Wu Xiaoya and Yin Linger nodded again and again. If you don't join the guild, no. Qin Yang said directly. Join in. I will join too. Despicable. Shangguan Jiannan roared, roaring out the hearts of all the seniors.